Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Hoppip was a real luck fest. Let's follow that up with a run that might have to be even luckier. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Mareep? So Mareep is a pretty weak electric type from Gen 2. In this game, it's got Static, a decent enough ability, but that doesn't really save it from its pretty low stats. I appreciate that we at least have passable special attack for once in these runs, but that speed is really low. We're gonna have to keep a pretty strong level lead if we want to just not get hit first. By level up, we learn quite a few decent moves, but the lack of Thunderbolt until we get it by TM might be a problem. Speaking of TMs, I'm seeing Thunderbolt and Iron Tail, but outside of that, I'm not entirely sure I'm interested in any of this. Even Iron Tail itself, I doubt we'll need until maybe the Stephen Stone fight at the very end of the game. We might just need Thunderbolt and Thunder a lot. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that I could beat Wallace since most of his team is weak to electricity, but I don't really think I'm going to be able to beat Stephen Stone at the end. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Mareep. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battles. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Oh, and this video is sponsored by Chimera again, since it actually went really well last time. Let's do this. I got lots of good suggestions from you guys on what name to go for with this one, and it was pretty hard to pick, but I decided to go with the classic name him after the wrong Pokemon gag. So in the end, I named him Wooloo, because that's hilarious. Our nature is mild, so more special attack and less defense. That's probably one of the best natures we could get, although ground moves will be a real problem. Oh, and I leveled up a little before I got the stats footage. Sorry, I forgot to grab it right at level 5. So, the start of the run. Mareep is a little bit weaker than a starter Pokemon in terms of overall stats, so this place is reasonably well balanced for us. Really, the early game is all about being ready for the Rock Gym, as that's going to be the first major problem of the run. I don't really think they have any ground moves, but she does have two Geodudes who are part ground type. We can Thunder Shock or Nose Pass, but it's not going to work on the Geodudes. I'm thinking the best way to deal with them might be to just growl a few times, then tackle until they go down. It doesn't sound like a great solution, and I'm betting we're going to have to grind a lot, but it's the only choice we have. Alright, so by the time we get to the Rock Gym, we are already at level 16. Kinda get the feeling I'm gonna have to grind more though, considering we did less than a quarter of her health and damage by the time she took us down. We have to beat 3 rock types. What level are we gonna need to be to win this? You know what? Guess the level in the comments section. I'm curious what everyone guesses. So it's back to the grind. We've already beaten all the trainers since there aren't really many this early in the game. I mean, other than the hikers, but we're not fighting them for the obvious reasons of they have Geodudes too. I pretty much expected that this was going to be a rough grind, but I was hoping that their AI would take it easy on me since it's the first gym. Nope! Lots of Rock Tomb and Rock Throw. To be honest, I'm starting to think we're going to have to level up till mid-20s before we stand a chance, and when we're grinding against Pokemon this week, it might take a while. It really doesn't help that we pretty much can't grind special attack effort values this early in the game either. By the time that we can reliably fight things for special attack, our effort values will probably be maxed out. That's kind of what I expect in Emerald runs though. This happens all the time. Okay, so I tried a few more times at level 22. We're still dealing almost nothing, but a couple of growls meant that they weren't doing much either. Even with a crit though, we just couldn't keep her health down. She's got healing items and we don't. The most we're allowed to do is hold a berry, but it's just not gonna heal us enough to have us beat all 3 of her Pokemon. Also, this grind is really tedious, especially since there's some ground types, so I can't just ignore the screen and Thunder Shock everything. Nowadays, you guys always tell me to use speed up and turbo buttons and stuff to make this part more tolerable, and trust me, it's great for saving the joints in my hands, but don't go thinking that it makes this too easy. A fast grind just means I have more time to work on the editing and the script of the run. It's still pretty big time investment to have to grind, and I'd still rather try a fight over and over if I think I stand a chance. But, you know, we obviously don't stand a chance right now, so I have to grind. At level 26, I try again. This time we hung on for a pretty long time, to the point that we actually beat the first Geodude. Crits were involved, but when you have to tackle that many times, you're bound to land a few crits. We managed to take down the first Geodude, but the second one was too much of a problem. Our speed gets wrecked by all the rock tombs too, so sometimes we're not able to even growl first, leading us to taking even more damage. Am I really gonna have to be level 30 just to fight the first gym battle? Have I ever needed to be this high of a level for Roxanne's Rock Gym? Okay, again at level 30. The first Geodude held on for ages, both critting a rock throw and hitting a few rock tombs to lower our speed. I wrote down accuracy for some reason. She held on with potions, but eventually she went down. The second Geodude didn't start great either, and I was worried we'd just lose again, especially after she started spamming Defense Girl. A lucky crit managed to speed things up, but again, she has potions, so the fight wasn't over from just that. We only had 12 health left, but eventually she did go down. Last was Nosepass, who went straight for Harden, so I used Thunder Wave to paralyze her, giving us the speed advantage. We hit Thunder Shock to do tons of damage. She hit Tackle to bring us to only 2 health, and we hit another Thunder Shock to finally win. For as many attacks as the enemy made against us in that fight, it's crazy to think that we'd have lost if any one of her Pokemon just used Tackle one more time. So, we're level 30, so I don't really think the fighting gym is gonna be an issue. You know what? Go to the comment section and guess how it's gonna go. I'd say I'll wait, but I'm totally not waiting. On our very first try, we nearly swept his whole team, with only Makahita hanging on from a hit. His Vital Throw didn't even do 20 damage to us. That's how high of a level lead we have right now. Shouts out to anyone who guessed that one correct. If this was on my Twitch page, that could have been a prediction for channel points. Follow my Twitch page. I swear I'm trying to stream more. The adventures of Newbie Nate will continue, I promise. Okay, so with that win, we have access to more trainers we can fight, but we're actually so over-leveled from grinding for the Rock Gym that I'm not totally sure that we're gonna need more experience. We do have the Electric Gym coming up, and I figure that that's going to be a problem since we'll get paralyzed, but maybe we're already strong enough. Only one way to find out. First though is a rival fight we have to do on the way, but Thundershock made short work of her whole team. I do love using electric types. It's awesome being super effective against so much with such good moves, while also only having one type that can really shut you down. As soon as that was over, I tried the Electric Gym. First was Voltorb, so I started testing Tackle and Thundershock just to see what would do more damage, and honestly, it's really hard to tell. We actually had a lot of troubles with Voltorb because Super Potions kept him up longer than expected, and of course he blew up at the end. Electrike was second and went down in 2 hits, but third was Magneton. We paralyzed each other right away, then I tackled to do just about nothing. Thundershock seems to do a bit more, but we went down fast. Well, that one wasn't even close, so I'm fighting trainers. Sucks to be grinding again so early in the run after that terrible Rock Gym grind, but at least I still have lots of trainers to fight. I'm feeling a bit hopeful because I don't think I'm very far off two-shotting our first 2 Pokemon, and I think that will let us get into the Magneton fight with a lot more health. Who knows, maybe it won't be too bad? During the grind, I was talking about the run a little bit on Twitter when Internal Sentoku swooped in like a hero with some Pokemath. Apparently Thundershock is going to be at least slightly stronger than going with Tackle, so that means I don't need to worry about getting paralyzed off static. That's good to know for the next try. And would you look at that, we just learned Thunder. I forgot that was coming up. It just feels like it's early in the game for Thunder, you know? Okay, well, I think we're ready now then. Next try, and this one started much better with us one-shotting Voltorb with Thunder before we can get hit by Self-Destruct. And Electrike only used Howl and Quick Attack, so we didn't take too much damage before he went down. For Magneton, we hit Thunder to bring him to red health, but we got paralyzed in the process. He healed back up though, so we had to use Thundershock to soften him up, then another Thunder to take him down. Last was Magnetric. Now this one was stressful because we kept missing Thunders, and he still had more healing items. It's a gamble on if Paralysis is gonna kick in and if Thunder is gonna hit, so it would have been easy to lose. But with 14 health left, we managed to get the win. With that stunning victory, we hit the road again. So we have to deal with Maxie, then the Fire Gym, and I'm actually pretty worried. They both have ground types with Magnitude. That move is a bit random, and we could just luck out with it not doing much, but we only have Tackle to damage them with. At least after Maxie we can get Return, but for Maxie himself, it's gonna be a problem. Mightyena to lower our attack, and then a ground type so we have to use Tackle. It's a rough combo. Let's see how that goes. First try in, it starts great with Thunder one-shotting Mightyena and Thunder Shock one-shotting Zubat. As soon as Camerupt came out though, level 8 Magnitude. We hung on, but Tackle isn't doing much. He used Ember after though, so he is using other moves. Let's just try this a bunch of times and see what happens. So, 14 tries later and I've made no progress. Seriously, even on the runs where he uses dumb moves like Ember, we still just lose because Tackle is so weak, and he has a Super Potion. Maybe I can get him to use the Super Potion on his Zubat? Nope! After a brutal 8 more tries, I finally got Camerupt's health low, and it turns out Maxie uses multiple Super Potions. I think he's one of those trainers who just saves one for each Pokemon, so I have to grind. See, the worst thing about having to grind here is that if I could just beat Maxie, I'd be able to get Return and we'd probably be fine. I can't think of any other way to deal more damage other than grinding, considering I'm already using a Silk Scarf. Let's just hope that I don't get stuck at the Fire Gym right after. So, I don't know what to tell you, but the whole grind was a waste of time. On my first few tries, a few levels later, I just crit 3 times. I don't even know what to say, I'm just gonna go grab Return real quick. Okay, Fire Gym time. Numel was a one-shot with Return, as was Slugma with Thunder Shock. Camerupt only used Tackle, so in spite of her 2 Hyper Potions, we still took her out just fine. Last was Torkoal, and we instantly missed Thunder as she set up a sunny day. Well, that made our second Thunder even less accurate, but it hit anyway for the one-shot. So there's no trainers between us and the normal gym, so that's our goal, but before I went there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, I recorded fresh this time. I'm in no rush. The normal gym is gonna go fine. Return one-shot Spinda, Thunder one-shot Vigoroth, Lununu only got in a headbutt before we took them down, and Slacking went for counter when I was using Thunder Wave, so he never hit us. Feels so good to finally have an easy gym battle again. On my way to the Flying Gym, I stopped by in New Moville so that I could pick up the TM for Thunderbolt to replace Thunder Shock. Thunder is still stronger, but I'm gonna need something accurate to get through most of the game with. Hey, it's time for the rival fight before the Flying Gym. It was super easy though. Thunderbolt took out our whole team. Wait, it was raining, I could've used Thunder. I'm so bad about remembering that. The Flying Gym itself was mostly a sweep, other than Altaria, who hit a nasty Earthquake. It's nice knowing that I can survive one of those, considering the next gym has a Clay Doll. It'll be stronger when they do it, but we'll be stronger by then too. Well, it's time to travel again. We have to do a few areas right now, including Mount Pyre and the Magma Base. Normally the level we're at would be good enough for now, but we have another Maxi fight coming up, and even if we have Return, I'm still worried. Plus, after that is the 2-on-1 Psychic Gym battle, where I'm fully expecting us to get brick-walled for ages against Clay Doll. Who knows, maybe I'll crit Clay Doll with Return, then one-shot the rest of their team with Thunder. It's a long shot, but it's the only way I can think of winning below level 70? You know what, guess that one too. But first, Maxie. Mightyena is first, so our attack went down, but he went down in a single Thunder. Problem is, he leaves our attack too low to 2-shot Camerupt. Well, he did use Rock Slide. Let's just try until he misses. 4 tries later, and we didn't even need a miss because we crit him to one-shot him. Last was Crobat, and we did get confused, but one Thunderbolt still took him down. That honestly wasn't too bad. With that done, we have to take on the Aqua Hideout next. I don't usually talk about this place very much since there isn't a real boss fight in here, but most of what we fight here is weak to electricity, so I hunt down every trainer in the place. The next big battle is the ever-terrifying Psychic Gym. I have to be ready. They don't even let you fight them till you have 2 Pokemon, so I'll grab a Magikarp and get in there. Okay, Psychic Gym. We crit Clay Doll, he didn't go down, Earthquake hurt a ton, then Xatu outsped and finished us off. Well, I guess that saves me the time on trying until we get a crit. We're so weak that it doesn't even matter. So, it's time to grind. Return is the strongest non-electrical move that we can get, and we can't get a type advantage, so we just have to grind until we can one-shot Clay Doll. If we only dropped him to High Red at level 58 though, then I think we're gonna need quite a few levels. We don't really gain much attack per level after all. I went ahead and just beat a ton of swimmers on the eastern side of the map since they give decent experience and mostly just use water types. There's tons of them, but we still have to do some wild Pokemon grinding. This is a really rough one, but at least they're water types? While we're grinding, give me 30 seconds of your time to do this week's sponsorship, Chimera. The last one actually went so well that they want to sponsor me long term, so thank you, because honestly, that was because of you guys more than it was me. You're the ones who bought the shirts. So many of you went over to Chimera, linked in the description and pinned comment of course, and bought some nice ring-spun cotton t-shirts with my discount code Mah-Dry-Bread, that apparently it broke some kind of record, because they haven't gotten that kind of response before. That's wild. I'm guessing it was this awesome space shirt that sold so many of you on it because lots of you left comments about that one. I've never really been good at selling merch, so instead of buying whatever lame merch I'd make, support the show by buying something from Chimera. I don't know if that was 30 seconds. Look, I'm trying. I'm terrible at this sponsorship thing. Back to the video. Time to try again at level 65. We still do slightly less than half of Claydoll's health and damage with return, but at least we can take an earthquake and a psychic. We're still slower than Xatu though, so we might have to get lucky enough to crit Claydoll and have Xatu use Calm Mind at the same time. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but I'll try more. Okay, 10 tries later and we landed a crit, but it still wasn't a one-shot, so he just uses a Hyper Potion. On the next round, though, we landed another crit, and that one was a one-shot. Man, so we don't even just need a crit, we need damage range luck on top of the crit. So he went down, and we went after Xatu with Thunderbolt while he used Calm Mind, but they ended up setting up Sunny Day and Light Screen. Thanks to that, even when we could hit Thunder, it just wasn't a one-shot anymore. We were so close. More tries, this time at level 70, so hopefully we only need one crit. Right away, return crit Claydoll for a much-needed one-shot, and Xatu wasted his time with our Magikarp. As Solrock came out, I went for Thunder and hit it right away, getting a one-shot as Xatu used Calm Mind. Knowing that I couldn't let that build up too much, I Thunderbolted Xatu to take him down, and Lunatone hit us with Psychic. It hit pretty hard, but at least it wasn't Light Screen, so our next Thunder knocked him out. I'm just happy that's over. So we're supposed to do some stuff to save the world and everything right now, but this is a Pokemon challenge, so the world almost ending isn't nearly as interesting as actual Pokemon fights. Let's get the Archie fight out of the way real quick, then it's onto the water gym. Archie was super easy, we swept his whole team with Thunderbolt. The water gym was super easy thanks to his Whiscash using Amnesia instead of a ground move. His Kingdra could have caused issues with Double Team, but our first Thunder hit for a one-shot. Last before the Elite Four is the Wally fight. It wasn't even close. We didn't even take a hit the entire fight. Man, must suck to train the whole game for this one big fight just to have your whole team go down to a Mareep without landing a hit. Alright, let's take a look at our stats before the Elite Four. It's not that bad, and the special attack is higher than I was expecting, but I get the feeling that we're going to be slow enough to take some hits. I made sure to go ahead and make a Shell Bell so that we could at least heal while we fight. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Right away is Mighty Yenna, so our attack went down, but one Thunderbolt took him down. For Shiftry, we hit Thunder for tons of damage in spite of his double team. He landed Torment, so we can't use the same move twice in a row, but he went down without actually hurting us. For Cacturn, I had to use Return and Thunder to take him down, but we lost tons of speed to Cotton Spores and even got hit by Leech Seed along the way. Crawdaunt was a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and last was Absol. He started building Swords Dances as we missed a Thunder, but our Thunderbolt ended up being a one-shot. This fight took a few tries, mostly because Shiftry likes to use Swagger. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Her first Dusclops likes to spam Protect, so I used Thunder Wave on the first turn to save on power points, then Thunderbolt for the one-shot. Against the second Dusclops, she actually hung on and hit an Earthquake. Forgot she has that. We took her out on the follow-up. Her two Bayonets and her Sableye were each one-shots with Thunderbolt. So far, so good. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Celio is a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and second is Glalie. We missed Thunder and took an Ice Beam in the process, but our second Thunder took him down. The second Celio was another one-shot, and the second Glalie also went down in one Thunder. Last was Walrein, who couldn't handle a single Thunderbolt. Now it's on to the hard part. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Shelgon was a bit annoying at the start with Protect, but on most tries he goes down easily. The problem is Flygon right after, who easily takes us down in one Earthquake and outspeeds us. I'm not sure if it was from the Rock Tomb lowering our speed or not, but either way, I think I have to grind. Grinding here isn't too bad though, mostly because we can just fight the Elite Four itself for levels. It's a little dialogue heavy, but now that you guys let me use the turbo button, I don't have to mash my way through the dialogue myself. So no complaining from me, this grind actually isn't that bad, I've got a run to do. Here we are again at level 80. Even after a bunch of tries where we hardly have a scratch going into the Flygon fight, we still just go down. Okay, more levels. Level 85, it's still going the same way. Man, this is brutal. We're getting close to a 2-shot. Maybe if we end up faster soon, we can win? Since when is Flygon so tough? Level 91, and we didn't get hit by Rock Tomb, but we're still slower than Flygon. Are you kidding me? If we were faster, we could 2-shot him at this point. So by this point in the grind, we are just mopping the floor with the entire rest of the Elite Four. It's almost funny. It's at the point where we can get all the way to Flygon without using any items between battle, and sometimes hardly even be hurt, just to be outsped and lose to Flygon at the end every single time. We're still getting about a level every run through of the Elite Four though, and we have less than 10 levels until max, so we only need to get a few more before I'll have enough rare candies to just top it off that way. I just hope it makes us faster than Flygon. On our way to max level though, we hit level 95, and after a run where Rock Tomb missed, we were finally faster and took down Flygon. Altaria was a one-shot with Thunder, as was Kingdra. Last was Salamence, and he's actually faster than us, so we took a Dragon Claw, but Static paralyzed him. Our Thunder missed, but on the second round we were faster because of the paralysis, so we managed to one-shot him. I can't believe I'm finally past this horrible fight. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. First is Wailord, who went down in one Thunderbolt, and second is Water Onyx, so our attack is down. Well, he's a one-shot, but I don't like that our attack is down before Whiscash. Speaking of, he's next. Our return really isn't doing much damage, but for whatever baffling reason, he used Amnesia for special defense. On the second round, he Earthquaked us for more than half our health and damage, so he could have beat us, but on the third round, we just took him down. Tentacruel was a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and Ludicolo was a one-shot as well. Last is the pseudo-legendary Melodic, but yet again, all it took was one Thunderbolt. I kind of feel like Drake's Flygon was the real final boss. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. We've got a post-game fight with Steven Stone, so let's put his team on screen. Honestly, we often just can't beat him, but I think it might be possible this time. If we pick up Irontail, then we could use that to beat Credilli, who would otherwise be an issue. Claydol might just shut us down, but I don't think this is impossible. Only a few levels from max, so I'm gonna top off. Let's give this a try. So after about 8 tries in a row where we just got hit by Toxic, instantly losing, we finally got one where we got hit by Steel Wing instead, letting us easily one-shot Skarmory with Thunder. Second was Aggron, a Pokemon with Earthquake. Thankfully, Thunder one-shot him too. Out third was Metagross, his pseudo-legendary. He outspeeds us, his Earthquake brings us to only 26 health, then we missed a Thunder that wasn't gonna one-shot him anyway. So, he finished us. Well, you know what? At least we lost hilariously badly at level 100, so we're not left wondering if we were one lucky hit away from a win. Even if we crit, Claydol was next. It's probably best if I start on the next challenge. That was such a crazy start and stop run. Either we were grinding like crazy to get past a rough fight, or breezing through fights on the first try like it was nothing. Some parts felt easy, but man, those grinds. I really hope you guys like that run. For the next Pokemon challenge, it's going to be in 2 weeks on Saturday, when I come to you with another Pokemon Black run. I don't know 100% what Pokemon we're going to use yet, but if you're in the live stream of the premiere, then I'm sure future MDB can tell you. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge requests section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Now for the outro vloggy thing, where I get to just talk about whatever. I guess the most pressing thing to talk about is a long-term sponsorship. That's crazy. Again, thank you so much. It's just, you know, so many of you guys actually went and bought the shirts. It's funny. I've tried to say for so long that sponsorships are way better when they're just really honest, and they've legit still not made me sign anything that dictates what I say in the actual ads. I really can say whatever I want. All I have to do is show you the designs, which obviously look awesome, let you know that it does feel good and it's gone through the wash just fine, and show you the prices. What do you know? It's like the product sells itself. And yet I still get all these sponsorship offers from companies that just want me to read whatever their dumb script is. Rest assured that I'm not going to try to sell you anything that I don't think is a good quality product, and most importantly, I'm not going to lie to you in some kind of advertisement, because I totally get it. People assume that the YouTubers don't mean what they say in the advertisements anyway when they do something like Raid Shadow Legends or whatever, but I personally would rather just be the guy who only advertises products that I like and is just honest about them and says everything in my own words, you know? And you know what? It worked. That's what Chimera told me. You saw it in the video. It turns out that honesty just worked. Isn't that beautiful to see? I hope that more sponsors take the hint from this. Anyway, I'm in turbo high spirits from that, because, you know, on YouTube, money fluctuates. Everyone always worries about money. And knowing that I have a long-term sponsorship, of course, if it continues, it could stop at any point, I guess. But as long as it keeps going well, the money completely pays for my mom's rent. And that's a massive worry off my mind. So I'm feeling awesome. It's helped me a lot. I got this sponsorship because of you guys, less than me. So thank you so much for all going on the link and actually buying the stuff. Don't feel like you have to, just thanks. Life-changing stuff, you know? Okay, I'm gonna go and get this stuff edited because I'm already falling behind today and my throat is getting super dry because it's been a brutal winter and it's getting all awful feeling. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only one Mareep was a real start and stop run. Let's follow that up with a highly requested one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Mawile. So in the new games, Mawile is a Steel and Fairy type, but Gen 3 was before Fairy was a thing, so in this game it's just Steel. Stats-wise, we're looking like we've got some decent attack and defense stats, but everything else is pretty weak. Still, better overall stats than I'm used to. I was worried just by looking at the stats that it might be too strong, but you guys requested Mawile all the time, so I'll give it a try. By level up, our moves aren't really looking that great. Absolutely nothing with the same type attack bonus, a real weak starting move, and a lot of cool effect moves that would be great if I had a full team, but, you know, I don't. At least we may be able to do something cool with fake tiers. By TM, we still don't get any steel moves, but we could get some cool type coverage with things like Ice Beam, Flamethrower, and Brick Break. I'm probably gonna have to completely overhaul our moveset with TMs to make this run work. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure that with enough levels, this is possible, but it doesn't seem like I have a great answer for the Pokemon Champion's water types. Kinda worried about how Steven Stone is looking too. Maybe with a Shell Bell or Leftovers I could do this? Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Mawile. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battles, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Mawile so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have Torchic, probably the hardest for us to fight. Our nature is quiet, so more special attack and less speed. Considering I'm mostly interested in special attack moves on the TM list, I'm fine with this. Our ability is Hyper Cutter, so we can't lose attack, so at least Intimidate won't be an issue for once. I name her Mawile, because that's hilarious. So, the early travel. It starts off a little bit rough because we only have Astonish, a weak ghost move, so we can't even hit normal types. Thankfully, it only has 15 power points, so it doesn't take us long to run out and use Struggle instead. We won't get a better attacking move until level 11 when we get Bite, but I think that's still gonna help us quite a bit. It wasn't until Gen 4 that individual moves were either special or physical, so that means that all of our dark moves like Bite and Crunch are actually special. Normally, that wouldn't be great because we have more attack than special attack, but we also learn Fake Tears really early, so that's basically Screech but for special defense. I figured that using the combo of Fake Tears and Bite should be enough for the Rock Gym, but we'll have to wait and see. Once we get to the Rock Gym, we have a super easy time. We resist all of their moves, and the Fake Tears and Bite combo works so well that we just one-shot the Geodudes. It still didn't do a ton to Nose Pass since we don't really hit that hard right now, but spamming out a few Fake Tears fixed that problem. Now, normally the really hard gym is the Rock Gym, not the Fighting Gym, but for once I'm pretty worried. Fighting resists Dark type, and it's super effective against Steel, so we're in a pretty bad position. You don't actually have to do the Fighting Gym right away though, so I think I'm gonna save that for later. I'll just grab the Silk Scarf and try to level up until we get Vice Grip, a decent normal move. While I was in the area, I took a shot at the rival fight. It started fine with our new Vice Grip taking down Wingull pretty fast, but as soon as Combusken came out, we got outsped and easily taken down with Ember. Well, we went down too fast to really get anything out of Fake Tears, so I guess I'll try the Fighting Gym instead. So it started alright with Machop only doing a bit of damage with his Karate Chop as we two-shot him. Meditite didn't really do anything since it always just goes for Focus Punch, and we make it lose its focus when we hit. Last was Makahita. We landed a strong hit as he used Bulk Up, and I really thought that we might win after our second Vice Grip took him down to low health, and his reversal took us down to only 3, but then he ate a Citrus Berry to heal him up so much that we couldn't finish him off. I'd bring my own berry, but we kinda need that Silk Scarf. Plus, he does way more damage than our berry could heal. So, I actually have to grind a bit. Weird, right? Grinding between the Fighting Gym and the rival fight isn't usually where we have to do this grind. Usually, it's a grind before the Rock Gym, and then another one at the Electric Gym. I mean, I'm probably still gonna have to grind before the Electric Gym. The game doesn't usually take it easy on us. I guess I'll take this chance to let you know what's coming up. So I'm sure some of you already know that I usually let you guys know what challenges are coming up during the outro of these challenges, but I figure I may as well just tell you earlier when I get the chance like this. So I'm thinking next week I'll either do Gen 2 with all gift Pokemon, or Gen 2 with our Rivals team. Gen 1 with our Rivals team was really fun and really dumb, so I kinda wanna do that again. And the gift challenges are just really fun because I get to promote a bunch of you guys who follow me on Twitter. I don't know for sure what one I'm gonna do first yet, but I'll do both at some point. I was originally planning to go back to doing 3 challenges a month, but I think I'm just gonna bump it straight up to 4 a month instead, so one every single Saturday. Which is currently going on right now. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep it going, and there's a chance that every once in a while I'll only be able to do 3 challenges in a month just because, you know, some of them take longer than a week, but I'll try my best. I also want to bring you guys more full team challenges, but those ones take so much longer since I have 5 more Pokemon to level up than in a solo challenge, so it's not always easy to find time. I'm gonna try my best though. Back at the Fighting Gym at level 29, and this was a close one. Everything goes the same until Makahita, who was just awful. We just kept spamming Vice Grip while he used Vital Throw for tons of damage. He had Super Potions and his Citrus Berry, but thanks to the extra bit of health that we have, we could survive just a little bit longer to get the win. Back at the rival fight, and this time it goes super easy because Combusken just used Focus Energy instead of Ember, so we two-shot it. After that was Lombre, who really couldn't do anything. Man, why couldn't she have just done this the first time I fought her? Now, just because we won that fight doesn't mean we're ready for the Electric Gym. We're probably gonna get paralyzed in that fight, and there's not much we can do to prevent it, so I'm picking up a few levels early. You know what that means, though? It's time for the Chimera ad. So, you guys already know what Chimera is, right? Awesome online clothing store, and you're probably sick of hearing me say that over and over, so let's do something fun this time. You see this Twitter? I'm like 95% sure that this is the official Chimera Twitter. I don't know for sure because it's basically totally inactive, and I never asked them if this is the real one or not. I just found it when I searched to see if they had one. Chimeras are mythical creatures that's a combination of a few different animals. So keeping in the theme of Pokemon, I want you guys to mass tweet them your own combinations of Pokemon. You know that site that lets you mix Pokemon to make funny new ones? Create a bunch of crazy things in that and then tweet them at Chimera. And me, because I want to see them too. I have no idea if anyone working there will ever check that Twitter and see them, but if they do, then I'm sure they'll get a laugh out of it. Of course, if you're interested in their clothes instead of my dumb memes, then go ahead and use the code Mah-Dry-Bread so that they know I sent you. I mean, they'll know I sent you if they check their Twitter, but still, let's go take on the electric gym. So at level 34, I give it a few tries. Voltorb is a bit of an issue due to being faster than us, and sometimes he even paralyzes us, but on this run, he ended up blowing up early. I love that his self-destruct did less damage than Spark. Why'd he use that? Electrike didn't really do much in terms of damage and went down fast, but as soon as Magneton came out, it was clear that we weren't ready. I used Fake Tears to try and lower its special defense, but we just got paralyzed and then taken out pretty fast by Shockwave. Ouch. I doubt Bite with Fake Tears would have been a one-shot anyway. Hey wait, isn't Flamethrower at the game corner here? Okay, so we're not exactly rich at this point in the game, so we can't just convert all of our money to get the Flamethrower HM, so we just have to gamble a bunch. Like a lot. Been a while since I had to do this. When was the last time I had to gamble like crazy in one of these runs? Do you guys remember? I think it might have been a platinum run. I still see those slot machines in my nightmares. That takes ages, but speed up and auto fire buttons really helps with speeding this up. I'm eternally thankful that you guys said that I can use those, by the way, because man, there is nothing fun about having to grind for money in the casino. I'm just not a gambling man. An insane amount of playing the slots later, and we have Flamethrower. It absolutely decimates his entire team. It's not even close. Honestly, if I just grinded instead of spending time in the game corner, then I probably would have beaten this fight earlier, but Flamethrower is for sure the best move that we can get until Ice Beam, so I'll take it. Just because we won that fight quickly doesn't mean that we're in the clear though. We have a Maxi fight coming up that I'm not too worried about, but right after that is the Fire Gym. Now, the Fire Gym in Emerald is either pretty easy or pretty hard depending on who we're using, and I think it's going to be a serious challenge this time. We're bad against fire, and they're going to resist our strongest move. We could use Fake Tears to soften them up, but that's just giving them more chances to hit us with fire moves. Considering we can get Return after Maxi, we might have to just grab that. It's about double the strength of Vice Grip after all. Our only other choice is Rock Tomb, but that's like 80% accuracy, 50 power, and it wouldn't even be super effective against their part ground types anyway, so Return really seems like the best move here. Do I want to plug anything for this travel bit? Oh yeah, so I only bring this up because I get asked it just about every week now, but I have a Patreon. I've had one since before you've been watching me, probably. It's in the description of all of my videos, and it's in the end card of these challenges if I remember right. It's basically just my tip jar, don't feel like you have to pledge to it. I just appreciate if you feel like throwing something my way. Just thought I'd bring it up so I don't get tweeted about it constantly anymore. If you want to tweet me constantly, tweet me funny Pokemon memes. But first, Maxi. This battle was super easy, even with us getting hit by Sand Attack. They never used a fire move, so it went really well. I'm gonna go grab Return real quick, then we'll be at the Fire Gym. Okay, so the first two Pokemon at the Fire Gym are just one-shots with Return, then it's Camerupt. It sets up Sunny Day as we keep hammering it over and over with Return because Flannery keeps healing it with Hyper Potions. That just ends up running out the Sunny Day though. As Torkoal came out, I thought we'd win because Overheat missed and Sunny Day ended, but then the second Overheat hit, one-shotting us from full health. Considering we'd have to hope for 2 misses, it's probably just gonna make more sense if I grind for levels. Okay, a few levels later, and we just one-shot Camerupt, so no more Sunny Day. As Torkoal came out, I was hoping it would use Sunny Day, but nope. We just got hit for 120 damage to take us down to only 3 health from Overheat. I guess we're the perfect level then. I thought we'd need a miss since we dealt less than half our health and damage on the first hit, but our second return got a crit, giving us a much-needed victory. That's awesome. Let's go make some progress. Not much traveling to do right now since we just need to get back to the normal gym, but on our way there, I took the Rude Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Normal gym time. Yeah, this one's super easy. His only threatening Pokemon was Slacking, but we could just use Fake Tears while he was using Counter, then Flamethrower to take him down. The whole team was pretty easy as a result, so we've got to hit the road again. So it's time for a bit of a detour. Normally we'd head north and go straight for the flying gym, but after the normal gym is when you can use surf outside of battle, so instead I head straight to the abandoned ship out by Dewford. That way we can grab the TM for Ice Beam as early as possible. It sucks that this won't really help us in the Pokemon Champion fight considering he uses water types, but we're still probably going to need this for Dragon Trainer Drake near the end of the game. Plus, Ice is good against flying, so that might help us a lot in the upcoming flying gym. But first is the last required rival fight. Yeah, it was nothing. We just swept it with return. Let's hope the flying gym is that easy. So, I literally swept her whole team with Ice Beam, Flamethrower, and return. We didn't even get hit. Is that the best flying gym we have ever had? Might be. Can't do much better than a no damage sweep, I guess. Now, that said, this smooth sailing isn't going to last for long. We've got a lot of travel to do now, and the next major fights are Maxie and the Psychic Gym. Maxie will probably be easy, but the Psychic Gym is basically a 2-on-1 fight. We can't start the battle without having 2 Pokemon in the party, so usually we just catch a Magikarp to fill out the team. As strong as we may be, I know they have Sunny Day and Flamethrower, so that could really mess us up. Plus, spending time to soften them up with Fake Tears is just giving them extra chances to hit us. I might have to keep fighting all the trainers just to cut down on grinding once we get there. Once we get to Maxie, we totally mop the floor with his team, as expected. His only chance he had to do any serious damage was with Camerupt, and he blew it by using Amnesia instead. Still plenty of travel till we get to the Psychic Gym though, since we have to go through the Aqua Hideout. I pretty much have to fight everyone here since the Psychic Gym is always so rough. Ice Beam is our best move for that fight, and although we do have special attack nature, it's still very much lower than our attack stat. Not that Return is going to work that well against the rock types, mind you. When they use Sunny Day, it'll power up our Flamethrower, but again, they've got some rock types, so we probably won't be using Flamethrower regardless. Yeah, I get the feeling this is one of those fights where we are not going to win until I can get the Shell Bell, and that requires visiting the Shoal Cave a few hours apart to get both ingredients. Might be a bit of a long work day. First, I try it without the Shell Bell. Man, this is rough. So we actually lucked out pretty hard and managed to freeze Claydol early in the fight with Ice Beam, but even in spite of him never thawing, we still took tons of damage from Xatu's powered up Psychic. I did fumble and accidentally hit Return on the frozen Claydol once, when I should have just finished off Xatu, but considering how easily we got taken out by Flamethrower after, I wouldn't have won anyway. I think we'll need some more levels and a Shell Bell. Let's just try to get that Shell Bell first. Okay, so this one goes better despite not getting a freeze, mostly just because I decided to focus completely on Claydol, but we really weren't healing a ton, and the Sunny Day and Flamethrower combo still really messed us up. Plus, Xatu had tons of time to build up Calm Mind to power up Psychic. Well, Ice Beam wasn't that far off of one-shotting Claydol. Maybe a few more levels will do it? Alright, 6 levels later, and this one was weird. So right away we crit an Ice Beam on Claydol for a one-shot, although I'm not really sure the crit was required. Then Solrock came out. Magikarp went down to Psychic, of course. Then Xatu hit us with Confuse Ray as Solrock set up a Sunny Day, and we used Fake Tears to soften up Solrock. We fought through the confusion and hit an Ice Beam for a one-shot on Solrock, so we didn't need to worry about Flamethrower as Xatu started building up their own Calm Minds. Lunatone wasn't doing much with Psychic, so I just started using Return on Xatu, as they started using Hyper Potions to keep him up. As we took him down though, Lunatone set up Light Screens, so I decided to just spam Fake Tears. Thing is, he kept spamming Calm Mind, so he was getting some of his special defense back, as well as getting lots of special attack. Funny thing is, despite him getting lots of special attack from all the Calm Minds, he just kept using Calm Mind to try and undo our Fake Tears. The moment Light Screen wore off, we just one-shot him with Ice Beam. Weird fight, but I'll take it. Now, just because the Psychic Gym is down doesn't mean we have it easy. Feel like I've been saying that a lot this run. We've got both the Water Gym coming up, as well as the Water-type Pokemon Champion to worry about, and we don't really learn any moves that deal with Water types. Ice Beam and Flamethrower aren't gonna work, so we'll probably have to rely on Return a lot. It could be worth ditching Fake Tears at some point for something else, but I'm not really sure what I'd even take. We pretty much already have our best moves. Let's just take down Archie and then see how the Water Gym goes. Well, Archie was no problem at all. The only reason he did any damage was because Crobat is so fast, but even then, we just healed back up with Shell Bell. Has Archie ever been an issue? Let's go do the Water Gym. First was Love Disc, who was a one-shot with return, and second was Whiskash, who just hardly held on and managed to take a decent chunk out of us with Earthquake. We did heal up a decent amount though, just off our Shell Bell when taking them down. Celio was almost a one-shot, but only hit us with a weak Water Pulse before going down. Crawdaunt managed to hit a Crabbed Hammer, but it didn't do much more than Water Pulse. And last was Kingdra, who went for double team but didn't manage to dodge at all, so it was an easy win. Last before the Elite Four is Wally. Literally the only move he hit the whole fight was Future Sight, and that move sucks. I don't even know why he went for it. Surely he's gotta have something better he could have done. Right? Who am I kidding? It's Wally. There's nothing better he could have done. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. 155 attack is actually a little bit above the average for this point in the game, but not by that much. I'm actually a little bit worried about our low special defense, but at least our health is passable. Plus, the Shell Bell might help offset it a bit. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dart Trainer Sydney. First is Mighty Anna, and we actually lost a few tries to getting sand attacked and wrecked by confusion. Well, on this try we got sand attacked as well, but at least we took him down fast. Second was Crawdaunt, and we missed a return, but he never actually hit us before we ended him. Shiftry was of course a one-shot with Flamethrower, and Cacturn almost was, but we missed the first one and got our speed lowered. It's alright, the second one took him down. Last was Absol, and of course we missed, but he was doing almost nothing, so it really wasn't a problem. We just had to miss a ton first. Like usual, he went down. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First is her Dusclops that just spams Protect and tries to get us to run out of power points with pressure, so I just kept switching between Flamethrower and Ice Beam to try and preserve as many power points as possible. Unfortunately, we got confused in the process and actually hit ourselves a bit, but at least it didn't last long. Second was another Dusclops, and right away we crit with Ice Beam for tons of damage, as it whittled us down with Earthquake. Thanks to her Citrus Berry, our second Ice Beam didn't quite take it down, so we got hit by another Earthquake. Then she healed back up. She landed a third Earthquake to take us to just above red health as we took her down, so I was feeling pretty doomed. Bayonet is out next, and although we could two-shot it, she used Grudge, so it drained the rest of our flamethrowers as she went down. I'll need to use an elixir after the fight. On the second Bayonet, I hit an Ice Beam for huge damage, then we went down to red health off her Thunderbolt. Then she full restored. Would you stop doing that? I only have a few power points left. Alright, well the next Ice Beam froze her, so we took her down. Last was Sableye, and she thankfully hardly hurt us with Shadow Ball, so 2 Ice Beams took it down. That was a lot closer than I expected. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia, and man, this one took quite a few tries. The first Celio isn't that bad, it just always uses Hail, so we lose some health to that. The problem is Walrein. It hits real hard with Surf and has a Citrus Berry. Now, sometimes Return does almost exactly half her health and damage, but it doesn't always, so there's some luck involved. In this attempt, I tried to use Flamethrower to make sure that the third attack would make her faint rather than bringing her into full restore range. It didn't work in the end, and she used it anyway, but then my next returns were just strong enough for the knockout. It was a bad exchange, but at least it was a knockout. Glalie right after was a one-shot with Flamethrower. We really needed that. Would you look at our health? The second Celio just made it hail again, so she went down fine, and last was another one-shot on Glalie. I really hope I don't have to do this fight again. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First is Shelgon, who usually spams Protect, but he didn't this time, so he was just a one-shot with Ice Beam. Flygon is double weak to Ice, so one shot took him down too. Salamence is also double weak to Ice Beam, but it hits us with a Wicked Flamethrower first to take us to just below half health. Kingdra was a two-shot with Return, but took us to low health off Surf, and last was Altaria, who was a one-shot with Ice Beam. Not too bad, but I expected this fight would go okay. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First is Wailord, so I went for Return for half his health and damage. We totally lucked out though, and his Blizzard missed, so no damage taken in that fight. Whiskash just used Amnesia, so it never hit us either. Doesn't that Whiskash have Earthquake? Maybe I'm misremembering. Water Onix is next, and thankfully we don't get attack drop, so Return still did pretty well. He did use Dragon Dance to get more attack and speed though, then he smartly used it to drop us down to about a quarter of our health with Earthquake. Tentacruel ended up being a one-shot thanks to a critical Return. That may have just saved us. Ludicolo scared me when he went for double team, but he failed to actually dodge anything, so it went fine. And last was Melodic, who took half his health and damage off Return, but healed with a berry, then hit us for tons of damage. On the next hit though, we got the knockout. That was absolutely within a damage range. I bet 8 out of 10 attempts, I would have lost that. The Pokemon gods are in our favor tonight. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. There's a post-game fight with Steven Stone. It's always a brutal fight, but I think we actually stand a chance. We've got Ice for his ground types and Fire for his steel types. This might actually go well for once. So the first try at Steven went pretty poorly. Skarmory was real easy since it couldn't really do anything to us, but Claydol was faster than us and messed us up with Earthquake. Even with a crit, we couldn't one-shot it, and then he just uses full restores. It's fine, nobody thought we were gonna take down all 6 of his fully evolved Pokemon while we're at the same level as him, right? You guys always tell me to use rare candy cheats in the post-game since the challenge is already over, so I'll just eat a few and come back. Level 85. Skarmory goes the same, and this time we're faster than Claydol. The speed advantage lets us win, but we still lose over half of our health to just one Earthquake. After that was Aggron though, and he's got Earthquake too, so we went down. Yeah, I should have used Flamethrower, but it's not like it would have been a one-shot. Level 90. This time Claydol went way better, not hitting us once thanks to using Reflect. Because of that, we were able to take down Aggron. It looks like there's a damage range though. We can't always take him down with 2 Flamethrowers. It doesn't matter though, because right after that is his third Pokemon who uses Earthquake, the pseudo-legendary Metagross. Okay, this fight is rough, but I still think it's possible. Level 95, Claydol was a one-shot with a critical Ice Beam, and Aggron went down in 2 Flamethrowers while still damaging us quite a bit with Earthquake. Thanks to the slight extra bit of health, we even hung on from Metagross's Earthquake and took him down too. Next was Armaldo though, and we did very little damage and went down to Water Pulse. Ouch. I think I might need Fake Tears on that one, but I'll need more health. Level 100, it went literally the exact same way as level 95, but we could survive Water Pulse. We did tons of damage after using Fake Tears, but we still just don't have the health to hang on. We are so close to the end of the fight too, considering I bet I can one-shot Credilli. Okay, well, it's post-game, so I can get on the SS title and get leftovers. Maybe that'll give us enough health to win. Alright, so this one took a few tries and was just wild. This entire fight will either go the exact same as with the Shell Bell, or much better depending on the damage that Earthquakes do to us, since there's a pretty wide range actually. But on this one, we ended up at Armaldo with pretty good health. It was just enough to survive both hits, but then it took over an entire minute to finish him off because he just kept chugging full restores. Like a comedic amount of full restores. He may as well have just been healing us because all of the extra turns made us heal to the point that we almost had green health by the time he went down. Last was Credilli, and we actually didn't one-shot him, but he just used Ingrain, so we easily took him down in one hit. What a weird Steven fight. I thought that would be so much easier. Earthquake is just a crazy move. You know what? Good run suggestion. I was worried Mawile would be too easy because it's got better stats than what we usually use, but the total lack of steel moves combined with not having great moves for a lot of Gen 3 bosses made it a surprisingly challenging run. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge will be next week on Saturday like usual, when I do Pokemon Crystal with only gift Pokemon. I think. I might do Gold with the Rivals team instead. I don't know, I'm gonna do both of them at some point. Also, normally I do Gold, but Crystal actually has more gift Pokemon, so hey, some new battles. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Alright, outro time. What do I even talk about? Well, spring's here, although if you live in southern Ontario, Canada like me, you know that spring is a myth and that it basically just skips straight from winter to summer. Means it's basically boiling hot in my home studio right now. It's a real small room, not much ventilation and everything, but very easy to sound treat so that my audio usually sounds pretty good. That's nice. Don't like how hot it gets in here though. Although the warmer weather has been nice for when I go outside and I do my gardening. It's been nice to get back to gardening again. Can't really do that in the winter for obvious reasons of it's snowing. I haven't really been up to much recently, other than working and working and working loads, because that's what I do. Already starting on the next challenge run, by the way, which is going to be the Gift Pokemon one. I just got started on it a little bit after that previous section of voiceover. I just had to look into it a bit more and make sure that there wasn't anything that was going to massively slow me down on day one of playing. You know how it is. And you guys already probably know the fun thing I'm gonna do on the Gen 2 Gift Run Pokemon Challenge thing. I feel like half those words were in the wrong order, but it doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about if you saw the first Gift Pokemon Run. I don't know how many of the people responding to the tweets will know, so there's always that fun little bit of surprise there. I'm interested to see how that's gonna go. I'm having a fun time with it. Not much to talk about, though. I really just need to get back to work. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everybody, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one cast form was a fast and fun run. Let's follow that up with a more complicated one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with only normal moves? So this might be a weird one. Instead of being locked to a type of Pokemon, we're locked to a type of move. Emerald has some solid normal types, so we have something to work with, but at the same time, being locked to only normal moves in Gen 3 means that we can only ever use our attack stat, not our special attack. That alone is a bit rough, but knowing that we'll never have a move that's super effective is even worse. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think that I can beat the game like this, but I doubt I'll have enough time to grind up the team to beat Steven. I mean, the guy has steel types. It's gonna be rough. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use normal moves. I'll need other Pokemon to use non-normal HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those moves in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need for the randomizer this time, I just grabbed Mudkip at the start. He doesn't learn many good normal moves, but he does learn Foresight pretty early, so that'll at least give us an answer for ghosts, if there's any in the early game. I don't really remember there being many. So for once, we actually have plenty to do in the first part of the game. First, I go around rounding up the normal types early in the game that we care about. So first I catch a few Zigzagoon. We might use one of the best of the ones we catch, but for now they're mostly on the team to pick up stuff because they have the pickup ability, and it's wonderful. While I'm in the woods, I make sure to catch a Slackoth. It's really weak now, and I don't know if I'll ever bother turning it into a Slacking since it has Truant, but evolving it into Vigoroth and keeping it there might be worth it. Last before the Rock Gym, I went to the cave north of town to catch a Whismur. These guys learn some pretty good normal moves, so it's gonna be cool to finally get to use one of these and actually evolve it. Plus, it learns Screech eventually, and that'll be nice. This is when the grind really begins, though. I decided that the main Pokemon I want to train up for this fight is a Zigzagoon, since they learn Headbutt super early and it's the best normal move that we can learn right now. Not only does it do the most damage, but it has a flinch chance on it. It's pretty slow to grind here, but we're gonna have to for at least a little while. At level 18, I gave the Rock Gym a try and quickly realized that this isn't gonna work without either a lot more grinding or more trained up Pokemon. We weren't even able to take down the first Geodude thanks to her potions. Defense Curl really weakens our headbutts, and although the occasional flinch is nice, it's not exactly saving us. Our second strongest Pokemon was Mudkip, but he's only level 10 and uses Tackle, so he couldn't really do anything. I decided I'd get Zigzagoon to level 20 to evolve it, then get Whismur up to at least level 15. I'm skeptical about if that's gonna be enough, but we don't really have many choices right now. Alright, I'm gonna need you to prepare yourself on this one, because my next try on the Roxanne fight was hilariously lucky. I'm not even gonna pretend I earned this. On her first Geodude, we made her flinch with 2 headbutts in a row, not only getting us to waste one of her potions, but taking her down without getting hit. Then, on the second Geodude, it goes for Rock Tomb twice, missing both times before going down. Last was Nosepass, who instantly missed a Rock Tomb, but managed to land a second one. She ate a berry to heal a little bit, but our next headbutt flinched her again, so she lost a turn. She hit us with one last Rock Tomb before we landed the final hit. I know Rock Tomb misses a lot, but that was incredible. With that done, we go straight to Dewford to grab the Silk Scarf. It's a held item that makes our normal moves 10% stronger in Gen 3, so it's going to be a pretty important item for squeezing a bit more power out of our moves. The local gym is the fighting one though, and I don't think we're ready for it yet, so I go ahead to Slateport and fight every trainer I can to prepare. Let's just hope this is enough. Fighting gym time. I was pretty worried about this one because of how hard Vital Throw hits, but thanks to the Silk Scarf, our headbutts did incredible amounts of damage, so the fight really wasn't that bad at all. Before we can make progress, we have another rival fight. It was super easy though. Despite the small level lead, Headbutt just destroys his whole team. Now, before we can try the electric gym, I decided to try and take out the trainers in the area. Steel types are always going to be a problem in this run, and I know that the gym leader has a Magneton. We're also likely to get paralyzed since some of his team has the ability Static. Return isn't till after this gym too, so our move choice is pretty limited. I mean, we don't really learn anything good until Vigoroth at level 31, and none of our Pokemon are that high a level, so grinding is pretty much required. At the Electric Gym, Watson's first 2 Pokemon went down in 1 hit each from Headbutt, then it was out to Magneton. Right away we hit a Tail Whip, but got paralyzed off Thunder Wave, so it was looking rough. We ended up trading attacks for a little while until we took him down, but we're in red health, so we switched to Loudred for Magnetric. He started with Howl for some reason, so I just started with Outrage. It did alright damage, but Magnetric's Shockwave took us down fast. I sent Vigoroth out next to use Yawn. We got paralyzed early on, but managed to Encore Thunderwave just before he fell asleep. It ended before he woke up though, so I just went for a Scratch and another Yawn as he woke up, although we fainted soon after. As Magnetric fainted, we switched into our nearly fainted Linoon to land a few headbutts for the win. I wasn't sure I was going to win that one. Also, oh my god, I don't know if my throat's going to win this one. Do you hear this? It's getting so hoarse all of a sudden. Alright, lots of travel up next. The next major battle is the first Maxi fight, but there's a lot of trainers between here and there. Normally, if I'm going to skip trainers in an Emerald challenge, this is around where I'd start, but in multiple Pokemon runs, you actually require a lot more experience. We're trying to keep multiple Pokemon strong enough to be useful while still having a handicap after all, so it requires more experience than you'd typically need in a regular playthrough. Oh, that reminds me, I was talking a few weeks ago about how I got a new emulator for these runs. Well, this one has auto-fire buttons, so instead of mashing the A or B button to skip through long dialogue or to get through grinding, I can hold a button instead. It's hardly any faster, but honestly after 2.5 years of doing these Pokemon challenges, I gotta start worrying about the health of my hands. I mean, the A button on my controller is pretty much destroyed from grinding, so just think about what damage that must be doing to the joints in my thumb. An auto-fire button seems like a sensible solution, especially since it doesn't change the difficulty of the run at all. Anyway, Maxi time. Mightyena is first, so our attack is cut due to Intimidate right from the start. Thanks to that and him using a super potion, we lost almost half of our health and got sand attacked before he went down. So we switched to Loudred to deal with Zubat. Loudred can't be affected by sound-based moves, so Zubat doesn't use the Supersonic. We took him down with Uproar. Last was Camerupt, so we hit it with Yawn before Vigoroth lost half her health with Magnitude. Thankfully, we have Slack Off, so we used it to keep us healthy until he fell asleep, then used Scratch till we took him down. It took a while thanks to potions, but it wasn't too bad. Great combo. Right after that is the Fire Gym. First was Numel and Slugma, who were both one-shots. After that was Camerupt, who only took 2 headbutts but did tons of damage to Linoon with Overheat. Linoon? I still don't know if I get that right. Last was Torkoal, and we got lucky with a flinch on the first round, but went down on the second. Out to Vigoroth for Yawn, and Torkoal started a Sunny Day, so we encored her to make sure that she can't hit us. We started scratching, but it really wasn't doing much. Right when we were about to win, she fully healed with a Hyper Potion, so we had to put her to sleep again. We actually managed to, thanks to Encore lasting so long, but it still didn't save us, as she eventually woke up and used Overheat during the harsh sun to one-shot us. Our last trained Pokemon is Loudred, so we sent him out and used Supersonic, but he just went down in one hit too. Okay, I still think this is pretty possible. I come back just a few levels higher. This time, Camerupt never landed a hit thanks to it just using Sunny Day. First against Torkoal, we confused it with Supersonic from Loudred, then started using Pound. We got lucky with quite a few hits from Confusion, but we still obviously went down. I was just trying to bait out Overheat so that we could get her to waste her White Herb. Next we sent in Linoon to spam Headbutt. We ended up getting paralyzed on her first Body Slam though, because of course we did. After that she used Overheat, lowering her special attack but finishing us off. Last was Vigoroth, so I yawned, then got paralyzed on Body Slam again. We lucked out though and managed to hit a critical slash on the next round for a knockout. Now, next up we have to go back to the start of the game for the normal gym, but on my way I thought I would take the root fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Okay, I took the footage for this fossil gag from a different one of my challenges. Look, I'm busy, I gotta go catch something. So while we were in the area of the normal gym, I decided to catch another Slackoth. Our Vigoroth is awesome and his moves are really fun, but I don't think I ever want to evolve him into a Slacking, so I'm catching another one. This one's job is just to wear the experience share and become a Slacking one day. Then we'll give him Return and a Silk Scarf and use him to take down especially tanky targets. He'll have the Truant ability so he won't get to act every other turn, but when he does hit, he's gonna hit like a freight train. Alright, normal gym time. Spinda was first, but it only did a bit of damage before going down to 2 slashes. Second was Slacking, so right away we yawned as he blew his first turn using Counter. Thanks to his really high health and healing items, we had to put him to sleep multiple times and use quite a few slashes before he actually went down, and we did end up taking some damage in the process. Next he sent out his own Vigoroth, so I took the chance to heal a little bit with Slackoff, while getting a few slashes in when we can. It didn't take too long before he went down, and last was his Linoon, who we ended up one-shotting with a critical slash, making us the superior normal trainer. After that, we have the long hike north to the flying gym. I remember that she has a Skarmory, so that might cause issues, what with it being the first steel type that we actually have to fight. There's pretty much no way that we'll have a Slacking for that fight unless we grind a lot, so I'll just have to get the levels I can on my way to prepare. Oh, and of course, on my way is the last rival fight that's required, but it's always super easy. Let's go to the flying gym. Alright, this attempt was insane. First, Swablu was a one-shot with Slash, and second was Tropius. Right away she used Sunny Day, so we encored it to waste her time and got a yawn in. Thanks to that, we easily took her down before she woke up. Third was Pelipper, and she likes to spam Protect, so we ended up wasting a lot of power points before we could deal any damage. By the time we finally hit Yawn, we got confused, so I just switched to Linoon and started headbutting. Right before the feint though, she used a potion, so it took a few more hits. All she did was miss Supersonic some more though, so we were good. Next is the real threat though, Skarmory. Right away, we have Vigoroth yawn to put it to sleep and we start slashing, while using Slack Off to stay healthy when we need it. Steel Wing doesn't do incredible damage to us, but it can raise her defense, and in fact she ended up doing just that. We almost got her to faint, but she just used a Hyper Potion to stay healthy. Things got worse when shortly after we got Sand Attacked, so I had to switch to our lower leveled Vigoroth. We landed a few weak hits of strength before getting Sand Attacked again, so we yawned and switched back out to Linoon. Right away though, we got crit by Steel Wing and she raised her defense. As she fell asleep from the yawn, we tried to start hitting Tail Whips, but almost right away she woke up and fainted us. Back out to the original Vigoroth, and we hit Yawn, but were forced to switch yet again after a Sand Attack, so it's out to Loudred, who couldn't do anything more than a sliver in damage. We managed to cause confusion, but it really didn't save us for long and Loudred went down. Back out to Vigoroth again, and it's right back to yawning, then getting Sand Attacked and needing to switch. Once again, we just try to juggle Yawn, Slack Off, and switching between our Vigoroths when we get hit by Sand Attack. The lower leveled Vigoroth didn't last long though, so it's out to our original again. We actually ended up running out of yawns at this point, making it much harder. I was hoping for a critical slash to win us the fight, but instead we just started getting hit by Sand Attack. We brought her all the way down into red health, finally finished her off, then I remembered that Winona still has an Altaria. We tried healing with Slack Off and slashing, but we missed thanks to Sand Attack, ran out of slashes, and lost. We were so close. I decided to come back just a few levels higher and with a new strategy. This time against Skarmory, I put him to sleep and swapped out to Linoon early to Tail Whip as much as I could. It worked out great with us getting 6 Tail Whips in right on the first sleep. As soon as we finished getting all 6, we switched into Vigoroth, who just ended up getting crit and Sand Attacked, but not before getting a yawn in. Who switched to Linoon, who took a hit before the sleep kicked in and easily headbutt Skarmory down while she slept. Even with 6 Tail Whips, the damage we were dealing wasn't amazing. Last was Altaria, so we yawned right away. She spammed out some Dragon Dances, but our slashes did pretty decent damage. We went down to red health, but finally managed to win in the process. After that brutal fight, let's take another quick look at our team. Of the ones that we're really actually going to use here, we have 2 Vigoroths, Loudred, and Linoon. Loudred is super underleveled and has terrible moves, but I think he could have some use once we level him up more, and I'm starting to feel like Linoon is falling behind until he saved us with Tail Whip in that last fight. Loudred will learn Screech at level 37 though, so that might totally replace our need for Tail Whip. Our main Vigoroth is still our strongest hitter right now, although the backup Vigoroth will take the lead once he evolves. Overall, we're looking okay, but we still need to fight a lot of trainers. The next gym is the Psychic Gym, so it's almost always hard. But in this run, where we only have normal moves, it'll be extra tough, considering half of their team is Rock type. Thankfully, there are a lot of trainers between us and them, so let's get fighting. Alright, it's Maxi time. Vigoroth is first, but we're not going to deal great damage with Slash, mostly thanks to his Intimidate ability. He didn't hit us very hard in return though, so we didn't take much damage before he went down. For Crobat, we switched out to the weaker Vigoroth to remove our attack debuff, and we basically went for the same tactic. Yawn, Slack Off, and Slash. Thanks to a couple of crits, we actually got a pretty easy knockout. Last was Camerupt, but he wasted his time spamming Amnesia to prepare for all those special attacks that I'm not using. We took an Earthquake but hung on with 4 health to get the knockout. After that was the always brutal Psychic Gym. This wasn't even remotely close though. We tried over and over and we couldn't get a single one of them to faint. We couldn't even get to our Rock types, and that's with insanely good sleep luck. Our whole team are lower levels than theirs, and our handicap is pretty huge. Naturally, we have to grind. Grinding here is horrible, and I'm sure that you full well knew that. We have to evolve one of our Vigoroths and get at least enough levels on the rest of the team for them to survive the battle. I'm thinking if we can get our 4 good Pokemon up to level 40 each, then maybe that'll be enough? Hey, while I'm grinding, could you do me a favor and watch a video from my friend Mel? She recently got her channel deleted by a YouTube bot by mistake, and she's had to deal with months of YouTube only replying to her with more bots. Like, in her forum post about how the YouTube bot messed up with her channel, the YouTube forum bots deleted her post thinking it was a duplicate. Then the YouTube Twitter bot replied to her completely misunderstanding what was even being said. It's insane, and I'm sure it doesn't surprise any of you because you've probably seen this happen with other YouTubers. Click the link in the card if you want to see her vlog about this. I'll put it in the description too. It's been months and nothing's been fixed, so I'm just doing what I can to put some attention on it. It's depressing, but YouTube doesn't fix anything unless there's a public outcry about it. Trust me, we've tried to go through all of the normal avenues. I try again a bunch more times at level 40. This battle is super random, so it really does take quite a few tries to know how possible things are, and although we're able to take down their first 2 Pokemon, it wasn't without tons of trouble. In the end, we went down mostly because they only need to use Calm Mind once before their Psychics just demolish us. Slacking is probably ready for return now, so I'll give that to him. Get a few more levels, and just see if that works. Okay, we're back a few levels later. This time between Slash and Return, we actually took down Claydol before he could let off a single attack, and Xatu was using Calm Mind, so we didn't get taken down just on the first round. In fact, it seems like they both like to spam Calm Mind on this round, and although it's nice to not get hit early, I also know it doesn't take many Calm Minds before they can one-shot us with Psychic, and of course that's exactly what happened to Vigoroth not long later. I thought it could be over because Xatu healed with a Hyper Potion and took out Exploud pretty soon after. Thankfully, Slacking's return hit incredibly hard, so he was able to take down Xatu. After that, we had a numbers advantage on Solrock, so it didn't last much longer. This fight's never easy. Hey, it's time for the only Archie fight. Mightyena went down pretty quickly from return, and second was Crobat, so I sent in Vigoroth. Right away, we were able to almost get a one-shot with a crit, but he healed with a Super Potion. It's fine. We're faster, so we still took him out no problem. Last was Sharpedo, and we almost took him out right away too, but then he hit Swagger, we hit ourselves in confusion, he slashed us, and then we finally got the last hit. We fainted through Rough Skin at the same time, but we still have a full party, so we win. Time for the last gym, the Water Gym. Love Disc was a one-shot with return, and it's out to Vigoroth for Whiscash. One crit almost took it down, and his Earthquake wasn't that dangerous. He used a Hyper Potion, but we couldn't follow up with a knockout since we only deal enough damage on a crit. Thanks to that, we took another hit before we took him down. Out to Slacking to one-shot Celio with return, and then it's out to Linoon for Crawdaunt. We did alright damage, and Crabhammer was really messing us up, but then we got a flinch, so he went down soon after. Last was Kingdra, so it's out to Slacking for the big return. He hung on though and used Ice Beam and Rest, plus a berry to wake himself up instantly. It didn't matter though, because our very next return crit for a one-shot. Okay, one last fight before the Elite Four, and it's Wally. Altaria's first, and we nearly one-shot it with Return. It actually worked great, since that got him to use a full restore, and even with all of our missed turns from Truant, he still only hit us once and it didn't do much. Delcatty went up against Vigoroth, but hardly managed to do any damage before going down, and for Magneton it's back out to Slacking to brute force it. We lost some defense and got confused, but thankfully didn't hit ourselves, so we still got an easy knockout. Roselia's next, so I had Linoon spam Headbutt for a shockingly easy knockout, and last was Gardevoir, who only let off a Future Sight before going down in a couple of headbutts. Wally is always so easy. Alright, we're right before the Elite Four, so let's take a look at our stats a bit. It's not too bad for a little 4-man team, and I'm really happy with the moves on Vigoroth and Slacking, but I really don't think we're ready for Phoebe. She's got 5 Ghost-type Pokemon, so we'd have to switch into Linoon for Odor Sleuth pretty often. I know that they can't use some of their Ghost moves on us, but they also still have strong moves of other types, so we should at least grind until we match her level, so about 50. Let me tell you, this grind is slow. Our Pokemon hit reasonably hard considering their moves aren't that powerful, but the best place to grind also has tons of Steel types, and we always have to run away from them. Seriously, Steel types are just about brick walls. We have to resort to Tail Whip and Screech every time a trainer has one. It has me worried that I won't have enough time to beat Steven Stone in the post-game fight. I mean, he starts with Skarmory, and the last one that I fought was the single hardest to take down Pokemon we've fought in this whole challenge, so I'm not really feeling good about my chances. That's later, though. I have to worry about the Elite Four first. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Drac Trainer Sydney. Awesome. I can't spell. Mightyena is first, so of course we have less attack due to Intimidate, and thanks to that, we didn't get a one-shot. As soon as we got Sand attacked, I switched to Vigoroth, and they used a full restore. Thankfully, we don't lose attack just switching in to deal with Mightyena, so although we lost tons of health to some crunches, we did get the knockout. Shiftry ended up being a one-shot with Slacking's Return, and out to Linoon to deal with Cacturn. Right away, Headbutt made me flinch, so we never took a hit. Crawdaunt managed to hang on with a Sliver from Return and used another full restore, but our follow-up return took him down, so he must have been in a damage range. Last was Absol, so I had Linoon headbutt our way to victory. Thanks to a crit, it was pretty fast. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Right away, it's her Dusclops that spams Protect and has the ability Pressure, so we use extra power points against her. We have to use Odor Sleuth from Linoon on each individual Ghost Pokemon before our normal moves can hit them. As soon as she confuses us, I switched to Slacking and spammed Return until one finally got past Protect, getting us a knockout. For the first Bayonet, we just spammed Headbutt after Odor Sleuth, and it actually worked out, getting a bunch of flinches. For Sableye, we hit Odor Sleuth, then switched right out to Slacking so we could hit it with Return. Sableye got a few double teams in, but we still landed our first hit for a one-shot. For the second Bayonet, we hit Odor Sleuth, but lost some health to Psychic, so I played it safe and tagged out to Slacking for the one-shot with Return. Last was her final Dusclops, but right after we hit Odor Sleuth, we got one-shot by a critical Earthquake. I sent Slacking in right after, and we did great damage with Return, just to end up taking quite a bit of damage from a critical Ice Beam soon after. We still won with Return in the end, though. I'm really happy that Linoon was able to hang on as long as he did. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Celio was first, and on the first round he made it Hail, so I decided to Encore it. We also put her to sleep, but our slashes really weren't doing a ton of damage, so she ended up using a full restore before I could finish her off. Hilariously enough, as soon as the Hail ended and the Encore was over, she just used Hail again anyway, so we didn't really take too much damage. Out to Slacking, and we actually don't one-shot Glalie thanks to being the same level. We ended up taking an absolute beating before we could land another hit though, and Slacking actually fainted. That's really bad. Vigoroth was able to finish it, but she still has most of her team. For the second Celio, we just put her to sleep and Encore her Hail like the first one. Hail does chip away at us, but we have Slack off, so it's not that hard to heal. Hail is all she got to use during the whole exchange. Next up is another Glalie again, and I went to put her to sleep, but she used Explode, so there goes Vigoroth. Last is Walrein, so I have Linoon start headbutting. It wasn't doing much, but Walrein was just using Sheer Cold over and over, missing each time. We got her down to low health, but we got frozen off Ice Beam and finished. All we have left is Explode. Right away, we lose tons of health to Ice Beam and miss our own Hyper Beam. Such a bad first round. On the second round, we got dropped to only 10 health before landing our Hyper Beam for the knockout. I'm so thankful that Hyper Beam only has to recharge if you hit with it. Fourth is Draken Trainer Drake. It starts with his Shelgon, who loves to spam Protect. He doesn't really hit that hard with Rock Tomb, but his Dragon Claw is dangerous enough that we have to use Slack Off to stay healthy. Because of that and his full restore, we ended up fainting to Double Edge before we ever took him down. So that's a terrible start. Linoon was able to finish it by flinching him with Headbutt, then finishing it off. Altaria took massive damage off a return from slacking, then crit us with a Double Edge to bring herself into red health, then hit a Dragon Breath that fully paralyzed us, and we only got the knockout because she took more damage and recoil off another Double Edge. I'm not feeling confident. Well, Kingdra's out, and we're out of Headbutts, so I just used Covet, a pretty underwhelming normal move. Kingdra just ended up buffing a bunch, then taking us out. Exploud managed to take Kingdra out with a couple of stomps, but it was only thanks to a crit. As Flygon came out, we had almost no health left, and our only backup was a nearly fainted and paralyzed Slacking, so we lost. We didn't even make it to Salamence, so we're not even close to ready. Okay, we're back, with a few more levels on everybody. This time, Shelgon deals much less damage because we never give him a chance to spam Dragon Claw, although he does waste tons of time with Protect, and Altaria just ended up being a one-shot with Return. This time with Kingdra, we spammed Screech with Exploud and managed to get 2 in before nailing a one-shot with Hyper Beam. Flygon is a one-shot with Return, and then is out to Exploud for Salamence. Our attack is down due to Intimidate, but we're mostly just sending in Exploud to use Screech. We get a few in, but obviously faint in the process. As soon as we do, though, we switch back into Slacking and hit Return for the one-shot. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Right off the bat, it's Whale Lord, and we hit a Return to bring him all the way to a Sliver. Amazingly, he was using a Water Spout, and its damage is based off his current health, so even with his crit, he did almost nothing. He healed after, but we just took him out right after for an awesome start to the fight. Out to Linoon for Tentacruel, since I don't mind if she gets hit with Toxic. We totally lucked out though, and caused flinches on the first 2 headbutts, so we took him down without getting hit. Ludicolo's next, but he went down to 1 return, and next up is Whiscash, so I have Vigoroth start slashing. Surf hurts quite a bit, but we put him to sleep pretty easily once I realized it won't be a 2-slash fight. Once he fell asleep, we healed back up with Slack Off, then crit a slash to almost take him down, but he woke up fast and hit us again, then healed. After that, I tried to keep slashing him till he went down, but he ended up using another full restore. In the end, we went down to an Earthquake and had to finish it by having Linoon headbutt it, but not before taking a Hyper Beam. Back into Slacking to hit Return on Water Onix, but thanks to the attack drop from Intimidate, we didn't even bring him to red health. All he did was use Dragon Dance 3 times though, so we easily finished him off. I have no idea why he did that, to be honest. Last was Melodic, so I sent in Exploud to open with Screech. Thanks to him wasting time with Toxic, we actually got 2 Screeches in before going down. After that, we sent in Slacking to follow up with Return for the one-shot, beating the Pokemon Champion. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. I don't really have a ton of time to grind up the team for the post-game Stephen Stone fight, and I'm not really feeling confident considering 5 of the 6 Pokemon resist Normal type, and his whole team are higher levels than us by a lot. Okay, how about I spend the next hour or so grinding, then I give it a few tries and we just see how it goes. So right off the bat, I tried to hit Skarmory with Return, but it hardly did anything, and shortly after we got hit with Toxic. So this is a rough start. I switched to Exploud to go for Screech and managed to get 2 in before we have to switch back to Slacking. Although no one source of damage is huge, the Spikes, Poison, and Steel Wing all come together to really take their toll. Still, 1 return to the job, out to Vigoroth for Armaldo, and we yawn. Then he took out tons of our health with Ancient Power. We healed, and he did it again, so as he fell asleep, we had to heal more. Once I slashed and did almost nothing though, I knew that this was probably over. We started throwing our whole team at him one by one just for them to keep getting taken down easily. I'm gonna try some more, but I think we're stuck at the moment. Here's a bunch of footage of me just trying this fight over and over. I wish I could spend more time grinding for this, but if I don't wrap this up soon, I'm gonna start making the challenge runs late. You know, I've had a lot of people say that I should use a rare candy cheat if we run into this kind of situation, but I've always avoided that because, well, it's literally cheating, you know? I mean, it's not against the rules technically, I set the rules, but it feels like it's the kind of thing you need to ask permission for, you know what I mean? Lots of people do ask me to do it though, at least if it's for the post-game fight. I get it. The general argument people use is that it doesn't decrease the difficulty of the challenge, all it does is cut down on the grinding time, so I have more time to make these. It makes sense, but I'd still rather ask you guys. Do you want me to do that? Let me know in the comments, but for today, I'll just leave this one alone. That was still a really fun run. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing another normal move run like this in other generations. There's a lot of bland normal moves, but there's also a lot of kind of cool ones that we don't get to use very often. So I'd like to try this again sometime. I really hope you guys like that run. No Pokemon challenge next week because I need to spend some time getting prepared for the runs after that. I don't know if you noticed, but Christmas is actually on a Saturday this year, so I get to do a Christmas run. So I actually have to prepare a lot for that. As always though, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Oh, and I started up a Let's Play of Brilliant Diamond recently. I've been streaming it both on YouTube and in Twitch. You can, links in the descriptions and everything, obviously. And all the recorded versions go up in a playlist here on YouTube. It's probably going to be a really long, casual, fun Let's Play that's just a bunch of streaming recordings of me hanging out with you guys and having a good time. Very casual. If that's your thing, check it out. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Gold with only one Pikachu was shockingly fast. Pun. So let's do another fun one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Kecleon? Kecleon is a weird one stats-wise, weighted more towards physical attack and special defense with very low speed. He's somewhat of a reactionary Pokemon due to his ability Color Change, as he turns him into whatever type hit him last. His moveset by level up is surprisingly robust, although so many of them are at level 1 that we won't actually have one of them until we get to the move relearner later in the game. Lastly, he can learn a ton of moves by TM, so our move variety should be pretty great this run. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can beat the Pokemon champion, but I'm skeptical on if I can beat Steven. I'm pretty 50-50 on that one. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use one Kecleon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Kecleon. Ours is Brave Nature, so more attack and less speed, so I'm pretty happy with that, although personally I'd prefer Defense. Ours is also Male, so Attract won't be able to carry me through the Steven fight. Looks like Thief is the level 1 move that I didn't start with, and that's a shame because it's the one I wanted the most. I named mine Hardy, since he'll be reinventing himself on a regular basis. Early game progress is actually much slower than you might expect, as our first May battle was a bit close. We don't really do much damage yet, and our moves all have low power, so the Rock Gym might give us issues. Naturally, I make sure to fight every trainer that I see to prepare myself as much as I can before I get to the first gym. Thankfully, the trainers were just enough to get me to level 17 before the first gym, getting a Psybeam. Our special attack isn't great, but neither is the special defense of a Geodude, so this might carry us. Roxanne's Rock Gym time. Things start good with her Geodudes, although I'm doing just a bit less damage than I expected. Neither one hurt me thanks to a lucky crit on the second one, but Nosepass is a different story. I quickly realized that I hardly hurt her, so I started using Lick to go for paralysis. Unfortunately, Roxanne's Nosepass has an Oran Berry, and she has 2 potions. Getting hit by Rock Tomb turns me to Rock type, so I resisted more of her moves, and honestly, without that, there would have been no chance of us winning at this level. But eventually, through good confusion luck off Psybeam, Attrition wins us the fight, and for the first time in forever, I don't need to hardcore grind just to beat Roxanne. The fighting gym wasn't quite as easy as I expected either. Although Machop was an easy one-shot, Meditite took less damage from Feint Attack than I expected. He never ended up getting a hit in on me due to Brawly's obsession with terrible moves like Focus Punch, but it took a while to take out. Last one was an easy one-shot on Makahita. I know it's weird to say that it's not as easy as expected when I didn't get hit, but we really do need more firepower. On our way to Moville's another rival fight. Lombre opens by growling at us, so although Scratch takes it out in 2 hits, our attack power is down. Next is Marsh Stomp, and we surprisingly get caught due to Bide. I start using Lick for its low power and chance to paralyze, but he lands Bide for most of our health. We nearly take him out, but Water Gun and Mud Shot are just too much and we faint. I try again a level higher and it goes much better. Lombre only hits Swift, Marsh Stomp uses Bite only after we hit our first scratch, so he isn't able to take us out with it, giving us a knockout with 24 health left. And Slugma goes down in 1 scratch for a safe victory. With that done, I decide to go to the Electric Gym rather than grinding on trainers just to see how we stack up. First is Voltorb, who turns us to Electric type with a Shockwave, but then self-destructs, so we're at half health and Normal type again. Electric goes down in 1 scratch due to the same type attack bonus though, so I can't complain too much. Magneton is just too much to deal with though. All of our attacks do almost no damage to him, and he slowly whittles us down with Shockwave and Sonic Boom. I'll need better moves and higher stats. I also go around leveling on trainers to get to level 31 so I can learn Slash. It's almost double the power of Scratch, and it's a high critical hit chance move, so it might be enough to carry us through. Finally, I'm at level 35 and I try again. This time Voltorb doesn't hit self-destruct, so we are much healthier, and Electrike is still a one-shot. Magneton paralyzes us right away as our critical slash takes it to half health. Shockwave hardly hurts us due to being electric type right now, but our slash brings him into super potion range. Sonic Boom brings us back to normal type, but it powers up our slash enough to take him out. Last is Manectric, who opens with a Howl for no good reason, so Slash brings him into range to eat its berry. It hits a critical Shockwave on us to bring us to low health, but we hit our last Slash for a much-needed victory. The trek to the next gym is a long one, but there's a lot of trainers on the way, so we get good amounts of experience and chances to level up. And considering how tough the next 2 gyms tend to be, I'm gonna need every level that I can get. The Maxi fight shows off an interesting part of how Kecleon works, as Mightyena bites us early, turning us to Dark-type, thus powering down Slash while we're in the middle of doing it, but powering up our feint attack that we use to one-shot Zubat. Camerupt then changes us to Ground-type so that we have to just brute force our way through. Easy fight, but it's interesting how we have to adapt to what the opponent is using. Fire Gym time. First we one-shot Numel and Slugma with Slash. Camerupt survives and uses Overheat, turning us to Fire-type. I'd finish her off, but she uses a Hyper Potion, as Feint Attack does pretty decent damage. Slash brings her down to a Sliver, as she sets up a Sunny Day, then uses another Hyper Potion. Feint Attack and Slash manages to get the knockout this time, thanks to it being within a damage range, though. Last is Torkoal, and Slash doesn't do much as she hits us with Attract. I keep slashing as she hits us with a Body Slam, turning us back to normal type and giving our Slash the strength it needed to get the win. I'm gonna need a few more levels to prepare for the normal gym, but on my way I took the Root Fossil. I know that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. You know, people genuinely were disappointed that I didn't do the fossil gag in the Shedinja video? I didn't go there because the Sandstorm just instantly kills Shedinja. Norman's normal gym goes great with us one-shotting Spinda, but Slacking is a beast. I hit Slash and his counter drops us to exactly 1 health. As I'm sure you'd expect, we didn't win that attempt. Second try and I used Lick first to stop counter, but he yawned instead, so we got 1 hit in and then spent the entire rest of the battle asleep. Third try, I somehow just end up slashing my whole way through. I don't just mean through Slacking, I mean through his whole team. Just one after another, no change in move or strategy. It's shocking how differently a fight can go if the opponent just keeps picking the wrong moves. You know, I've done a lot of these Pokemon challenges in the last few months. That means I've beaten the first 5 gens of Pokemon a ton back-to-back, and I have to say that Gen 3 does a really fantastic job of giving you a lot of trainers between gyms to level on and different environments to explore. It really helps keep the challenge interesting for me. Oh, and to everyone who's been asking why I haven't done a challenge for Gen 6, 7, or 8 yet, it's because I've never beaten them. One day I'll probably do challenges for them. Anyway, the May rival fight goes as well as usual, no real problems. The Flying Gym is a different story. Swablu goes down in 1 hit and Tropius only sets up Sunny Day before going down, but Skarmory is as awful as you'd expect. I slashed away at it for an entire minute before I finally went down. It's just too tanky and our moves are resisted. I'm either gonna need to level up more or change a move. I decided to go do the New Moville mini area since the reward for it is a TM for Thunderbolt, a fantastic 95 power, 100 accuracy electric move with a chance to paralyze. We may not be that great of a special attacker, but Thunderbolt is going to be leagues better than keeping Lick as part of the moveset. Now that I have Thunderbolt, the Flying Gym is a breeze, and the previously insanely difficult Skarmory is a simple one-shot to take down, so we can move on to the next area. Next is Team Megama's Maxi again. My attack is down from Mighty N as Intimidate, so I decide to just spam Thunderbolt. I take him out without getting hurt, but we do get hit by Scary Face, so our already bad speed is really low. Crobat misses Air Cutter, and I'm really lucky, because if I were Flying type for his Camerupt, Rock Slide would probably take me out easily. By the time Camerupt is out, I just use Slash 3 times. I get hit pretty hard, but hang on and win the fight. The next big battle is a double battle with the Psychic Gym leaders, so naturally I have to catch a Magikarp so I can do the fight without actually attacking them with anything extra, since they flat out won't fight you if you only have one Pokemon in the party. Psychic Gym time, but we can't even take down a single one of their 4 Pokemon. It's a 2-on-1 fight, and we don't hit nearly hard enough to take them down before they can end us. I have no choice but to go around grinding on trainers in the ocean again. It's rough, but at least I have a lot of attacking moves with plenty of power points, so I don't actually need to go back to the Poke Center very often. I also take the time to get a Shell Bell from the Shoal Cave. It's a held item that allows us to heal a little bit every time we deal damage. Considering how outnumbered we always are, we need any kind of healing that we can get. Finally, it's time to try the gym again, and this time goes better. I decide to take out Xatu with Thunderbolt right away. Next, I focus on Claydol with Feint Attacks to quickly take it out. Last, I Feint Attack Solrock until it goes down, and then start switching for Slash when fighting the now heavily buffed Lunatone, since its special defense is just way too high. It took a few tries to get the luck to line up just right, but honestly, I was expecting worse. Before we progress, we have to take down Archie, but he's just Maxi but weaker to electricity, so naturally he just doesn't stand a chance. Juan's Water Gym is next, and it goes perfectly. Until Kingdra. Juan fights like an absolute... Well, he fights like I do in half my challenges, spamming Double Team and Rest to try and outlast me. I have Feint Attack and it doesn't miss, so Double Team doesn't completely shut me down, but without a crit, I can't actually finish him off before he wakes up and uses Rest again. He can hardly hurt me thanks to Color Change and Shell Bell healing me, but I can hardly hurt him either. It doesn't help that Juan also has Hyper Potions. Eventually I ended up winning because I got him to half health and hit a lucky Thunderbolt to finish him. That was awful. With that done though, we just have Wally to deal with before the Elite Four. It requires a little bit of creativity between switching moves depending on what type I've most recently been switched to, but I was never in any real danger, so there isn't much to recap here, other than that we hit level 69. Nice. I do end up grinding for a while though. Considering Pokemon Champion Wallace loves moves like Toxic and Leech Seed, our high defenses aren't going to save us. We actually need to deal reliable damage or he'll just stall us out until the status afflictions finish us off. Here's our stats. I'm really happy with our attack, special defense, and health. Our defense is fine. I wish I had a little bit more special attack for Thunderbolt, and the speed is about as low as I expected. Make your final guesses on if we can beat the Elite Four or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Mightyona gets taken out in one critical hit, but Shiftry likes Double Team. Extrasensory turns me to Psychic type, a terrible type to be right now, and I end up missing a Slash. I get boosted, but also confused by Swagger as I take him out. Cacturne goes down in one Slash, and Crawdaunt is out. Although I could one-shot him, I ended up hitting myself twice and getting hit by Strength, so I'm almost down. Thunderbolt takes him out, and last is Absol. My health is low, but I'm back to being normal type, so I Slash for the win. I'm just lucky that Absol used Sword Dance rather than just finishing me off. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Her first Dusclops tried stalling me and wasting my power points with her pressure ability, but after a few hits, she went down. Her first Bayonet managed to hit Will-O-Wisp, burning us, and that's pretty much the start of the end. It's a long fight, and having a status affliction like this early on pretty much dooms us. We get far, making it all the way to her last Pokemon, but get whittled down and taken out. I'm gonna need to come back at a higher level. I try again at level 86. Dusclops still finds a way to waste too many of my Feint Attacks, but at least we deal more damage. Bayonet goes down in one critical Feint Attack. Sableye takes big damage from Thunderbolt, double teams, then goes down to Feint Attack, and the second Bayonet also gets one shot. Last is her last Dusclops, and even with her Berry to heal, it only takes 2 Feint Attacks, and its Earthquake hurts us badly. We lost a lot of power points, but it wasn't too bad. I heal it between battles and move on. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Thunderbolt easily takes out Celio, and Glalie is able to hang on and bring our already terrible speed down even more with Icy Wind. Although I'm not going to complain about being turned into Ice type. I mean, until a moment later when I'm turned back into Dark type and lose some special defense. Another Celio goes down to Thunderbolt, and fourth out is yet another Glalie, because I guess there weren't enough new Ice types in Gen 3? Also, saying Celio and Glalie back-to-back is really hard. Yes, I read your comments. It's not Celo, it's Celio. Sorry, I say things wrong. I'm trying my best, guys. And no, this is not some kind of conspiracy to get you to leave more comments. If I wanted more comments, I'd just do the fossil gag twice. That or I'd call PowerPoints PP and everyone would just make stupid jokes about that, but I say PowerPoints instead, which is actively bad for my channel. I'm just ranting now, sorry. Anyway, she starts up some hail, but it doesn't do much. What does hurt us is getting hit by Explosion, taking out most of our health. Last is Walrein, who nearly takes us out with Surf, as Thunderbolt brings her to a sliver of health. She full restores as I hit a second Thunderbolt, healing me by a surprising amount from Shell Bell. Just enough, in fact, to survive Surf and get the knockout. Awesome battle. In between fights, I replace Psybeam with Double Team since Psybeam really isn't pulling its weight anymore, and I don't stand a chance in the next fight without a better moveset. I also use a Max Elixir to top off my power points. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Shogun is first, and he mostly just tries to stall us with Protect, as he uses low accuracy moves, so I easily get my 6 double teams in without getting hit. Even with full restores, it only takes 2 slashes to take him out. Altaria is second, and Thunderbolt takes it to half health as we get turned to Flying type off a weak Aerial Ace. The second one crits us for much more damage, but we still win. Salamence is out, and his Intimidate drops our attack, as he's trying for Rock Slide since we're Flying type. Thunderbolt hits us hard, and I switch for Feint Attack to try and avoid dropping him into full restore range. I ended up getting hit with a Rock Slide, but it does less damage than I expected, so I just finished him with a Thunderbolt. Kingdra's next, and he hits us hard with Surf, and Slash doesn't do a ton, so we're in danger. He also starts using Dragon Dance to get stronger, but he misses the Body Slam that could have finished us off, and we ended him with Slash. Last is Flygon, and he's spamming Earthquake, a high accuracy move, so even with my double teams, I could get hit. Slash is hitting hard though, so I heal enough during the fight to survive the Earthquake that does hit, and then land the finishing blow to beat Drake. Shell Bell is a fantastic held item, I have to say. Finally, it's the Pokemon Champion Wallace. Wailord is first, so I start building up double teams. He hits me during the process, but he's focused on physical moves, so it doesn't actually do much. If he just started with Water Spout, I'd probably be in much worse shape, but he only hits it once, so it's not too bad. Even with his crazy health, Thunderbolt takes him out easily. Second is Ludicolo, and he's building double teams too, so I Thunderbolt him to try and paralyze him with no luck. I'm Water type, so he Giga Drains me into Grass type, stealing some health. Slash ends up critically hitting for the knockout before it gets too bad. Third is Milotic, who misses an Ice Beam. He's got Toxic, so he's very dangerous, but even with his great special defense, Thunderbolt hits hard. I sneak in a Feint Attack to try and avoid him landing in red, then another Thunderbolt to finish it, but not before getting turned into Ice type with an Ice Beam. Tentacruel easily goes down in 2 Thunderbolts, and fifth is Whiscash, so I start slashing. We get hit by Earthquake, and Ground is a bad type to be against a Water Trainer. Slash finishes it, and out comes his last Pokemon, Gyarados. Thankfully, I've got Thunderbolt, and he's flying in water, so Surf misses, and we one-shot him, becoming the new Pokemon champion. With that done, we're in the Hall of Fame, and we get the win, but there's still one part of the challenge left. We've got to at least attempt the battle with Steven Stone. We're gonna need to be level 100 for sure though, so I just keep fighting the Elite Four until I get to a high enough level to top off my level with rare candies. I also replace Slash with Brick Break, since all of Steven's team resists normal type, and this is the best move that we can learn between ground and fighting type. Here's our stats. They're solid, but not good enough to make this Steven fight anything but brutal. Let's give it a handful of tries and see what happens. First he sends out Skarmory, and I get hit with Toxic. Okay, well, I didn't think I'd be doomed on the first move. Alright, I retry about 20 times until I get a run where I can build up 6 double teams without getting poisoned. It's not too bad since on some runs he doesn't really seem to try that hard to poison me. He seems to be one of those trainers with highly randomized AI quirks. Eventually, I get an attempt where I take out Skarmory, but not before being changed to Flying type and hurt badly by Aerial Aces. Second is Clay Doll, so I try for Feint Attack as he puts up a Reflect. The damage is great, so I do it again, as he doesn't bother with a full restore. He does hit Ancient Power though, so we're Rock type now. Third is Armaldo, and I hit Brick Break to get rid of Reflect and do decent damage, but he has Aerial Ace, so I can't rely on Double Team. Another Brick Break brings him into red, but he full restores, so I have to keep swinging. I end up switching to Thunderbolt, but it does about the same damage, so I just finish it with one last shot. Fourth is either Cradley, Cradily, or Cradilly. I don't know, everyone says something different, and I try for Brick Break, nearly getting it into red health in one shot as it sets up with Ingrain. I actually got healed a lot from that attack, so I Feint Attack to drop it into red, hoping he would heal with a full restore, so that I get more chances to hit him and heal. Luckily, it worked, as he healed, so I just got to keep beating on this easy target for health. He did end up hitting me with a Confuse Ray, but other than that, he was easy. Fifth is Aggron, and I hit myself in confusion, but he missed Thunder, an already inaccurate move. My Brick Break brought him into red health, but I didn't heal a ton, since Aggron doesn't have a ton of health in the first place. He did full restore though, and my second hit one-shot him, so I'm pretty healthy. Last is the pseudo-legendary Metagross, and with bad luck, I could easily lose one-on-one with this guy. Thunderbolt crits right off the bat from massive damage, but he eats a berry to stay out of one-shot range. He just keeps missing Meteor Mash, as my Thunderbolt brings him to red health. Much to my surprise, he ran out of full restores, so one last Thunderbolt took him out and beat the hardest trainer in the game. I've got to say, I really didn't think I'd win on my first attempt where I got past Skarmory. He was awful to deal with, but Double Team is just a fantastic move, and I think that color change actually helped us more often than not. I'm not sure what I want to do for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, but you know that I'm always looking at your suggestions. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I finished a black and white randomizer over on his channel, and now we're uploading a Gen 1 randomizer. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Gold with only baby Pokemon was brutally slow with 6 weak Pokemon. But it's time to go back to using only one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Pikachu? You guys have probably seen me beat this with Plusle and Minun. Their stats are on screen. Well, what people often don't know is that Pikachu actually has 100 lower base stats than either Plusle or Minun, let alone both. Yes, the baby Pikachu ripoff Pokemon is actually stronger than Pikachu. I really don't think people realize just how weak Pikachu is. He has lower base stats than the first form of any starters. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure I can beat Wallace, but I'll need to be level 100 for Steven, if I can even win. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Pikachu. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed, and no Light Ball because that's just too powerful. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Pikachu so that we can do the whole run with it. I name mine Travis, as always. Ours is rash in nature, so more special attack and less special defense. Not great, but it'll do. Our ability is static, so sometimes when we get hit, we paralyze the target. It's nice, but we aren't exactly tanky enough to be getting hit often and surviving. So I think we all know how the start of the game is gonna go. Remember that one time I used Plusle and Minun in Gen 3 and had to grind forever for the first gym because it was a rock one? How about the Coughing Challenge in Gen 1? Or Pikachu in Gen 1? Or Shedinja in Gen 3? Or Abra in Gen 4, you get the picture, we have to grind like crazy. We're an electric type fighting 3 rock Pokemon in a row. Now, Pikachu might be weaker than Plusle, but I at least learned Double Team and Slam early. Slam sucks, but between it and Double Team, I bet we could beat the gym leader at level 20, and that's hours faster than what I'd usually have to do. Roxanne time, and what we have to hope for is that we can get 6 Double Teams in for safety, and that 20 Slams is enough to beat both the Geodudes while being healthy enough to still finish Nose Pass. Slam is inaccurate, so it's pretty unreliable, and our attack power sucks. Naturally, with their defense curls and potions though, we only managed to hardly take out the first Geodude before we faint. I can't really get any more moves that would be any better than Slam at this point in the game though, so I decided to just get a few more levels. I also get Travis to hold an Oranberry since we're allowed to use held items in the rules. That might be enough to win. Second try and it starts much better. Although I get hit a lot, the Oranberry keeps us reasonably healthy and Slam is doing much more damage. We take out the two Geodudes without getting beaten up too much, although we lost a lot of speed to Rock Tomb. Nosepass is only Rock type, so we can use Thunder Shock against him, but it's not doing too much. I nearly had a heart attack when Nosepass hit a critical Rock Tomb on us, leaving us with 1 health. Then she outsped me and used Tackle, but it missed and I finished her off. With that done, we can finally make real progress. I'm sure you guys have all heard about the usual traveling stuff you have to do here, so I won't bore you with the details. What matters is the fighting gym, our next real challenge we have. Brawly himself ends up being a walk in the park. Thunderbolt is a really strong move, and he's still using first form Pokemon, so the stats difference is pretty minor. Our next battle had me worried though, since our rival has ground type now. First she sends out Lombre, and he's part water, so I just Thunderbolt. We take a little damage, but nothing too bad. Marsh Stomp is part ground now though, so I have to use Slam, and his Mudshot messes us up badly. We get lucky though, and neither Slam misses, so we hang on. Last is Slugma, but 1 Thunderbolt is all it takes, and we can get to Moville now. The trainers in this area didn't stand a chance, but they did get us a few levels. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough to take out the Electric Gym though, considering they all resist my Thunderbolt. We might be able to brute force it, so let's give that a try. First is Voltorb, but he hardly does anything thanks to us resisting Shockwave. Electrike is more of the same, only using Howl and Super Potions, although he does a little damage with Quick Attack by the end. Third is Magneton, and this is where it gets rough. We get paralyzed fast as well as confused. His Shockwaves might not be strong, but we have a hard time even attempting to attack, and Watson has Super Potions. We almost take him out, but end up going down. I try again at level 40. This time I one-shot Voltorb and Electrike easily with Slam. I get lucky and critically Thunderbolt Magneton for a one-shot, and last is Manectric. We get paralyzed early, but we don't take much damage and still deal great damage ourselves. Watson blows through an insane amount of Super Potions, but in the end we win mostly thanks to our paralyzed luck not being too bad. We've got quite the trek before we can get to the next major battle of the run, so I take the opportunity to get a few levels off of trainers without having to grind all the time. Here's what I'm worried about, the Fire Gym Leader's team. As you can see, she's got a ground type. She's a real brick wall in the Plusle and Minun challenge, and I can only assume is going to be even harder this time. Every level that we can get is going to be vital. Maxi fight time, and it opens with Mightyena, so we have lowered attack from his Intimidate ability. We one-shot him with Thunderbolt, as we do with Zubat. Camerupt is dangerous though. Slam hits hard, but for whatever reason he's using Ember and Focus Energy rather than Magnitude. He does heal a few times, and we get incredibly lucky with Slam only missing once. Eventually, he hits a level 6 Magnitude, leaving us with only 5 health, but we hit our next Slam for the win. With that done, I get grinding. We all remember how badly the Flannery fight went in the Plusle and Minun run, and that was with a hidden power type that helped us. I haven't checked Travis's hidden power yet, but I know for sure we're going to level regardless. I mean, we have lower stats than Plusle and Minun, and that was 2 Pokemon. I have 1. I don't really have much of a choice. Here's our stats at level 50. The speed is incredible and the special defense is awful due to her nature, but I didn't expect the regular defense to be so bad as well. Looks like I probably got a bunch of attack effort values too. I'd kind of prefer special attack, but at least it helps me with the ground types. I also pick up the TM for return and replace Slam. It's got 100 accuracy and does a bit more damage at this level of friendship, so this is a much more reliable attack. Fire Gym time. Numel is a one-shot with return, as was Slugma with Thunderbolt. Camerupt is a beast, but through beautiful strokes of luck, she misses Overheat. She can spam Hyper Potions as much as she wants, but I'm doing enough damage with return to keep her from actually getting another attack in, and I take her out. Last is Torkoal, and although it sets up a sunny day, it never gets a move off before going down. That went reasonably smoothly, but next is the normal gym, and we don't have enough health to survive long in there or the firepower to take them out quickly. We might need some paralysis luck to win. On our way through though, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. You know, we've actually never tried reviving this thing. I wonder what it turns into. The normal gym starts incredibly strong with us sweeping Spinda, Vigoroth, and Lanoon. Slacking is a beast with higher base stats than many legendary Pokemon, but his ability Truant makes him lose every other turn. I paralyze him right away, and through amazing luck, he loses both his first and third turn to being fully paralyzed, giving us an incredibly easy victory against a gym leader who's often one of the worst brick walls of the game. The next area is fantastic for leveling up. Lots of trainers, a lot of them use flying types, and none of them can stand up to a strong move that's as reliable as Thunderbolt. We won't really need the experience for the upcoming flying gym, but I'm sure you remember how hard the psychic gym leaders are from all the previous runs. It wouldn't surprise me if I need to be level 80 just to win that fight, so let's get every last level that we can. On our way to the flying gym, we one-shot sweep the last mandatory fight with our rival since she is really weak in the late game. I let her have a ground type to make it as hard as possible, but she's really only ever a problem in the battle under Cycling Road. Flying gym time, but it's a total sweep as you might expect. Altaria hung on from a Thunderbolt, but didn't even try hitting me back, so we got ourselves a very easy badge on that one. With the flying gym done, I can actually use Fly now, so I decide to go back to Devoncorp to revive the fossil and figure out what it is. Make your guesses down below on what it'll be. It's Youngster Joey, calling us to tell you to follow me on Twitter, where you can learn about exciting things like how I'm currently moving, and videos might take just a little bit longer while I do that. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. I love that I didn't do a Youngster Joey gag for 4 straight months. Everyone asked for it back, and last episode when I did it again, I got told that I use it too much. There's truly no pleasing some people, but I found it funny. Anyway, it's time for the second Maxi fight, and I get totally annihilated in one Earthquake, a 100 accuracy move. Okay, do you see why I've been over-leveling? All it takes is one jerk with Earthquake to shut me down. 5th try, and I spam out double teams against Mightyena for safety, but I ended up getting hit by Swagger, buffing my attack power, so by the time I got to Camerupt, I just one-shot him with Return. Then Crobat was one-shot with Thunderbolt. Thanks for powering me up, Maxi! Yet again, I am left wondering how you ended up as the head of this criminal organization. The Team Aqua base is a fantastic place to level up, by the way, since they love their flying types and water types. Now, I've got to catch a Magikarp since I need something that just exists and doesn't damage the opponent. As usual in these single Pokemon runs in Emerald, you need 2 Pokemon to fight the Psychic Gym Leader, so I just need to pick something that isn't actually going to help me in the fight. I try the Psychic Gym fight, but my god, it's not even close. Claydol has Earthquake, and the battle is basically 2-on-1. I'm gonna need to level up more for sure. First though, I go ahead and get a Shell Bell, a held item that will let Travis heal a little bit whenever he deals damage. It takes an eternity, but I level up 10 times and try again, but I still don't even start to stand a chance. Of course, this is a challenge where I didn't get Zigzagoons to pick up rare candies for me too, so leveling is incredibly slow. I just have to keep grinding. There really isn't anything great that I can do other than over-level. No new moves are going to save me, and even if I spam Double Team, they're using 100 accuracy moves and only need to hit me twice to make me faint. The luck that I'd need to beat all 4 of them in a 2-on-1 setting, while needing to build up at least 1 Double Team, is so impossible that it's 1 in a million that I'd win. One excruciating grind later and we're level 80, and this fight is baffling. The first major threat is down thanks to us critically hitting Claydol for a one-shot. Without a crit, it wouldn't go down. I know from failed attempts. Failed attempts are the same reason why Magikarp is leveled up, by the way. But watch the footage. We didn't win because of the critical hit. I won because Xatu didn't fight me. He just kept using Calm Mind. In fact, none of them even tried to attack Travis. They just kept using buffs while I took them down. If any of them just used Psychic, a combo of 3 times on me, I'd lose, and yet I ended up with a victory, 100% because they picked the wrong moves. This is some of that randomized Gen 3 AI coming into play, like you often see with Blue in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Every time you fight them, some small priorities will change that can result in incredibly different fights. After that is an Archie fight, but he is pretty much just a typical water trainer who uses a Crobat, so we easily sweep him with Thunderbolt. After that is the water gym leader Juan, but he's tougher. It starts incredibly well with some easy one-shots taking out his whole team, until Kingdra. This Kingdra fight had me on the edge of my seat. His first Water Pulse confuses us and we hit ourselves. Then he uses full Restore, we Thunderbolt to bring him to red health while paralyzing him, but he starts using Double Team and Rest to stay healthy, while we hit ourselves more and miss. We ended up missing so many Thunderbolts even before he used Double Team very much. We actually ended up Thunderbolting and paralyzing him a second time, but he just keeps using Rest, and because of his high dodge chance, it's hard to get enough hits in a row to actually take him down. At least we're healing off any damage we deal. He ended up fully healing off of 3 different rests and a hyper potion, and eventually we ran out of Thunderbolts and had to end him with Return. I am so lucky he didn't just attack me and end me early. Finally, before the Elite Four fight, we have a Wally fight, but as usual, we sweep through him pretty easily. With that, let's take one last look at our stats before the Elite Four. It's good, but not great. We can probably only take 2 or 3 hits in most fights without fainting, so I'm gonna have to one-shot a lot of stuff. Make your guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. We start with the Lord Attack thanks to Intimidate, so I just Thunderbolt Mighty Anna for a one-shot. Shift Tree is part grass, so I have to use Return and take out half his health as he double teams. But our second shot hits, so he goes down. Third is Cacturn, so I have to resort to Return again, getting hit by Cotton Spores to drastically lower our speed. Second Return takes him down. Crawdont is a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and Absol can't hang on either. Easy fight. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Her first Dusclops just stalls with Protect, and he has the ability Pressure, so we use more power points, so I just try to build some double teams after paralyzing her. Although she has Shadow Punch, a move that always hits, so I have to be careful. After 3 double teams, I start fighting back, but she just keeps protecting. Thankfully, when I do get a Thunderbolt in, it's a critical one-shot. Second Dusclops is out, and this one has Earthquake, doing a lot of damage to us. It only took 2 Thunderbolts to take it out. Bayonet was a one-shot with a crit, Sableye was a one-shot, and our last Bayonet was a one-shot as well. Rough start, but ghosts don't tend to be bulky. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Celio goes down in 1 Thunderbolt, and Glalie hangs on from a Return and puts up a light screen. So I use Return again for the knockout. Another Celio hangs on from Return since I didn't want a Thunderbolt due to light screen, and they set up a Hail. Not that dangerous though, so a second attack brings them down. Her second Glalie causes problems though, using Explosion right away, one-shotting us. Well, that came out of nowhere. Fourth try, and Glalie ended up using Hail instead, so we finished it no problem. Last is Walrein, but surprisingly, 1 Thunderbolt took it out, in spite of how tanky it is. Between fights, I restore some power points and move on. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Shelgon is up first, so I take the chance to build up my 6 double teams, because there is no way I'm surviving Flygon spamming Earthquake without double team. Shelgon isn't very dangerous, so I'm able to build up double teams pretty easily, then take it out with returns to save on power points. I do end up taking a lot of damage by the end, though. Flygon is second, and he could probably one-shot me with Earthquake from full health, but he misses, and 2 returns take him out. Flygon's stats are pretty low for a dragon. Altaria is third, and Aerial Ace always hits, but we resist flying, so it's not too bad. Fourth is Kingdra, and you know how much I hate this guy. Thunderbolt does great damage, though, and this one does Dragon Dance, so we take him out fast. Last is Salamence, so we lose attack to Intimidate. Thunderbolt still does great damage, though, and he misses Dragon Claw, so we take him out in no time. Finally, it's Pokemon Champion Wallace. First is Wailord, and even with how tanky he is, 1 Thunderbolt takes him down. I also one-shot Gyarados, although his Intimidate drops our attack. We need that attack since third is Whiscash, part ground type, and Return is doing very little. He nearly takes us down in 1 Earthquake, so I think it's clear that we can't win without Double Team. A few tries later, and we managed to build up a good amount of double teams without Wailord taking us out. Our health isn't full by the time we get back to Whiscash, but Shell Bell healed us for a lot. Whiscash used Amnesia, even though we can only hit a physical move on him. Weird. He also uses a boatload of full restores, so it's pretty clear that Wallace understands this is his ace in the hole. Thanks to some good evasion luck and his own bad move choice, we do well. We do get hit by Earthquake once though, so although it's a knockout, we're hurt. Tentacruel hangs on from a Thunderbolt, but ends up getting fully paralyzed. He uses another full restore, but since that gives me 2 chances to attack in a row, I take him out. Fifth is Ludicolo, and although he's part grass, Thunderbolt is still our best move for this. He ends up using Double Team as well, so we actually miss a Thunderbolt, but we still take him out. I'm just happy that he didn't use Leech Seed. Last is Melodic, and Thunderbolt hits hard, then he hits Toxic. Normally that would doom us, but this is the last Pokemon, so I just finished off with Thunderbolt and win the game. With that done, we're in the Hall of Fame. There's still one last post-game boss fight, though, against Steven. It's gonna be borderline impossible, though. I managed to get through this with Plusle and Minun, only because Plusle had Hidden Power Ice. Well, our Pikachu is even worse, and we haven't checked his hidden type yet. After checking, it ended up being Fighting type. That's super effective against 2 of Steven's Pokemon, but it's not enough to win the fight for me. I decide to get the TM for Iron Tail instead and replace Return/Hidden Power, since Steel is good against a few of Steven's team. This might actually be possible. Let me know if you think I can do this or not. Let's do this. First try and... well, that didn't last long. Okay, I'm obviously gonna need to try this a few times so that he doesn't poison me. 6 tries later and we get an attempt where he didn't manage to poison us, and we even got him to use a full restore. Interestingly enough though, before I can finish him off, he switches for Clay Doll. This thing is terrifying because a single Earthquake can easily take me out in one hit. But with some lucky Iron Tails, I kept hitting and even dropped his defense, so I took him out without too much of an issue. Remember, Iron Tail is not a very accurate move. Aggron is next, and he also has Earthquake, but his special defense is terrible, so we take him out in 2 Thunderbolts, no problem. Metagross is next, and not only does he also have Earthquake, but he's a pseudo-legendary with amazing stats. I keep trying to take him down with Thunderbolt after a Thunder Wave, but Steven uses a full restore. Thanks to some solid paralysis luck though, he only attempts 2 Earthquakes and they miss, so we take him out. Cradily was no threat at all, going down in 2 Iron Tails and only trying for a Grass move. Then the almost fainted Skarmory comes back out. He finally uses a full restore on it, but I easily Thunderbolted it down without it attempting an attack. Last is Armaldo, but since I have high evasion, he's just attempting Aerial Ace and I resist it, so we take him down easily in 2 Iron Tails. I'm gonna say, I didn't think I'd beat Steven without being max level. Our stats and moves being worse than Plusle's really made me think that I couldn't beat him yet, but it didn't even take an hour. I'm thinking I might do a Gen 1 Zubat run or maybe a Gen 3 Paris run for the next Pokemon challenge. I need something that people request, but that I think will be reasonably fast to do since, again, I'm in the process of moving house right now, and I don't want to miss any uploads. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also check out the playlist in the description to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. Also, come to my Twitch streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Fire Red with no Pokecenter was brutal, but it's time for my most requested challenge. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with only a team of 1 Shedinja? This is a Pokemon with only 1 health the whole game, but the ability is that it only gets hit by moves that are super effective against it, weather conditions, and status afflictions. In many cases, it's either one-shot or get one-shot. My friend Brandon did this challenge months ago, so I know it's possible, but people still want to see me do it, and he didn't try the post-game fight with Steven, so here I am. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win, but the power leveling is going to be unreal. I think I'm going to need to be at least level 100 before I can beat the 5th gym for sure. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Shedinja. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits. No items in battle, only Pokeballs and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. So I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Shedinja. That way my rival has a Pokemon that can hit us, making the run harder. I name my Shedinja Lesnar, since these are going to be some short fights. Ours is Lonely Nature, more attack and less defense. Considering that our attacks will likely all be physical, this is perfect. Scratch and Leech Life aren't great, and Harden is literally useless, but it's what we've got. May can't even hit us in the first fight, so I take the time to walk around and fight every trainer that I can for early experience, since the first gym is a Rock-type one. I also take the time to catch a handful of Zigzagoons. I can't use them in combat, but their pickup ability will get me some rare candies for later in the game, and it'll probably save me an entire day of grinding by the end of the run. By the time I beat all the trainers and a few wild Pokemon, I'm at level 14 and our attack is really pulling ahead. Problem is, Roxanne has 3 Pokemon and they all have rock moves so they can hit us. I try anyway, but it goes about as well as you'd think, so we have 3 choices. Level up till I can one-shot her team, so probably at level 38 since is when I can learn Shadow Ball, or use Sand Attack and be insanely, unreasonably lucky. So we have to power level on Route 116. Pokemon here are level 6 to 8, and that's the best we can do. I actually run away from any Ninkatas that I find since they give defense EVs, and those are useless for us. I also started running from Whismur at some point because I remembered they give health EVs, also useless. What we really want are the Poochyana's attack EVs. All the EVs in the world probably aren't going to win this battle any faster though. What you're watching right now is 1/2 of a trip grinding cut short due to being hit by Peck, sped up in editing hardcore. If I showed you any more than this, there'd probably be some kind of serious strobing effect. If you notice that the footage is completely consistently one speed, it's because this isn't emulator speed up, this is the footage being sped up in post. I'm sure it won't surprise you to hear, but going from level 14 to 38 on level 6 to 8 Pokemon is one of the worst grinds I've ever had to do in a Pokemon game. It's not quite Magikarp bad, but it's pretty horrible. Out of desperation, I even took a few tries at the gym as I leveled up, but never really stood a chance. She's got 3 Pokemon, and they all have a move that can hit us. The chances of them all missing, even if we open with Sand Attack, is just too low. Even at level 25, my Leech Life, the move that does the most damage at this point, only deals half of its health and damage. Even at level 30, nearly triple the level of my opponents, I can only beat the first Geodude due to a lucky miss, and the second one took me out. At least I got a shiny Ninkata out of it, so that's pretty cool, but he's just going in the box. Finally, at level 35, I can one-shot her Geodudes, but not her Nose Pass. That's okay though, that's manageable. Rock Tomb isn't the most accurate move in the world, so less than 10 tries later, and I get this run where I finally win thanks to Confuse Ray. That was one of the worst grinds I have had to do in a long time. I've got to go jog over to the next gym. Maybe subscribe and ring the notification bell if you appreciate the grind. The fighting gym was as easy as you'd expect, and it feels good to be making progress again. I actually use an experience share to start leveling up our Zigzagoons, so that at some point, there'll be a high enough level to use pickup and get rare candies later in the run. I thought that we'd have smooth sailing for a good long time due to our crazy high attack, but our next rival fight was a bump in the road. Her Kabuskin actually survived a scratch and packed us for the first try. I ended up having to try this fight a few times until I had better confusion luck. I can't wait to get Shadow Ball. I bet you it's gonna wreck anyone in our way until we get to the normal gym. My god, I am not looking forward to that one, though. As usual, I use the areas around Moville to grind a few levels since there are so many trainers there. I end up getting Shadow Ball, an 80 power ghost move. It's physical since ghost moves are all physical before Gen 4 for some reason, but we have high attack so I don't mind. It's a shame that I can't hit normal types with it though. Now that we have a solid attacking move, the Electric Gym was a one-shot sweep. The levels are catching up with us fast though, so I doubt we're gonna get a repeat for long. We reach Team Magma leader Maxi, and I instantly lose to Bite. I need him to hit himself twice in order to win at this level, so this takes a few tries. 5 tries later, and he hits himself twice, and I manage to take him out. I'm using Leech Life to save on Shadow Ball power points since they equate to the same damage anyway. Leech Life is super effective, so doubles to 40 power, Shadow Ball's not as effective, so it halves to 40 power, and they both get same type attack bonus. His other Pokemon go down to 1 Shadow Ball each no problem, but I'm starting to doubt that I'm ready for the Fire Gym Leader. When I finally get to her, it goes great. Until her Torkoal survives a Shadow Ball, that is. Crap. Alright, I need to redo the fight 27 times, confusing Torkoal until he hits himself twice so that I can win. What is that, a 1 in 4 chance to have a run where she hits herself twice? I don't know how that took 27 attempts, but that's 40 minutes of my life that I'm never getting back. It's time for the massive grind, though. What you're watching right now is 10 minutes of this grind. The highest level Pokemon that we can find are in their low 20s, so the experience isn't great, and my luck at picking up rare candies through Zigzagoons has been abysmal, as you can probably tell by me obsessively checking their held items. Here's the next gym leader's team. I'm sure you can instantly see the problem. 2 of his Pokemon have Feint Attack, a dark move that never misses, so I either have to one-shot them or keep them from attacking. Confuse Ray could work, but I'm gonna need to hit them a lot harder before I could take them out fast enough for the luck to be reasonable on that. It doesn't help that since they're all normal type, Shadow Ball won't hurt them. Scratch is my strongest move that can get them, so I'll probably just want to go learn Return instead. I'm especially worried about slacking. Would you look at the base stats on this guy? He's got higher stats than half the legendaries. Sure, he has an ability where he misses every other turn, but I still need him to hit himself on the first round. I need to be strong enough to take him out in 2 hits, and he even has a berry. Not even learning Double Team would help me since Feint Attack bypasses evasion. It's gonna be brutal. Or so you thought, because at level 50, I gave it a try, and on my very first attempt, I hit a critical return on Slacking, taking him out in 1 hit. I swept his whole team. That win probably saved me many hours of grinding. I'll still probably need to be level 100 eventually, but at least when the time comes, I can grind on higher level Pokemon. The next rival fight is another one-shot sweep. I get the feeling that this is going to be most of the run. The fights might not be the most exciting to recap. This is kind of part of why I put the challenge off for so long despite everybody asking for it. The battles aren't very exciting. The Flying Gym goes a lot better than I expected, as I was able to one-shot most of her team, although I had to give this battle a solid 8 tries thanks to her Skarmory. It's another case of a Pokemon with a 100% hit chance move that I have to confuse and let hit herself twice before I can win. Honestly, it's not half as bad as I thought it would be at this point in the game. Maxie is back, and it's actually an interesting fight. Right off the bat, pun, he switches Mightyena for Crobat, so I almost take him out with a return as he heals it, so I finish it off with Shadow Ball. Camerupt is out next, and Shadow Ball leaves it with a Sliver. Also, there's no way that I can say that Pokemon name that people don't yell at me. I've tried both ways, but for whatever reason he uses Earthquake, even though he has a move that can hit me. So I just finish him. Last is Mightyena again, so my attack has been lowered by Intimidate twice now, but I crit with Return to one-shot him. That was weird. Here is another brick wall, though. The Psychic Gym leaders have a double battle with us, so I just use a Magikarp with Splash to not ruin the run. It can't fight anyway. I have to beat 4 Pokemon total, and every one of them can hit us with 100 accuracy move. This means one-shotting isn't good enough. I have to do the fight over and over until the luck lines up and they choose the perfect moves for me to not get hit. Shockingly enough, though, this was my very next run, the second run. Magikarp instantly goes down as Shadow Ball takes down Claydol. Shadow Ball takes down Solrock next as Xatu just uses Calm Mind. I take out Lunatone with Shadow Ball, and Xatu could have easily finished me off, but instead he just confuses me. Through good luck, I don't hit myself on confusion and take him out with a Shadow Ball. That's astonishing. I thought this would take at least a dozen tries. The next big battle is Archie, and once again, we're getting some interesting fights. He pulls a Maxie and switches Mightyena for Crobat, and it goes the same way as last time, with it getting hit, healing, and finished. Sharpedo's out, and I have to make sure that I finish it with Shadow Ball because of its rough skin ability that would take me out if I used Return. He missed Swagger though, so nothing happens to me and I finish him. Last is Mightyena again, so just like last time, my attack is pretty low. He can't seem to hit me though, he just uses Scary Face then misses Swagger, so I get an easy knockout. With that win, we're on to the last gym leader, but one is easier than usual. Return and Shadow Ball make very short work of his team, and shockingly, we got this far into the run while still being only level 69. Nice. The pre-Elite Four Wally fight was an easy fight, so it's almost time for the final fights of the game. Let's take a look at our stats. For a level 72 Shedinja, this isn't bad, although I wouldn't mind using some berries to clean up my EVs a bit, since I know that at least a bit is in useless stats like defense and health. Considering that an Elite Four member is a Dark-type trainer that opens with Intimidate though, I'll need more attack than this. First, I used berries to get rid of the EVs that I don't need and started using protein to get more attack. I also grind up to level 80 in Victory Road. Here's what we're at now. I mean, I could be strong enough. Maybe if I get good luck on what moves they pick. I'm pretty iffy on this though. Again, all it takes is getting hit once to lose, so I pretty much need to one-shot everything or hope they pick terrible moves. Maybe I could get away with Confuse Ray if they take 2 hits to kill, but every time that I have to rely on that strategy, I only have a 25% chance of it working. I'm willing to give it a shot though, so this is your last chance to say if you think that I can beat this or not. Let's do this. First is Dart Trainer Sydney. We end up taking him out just by using enough returns. I was really worried that this wasn't going to have enough attack, but we got lucky and the only Pokemon that we couldn't one-shot is one of the ones that couldn't fight back. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. She was another easy one-shot sweep thanks to Shadow Ball, nothing to worry about. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. She actually didn't use any moves that could hit us, so she was yet again as easy as you would expect. I use an elixir between fights to get my power points back and move on. 4th is Dragon Trainer Lance. Why'd I write that? No, it's Dragon Trainer What a Geek reads these to try and correct things like this. I'm deeply offended. I'm so offended that everybody should go to the description and click on our randomizer Pokemon series that we do over on his channel and type to him how mad you are about him leaving this botch in the script. Anyway, it goes great until I get to Salamence, who lowers our attack with his Intimidate ability. We can take him to half health in one hit though, so it just means that I need to confuse him and let him hit himself twice. Next attempt goes much better as he hits himself twice and goes down. His Kingdra doesn't have any moves that can hit us, so he's done with. In between fights I use an elixir and also replace Leech Life with a Double Team. Last is Pokemon Champion Wallace. He sends out Wailord, so let me explain my strategy here while I build up double teams. This is Wallace's team. Do you notice something? His whole team only has 3 moves that can hit me. 2 of his Pokemon have Toxic, and 1 has Leech Seed. I can sit here as long as I want building up my double teams to 6 to max out my chances of dodging those moves. We completely mopped the floor with his entire team on the first try like it was nothing. That puts us in the Hall of Fame and wins the run for us, but there is one last fight that I'm sure you guys all want to see me at least attempt, even though I'm sure literally no one thinks it's possible. The post-game fight with Steven. Here's his team. So his team is all made up of mid to late 70s with high stats Pokemon, and 5 of his Pokemon can hit us. In fact, since his first Pokemon is Skarmory with Aerial Ace, a move that cannot miss, the luck I would need to actually win this fight is so absurdly unreasonable that even if I managed to do it, it would be 1 in a million. You would probably think I was cheating if I actually won this fight. But I've got to at least try it. I know you guys want to at least see how it goes. So here's my first try. Yeah, that went about as well as I expected. Even with all my speed EVs, he's faster than me with a move that can't miss. It's an auto lose. I try again after using all my rare candies, and I genuinely started laughing while playing when I saw how little damage I did. Yeah, getting to level 100 isn't gonna save us on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say Steve, it is impossible with these rules and just move on to doing the next challenge. Still, I'm surprised I was able to beat the Elite Four without grinding to level 100. For as brutal as some of the grinding was, this was honestly an easier challenge than I thought it was gonna be. I thought this was gonna be Magikarp levels of horrible. December is still going though, and I'm still gonna keep doing your most requested runs. And that means next Saturday, I am going to try a run of Pokemon Fire Red where I am only allowed to use the move Metronome, the move that does other random moves. In fact, at the time of recording this, I've already started on it, and it is horrible. Subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. In fact, you guys telling me these on Twitter is how I found these individual Pokemon challenges for December. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have finished a black and white randomizer over on his channel, and we're moving on to a Gen 1 randomizer soon. Also, come over to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everybody, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only the Gen 5 Elemental Monkeys was brutally long, so let's keep this streak of hard ones going. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Phanpy. Phanpy is a weak ground-type Pokemon with pretty underwhelming stats, about on par with first form starters. What makes this brutal is that Hoenn is a pretty hard place for ground types, considering just how many water-type Pokemon there are, and that the Pokemon champion is a water trainer. As far as moves go, Phanpy learns absolutely no ground moves by level up, so we won't be getting the same type attack bonus for a very long time. The only ground move that we'll get is Earthquake, and that's not going to be until we're 7 gyms into the game. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with a challenge, so if this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm going to say this might be possible at level 100 if I can one-shot enough with Earthquake, but I could totally see myself being completely unable to beat Wallace's water team. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Phanpy. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Phanpy so that we can do the whole run with it. I replaced Mudkip so that my rival would use Treecko, the one I predict to be the hardest for us to fight. I name him Spud, because this is an underdog story. Our nature is adamant, so more attack and less special attack. Considering we literally can't learn any moves that use special attack, this nature is perfect. Our ability is Pickup, a kind of useful ability where we pick up random items after battle, but it requires that I not be holding anything for it to work, so it's more useful on side Pokemon than my main one. But I'm sure I could get something useful out of this. Unfortunately, we can't get the TM for Earthquake from Pickup until we're level 91, so that's just not happening. Our first rival fight with May went very well since Treecko doesn't have any grass moves yet. Oh, fun fact, the first Pokemon I ran into after getting the running shoes was this awesome looking shiny Poochyena. Best part is that I had a Great Ball because of Spud's pickup ability, so it was super easy to catch. I'm not usually super into shiny Pokemon, but this one looks great. While I was traveling and fighting trainers, let's take a look at the level up move list again. So you seeing what I'm seeing? Yeah, despite being a ground-type Pokemon, we learn no ground moves by level up. In fact, every move we learn is bad against Rock-type, and Hoenn has a Rock Gym Leader as a first one. So for the millionth time, it looks like I'm going to have to power level just to fight Roxanne. I predict that this could be possible at level 17 thanks to Flail, so let's aim for that. Grinding here isn't really all that bad. I was level 13 when I got here because I was diligent enough to fight all of the trainers as well as any wild Pokemon that I could, at least if I thought I could beat them. So basically I fought everything that wasn't Shroomish because of Absorb, or a Hiker because I'd absolutely lose to a handful of Geodudes right about now. If I really do need to make it to level 17, we should be fine. Eventually, we hit level 17 and learn Flail. The move gets stronger the lower our current health is, so there's actually a lot of room for interesting tactics here. Let's give Roxanne a try. First up is Geodude. Right off the bat, I get my 6 defense curls in to make it as easy as possible to survive at low health for a long time, then I get Tackling. It's not actually worth using Flail until my health is pretty low, so I'm saving power points and dealing a bit of chip damage just by sticking to Tackle early on. Being part ground type is actually nice here, since it means that we resist Rock Tomb, a move that all of our team uses. By the time I got to 17 health, I tried my first Flail, but it's clearly doing 1 damage, since Geodude has been using Defense Curl this entire time, and they resist us. Not long after, Roxanne heals Geodude nearly back to full health with a potion. Even at 3 health, it looks like our Flail was doing a maximum of 3 damage. She went down and she still had 2 more Pokemon after this Geodude. This is much harder than I was expecting it to be. Back to grinding and looking at moves. At level 25 we get Takedown, but it's not really all that strong and the recoil damage is a death sentence. At level 33 we get Rollout, mixing that with Defense Curl could probably get us an easy win, but level 33 is very far away. This will be our main combo at some point. It's pretty much Phanpy's gimmick. You Defense Curl to double Rollout's power to 60, then it keeps doubling for every hit up to 5 in a row. It requires some setup, so you'll need to survive a few hits, and you'll need a bit of luck on not missing, but it's terrifying once you get it rolling. Pun intended. At level 21, I try again since our stats are much higher now. I do my usual opening of spamming out Defense Curls and then Tackle as much as I can to whittle down her first Geodude. I actually got really lucky, getting critical hits often since they bypass stat changes. Each critical tackle saves multiple turns and is vital to survival. By the time we're down to 32 health, we critically tackle and take out the first Geodude, but our second one comes out, so it's not over yet. About 41 turns into the fight, and I run out of tackles and start using low health Flails, but she keeps drowning her Geodude in potions. It's crazy just how much of a disadvantage we're at. Even with 12 health, our Flail hardly hurts, and we take 2 damage every time we get hit. At 8 health, we finally critically Flail to take down the second Geodude. As Nosepass comes out, we only have 8 health and we take 2 damage a turn. We critically Flailed early to bring it to red health, but it ate a berry to get back up to half. Flail brings it to red health again, we drop to only 2 health, and then one last Flail wins us the fight. Fun fact, I was in a call with Mystic Umbreon while I beat this battle, since we were talking about collaborative stuff, so look forward to whatever we're gonna make in the future. After that, I head straight to the fighting gym. Machop gets instantly crit by a tackle and hardly hurts us with Karate Chop, but ends up healing, so by the time we take him down, we have way lower health than I expected. For Meditite, I just went straight for Flail due to our low health, and he kept going for Focus Punch, so he never landed a hit as we spammed our moves. He used a potion, of course, but we're fine. Last is Makahita, but Flail takes him to half health, so he heals from a berry, and Vital Throw chips away at us. Because of the berry, we couldn't get the finishing blow though, so we went down. With that failure, I decided we just need a few more levels, so I go ahead and fight a bunch of trainers on the beach of Slateport, since I had to go there next anyway. Back to the fighting gym. This time Machop still gets plenty of hits in, but we have almost double the health by the time he goes down. Meditite still never lands a hit on us because of its obsession with terrible moves like Focus Punch, and last was Makahita. He still hits us a bit, but our critical flail was all it took to get us the victory. Now it's onto a seriously uphill battle with May. Wingul's first and instantly confuses us. Next turn its water gun takes out exactly a quarter of our health, but 2 tackles took it out. Grovile is next, and it instantly hit us for another quarter of our health with Absorb. We got very lucky and crit a tackle, then landed at 13 health from Absorb, so Flail was strong enough to finish it. Last was Slugma, but our now heavily powered up Flail was enough for a one-shot. I decided to go into the Electric Gym fight with super low health in hopes that I'd flail my way through and sweep them, but the strategy falls apart almost instantly when I realize that they're all faster than me. It was a good idea, but I just don't think it'll work at this level. Thankfully, there's tons of trainers around here that I can fight, so it's not that bad. I'm sure that if I beat all the trainers here, I'll be strong enough. At level 30, I try again. Voltorb is trying rollout on me, so I defense curl early to try and stay healthy since he's hardly doing anything, and his later Pokemon are more dangerous. 4 curls in and Voltorb self-destructed, probably thinking that it was his only move that could do decent damage to us, but we hardly got hurt. Electrike is next and he started using Leer, so I gave up on defense curl, but got paralyzed from static the moment I tackled. He kept healing and I kept using tackle, often with very little success. But he also is hardly hurting me, so by the time he goes down, my health is still green. Magneton is third, but he has Sonic Boom, a move that always does exactly 20 damage. Considering I do almost nothing to him, I'm doomed without rollout. I decide to grind a bit more, just until I get to level 33 to learn rollout. Once I get there, there's no way Watson can stop me. Finally, after quite a few attempts due to bad paralysis and confusion luck, we got this run where rollout built up enough power to sweep through them. Gotta be honest though, I thought this part would be easier than that. I'm getting a little bit worried. Maybe this whole rollout thing isn't as strong as I thought it would be. We have a long trek before we can fight Maxie, but he likes fire types, so my hope is that rollout can carry us in spite of his Mightyana's Intimidate. And I was totally wrong. This fight wasn't hard, but it took 15 tries because Mightyana spams Sand Attack so hard. This was my first run where he only used it once, so despite me missing rollout tons, we eventually managed to win. I love this rollout strategy, but it's just too easy to shut it down. Finally, when we get to the fire gym, we get to see our rollout strategy in all of its glory. As long as I get a bit of luck with hitting, one defense curl followed by a solid rollout can really sweep through the team if they don't have any solid effect moves to stop me. Not only that, but the normal gym was another beautiful sweep with defense curl and rollout. This time on my second try. I can't wait to see what this does to the flying gym. Next is the last required May fight, and this one's rough. Slugma is first, so I take the chance to get my defense curl, and the first rollout is a one-shot. Lombre is next, and he stops my rollout with a fake out, so I have to start a fresh one. Absorb hardly hurts us by this point though, so we are hardly hurt by the time she goes down. Last is Grovile, and Leaf Blade nearly takes us out instantly, but our rollout has already built a bit of power, so it one-shots her. That could have been really bad. After that, we get to the flying gym, but this is harder than I thought it would be. Swablu is first, so I defense curl, as it sets up Safeguard, then we one-shot it with rollout. Tropius is second, but rollout has some power, so we one-shot it, but then we miss when Pelipper comes out, and he hurts us with Water Gun. It takes a couple of tries to get rollout started again due to Protect, but eventually he went down. Skarmory is an issue since she sand attacks us right away, but 2 strong rollouts do take it out, and last is Altaria, who opens with Dragon Dance, but our built-up rollout hits for the win. I'm just lucky that I didn't get sand attacked more. We're at that part of the game where we have to fight the criminal team a bunch before we can make progress, first having to make our way through the Team Megma base. At the end is Maxie, but after a little struggling with Swagger, we swept through with rollout. We also replaced Tackle with Double Edge, so we finally have a strong opening move for when rollout won't work and our health is still high. Next is the Psychic Gym, but it's a double battle, and you're not even allowed to attempt it without a second Pokemon, so I catch a low-level Magikarp to impact the fight as little as possible. Even after a few tries, though, we keep getting crushed. We're fighting 4 fully evolved Pokemon in a mostly 2-on-1 situation, and we are hardly a higher level than them. I'm gonna need to grind a lot. Before I start, I go and make a Shell Bell at the Shoal Cave. It's a held item that lets Spud heal a little bit of health every time he deals damage. Anything to stay healthy is going to be vital from now on, especially with all the water types coming up. Grinding here is about as awful as you'd expect in this run, since the trainers here would normally pose no real threat, but they're all water types and we're ground type, so they're pretty dangerous. I try to hunt down every last trainer I can though, because I'm gonna need every level we can get. The Psychic Gym Leader is just a meat grinder in these one Pokemon runs. Finally at level 58, I luck my way through this with an amazing run. Xatu takes Katya, the Magikarp, out instantly, and I get my defense curl in, and Claydol's Earthquake hardly hurts us. Xatu then starts a Sunny Day, giving me my turn to start my rollout. I ended up getting confused by Confuse Ray, but we finished off Xatu and Solrock came out. It has Solar Beam and Sunny Day is active, so I have to be careful. We snapped out of Confusion right away though, so our already powered up rollout was a one-shot for it, and next was a one-shot on Lunatone. Claydol's been using Earthquake this whole time, but it hardly hurts us, so by the time we actually fight it, it's a one-shot because we have a maxed out power rollout. It's worth pointing out that rollout can only go for a max of 5 turns, even if I hit every single rollout. On my way to the Archie fight, we finally get our first and only same type attack bonus move in the game, the TM for Earthquake. Right away I use it, and then use a power point max on it since we'll for sure need this for later. Archie himself wasn't much of an issue for the same reason why Maxie isn't much of an issue anymore. Swagger might be annoying, but raising my attack right before I start my rollout generally isn't a smart move. I mean, not a smart move for him, it's great for me. Next is the real threat though, the Water Gym. Love Disc is faster than us, so right away we lost runs to getting confused from its water pulses. I got both attracted and confused early, but managed to take it out. Whiscash is second, but we hit ourselves in confusion right away, ruining rollout. I'm just lucky that Whiscash just spams Amnesia and Rain Dance a bunch, rather than finishing me off. Celio ended up being a one-shot, thanks to it being part Ice type and our rollout building power, and Crawdaunt is a one-shot too, thanks to how strong rollout is at this point. Last is Kingdra, but rollout ended, so I have to start a new one. But right away he's faster and using double team, so I knew that rollout was just too risky. I switched to Earthquake for the higher accuracy and nearly take it out, but he uses a Hyper Potion and we start missing just too much to win. Eventually, he finally hits his water pulses twice to take me out easily. Considering how much damage he did with those, he could have just opened with those and I'd be doomed. A few levels later, and after coming up with a new strategy, I try again. This time I do Earthquake against Love Disc so that I can start my rollout later, in hopes that I'll be able to hit Kingdra with a high-powered rollout the moment he shows up. Earthquake takes out the first 2 Pokemon fast, and I start my rollout on Celio. We ended up getting hit by a big Aurora Beam, but by the time we got to Kingdra, we have above half health, and although he goes for double team, our high-powered rollout was enough for a one-shot. With that victory, I have to beat Wally before the Elite Four. This took about 8 tries because I just kept getting paralyzed by Altaria's Dragon Breath. But after a few tries, the rollout strategy got us pretty much a clean sweep. This strategy might seem a bit boring, but on the upside, it lets us get a very weak Pokemon this far into the game without being an insane level. Speaking of insane levels though, we might need to grind. Let's take a look at our stats. The attack and health are probably good enough to get far with Earthquake and Rollout, but the special defense has me worried about Pokemon Champion Wallace since he's a water type trainer and in Gen 3 all water moves are special. His first Pokemon is Whale Lord, who will probably be faster than me and one-shot me with Water Spout, so I don't really have much of a choice. I'm gonna have to grind up about a solid 10 levels. The grind here is slow but manageable. The Pokemon here are reasonably fast to take out with Earthquake and Rollout, but the experience gain isn't really great. I decided to aim for level 75 because I think it's the lowest that I'd have a reasonable chance at Wallace with. And considering I'm going to try Steven if we can beat Wallace, I'll need to be a high level eventually anyway. Here's our stats at level 75. It's looking like we're about 10 to 15 points better in most stats, less than 10 better in our special stats, and a bunch of new health. Honestly, I just hope I'm faster than most of Wallace's team because if we're slower, we're probably doomed. Make your guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney, and this is already my 9th try. Our attack is down the whole fight thanks to him opening with Mightyena, and we get Sand attacked right off the bat in this basically every single attempt. After all of his healing items, it took 3 hits of Rollout just to take down Mightyena. Our 4th Rollout in a row one-shot Crawdaunt, obviously, so at least we don't have to deal with a water type. And our final Rollout on that roll took out Cacturne, so we skipped a grass type. Our Rollout is over though, and next is Shiftry, another grass type. I was hoping Earthquake would do a little bit more, but he just used Torment, so I started a Rollout. Then he started using Double Team, and my Rollout missed. He got us with Swagger, so we're stronger but also confused. It ended up powering up our Earthquake enough for a knockout, though. He probably shouldn't have done that. Last is Absol, and I hit myself trying to go for rollout. Next turn though, I Earthquaked for a one-shot, winning the fight. Between fight, I use a full restore because items outside of battle are allowed in the rules. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. I knew her Dusclops was gonna just spam Protect, so I defense curled first round, Earthquaked second, she full restored, and I hit an Earthquake again. I went for rollout, but hit myself, then missed my second rollout. I'm just lucky that Dusclops doesn't hit hard at all. My second try and rollout hit. Another Dusclops is out and I missed rollout again just to get hit by Ice Beam. I decided to switch for Earthquake and I got Ice Beamed again into red health. Thankfully, a few Earthquakes took it down. Believe it or not, the rest of her team after that were all one-shots with Earthquake, so we win. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Celio is first, and Rock is good against Ice, so I'm not too worried. I do my curl, she does her hail, and I start my rollout. Ice Ball does solid damage to us, but we take her out without too much damage. Rollout then sweeps her two Glailies and her other Celio, but ends at wall rain. I started a rollout and ended up critting her to red health. She hit an Ice Beam for almost all of our health. She full restored, rollout brought her to a sliver again, she heals again, then we take her out with all the power we've built. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake, and it doesn't take long for me to realize that this is nearly impossible right now. Shelgon is an easy Pokemon to set up my defense curl on, and he never does any serious damage to me in any attempt, but Kingdra is faster than us and two-shots us with a 100 accuracy Surf. Considering we can't one-shot him without a crit, I'm just too weak for this fight. I have to grind more. By this point, the grind is very slow. I don't really have a choice though, when the problem that's keeping us from progressing is that we're slower than somebody who can beat us with a 100 accuracy move, luck really isn't gonna cut it anymore. The only way that I can stand a chance is if I spent a few hours and grind out more levels. At level 86, I try again and somehow I'm still slower and go down in 10 hits. This is after gaining 10 more levels. I'm actually gonna have to go grind even more. Okay, I come back at level 92. I get my curl in and one-shot Shelgon with Earthquake. I use Earthquake again for Kingdra, and at this level, it's actually a one-shot. Altaria I have to use Rollout on since she's part flying, but all she did was Dragon Dance and heal, so I built power and took her out. Flygon hung on from Rollout and hit a Flamethrower, but I didn't get burnt, so next turn I took him out just fine. Last is Salamence, so my attack is down from Intimidate, but he's part flying, so our super-powered Rollout was more than enough to finish him off. Finally, it's Pokemon Champion Wallace. Wailord is out first, and I learned from my failed attempts that I have to attack with Earthquake right away, or he's gonna one-shot me with Water Spout. Water Spout does more damage the higher his health is. Anyway, Earthquake brings it to a sliver, he makes it rain and heals. I Earthquake him again, then I Defense Curl early. His Water Spout does almost nothing since he has such low health, so I roll out again to finish him. Tentacruel is second, and normally I'd Earthquake, but Rollout already started, and it was enough to knock him out. Whiscash hung on from Rollout in spite of all the power, but he used Amnesia, so we just finished him off next turn. Last turn of Rollout, and we use that to one-shot Milotic, so at least we can't get hit by Toxic this fight. Rollout is over, and Ludicolo is out, so I start a new Rollout. He uses Double Team, and I get worried, but we hit again, so he goes down. Last is Gyarados, but even with the attack drop, he's part Flying type, so our Stage 3 Rollout takes him out and wins us the game. With that done, we are in the Hall of Fame and we win the challenge, but I have to at least try the Steven fight. Honestly, with how much I had to level up just for the Elite Four, I have my doubts about being able to beat Steven. But Earthquake is a really good move. As long as I can get past his Skarmory without getting hit by Toxic, I think I stand a chance. Obviously though, I'll need to be level 100. This takes forever, but grinding on the Elite Four themselves is likely the best way to do it at this point, since I can one-shot most of the early members of the Elite Four with Earthquake. Here's our stats at level 100. They're good, but honestly, I still think Steven will have some faster Pokemon than us, so that might spell our doom. Let's make guesses on if we can do it or not. I'm gonna say that I can probably get to Metagross, but I really doubt I can get past that. Let's do this. First is Skarmory, and it's got Toxic. If we get hit by Toxic, then the fight is already over, so I'm sure it doesn't surprise you to see that we had to try this a bunch of times. Skarmory can't get hit by Earthquake and resists Flail, so all we can really do is Defense Curl and hope Rollout will get us the win before we get hit by Toxic. Eventually, we get this run where he goes down and Aggron is next. Normally, I'd Earthquake him, but Rollout was still going, and thankfully it was just enough to take him down before his Solar Beam could one-shot us. Next is Cradilly, and rollout ended, so I had to resort to Earthquake. It did okay damage, but his Giga Drain really messed us up. He would have had too much health for me to finish off, but I luckily got a crit on my Earthquake for a knockout. Armaldo is next, so I use this as my chance to start a new rollout. We ended up getting hit hard by Water Pulse, going all the way down to only 35 health as our rollout took him out, healing us just a bit. Claydol's out, and when our rollout only did half his health and damage, I thought I was doomed, but somehow his Earthquake only brought us to 20 health, so our follow-up rollout actually knocked him out. Last is Metagross, and I thought I did well making it this far, when even with him resisting Rock type, my rollout had gotten just exactly strong enough to knock him out in one hit. I actually beat Steven with one Phanpy. No Attract, no Double Team, but a very lucky critical Earthquake early in the fight, and rollout not missing got me the win. I honestly didn't think I could beat Steven, let alone beating him in under 5 tries. I think it was 3 or 4. I really hope you guys liked that run. I'm thinking that for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, I'm going to do Pokemon Fire Red with one Onix. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, and it totally sucks. As always, though, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Gooseit play Pokemon Stadium over here on my channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Red with one Ghastly was pretty easy, so let's do a highly requested harder one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Plusle and Minun? Plusle and Minun are pretty weak Pikachu-like Pokemon that are meant to put over Gen 3's new double battle mechanic. They have incredibly similar stats, with Plusle having a little higher attack and special attack, and Minun having slightly higher defense and special defense, and they have nearly the same moves, and flat out the exact same TM moves. There's one obvious problem on this level up move list though. We don't start off with an attacking move. That's gonna be brutal. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if you think I can win or not. I think that I can beat the Pokemon League, but with how powerful the post-game fight with Steven is, I really doubt I'll be able to beat him. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Plusle and Minun. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only held items and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Plusle, so that we can do the full challenge with it. Plusle has higher attack, so I'd like it earlier, and I can only start with one of the two. I obviously lose the Zigzagoon fight since I have no attacking moves. I've actually never lost this fight before, so that was interesting to see. It turns out that when you're about to faint, it just runs away. I nickname it Doug. See if you can see where this one is going. I know a few of you will get it. So, we are already at a horrible point in the run. To progress, we need to beat May, but we obviously can't until we have an attacking move, and that's not until level 10. We also don't have running shoes yet, so the simple act of moving is slow. We can't buy Pokeballs yet, so I can't even catch Zigzagoons for pickup for free potions, so I spend all my money buying 10 of them. Alright, here's the strategy. I have to find a Wurmple, since it's the weakest thing that I can fight, then use up all 60 of my power points. Wurmple does have Tackle, so it very much can hurt us during this process. If I get hurt too much, I have to run away. I can use items outside of battle, so I'll use a potion after I've run away, and then get into a new fight. Eventually, when I'm out of power points, I can use Struggle to attack Pokemon for experience, but it uses my own health to do so. And because Doug's timid nature, we have less attack and more speed, so not great for this. It takes about 8 minutes to run out of power points, by the way, and that's with a normal amount of luck. Because the Pokemon all give about the same experience here, it's by far safest to just fight Wurmples, so I actually spend a lot of my time running away from battles. During the grind, I found a shiny Wurmple. Too bad I had to kill it since I can't have Pokeballs yet. Not only does this take ages, but at level 9 I run out of potions, and with no way to get more, I'm literally one fight away from getting to level 10, and that last Wurmple used Tackle, so I can't finish it off without finishing myself off. This is what true torture looks like. I then have to resort to going to the Poke Center, healing, getting my power points back, then trying to run out again without using potions. This requires amazing paralysis luck to pull off, to the point that I failed over and over and over in my attempts to beat one last Wurmple. This is almost as bad as the Magikarp challenge in terms of a grind, because although Magikarp needs more levels, at least in that grind I had Metapods to safely run out of power points against. These two routes have no Pokemon that are lacking attacking moves, so I just have to pray. Pretty much anytime I bring up a really extraordinarily terrible grind like this, I have a bunch of people who just say, "You're on emulator, right? Why don't you speed up the emulator?" To which my response for that is, don't you think it would really cheapen the challenge if when there's an extraordinarily horrific grind, I just borderline skip it by speeding up the game? I think the story is a lot more interesting if I actually go through with all that pain, because then I can find the words to relate it to you just how horrible it is, and why you probably shouldn't do this challenge. Eventually, after genuinely over an hour of attempts, I managed to beat one last Wurmple, getting us to level 10, and letting us finally learn Quick Attack, our first attacking move. It is far from powerful, but it'll at least get us to the first gym of the game. What a brutal start. I did it though, so please, if you'll allow me to celebrate the only way I know how, by telling everyone to follow me on Twitter, where I tweet about dumb things on a daily basis. Okay, enough of that. I crush May as you'd expect and absolutely mop the floor with everything standing between us and the first gym. Can I just say that there are a few things worse than ending a battle poisoned and realizing you forgot to buy antidotes? Anyway, I hate to do this again so soon, but I have to grind. Here's Roxanne's team. She's the first gym leader. We are already a low attack Pokemon, but we also have a nature that lowers our attack more. Our physical attack doesn't have the same type attack bonus, rock resists normal, and electric doesn't work on ground, so we wouldn't be able to use an electric move until her third Pokemon, and that's including Thunder Wave. During the grind, we hit level 19 and learned Spark, a decent electric move. Gen 3 was before moves could be physical or special depending on the move rather than the type, so Spark is special in this. It could for sure beat Nosepass for us, but we'd need to be able to take down two Geodudes without it first. Eventually we hit level 22, so here's our stats. It's nothing special, but at least I have a little more attack than I expected, considering our nature. For attacks, we can only really rely on Quick Attack for most of the fight. Encore would be good, but Roxanne doesn't really have any totally garbage moves for me to force her to repeat. I think we might be ready though, so I hold an Oranberry since we're allowed to use held items in the rules, and I challenge her. Geodude number 1 goes about as well as it can. She misses about a normal amount for the accuracy of her moves, and I'm doing... well, the damage I'm doing is awful, but I guess is what I expected. I heal a bit with my held Oranberry, and she heals with a potion, so this is a long fight. Eventually I take it out, but it's pretty obvious that I don't have the health to continue the fight with the second Geodude. I'm gonna need to be a higher level than this. The grind is somehow both faster and slower at this point. On one hand, I have more power points to work with, so I have to go to the Poke Center less, but on the other hand, I need a lot more experience to level up. Either way, it's slow, but not nearly as frustrating as that Wurmple grind at the start of the game, so I can't really complain too much. Plus, I actually prefer this part of the grind because the more mindless the grind is, the more I can just pay attention to something on the other monitor and zone out. At level 28, we learn Fake Tears, Plusle's only unique move over Minun. It lowers the opponent's special defense by 2 stages. This is potentially pretty strong, although it won't help us against the Geodudes since we flat out can't use electric moves on them. Still, worth having for later. Another try at Roxanne, and we're level 30 this time. Our health and attack is just high enough that we're able to slowly brute force our way through the Geodudes, and then easily one-shot Nosepass with 1 Spark. With that done, we can finally go catch our Minun. We take out the Aqua Grunt to save the Boatman's Wingull, ride to Dewford, deliver the litter to Steven in Granite Cave, boat to Slateport, and start running around in the grass just north of town. I catch one and name it Danny. Okay, so like 5 of you watching right now just got what the reference is, and at least 3 of those 5 people are wondering why I'd named them after Doug and Danny of all people. It's because they're awesome, and your memories of them not being awesome are lying to you. For the 99.9% of people who don't get it, hunt through the comments for the one person who will leave a comment understanding it. Consider it your own challenge run. Anyway, here's our Minun. So, rash nature, less special defense, more special attack. Not bad, I actually quite like that. Other than that though, it's pretty much exactly like Plusle was at level 13, so nothing too special. I go straight after Brawly, the fighting gym leader, and it goes exactly how you would imagine. We're over-leveled, and it's still early in the game, so Spark one-shots the whole team, so let's move right on to May. Lombre is out first, and I'm trying to level Danny. I paralyze him with a Spark, has a second one and a quick attack, easily take him out. Next is Marsh Stomp, a ground type, so I switch for Doug for raw power. Mudshot really messes us up, to the point that if her last Mudshot didn't miss, Doug would have gotten knocked out. We managed to take him out in a few quick attacks. Last is Slugma, so I switch for Danny again and hit Spark for amazing damage, but Slugma survives with 1 health probably, and hits Ember. It's not bad though, so we end up ending it with a quick attack. I think that's the hardest May fight I've had in one of these Pokemon challenges. If that Mudshot didn't miss, I think we would have lost. This is a great part of the game for helping Danny catch up to Doug, since there are so many trainers in this area. And considering the next gym is electric, and considering that electric type resists electric moves, I'd like to have a bit more power before I jump into the gym. After all the trainers go down, we tackle the electric gym. Watson sends out Voltorb, and I know it has self-destruct, so I paralyze it for safety. He does the gym's signature move of Shockwave, but it does almost nothing, so I hit Spark for decent damage. Even on a critical hit, it does next to nothing, so Voltorb isn't an issue. I'm happy he wastes a Super Potion on him, though. Next is Electrike, so I switch for Doug and use Fake Tears to drop his special defense. He howls to power up his quick attack, but my Spark destroys him. Next is Magneton, so I go back to Fake Tears and try to maximize our damage, but we get paralyzed and confused. An awful combo. Magneton survives a Spark right after a few tries, but gets paralyzed. He isn't done yet though, as he heals with a Super Potion. I'm having terrible confusion and paralysis luck, but once confusion is gone, I land a huge Spark. One last Spark after that takes him out. Last is Manectrix, so I have Danny Thunder Wave, but I get Thunder Waved in return. I Encore him so that now he wastes turns Thunder Waving when I'm already paralyzed, so I take my opportunity to use Spark, but it hardly hurts. I switch for Doug so that I can use Fake Tears, although it's when Encore ends, so I don't get much out of it. I figure 2 Fake Tears is plenty, so I go for Spark and finish the fight. Our next big fight is Maxie on a volcano. Yes, this elevated quickly, but to get here you need to go through a very trainer-dense area of the game, so we have tons of opportunities to level up. As always, he starts with Mightyena, so our attack is cut from Intimidate. Thankfully, Spark is special in Gen 3, so it goes down fast, as does Zubat for obvious reasons. Camerupt is a problem though, since we can't use electric moves on him. And I hate that I have to say this every episode, but I think I got the pronunciation right this time. God, everybody hates how I say every Pokemon name. It doesn't take long for him to take us out with Magnitude. Doug is out, but once again he lucks out with having a super high power Magnitude, taking us out. That could have gone better. Second try and I send Doug out right away to get some non-attack cut quick attacks. Just for Camerupt to hit a level 8 Magnitude again, and quickly finish us off after that. That's pretty unlucky. Danny starts chipping away, but he uses a Super Potion to last longer. Magnitude 5 isn't too much to handle, but then he follows up with another Magnitude 8, finishing us off. This fight was way worse than I expected. About a dozen attempts later, and we win because Maxie just forgot what Magnitude is. I can only assume that this is some kind of randomized AI quirk like Blue has in Fire Red and Leaf Green, because Maxie just kept deciding that Ember and Tackle are way cooler than using ground moves on Electric type, so I very slowly take him out. I don't know how this man got to be the leader of Team Magma. Speaking of Magma, Fire Gym is next. Numela's first, and although he would normally be a problem, I got a lucky crit. She uses a Hyper Potion to recover from it though, so I had to whittle her down with a handful of quick attacks. I was lucky, and Numa only used Magnitude near the end of the fight, and Danny managed to just hardly hang on long enough to finish it. Slugma is next, so I switched for a healthier Doug and take it out in one Spark, but then came the real challenge. She sends out Camerupt and evolved to Numel, so I can't use Spark. I tried using Danny to hit an extra quick attack, but he went down the moment after, as you could probably imagine. Doug is back out, and all I can do is spam quick attack, so that's what I do. Flannery is picking some really weird moves like Sunny Day, but thanks to her having another Hyper Potion, I can't really take advantage of it. Eventually, she finally decides to use Attract, as I'm pretty sure you saw in my Skitty challenge, Attract is a really strong status. I was doomed at that point. I could grind more, but I actually have another idea that I want to try first. My type coverage might be awful, but I could always check my hidden power. I go and pick up the TM for Hidden Power. If you don't know what this move is, the super simple version is that every Pokemon has a hidden number that determines what type their Hidden Power will be if they learn the attack. You test it by saving the game, learning it, then fighting things and narrowing down what it's effective against until you figured out the type. And if you don't need the type, you just reset the game back to before you learned it. So let's test. Personally, I'm hoping for water and ice. First, let's test with Danny. So we're neutral against water and flying types, so that eliminates about half of the types that it could be right off the bat. It's also neutral against fighting types, so that checks off dark, psychic, and flying. Aaron is rock and steel, and it resisted it. Finally, something really useful. It's not effective against Poochyena. That means it's either dark or ghost type. Since it's neutral against fighting, that tells us for sure that it's ghost. Problem is that ghost is only good against ghost and psychic, so its usefulness is limited. Let's reset and not have that for now. I'm sure Spark will be plenty useful against ghosts. Next for Doug. Okay, neutral against dark, and super effective against a grass and poison type. That means either flying, fire, or ice. I really hope it's ice, but all these types we can't learn normally, so they're all useful in some way. Neutral against Makahita, so it can't be flying. I hit Zubat, and it's super effective, so it's ice type. This is absolutely a keeper. I also leveled up and learned Thunder. It's not very accurate, but it hits really hard. Ice is only neutral against Numel and Camerupt since they're fire and ground, but in Gen 3 all ice moves are special, and not only is our special attack higher than our regular attack, but we also have fake tiers to drop their special defense, so this is a big advantage. Let's try Flannery again. I open with fake tiers against Numel as it starts a sunny day. Hidden Power almost takes out all of her health, bringing her to just above red. Magnitude 6 hurts, but is manageable as Hidden Power finishes it off. I switch for Danny as Slugma comes out, so I can easily finish it off with Spark with no chance of missing. Back to Doug for Camerupt, and I go right for Fake Tears. Overheat nearly takes us out, so I go right for Hidden Power, hardly hurting it as Doug goes down to a tackle. Back to Danny with Quick Attack, and this is looking bad until I get a golden opportunity. Camerupt uses Sunny Day, so I Encore him, locking him into spamming it. She uses a Hyper Potion, but I've got her locked into a useless loop. My second Encore attempt misses, breaking her out of it, as she tackles and uses Attract, so this could be bad. I managed to Encore Attract, so she wastes more time, but even once I managed to get an attack in, she has a second Hyper Potion. Thanks to Attract, I never got a chance to use another Encore to keep her in the loop, and through that bad luck and Attract, I slowly lose the fight. Man, that was a heartbreaker. I'll need to level up. I doubt I'll need many levels to win, so I aim for 40 and start grinding on Jagged Pass. Considering I have an Acro Bike, it's not that bad a place to level up, and it really doesn't take us that long. Time for another try of Flannery. Danny is able to take out Numel in a few quick attacks, as always, but not before taking some damage from Overheat and Sunny Day getting set up. Second was Slugma, who easily goes down to a single Spark. Finally is the ever-terrifying Camerupt. I start with Fake Tears to lower his special defense, as she wastes time using Tackle and Sunny Day. I go for Hidden Power and do over half her health and damage, as her Overheat takes us to half of our health. A second Hidden Power finally overcomes the obstacle. Last out is her Torkoal. I go for Fake Tears, but her ability keeps her from getting debuffed, so it overheated to finish off Doug. Danny gets hit with Thunder Wave, but got attracted in return. I did manage to Encore Attract though, then hit Spark. It's a good thing that I hit Encore earlier, because I lost a round to Attract, so not having her fight back was nice. Eventually, I hit a second Spark for the victory. I need to go all the way back to Petalburg for the normal gym, but on my way through, I took the Root Fossil. I know that if I didn't say what fossil I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everybody ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. The normal gym is always a scary one, so I'm not super confident, but let's give it a try. Norman opens with Spinda. Spark nearly takes it out, as it lands a Teeter Dance to confuse us, as he heals with a Hyper Potion. I hit myself in confusion, but my next Spark hits hard and paralyzes him. Unfortunately, powering up his Facade. I took a lot of damage, but I took him out. Vigoroth is next, and Spark nearly takes him out too, but this time I don't paralyze him, so Facade isn't that strong. Linoon is next, but Doug's Thunder misses twice, so I take big damage from Headbutt. But Linoon's Belly Drum lowers his health enough that one Thunder easily took him out. Last is Slacking, so I use Fake Tears to soften him up as his Facade crits and takes out Doug. Denny hits a Spark for massive damage, and thanks to Truant, Slacking wastes his turn, and even with him eating his berry for health, one more Spark is too much and we win the fight. first try on the normal gym. That was surprising. Next up is May, and she actually puts up a fight again. Lombre hits Fake Out for 7 damage, but it hardly hangs on from a spark. Swift did almost nothing, so a second spark ends it. The real threat is Marsh Stomp, so I switch for Doug and use Fake Tears as he starts using Mud Shot for heavy damage. Hidden Power does good damage, but not amazing. Good thing Marsh Stomp wasted his time using Mud Spore, because if he had used just 3 Mud Shots, I'd have lost. Hidden Power ends it. Last is Slugma, who goes down to Danny's Spark. Next is Winona, the flying gym leader. She's usually tough, but in between our ice and electric moves, we have a strong advantage. Swablu goes down to 1 thunder. Altaria was brutal. Despite having a double weakness to ice, Hidden Power only did half her health and damage as she set up a Dragon Dance and ate an Oran Berry to heal. A second Hidden Power brought her to a sliver as she did a second Dragon Dance. Winona used a Hyper Potion for a full heal, so our next Hidden Power couldn't finish her off. Then she hit a massively powered up Earthquake, leaving us with 9 health. Thankfully, our Hidden Power had a damage range on her, so that finished her off. Skarmory's out, so I switch for Doug and go for Spark and land a one-shot. Tropius comes out, and a critical Spark takes it out too. Last is Pelipper, who's double weak to electricity, so 1 Spark does the deal. Altaria was scary, but overall the battle went well. With this being Emerald, I have to do the Magma base, so that means another battle with Maxie. Mightyena can't handle a Thunder, but Camerupt is next. This is always a pain to fight, so I start with Fake Tears as the Earthquake one-shots us. I'm sure it won't shock you to learn that Danny got one-shot and that a single quick attack was not in fact strong enough to one-shot him. I can't learn any ground or water moves, so I'm gonna for sure need to power level. I tried getting to level 50 and 51, but I still get one-shot. Like, this battle isn't even close. I don't think Maxie's ever been this much of an issue in one of these runs. This grind is an absolutely brutal one, since we don't have great locations to grind at that are closest to places to heal. In fact, this was such a long grind that I mostly just edited other videos on the side while grinding, like my Dwarf Fortress playthrough with Truth, or even that Ghastly challenge that you guys saw last week. If I had a Pokemon ability in real life, it would probably be time management. That or something involving Twitter plugs. By the way, if you subscribe to me over on my Twitch page, linked in the description, then you get random dwarves named after you in the Dwarf Fortress Let's Play. So, check it out. Eventually, I get to level 60 and use a TM to replace Doug's Thunder Wave with Double Team. You know where this is going. Our stats are passable, although Danny is better than Doug at basically everything that I care about. So that's not how I thought this would turn out. Everybody knows that Doug was better than Danny, come on. Maxi time, and I turned animations off because this would take especially long due to lots of dialogue on every attempt. The plan is to use Double Team on Camerupt, although I probably should have tried to do it on Mightyena, but I forgot until it was too late. I started building up my Double Team as he builds up his Amnesia to beef up his special defense. That's a problem for us. He reaches max before us and hits a big Earthquake. One more hit from that and we'd faint. Eventually, I get to maximum Double Teams and start using Fake Tears to drop his defense back down. Turn after turn, I manage to hit Fake Tears and he keeps missing with Earthquake. 4 Fake Tears in, and I go for Hidden Power for about half his health and damage. He heals, but I hit him again. He heals again, I hit him again. Finally, he doesn't heal. I hit him one more time and he goes down. All that's left is a Crobat, so 1 Thunder takes it down. You want to know the craziest part? This is my first attempt at Maxie using the Double Team strategy. That was really lucky. Next are the Double Battle Gym Leaders, and for once we don't need a Magikarp. Xatu goes down in 1 Spark while Claydol hits us with an Earthquake, but it only takes 2 Hidden Powers for Claydol to go down, and both Lunatone and Solrock go down quickly to some electric moves, so the battle ended up being a cakewalk. For once. Next is Archie, but he doesn't have a Camerupt, so he's a pushover. We're onto the Water Gym. One sends out Love Disc, so I paralyze it, as it Water Pulses me for a sliver, so I switch to Doug and start Double Teaming. Water Pulse can hardly hurt us, so I use this chance to build up all 6 Double Teams and end it with Thunder. Next is Whiscash, the reason why I Double Teamed. I start using Fake Tears to bring down his special defense, but he keeps using Amnesia to raise it at the same time. Entire minutes later, and he finally missed enough Earthquakes that I had his defense down a bit. So I used Hidden Power to leave him with a sliver. He used a Hyper Potion, but my next 2 Hidden Powers ended him. That was the last real threat of his team, though. The rest of it got one-shot by Thunder, other than Kingdra, who I Hidden Powered. It did almost nothing, went back to Thunder, then finished. With that done, there's only one big battle before the Elite Four. The only Wally fight worth bringing up. He opens with Altaria, so I paralyze him with Danny and switched for Doug. Hidden Power did massive damage, although I did get hit by a weak aerial ace. He full restored, but 2 Hidden Powers ended it. Delcatty took 1 Thunder, then it's Magneton. I decide to go for Fake Tears, but 1 Thunderbolt and I'm paralyzed, so he just keeps nailing that. Thunder took him out like he was nothing, though, much to my surprise. Roselia's out, so 2 Ice Hidden Powers, but not before losing a bit of health to a couple of Giga Drains. Last is Gardevoir, so I switch for Danny, paralyze him, but get paralyzed in return thanks to his Synchronize ability. Then I Spark twice for an easy win. Finally, we're at the Elite Four, the last big challenge before the credits. I think it's pretty obvious that our team is just too weak right now, though. We have a few good moves, but there's no way we'd be able to beat Drake at this point, let alone Wallace, so I decide to level up a bit more. The nice thing about grinding here is that it doesn't take all that long. Sydney, the first Elite Four member, is pretty easy, so I can just fight him over and over. Yeah, I end up whiting out on the rest of the Elite Four, but is faster than running away from ground types forever in Victory Road. Eventually, our team hits level 75. Well, Doug is 75, Danny's 77 because he leveled faster due to having much more reliable moves and fainting less. I replace Spark with Thunderbolt with a TM. It's much stronger while still having 100 accuracy. I would have replaced it earlier in the game, but Spark has more power points and I needed that for grinding. I also made a Shell Bell, a held item that lets us heal a bit by dealing damage. Also, I got a Lax Incense to lower the opponent's accuracy, although not by much. Make your guesses on if I can beat the Elite Four or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. I beat him plenty while grinding, so he's no real problem. Shift Tree can sometimes be an issue depending on if he uses Swagger and how our Confusion luck goes. But this run, he just uses Double Team and then goes down to Hidden Power easily. It was an easy battle, never managed to land a hit on us. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. I always quick attack first since she opens with Protect, and I don't want to lose extra power points from his pressure ability. I follow up with that with a Thunderbolt to take him out. On the second Dusclops, we have some beautiful Lax Incest luck, making Earthquake miss as a second Thunderbolt finishes him off. The entire rest of our team is a one-shot sweep with Thunderbolt, but it uses most of our power points, so I use an Ether on Thunderbolt, outside of combat of course, and move on. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Her whole team is just a one-shot sweep other than Glalie, who makes it hail, heals, then gets finished off. I use another Ether on Thunderbolt and move on. Last is Dragon Trainer Drake. I start with a double team on Shelgon since he always uses Protect first anyway. I probably could have done 6 double teams, but I wanted to try the fight normally first, so I just did 2 double teams, then a couple Hidden Powers. Shelgon was only trying for Rock Tomb, an already inaccurate move, so he didn't get a hit. Flygon went down to 1 Hidden Power due to double type effectiveness, but Altaria survived at half health. He just used Dragon Dance though, so the second one took him out too. Kingdra is scary because he likes to mess with accuracy, so I hit Fake Tears as an early smokescreen hits us. I don't want to wait for my accuracy to get really bad, so I hit a Thunder for the KO. Last is Salamence, so I use Fake Tears as he hits us for a quarter of our health with Dragon Claw. We miss with Hidden Power, but he misses too, so our second Hidden Power takes him out. Finally, we have the Pokemon champion Wallace. Sorry for no animations, but I assumed this would take quite a few tries. He opens with Wailord and Gyarados, who both go down to 1 Thunderbolt each, but Whiscash is the real issue. Ground type, so we can't use Electricity. Quick Attack and Hidden Power hardly do anything, and he likes to take us out like we're nothing with Earthquake. This means that it's probably best if I build up double teams before Whiscash. I think I can do this. He sends out Wailord, so I start with my double teams. His Water Spout move does massive damage, so I can't afford to get hit by it. He wastes a lot of time though, and I dodge plenty, so I get my 6 double teams without getting hit, and end him in 1 Thunder. I take out Gyarados in 1 hit, and next is Whiscash. Like the last Whiscash fight with Juan, we traded Fake Tears Amnesia for ages until he finally started picking other moves, and I can get his defense below neutral. He does manage to hit an Earthquake, taking us to a little over a quarter of our health, but a couple of Hidden Powers take him out and heal us a bit thanks to the Shell Bell. Tentacruel goes down in 1 Thunder, but Ludicolo survives it, although he gets paralyzed. He uses Double Team, making me worry, so I go for Hidden Power due to higher accuracy, but it hardly hurts him. He full restores, and I miss Thunder twice in a row as he double teams more. I might run out of power points. Another Thunder finally hits and paralyzes him again, as he full restores again. Another Thunder misses, and I only have 2 left. Thunder hits, his health is low, he uses Double Team, and my last Thunder hits, taking him out. That was incredible. Last is Melodic, a very special tanky Pokemon, so I start using Fake Tears as Toxic misses us. I get all 3 Fake Tears in, but Toxic hits us, so Doug is doomed. Even with 3 Fake Tears, our Hidden Power Ice hardly hurts, so I decide to just keep using it until we faint, although Melodic has Recover, so it doesn't work out too well. Eventually, Doug goes down and Danny is out. 1 Thunderbolt, and Melodic is down, making us the new Pokemon champion. With that win, we've won the challenge. Although we got to the credits, I do want to at least try the post-game fight with Steven, even if I don't think I can win. Half his team uses Earthquake, his levels match ours, and he opens with a Pokemon that uses Toxic, so it's brutal. But we do decent damage and have double teams, so it's at least worth a few attempts. First is Skarmory. I start building up double teams, and luckily it doesn't even try to use Toxic early. It does manage to hit some Aerial Aces since they can't miss, but we resist Flying type, so it isn't that bad. Once we have our 6 double teams, I one-shot him with Thunder, although the Shell Bell doesn't really heal us that much. 1 Earthquake would take us out for sure. Second is Aggron, one of his Earthquake users. I decide to open with Fake Tears as he misses an Earthquake. He isn't ground, so I use Thunder and one-shot him. I bet without Fake Tears, he would have landed in red and used a full restore, so I played it safe. Third is Metagross, another Earthquake user. He had the ability Clear Body, so Fake Tears wouldn't work, so I just used Thunder. First one paralyzes him, so I get very lucky. 2 Thunders in, and he lands in red, so I was worried he'd full restore, but his Citrus Berry got his health up enough that he didn't full restore. That actually helped me. Fourth is Claydol, a really scary one since this is ground type, so no Thunder. Naturally, I go for Fake Tears. He keeps missing Earthquake, and I swear my stomach tenses up on every one of them, because I know I couldn't survive one even at full health. I end up getting 3 Fake Tears and 2 Hidden Powers to put him down. Next is Cradily, who's weak to Ice, so I just go for it with Hidden Power. It does almost nothing as he sets up Ingrain, a weak passive healing move. I start building up Fake Tears and he's mostly missing with Ancient Power. After that, I'm easily able to finish it with a couple of Hidden Powers. Last is Armaldo, Steven's second one with Aerial Ace, so I have to beat him reasonably fast, as I don't want to get ruined thanks to a random crit. 2 Fake Tears in, and I use Thunder, one-shotting him, and beating the post-game boss fight. You want to know the craziest part? Much like Wallace, this only took 4 tries. Earthquake and Ancient Power are both 100 accuracy, so although 6 double teams doesn't make it unreasonable to win under those conditions, that's the kind of thing that usually takes a solid 10 or 15 tries. That challenge had some rough grinds, but I got so lucky having Ice-type Hidden Power. I really didn't think that I would be able to beat Steven at such a low level. I'm pretty impressed. I'm not 100% sure what challenge I want to do next, but I have a lot of suggestions from you guys written down. I'm actually kind of thinking of doing an unknown one next. Like, an unknown the Pokemon, not the word you know what I mean. Whatever it ends up being, though, I'm gonna try my absolute best to make sure that it's ready for you by next Saturday as usual. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you'd like to check out all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded, because there are tons. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a black and white randomized playthrough over on his channel. Also, come to the Twitch streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Elder Scrolls Oblivion as a Necromancer was a super fun change of pace. Let's follow that up with a classic challenge. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Rattata? So, Rattata. Well, as you can see on screen already, it's pretty difficult to do runs with. This is a very, very weak Pokemon. For context, starter Pokemon usually have about 310 as their total base stats. Rattata only has 253. Between having terrible defense and special defense, as well as having low health, we're gonna be incredibly frail. Not only that, but our special attack is so terrible that although we can learn some pretty crazy moves, anything that's not normal type is probably gonna be very weak. By level up, we learn Hyper Fang pretty early, and it's not too bad since it can cause flinching, though it also can miss. The flinches could possibly help us in the Rock Gym at the start, but other than that, I think that Super Fang is going to be our only other good level up move, Even then, I'm not sure if we'll use it. It didn't really pay off much in the last couple Rattata runs. By TM, we have some awesome type coverage with things like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Iron Tail, and Dig. Really though, the only move here that we can do decent damage with is Return. Considering how many things can probably 1 or 2 shot us, we're gonna need Return without a doubt. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think this is going to be the hardest Rattata challenge that I've done. It was easy in Gen 1, and Gen 2 was hard, but not the worst I've ever done. Emerald is just a really hard game for solo runs though, with things like the extra hard Rock Gym and a 2-on-1 fight in the Psychic Gym. It's going to be brutal. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Rattata. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Rattata so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have Kabuskin, probably the hardest for it to fight since it's part fighting type. I name him Manbar, as is usual for our Rattata runs. Our nature is naughty, so more attack and less special defense. I'm happy with that, I think we need the attack. Although the less special defense is probably going to be a problem by the end of the game. Our ability is Guts, so we get a 50% attack raise if we get a status affliction. That could actually be really good in the Electric Gym. Also, does this Rattata sprite look kinda weird to you, or is it just me? I don't know, I feel like I've just never seen this specific sprite before. While I do the early travel, let's go over the first major roadblock of the game, Roxanne's Rock Gym. She's got 2 Geodudes and a Nose Pass, plus 2 or 3 potions and a berry. I think it's 2 potions, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, point is, we're gonna have to grind for that for sure. We can't learn any moves that are super effective against them yet. In fact, we can't learn anything that does regular damage to them. They resist everything we can learn right now. They spam Rock Tomb too, so we're gonna lose our speed advantage pretty quick, and that's the only real advantage that we have here. I'm gonna have to try the fight a few times before level 20 with Hyper Fang, but I think that once we hit level 20 and learn Focus Energy, then maybe we could stand a chance. Yeah, we'll still be really weak and frail, but crits can make a big difference. Who knows, maybe a critical Hyper Fang at level 20 is actually going to be really strong. It's hard to say for sure. I'll give it a go though. Okay, so the first try at level 17. We did alright. I mean, for as far as the Rock Gym goes. Is it really alright when we couldn't take down 1 Geodude? Well, we got her to use a potion at least. I'll go level up 3 more times and try again with Focus Energy, but considering how much damage we were taking from Rock Throw and Rock Tomb, I don't really have high hopes. So I try a few more times at level 20, but I'm not really having any luck with it. Even on a crit, we can't one-shot Geodude, so we never ended up taking down a single one. I can't believe how frail we still are too. It hardly takes any hits to go down. I'd show you guys this grind, but you remember what this area is like from the insane Poison Moves Only run a few weeks ago, right? I still can't get over that one. Hardest run I have done in ages. Let's not have this opening part of the video take forever. You'll see me again when we're finally ready to win this thing. Some of you people have been saying the videos are getting a little too long, and I don't blame you. But whenever they're not really long, people say they really like the long ones, so I have no idea what you want. You well and truly cannot please everybody. Okay, so at level 25, I lost twice to the first Geodude due to amazing strings of misses. But after that, we just ended up critting it for a one-shot. On the second one, it flinched on the first Hyper Fang, so it never hit us either. Nose Pass at the end just missed Rock Tomb, and then we crit to take it out. It's shocking how easy that was after having a bunch of tries where I didn't even get close to winning. With the Rock Gym down, it's a very short trip to the Fighting Gym. Now, our defense is pretty bad, and we're weak to fighting moves, so I'm kind of worried that Makahita will just one-shot us with Vital Throw. Who knows? Maybe he'll waste a bunch of time with Bulk Up. I mean, we are over-leveled for this point, it might be okay. Plus, I grabbed the Silk Scarf so we can enjoy that 10% boost to the power of normal moves. Well, my guess was right. We swept the gym up to Makahita, who probably could have messed us up with Vital Throw, but just ended up wasting time with Bulk Up, so we got a quick win. Now, there's a bunch of trainers that we could fight on our way to the upcoming rival fight if we want to, but I'm not totally sure how many levels we need. See, our rival will have a Combusken by now, and that could be a problem since I think she'll have Double Kick. I'm not even worried about Wingull or Lombre, I just think that Double Kick could probably take us out really fast. We're a bit over-leveled though, so maybe we could two-shot it with Hyper Fang. If so, the flinches could save us, or we could use Focus Energy on an earlier Pokemon so that we potentially crit. I think we could win this without grinding, so I'll just have a few trainer fights instead of all of them. The rival fight was a close one. Wingull and Lombre were one-shots, but Combusken nearly went down in one Hyper Fang, nearly took us out with Double Kick, and then went down to Quick Attack. Good thing we leveled up, though I doubt it's enough for the next part of the game. Next is the Electric Gym, but like usual, I think it's going to be a problem. Watson has a Magneton that we for sure can't one-shot, so I think it's safe to say that we'll get paralyzed. Thing is, we have Guts, so getting paralyzed will boost our attack by 50%. We still might not act, and we will be slower than them for sure if we're paralyzed, but the damage buff could potentially help us pull through. It's hard to say considering how frail we are. Losing the speed advantage alone might make us lose the fight, so I made sure to pick up a few extra levels while we're here. While we're traveling, it's a good time for this week's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark has been a part of my daily routine for a few years now, so it's always awesome to work with them again. Surfshark is a VPN, a virtual private network. It lets you access any country's version of any website with ease from your phone, computer, Chromecast, and just about anything else you can think of. It's great for accessing other countries' catalogs of shows on sites like Netflix and Crunchyroll. Personally, I use it for Fight TV all the time so that I can watch All Elite Wrestling in Canada without needing a TV subscription. It's easy as can be. You just pop open the app, pick the country you want, give it a few seconds to connect, then refresh whatever page you're on, and it thinks you're in that new country. Cool, right? It's also real good for if you want to hide what you're searching from your internet service provider. I'm looking at you, China. You know what you did. If you want to sign up, then there's a pretty massive discount you can grab. You can enter the promo code MDB for 83% off and 3 months free. Yeah, you're only paying 17%. It's pretty wild. Check out the link at the top of the description if you want to sign up and give it a try today. I highly recommend it. Now, I've got an Electric Gym to lose at. So first is Voltorb, who was a one-shot with Hyper Fang. So was the Electric right after. We missed our first Hyper Fang, but it didn't matter since he just used Howl. We got paralyzed from static in the process though, boosting our attack from our ability, but also still cutting our speed. As soon as we fought Magneton, we missed another Hyper Fang, got confused off Supersonic, hit ourselves in confusion, then got finished off. Okay, that was just unlucky, I'm trying that again. Second try, and this time we didn't get paralyzed by static. We still ended up getting paralyzed by Magneton and his Thunder Wave, but it powered up our second Hyper Fang and we landed a crit, taking him out. Last was Manectric, and things didn't start out great as we couldn't act on the first turn. But on the second round, we just one-shot him with Hyper Fang. Our ability was really helpful here. Now that we're done the Electric Gym, we can finally reach some new TMs. We're not far from Dig, so I think I'm gonna pick that one up for a little bit of help in the Fire Gym. Could be good for avoiding overheat on Torkoal, or even trying to stall to let Sunny Day run out. Plus, we can pick up Return after we beat Maxie. You know, sometimes I see people say that we should have a rule against using Return, and I literally don't get why. Like, some people say that it makes it too easy, but like, it doesn't. I still have to try fights dozens and dozens of times. I'm the dude doing the runs. I know how required Return often is. Anyway, we're unbelievably weak and frail this run, so I'd be crazy not to take literally the best move we can learn. We already have the disadvantage of using one of the weakest Pokemon in the game, and being outnumbered 6-1 by the end of the run, and not using any items in battle when the other game's trainers use full restores. I really don't think that me using Return is unfair. That said, I bet Return with a Silk Scarf and the same type attack bonus won't be enough for the Fire Gym by the time we get there. That said, I'm not sure if Return with a Silk Scarf and the same type attack bonus is going to be enough by the time we get to the Fire Gym. There's only one way to find out. Maxie ended up being super easy with us one-shotting most of his team. Camerupt could take a hit, but it just used focus energy, so we never even took damage. I'm not sure the Fire Gym will go quite that well. Okay, so the first try at the Fire Gym didn't go great. We swept our way to Torkoal, but when I used Dig to dodge Overheat, it didn't drop her special attack. That sucks. It looks like it has to hit to have its effect. Well, we got one shot on the next round. That's fine. Return will do more damage anyway. On the second try, we hit return, overheat missed, we hit return again, and she was left with red health, so the second overheat got us. Man, even with a miss, we can't win. I got a silk scarf and the same type attack bonus. I thought this move is supposed to be OP. Alright, what if I keep trying with focus energy until I get a crit? There we go, 3 tries later and it gets us a crit. You know, we never really use focus energy in these runs, do we? Maybe it'll be worth it in this one. Let's go straight to the normal gym and see how much it does to slacking. But on our way there, I took the root fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Well, on the first try of the normal gym, it went great till slacking, who we crit with return, just for them to use counter to obviously one-shot us. Okay, that was my fault. I can just use focus energy on that turn, and it'll probably be fine. Second try, and this time with the slight strategy tweak, and we ended up beating the entire gym without taking a single hit. I thought it would go well, but I didn't think it would go that well. Next up is a little bit of travel to the final required rival fight in the flying gym. Now, the rival fight will probably be easy, but I'm worried about the flying gym. Between the tanky Skarmory and the generally powerful Altaria, we likely won't take them down fast. That means we have to take some hits, and we can't take many of those. Because of that, I make sure to pick up the TM for Ice Beam at the abandoned ship. Our special attack is terrible, but Ice Beam will at least be really powerful against Altaria, and we're gonna need this move eventually anyway since the Elite Four has a Dragon Trainer. Let's hope it can pull its weight. I'm kind of skeptical. Well, at the rival fight, we totally swept May's whole team other than getting hit by Fake Out, but of course that's not strong enough to do any serious damage. I'm starting to think that I'm gonna need to do a May challenge. Let me know in the comment section if you want to see a May challenge, and if so, what starter should I pick? I actually don't know. Doesn't May never fully evolve her Pokemon in this game, like her starter? Does that mean in the May challenge I've got to use a second form starter just, you know, to keep with the theme? I should do that. That actually kind of sounds fun. I really think we should do that. First at the flying gym was Swablu, who just used Safeguard, so we took him down pretty easily. Tropius really worried me though. Not because she did much damage, but because our quad effective Ice Beam was not a one-shot. That makes me think we aren't getting the one-shot on Altaria either. Against Pelipper, I figured she'd use Protect, so I used Focus Energy. Problem is she used Supersonic instead. To make a long fight short, she kept spamming Protect, and we hit ourselves twice in confusion to go to low health before winning. Skarmory hardly took any damage from Ice Beam, so I was feeling doomed when it got frozen on the first hit. We managed to crit it to take it down before it could defrost. Last was Altaria, but Focus Energy saved us and gave us a crit, letting us get another quick knockout. I gotta say, Focus Energy is really fun so far. You know what time it is. It's time to slowly become paranoid about the impending brick wall. We're on a travel-heavy part of the game right now, where I need to go through a forest, climb a graveyard island mountain, which is really weird now that I say it out loud, but I mean, I guess that's what it is. We need to go through Team Magma base, and then the Aqua base, and then sail across the sea. The only major fight during all of this is against Maxi, and he's usually pretty easy, although if any Maxi fight is gonna give us trouble, it's usually the upcoming one. We need all of this travel though, because it's gonna give us some chances to level up. See, right after this we have the Psychic Gym, and it's a double battle. Since this is a solo Pokemon challenge, that means we'll have to take a useless Magikarp into the battle with us so that we're able to start the fight. So Aretita has to take down 4 Pokemon, well they can fight us 2-on-1, so even if we get one-shots on them, they still can hit us. Plus, half their team resists normal, so return won't do as much damage. Not only that, but we have a nature that lowers our already horrible special defense. At the time that I'm writing this, I'm only level 48, and we only have 42 defense. Basically what I'm saying is that I can all but guarantee that we'll get brick-walled at the Psychic Gym for ages. I guess we'll just beat Maxi and then see if things look up by then? Alright, so things were a lot worse than I thought. After losing to Maxi 4 times, thanks to Swagger's confusion damage doing so much to us alongside Takedown, we got this lucky run where he just missed Scary Face and we took him down early. Unfortunately, right after was Crobat, who just confused us and took us down quickly. We're so frail that we can't handle Maxi. So I'm grinding until I can deal with Maxi. This isn't usually how it is, but we're also not usually using anything this frail. If we can't beat Maxi yet, then maybe we need to level up until high 50s or even 60, but then right after is the Psychic Gem, and that's way harder than Maxi. What level am I gonna need to be to win that fight? 70? It's not like I'll even have a chance to set up focus energy. I'm sure they could two-shot us. The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible that we'll have to be the kind of level that normally wins us the game just to beat the Psychic Gem. I'm worrying too much about this right now though. Let's just get ready for the Maxi fight. Okay, so at level 57, we have a try at this Maxi fight where we literally don't get hit once. I don't know what to tell you. Confusion just never got us to hit ourselves, and they never tried an offensive move on us, mostly because they were just busy with potions and effects. This was a fluky fight, but I'll take it. Last bit of travel before the Psychic Gym. We've got decent attack and speed, but that's about it. I've been trying to think of what I could do to help us in the gym, but I'm drawing a blank. The best I could think of that might help is to learn Shadow Ball. It's 80 power, so a bit weaker than Return, but it's gonna be super effective. No same type attack bonus, and it won't have the raised power from our Silk Scarf, but that just means that we can swap that out for a Shell Bell at some point once we have that made. Oh, and all ghost moves are physical in this game, so that means that we get to use our attack stat instead of our special attack, and their Calm Minds won't make our Shadow Balls do less damage. This really seems to be the optimal move for this fight. I decided to replace Dig since that was getting to be far too weak to actually use anyway. I hope this is enough. So, on my first couple tries, I found that Shadow Ball one-shots Xatu, but that we always just go down to a few Earthquakes from Claydol. I figure if I could get Xatu to just use Calm Mind for a few turns, then maybe we could work on the other guys, but I'm probably taking a hit every turn, so I don't see us surviving this quite yet. Solrock and Lunatone seem to be two-shots just like Claydol, but they're not terribly far from being one-shots. Maybe this won't be as bad as I thought. I'll come back with some more levels. At level 65, we can get farther into the fight, getting 2 of them to faint. Problem is, the third Earthquake we take will always make us faint, and their whole team but Xatu are still 2-shots. That means that someone will hit us every turn, and we can't win this fight in only 3 rounds. If we got a bit stronger, then we might get to one-shot everyone. But even if we do, we could still just lose if they hit us on each round. That's where I think a Shell Bell would have to kick in. Speaking of, I've started on making one. You have to come back to this cave at 2 different times of day to get everything that you need, but once we have a Shell Bell, we can at least heal a bit when we deal damage. I don't think it'll be enough to save us yet, but with just a few more levels, I think that it'll be possible. Grinding is slow. Let's hope that it's almost done. At level 68, I gave it a few more tries. Well, the Shell Bell really didn't help much, but it's better than nothing. We were able to one-shot Xatu and even Lunatone, but we couldn't one-shot Solrock. We were able to take it down eventually, but not before the Earthquakes from Claydol caught up with us. See, Claydol takes 2 hits to make faint, and it's best to try and keep it alive since his Earthquakes do less damage than anyone else using Psychic. Grinding is brutal right now, but I think 2 more levels might do the job. If we can just get a one-shot on Solrock, then I think we can win this. The next try was brutal. We're level 70. We can literally one-shot everything but Claydol. I thought we finally had this one, knowing that we had just enough health from the Shell Bell heals to survive an Earthquake, when he suddenly used Psychic for the first time and took us out. That was heartbreaking. Maybe if I have slightly more health or do slightly more damage? 2 more levels later. This one had me sweating bullets. We swept our way to the showdown with Claydol like usual. He still hung on with red health, he went for Psychic again, and we survived with a sliver. He tried to hold on by using a Hyper Potion over and over, but all it was doing was letting us heal with our Shell Bell. Eventually, they ran out of potions, and we got the win. I can't believe it's finally over. With that horrible fight done, there's just Archie, the Water Gym, and Wally. After all of that, we can finally get to the Elite Four. I'm sure Archie will be super easy at this level, but you never know what to expect from the Water Gym. Sometimes Kingdra can be a real problem, so I think I'm going to need to switch back to the Silk Scarf and return for the fight. The Shell Bell is cool, but I think we'll need raw power for that fight. First is Archie, who's a one-shot sweep. The only damage we took was from Rough Skin, but we just healed right back up with our Shell Bell since we still had it on at the time. The water gym ended up being a total sweep. I guess I was wrong to worry. I really didn't think we'd just one-shot Kingdra like that. Last before the Elite Four was Wally, and outside of his Magneton getting us with a Thunderbolt, it was a no-hit sweep. Well, that's the first few easy fights out of the way. I get the feeling the Elite Four themselves will be much harder. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our attack is 129, and our special attack is only 64. So I get the feeling I'm not going to be grabbing the TM for Thunderbolt to deal with Wallace. Also, only 64 special defense in a generation where every water move is special has me pretty worried. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. The first 5 tries went terribly, with us always getting hit by Sand Attack right away. Thanks to that, we just kept having runs where either our accuracy would get completely ruined, or we'd make it to Shift Tree, who uses Double Team and Swagger until we go down. Gonna be honest, I thought Sydney was gonna be the easy Elite Four member to beat. It's fine, even with the attack loss right at the start of the fight, we came really close to one-shotting him. I'll just come back after getting a few levels higher. We're already using the Silk Scarf, so maybe getting a little bit more attack will do the trick. 3 levels later, and the fight was completely different. We crit to take out Mighty Anna before Sand Attack could get us, and Swagger from Shift Tree never ended up making us hit ourselves, so we just used the attack boost to sweep his entire team. Huh, that was nice. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First is the Dusclops, who always stalls us out with Protect and Pressure to waste our power points, so I just used Focus Energy right away. Once we landed Shadow Ball though, it wasn't a one-shot. We also got confused right after. Really not a good start. I used Ice Beam a bit to save on power points, but we still lost a lot of uses of Shadow Ball before she went down. Bayonet was a one-shot with Shadow Ball, and Sableye managed to waste extra turns of Shadow Ball by getting us to miss twice with only one double team. We took it down, but we're at half health. The second Bayonet was also a one-shot, and we went into the final Dusclops fight with only 3 uses of our Shadow Ball. Because of pressure, that means we can only use it twice though. The first one takes her to red health, her Ice Beam takes us to 42, and our last Shadow Ball got the knockout. I knew I should have used a power point up on the Shadow Ball, that was way too close. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This one was mostly a sweep either than Walrein, who did tons of damage with Surf. So much of this seems to be one-shot or get one-shot. I guess that's natural though when you're this frail in a solo Pokemon run. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Things started alright with Shelgon giving us a chance to use Focus Energy. We did lose some speed to Rock Tomb before we took him down though. Altaria couldn't get one shot despite Ice Beam being quad effective, so we ended up taking a really nasty hit from Double Edge to bring us to just below half health. As Kingdra came out, we did great damage but got taken out by Surf. Maybe if I try again with a Shell Bell and a little critical hit luck from Focus Energy, then I could win. So I try a couple more times with our new combo. The Shell Bell actually helps a ton and gets us a win against the Kingdra because of having more health, but we still never landed a critical hit against Flygon, so we got outsped and taken down. That might be because of the Rock Tomb at the start slowing us down. I guess I could keep trying until that misses. We really do need a crit though. Let's hope Focus Energy pays off soon. The very next try went so much better as we never lost speed, so we were able to take out quite a few of their Pokemon without getting hit. In fact, against both Flygon and Salamence, we crit with Ice Beam, taking both of them out in one hit each. We may not have needed those crits though, now that we have the speed advantage. It's hard to say. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First is Wailord, so I just hit return to bring him to low health so that his Water Spout didn't do much, then finished him off. Second was Tentacruel, who we could just nearly one-shot, but then it hit us with a huge Hydro Pump to bring us to red health. We got some health back after he healed and we took him out, but it's not much. Third is Ludicolo, who hit us with a Giga Drain to bring us to only 2 health as we finished him off. Naturally, we quickly got finished off by the Whiscash right after. I bet if we got that one shot on Tentacruel, then we'd be fine. I picked up quite a few rare candies. Let's just use a few and see if we can win this. So I used 2 rare candies to get up to level 83, but it took 5 attempts before we could one-shot Tentacruel. And even then, it was after the first one didn't take him out. He Hydro Pumped us, then we one-shot him after he healed. I have a few rare candies left, let's get up to 85. Okay, so we still don't always one-shot Tentacruel, but on this attempt we did, so things went better. We still took a lot of damage from Whiscash using Surf, but we healed a bit of it back up thanks to using our Shell Bell. Next was Water Onyx though, so our attack was cut from Intimidate. We were still strong enough to get a 2-shot, but just hardly. And we took a ton of damage from Surf. Because of that, when we got to Melodic at the end, we easily went down to Ice Beam. Maybe if we just had slightly more health we could win? I'm gonna use my last few rare candies and see how it goes. Okay, level 87. So sometimes we land a one-shot on Ludicolo, but sometimes we don't. We didn't on this run, but it got him to use a full restore, and since all he used was Double Team and we never missed, we went into the Water Onyx fight with full health. It actually went great, with him only using Dragon Dance, but not getting the speed advantage from it, so we still had full health. Melodic was a beast though. Right away we hit Return for half his health and damage, but his Surf did more than half of ours, and he healed enough from a berry that our next hit brought him to red health instead of getting the knockout. I thought it was over when we got hit by Ice Beam, just to survive with only 4 health. He used a full restore, but we had the speed advantage and did exactly enough damage to just hardly get a 2-shot. I bet we were in damage range for that Ice Beam. We easily could have lost that fight. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Stephen Stone. I really doubt that we could win this fight even at level 100 since we are just far too frail, but you guys let me use rare candy cheats in the post-game so we can just level up to 100 and give it a few tries. Alright, you've got to see this hilariously bad fight. Would you look at how little damage we're doing? I would argue that Skarmory is one of Steven's weaker Pokemon, and we can hardly do anything. I tried all of our moves, but nothing was doing the trick. That's alright. I never expected this fight to be possible anyway. Well, that was a fun run. For sure not nearly as easy as Rattata only in Gen 1, and much harder than Gen 2 as well. I really hope you guys liked that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual, with a really hard one that you guys have requested for a very long time. Basically since the start. Pokemon Gold with only 1 Hoppip. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I can't go super long today because I've got a bit of a big work day today. I've just started on the Hoppip run, and hey, did you know that Hoppip doesn't start with any attacking moves at level 5? Yay! It's got 75 power points in moves that are not attacking moves, including one of them being Splash. So, of course, the beginning of the game has to just be find Metapods, which are weirdly rare in the beginning of Pokemon Gold. We gotta find Metapods, we gotta waste like 75 power points, which takes 3 Metapods to do, by the way, so that they don't just beat us up with struggle. And then after we've wasted all those power points, we gotta find a 4th Metapod, because, you know, whatever Metapod we wasted the last few on is already used Harden a bunch of times. And we just gotta do that, and then struggle and beat a whole bunch of Metapods. I'm not done it yet. I don't think it's gonna be too horrible. Maybe I won't need to use a Pokemon Center, because you do actually start with some decent money from potions in this game. But I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be a rough run regardless, so I should get back to that. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only normal types was fun and pretty simple, so let's follow that up with a harder solo run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only 1 Relicanth. So Relicanth is an interesting one, not just because I don't know if I'm saying it right or not. It's stronger than the Pokemon that I normally do solo runs with, but it gets requested a lot, and I think it's just because it's kind of rare in Gen 3. We can talk about that later, though. It's a water and rock type with overall great stats, although they're really lopsided. Really low special attack means that all of our water moves are probably going to be pretty weak, but we have crazy high attack, defense, and health. Rock moves are absolutely the way to go. By level up, we get Rock Tomb at level 15, and although it'll do the job, it's only got 10 power points and 80 accuracy. The only other rock move we can learn is Ancient Power, so I could see low power points being a problem. At least we learn Rest, that'll be useful, maybe. Also, if we end up getting Rockhead as our ability, then Double Edge would be a really solid move. By TM, we can't learn any new rock moves other than Sandstorm. I figure I might get Earthquake just because it's strong and we have high attack, but I don't really know. I guess I could get Ice Beam just because it's good, but 45 special attack makes me think that we'd do better with rock moves anyway. I guess that's the challenge though. Strong Pokemon, but our moveset really isn't great. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'll win, but I'm really interested in seeing what parts I'll get stuck on. Grass types will be a nightmare, and I suspect that Wallace might actually be really difficult. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Relicanth. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Relicanth so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Mudkip so that our rival would have Trico, probably the hardest for us to fight. I named him after Gar, because he's the person I think of every time I see Relicanth, and he's hilarious, so why not? Our nature is hasty, so less defense and more speed. You know what? I kinda like that. We need more speed, and our defense is great anyway. I hope this doesn't make fighting types too difficult, though. We also have Rockhead as an ability, so no recoil damage. That's awesome, because the alternative is a speed boost in the rain, and I don't really care about that one. No recoil damage just means we'll get more use out of Double Edge than we would something like Return. This actually gives us something a little bit unique with our Pokemon that we get to enjoy. So early game travel is pretty simple since we have pretty great physical stats, but grass types are instantly dangerous. We have a double weakness to them, so even weak grass moves like Absorb have a really good chance of just knocking us out. Thankfully, we're typically faster than the Pokemon we've been fighting because they're first form and us having a speed nature. I predict a very easy Rock Gym with how we're learning Water Gun early. Yeah, so the Rock Gym was of course easy, but Nosepass took forever to take down. Because we one-shot both Geodudes, she had every potion saved up for Nosepass. Plus, it's only Rock type, not Rock and Ground, so less of a type advantage for us. There's no way we could have lost that, though. Alright, that was an easy gym, but the next two could be a lot harder. We have the Fighting Gym and the Electric Gym, both types that we're weak against. Plus, fighting types resist rock moves, so we have to rely on Water Gun and our low special attack. I really doubt we'll win, but maybe if I clear out the beach of trainers for extra levels early, then we can do it? Nah, it's not even that close either. We can make it to Makahita most of the time because Meditite just fails Focus Punch every turn, but then we just take a Vital Throw and we're done. It's one of those moves that can't miss, and we're nowhere close to one-shotting the guy, so I think I'll have to try the Rival Fight first instead. So the Rival Fight took a few tries because we kept getting crit, but when we won, we didn't even drop into yellow health. Also, apparently I messed up making the ROM because she's got Kabuskin, but it's super effective against us anyway, and this is the only Rival Fight that's ever hard at all. So I guess for the difficulty of the run, this really doesn't matter. Is there a game in the entire series where your rival is more useless than an Emerald? Probably not. I'll go get a few more levels now that I can reach more trainers, then I'll try the Fire Gym again. Hey, that did the trick! Now that we have more health and more defense, Makahita thinks he has to use Bulk Up before he attacks. That lets us use Yawn and put him to sleep, then take him out. He still did tons of damage to us, but we won. It's pretty rare that we have to be this high a level for the gym, though. That's nothing compared to what the Electric Gym is going to be like. As you can see, I'm grinding. I don't think my effort values are maxed out, so I'm doing it the old school way. This terrible patch of grass that I've spent so many hours of my life in. The Electric Gym is a really hard gym in Emerald, and every time I try the fight, I lose pretty badly. I get the feeling we're going to need a lot of levels before we can win this one. The funny thing is, we probably get a long period of smooth sailing after that. The Fire Gym will be super easy since we quad resist them. We resist the normal gym as well, and then there's the Flying Gym where we have rock moves. Maybe Tropius could be an issue because of our grass weakness, but after this Electric Gym, we can have an easy time all the way until that brutal Psychic Gym. That might be wishful thinking though. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so at level 32, I tried a bunch of times thinking that maybe I could win this fight if I just didn't get paralyzed off of static, but It doesn't really matter. Thunderwave gets us against Magnetric, and both Magneton and Magnetric can individually take us down just by hitting Shockwave a few times. We don't hit nearly hard enough, and we can't last long enough. Maybe once we get strong enough to one-shot Magnetric, we could win? Level 35, and we are so close to the one-shot on Magnetric. I know that once we get that one-shot, we should be able to win. Magneton doesn't hurt us as hard as Magnetric does. I think we could actually survive it if it was a one-on-one. Maybe around level 37 or 38? So at level 37, I was still losing easily, but as soon as I hit level 38, we scored a one-shot on Magnetric, and then a crit on Magneton to one-shot it as well. That was easy. Would have loved to have that earlier. That means that we're finally on the road, and I think we're gonna hit the easier part of the challenge now. So far, it's been a lot of grinding, but we have Maxie and the Fire Gym coming up, followed by the Normal Gym. So 3 trainers in a row that we resist, with 2 of them being types that we beat. That's gotta go well, right? Then we can get Surf for a Water move upgrade after that. I'm feeling pretty good about this chunk of the run. So Maxie was super easy, and that's even with us having lowered accuracy from Sand Attack. We missed a ton, but they could hardly hurt us, so it didn't really matter. And of course, the Fire Gym right after was also super easy. We quad resisted all of her best moves. There was really nothing she could have done to stop us. I may as well just go straight to the Normal Gym. But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Did you know that I genuinely elongate this challenge by like 10 minutes every time I do an Emerald challenge? Just because I have to go to Moville, switch my bike to the Mach bike, keep going up to the desert until the tower appears, try to successfully make it through the maze of pitfalls that I usually fall through like 5 times, and then get to the top just so I can record this little bit. And I do it fresh every time, because you'll see the border on the text box and you'll know if I actually just put old footage in. I waste my own time for this stupid gag. Well, the Normal Gym was easy, but it took absolute ages because Slacking spammed Yawn of all things. I also had to use Water Gun a lot, because I lost the first try to counter, but this time he wanted to use Yawn instead. Just constantly. Nothing on his team could really do any serious damage to us, they just really liked stalling us. Okay, so we're on the road again, and we have Surf now, so I'm feeling a lot stronger. We have a usually very easy rival fight next, but after that is the Flying Gym, and I'm iffy on it. We probably just sweep it with rock moves, but I'm worried that Tropius could survive and just one-shot us with Razor Leaf. It might need a crit to do that, though. I'm not sure. It's a high crit move, though, so it could happen. It's got potential to be a problem, but I don't think our next serious issue is going to be until the Psychic Gym. I'm really not looking forward to that one. I don't think I'm ever looking forward to that one. Okay, normally this is an easy rival fight, but I'm impressed by this one. They only managed to do exactly 1 damage to us. I'm not sure I've had that happen before. It's just such a specifically low amount of damage, you know? It's so rare that you take exactly 1 damage. You remember what I was saying before about the rival fight not really mattering in Emerald? And the Flying Gym right after was a sweep with Ancient Power, other than Skarmory, who just hardly hurt us at all. Well, I guess I was wrong to worry. So we're traveling, and there's a ton of traveling at this part of the game. I know Maxie will obviously be easy, but I'm worried about the Psychic Gym. We're a stronger Pokemon than usual, but still, we're talking about a 2-on-1 fight. Even if we're one-shotting them, the other one can just hit us. Claydol has Earthquake, Solrock has Solar Beam, and Xatu likes to set up Sunny Day for it in between spamming Calm Mind. If he doesn't just start by using Psychic, that is. There's a lot of ways that fight can go very wrong. I just need to see if I can make it work. Last Maxie fight, and I didn't even have full health going into the fight, and yet we won easily. I'm really happy it was easy too, since going all the way through the Megama hideout just to fight this guy again sucks every time. And if there's a Maxie fight I get stuck on, it's usually this one. Okay, so the first try at the Psychic Gym, we only made Xatu faint, but honestly, I can already see a path to victory here. With either a few more levels or very good Ancient Power luck, we could land 2 shots on some of this stuff with Surf, and that might be enough to get me a win. Solar Beam could still be a problem. If it hits, it's for sure a one-shot, but we'll see. I'll get a few levels and try again. So I tried a few times at level 55 and got this lucky one, where a crit took out Solrock early, but we never ended up winning because the earthquake damage builds up too much, and Lunatone loves using Light Screen to totally shut us down. I need a few more levels, but at least we have rare candies at this point. I'm even using Mystic Water to power up Surf. This is just a brutal fight. Okay, it wasn't until all the way at level 60, but we finally started being able to really overpower them with Surf. Even without the crit, Solrock wastes his first turn charging Solar Beam, so we're finally strong enough to two-shot Claydol, so he doesn't get so many Earthquakes in. Once it's down to just us and Lunatone, we one-shot him for the win. Alright, that means that we gotta travel more. Well, I'm traveling. You wanna know how you're supposed to catch a Relicanth and Emerald? So it's not the most annoying Pokemon in the game to get. That's probably Feebas, but Relicanth is for sure an easy one to miss. You can only find it in the seaweed and a couple of underwater routes with a 5% encounter rate, so a 1 in 20 chance. Now, considering that there is no required trainer fight with a Relicanth in the game, and it's so hard to find in the wild, it's entirely possible that you're not even going to have a Relicanth in your Pokédex by the time you beat the game, and thus you may just never run into it. You spend very little time on the routes it appears on, and it's such a low encounter rate that most casual players probably did not bump into one in the wild. Like, I didn't even know this one existed when I originally played Emerald back when it was new, until after I beat the game. In fact, I beat Sapphire when it was new, and I still don't think I knew about this Pokemon until I beat Emerald, which didn't come out till later. I only ever saw the first season of the TV show as a kid, and a couple of the movies, so I didn't have the luxury of a cartoon to introduce the new Pokemon to me. I just found them as I played, or as friends who were playing the game would show me. I'd actually love to hear if you guys have any stories about Pokemon that you didn't know were in the game until after you beat it. I'm sure there's loads of Pokemon that are easy to just completely miss. What ones did you guys miss on the first time? And while you type that, I have some bosses to fight. Now, Archie puts up more of a fight than Maxie ever did, but it's just because Mightyena uses Swagger, so we hit ourselves a lot. His actual team was no threat at all. Next is the Water Gym, and I thought this one would be kind of close, but it ended up being really easy on the first try. Pretty much his whole team couldn't do any serious damage to us. I bet his Kingdra at the end could've, if he tried, but he used a double team, and we have double edge, so we just one-shot him before it could build up. I love how hard we hit with that. It's really fun, actually, having no recoil damage. Oh, and on my way to the Elite Four was Wally, but like usual, he was super easy. He had one Pokemon that hurt us, and it's just because I didn't think to use Surf to one-shot it on the first turn. I have to do a Wally team run sometime, right? I just don't know how Wally can be so useless with a team of genuinely good Pokemon. I've got to try his team sometime. There's no way we wouldn't be better with his Pokemon than he is. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our health is awesome, and so is our attack and our defense, but our special defense is low enough that grass moves will still probably make short work of us. It's a bit daunting, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not strong enough to beat the whole thing yet, but I bet I could at least make it to Drake. Make your final guesses on if I can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney, and wow, I did not expect this to go so badly. Check it out. I know our grass weakness is pretty big, but Cacturne just uses Cotton Spores to destroy our speed, and then Needle Arm to very easily take us out. I mean, I guess I could learn Ice Beam, but with how much lower our special attack is than our regular attack, would it even do more than Double Edge? I think I just need to get stronger for Sydney. That's rare. So now we're level 68, and believe it or not, but the fight goes worse every single time now. Our defense is now so high that in 10 attempts, Mightyena just did Sand Attack on the first turn every single time. That means we start missing and don't make it nearly as far as we did 4 levels earlier. Man, are you kidding me? I might have to get to the point of one-shotting Mightyena just to win this fight. Yeah, that's about what I expected. At level 73, we get Sand Attacked and lose every time. At level 75, we can one-shot large chunks of his team, and the only damage we took was off of Confusion. It routinely blows my mind how 1 or 2 levels can be the difference between losing quickly and making it look completely effortless. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This was actually an easy first try. I was worried that his Dusclops spamming Protect combined with the ability Pressure would just blow through most of our power points too early, but it actually wasn't too bad. We ended up getting an Ancient Power full stats boost pretty early in the fight, and although we probably didn't need the boost, it absolutely helped. Good thing I have a max elixir to use after the fight, because she really wrecked our power points. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This one was literally a no damage sweep. It might have just been because we got a full stats boost at the start of the fight, but we're super effective against her whole team, so it's possible that we would have swept her even without the boost. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. This fight really surprised me. So Shellgun at the start was easy as always, but Flygon is where things were surprising. I tried Ancient Power, but it didn't do much, so we ate a lot of damage before I crit a Surf to take it down. I figured with all that damage we took that there's no way that we could make it till the end, but then I hit Ancient Power on Altaria that gave us a full stats boost. Because of that, we not only took it out, but we were able to easily take out Kingdra and even the Salamence that came out after. Yes, even with the attack drop from Intimidate. I fully believe that I would have lost that fight if not for the stats boost, and that was a first try. That was really, really lucky. Finally, the Pokemon Champion Wallace. Right away I hit Ancient Power on Wailord as he hits Water Spout. That does more damage the higher his health is, so it's a good thing that we did quite a bit of damage. The second Ancient Power not only knocked him out, but gave us a full stats boost. That's perfect. Now we lose that one stage of attack right away to Intimidate, but it's still great. Now we nearly one-shot Water Onix with Ancient Power, but he used Dragon Dance, and our second hit took him out. Whiscash only used Amnesia, so we took him out in 2 hits of Double Edge. Ludicolo took our last Ancient Power, but he hit us with a Giga Drain to take out tons of our health and heal him by a lot. Double Edge took him out right after, but we're pretty hurt. Second from last is Tentacruel, but he ended up being a one-shot with Double Edge, and last was Melodic. We hit Double Edge to drop it to low health, we get hit by Surf to drop into red, he eats a berry to heal a bit, then we hit Double Edge to get the knockout and the win. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Now, I'm very confident this is a winnable fight, although I could see Cradilly being a big problem. Still, if we can just rare candy up forever until we win, then I'm pretty sure we could win. Probably even below level 100. We're really not a great type combo for him since he's mostly a Steel Trainer and we're weak to that, but I still think that we stand a chance. I went ahead and replaced Rock Tomb with Ice Beam since it's going to be good against Cradilly. Plus, it's not like I was really using Rock Tomb anymore anyway. Wish me luck. So we get there at level 77 and you can already see the first issue. Skarmory usually opens with Toxic. It hits most of the time, and if it hits, then we just lose. I can't possibly beat his whole team in few enough moves that we don't just faint from Toxic, obviously. Honestly, the most reasonable solution is to level up enough that I can two-shot him with Surf, because somewhere along the way he'll probably switch to using something like Spikes as his opening move. That just seems to be how his Skarmory operates in a lot of these runs. So I tried a bunch at level 85, and now sometimes Skarmory uses Steel Wing instead. He actually missed this time, so we took him out at full health. Second was Claydol, who didn't hurt us, but did set up a light screen. That's no good. After that is Aggron, who was going for Solar Beam, but he was a two-shot, so it didn't hit us. But next is Cradilly, and we did almost nothing with Ice Beam. Light Screen wore off, and we almost took him out with a critical Ice Beam on the next turn, but one Giga Drain nearly one-shot us and healed him so much that we couldn't take him out. Okay, I see how this is. I still need to be stronger, and this was with incredible luck. So at level 90, I try a bunch more times. The fight goes the exact same way every single time. Even when I can get Light Screen to end before Cradilly comes out, it just doesn't use Ingrain now. If I have any damage at all, then he uses Giga Drain once, and it's a one-shot. This is brutal. I think I really do need to be level 100 to stand a chance in here. Okay, level 95, many tries in. So Claydol still uses Light Screen every time, of course, and the Aggron fight goes basically the same every time, but Light Screen wore off by the time Cradilly came out. Right away, Ice Beam did what looks like exactly half of his health and damage, but we got a freeze, so we didn't get hit back. A second hit took him out. Second from last is Metagross. Now we did less than half of his health and damage with Surf, as it did a massive chunk to us with Earthquake. It got us to just above red health when he ate a berry and we took him out with Surf. If it wasn't for that berry, I think he'd have used a full restore and we would have lost. Last is Armaldo, but he's just a one-shot with Surf. We won! That was actually really fun. Obviously, it was faster paced due to being a stronger Pokemon, but we still had a pretty hard time with some early game fights like usual, and had to grind more than average for the Electric Gym, which was kind of crazy. This would have been much harder if it was a game with more dangerous grass types. I could see this being brutal in Platinum. I probably wouldn't even win. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge will be up next week on Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with only one Shuppet. Yeah, that's super weird, right? Like, you've never thought of using Shuppet in Fire Red of all places. I haven't either, that's why I wanted to try it. I have no idea what it's gonna be like. There isn't even a solo ghost type in Gen 1. What's gonna happen? I don't know. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. So I gotta be quick, and I have to be quick for the weirdest reason. But I guess at least it gives me a topic to talk about for this outro. So I have to be quick because it is currently 3:52 p.m. on a Saturday, which means that my Pokemon Challenge goes up in like 8 minutes. 7 minutes now. I have a Pokemon Challenge that goes up in 7 minutes, and I don't have it set to like premiere mode right now, because I like to have these things go up early on Twitter, right? Where I make it unlisted and I put the link on Twitter and everyone gets to see it early and it's a fun time. Problem. To do that, I have to have it unlisted. Now, once I set it for like a premiere, whether it be like a live premiere, like stream kind of thing, or even if I'm just setting it to go live at a certain time, it will be private until then, which is unviewable even with the link. That means that whenever I do this, like, here it is early thing, I have to manually be there to make it go live at 4, which is why sometimes it goes live just a little bit late. I'll like be deep in the recording session or in a voiceover, and I gotta just do it after, so it's a few minutes late. Normally, I'm not doing a voiceover on a Saturday, because that's usually my last work day of the work week, if I'm not working through Sunday, which I'm guilty of doing quite often. Yeah, so 6 minutes now. I need to be ready to make that video go live in 6 minutes. So I have so much editing to do. Obviously, I'm going to be editing while I make that go live. I'm not going to get this whole thing done in 5.5 minutes now. That's impossible, but I can get it done before the end of the day because I have made like 200 of these challenges or something now. Something like that. It's got to be over 200 if you're counting the Bethesda challenges too. Oh man, I've made so many of these now. I'm pretty quick at editing it. I make the occasional mistake though. This is just one pair of eyes looking at everything, just me. So, problems happen. But hey, when I put up these videos on Twitter early, then sometimes when I make an editing mistake, one of you guys will catch it and I'll have time to re-edit it and have that one be the one that goes live. So you guys help me make the show better, which I really appreciate. Makes it a lot easier to do this as a one-man show, you know? Anyway, I really got to get back to working on some stuff. Oh, real quick, people were asking why I don't do premieres so much anymore. There's been a theory for a long time that doing premieres hurts the initial, growth of the video. Normally, I don't really care about that kind of thing, and I still don't really care about growing, as I've been talking about for years now. But at the same time, with that algorithm change back in September, my challenge videos are getting shown to, half of my subscribers that it was being shown to before. I get messages from you guys all the time telling me that you didn't get notified of my updates for the last few months, and that you didn't realize I was still making videos until you went on my channel. My analytics tell me that's not new people not finding the videos, it's just a thing of less of my own subscribers are being shown my videos. It's a bummer, and I have no control over that. That's just kind of how YouTube works. It's gonna have changes. Every once in a while, it's gonna do something that's not good for your channel and probably good for somebody else's channel. It sucks, but it's kind of the nature of the beast. It's just how YouTube works. So I've been trying the no premiere thing just to see if that helps at all, if that has any difference on this whole algorithm thing. And my answer is, I don't know. I can't really tell yet, to be honest. It's been a few months of doing no premiere, and I can't tell any kind of really standard rhyme or reason behind the ones that do better and the ones that do worse in terms of the post-premiere videos I've been putting up. So If you want my expert opinion, which is not not the end-all be-all, no YouTuber's opinion on this is the end-all be-all. We're all still just trying to figure out this stuff because YouTube doesn't tell you anything. But currently, right now, it doesn't seem like the lack of premieres are hurting anything, so I might just go back to premiering these challenge videos, because I thought that the premiere live chat was pretty fun. I know a lot of you guys thought that was pretty fun too. I always had a fun time hanging out in that with you, and I always felt bad when I couldn't make it, because sometimes I'd just be way too busy with work. But it was a fun time, you know? It's fun hanging out in the chat for that. Even if half the time the chat just explodes with, "How didn't you think of doing this thing?" And it's like, well, because I'm not that good at Pokemon, man, and sometimes I forget. So, I don't miss necessarily getting berated for that stuff all the time, but at the same time, it was mostly a fun time, and I probably will go back to doing some of those premieres again. Maybe I should run the experiment longer. I don't know. What I do know is it's 2.5 minutes until I need to tell that video to go live, so I'm just gonna go do it now. You guys get the video a few minutes early, I guess. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Kecleon was a hard solo run. Let's follow that up with a team run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only rock types? I'm actually really excited for this one, even though it's probably going to be pretty hard. Emerald is loaded with all kinds of different rock-type Pokemon. Not counting multiple Pokemon in the same evolution line and not counting legendaries, there's 10 different Pokemon that we could get, and nearly all of them have a different secondary type. That gives us a lot of variety to work with, so I'm pretty excited. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure this is going to be a really hard one, considering how many major fights are with trainers who are good against rock types, like the water-type Pokemon champion and the steel-type post-game fight. But I also think it's going to be a really fun one. I think I can beat Wallace. Steven, I'm not totally sure, but by level 100, I think that we could. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use rock types. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Nosepass so that we can do the whole run with it. I decided to start with Nosepass for 2 reasons. One is that it just feels really Gen 3 to me, and 2 is that I love the idea of starting with a solo rock type and then slowly building our team's roster of different type combos. Plus, it's a pretty early game Pokemon that we would be catching right after the Rock Gym anyway. Alright, so first is the Rock Gym, and I know that we're gonna have to gain a lot of levels before we can win there. Roxanne's team is infamously difficult. 2 Geodudes and a Nosepass, plus she has a berry and 2 potions to heal with. This'll be far from easy. Nosepass is a super high defense Pokemon that doesn't have a ton of health or attack, so we aren't gonna hit that hard. Rock doesn't resist Rock, so we can at least use Rock Throw on her team, but she can still Rock Tomb us, so I expect to lose the speed advantage fast. Plus, Rock may not resist Rock, but Ground still does, so we won't be doing great damage against her Geodudes. I think I'm going to have to get to level 22 to learn Thunder Wave before we can win. We can't hit it on the Geodudes, but at least it'll work on her Nosepass. And yes, Nosepass can learn Thunder Wave. Weird, right? Even weirder, it learns Zap Cannon later. We can teach it lots of electric moves, even though it's not very good with them. Then again, its attack and special attack are both equally bad, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. Oh, then we have the fighting gym after the rock one. That'll be even worse. This is going to be a really slow early game. In fairness, that's pretty typical in Emerald. So after fighting every single trainer plus some wild Pokemon, we get to the gym leader at level 18, but we don't even take down our first Geodude. We even ran out of power points on Rock Throw, so you know this is going to be a bad one. This went so badly that I could honestly see us having to level up all the way to level 28 to get Rock Slide before we could win. I wish I could just rare candy up, but I'm gonna need to fight a few hundred more Pokemon before I can max out my effort values, so it'll probably make more sense to just grind the old-fashioned way for a while. I'll try some more before level 28, maybe around something like 24 I could win, but I really don't expect it. So I tried some more at level 24, but it still just wasn't happening. I have to get kinda lucky to get past the first Geodude with much health left, but even when I would, I didn't get very far into the second one. The worst part is that I bet if I could get to our Nose Pass, I could win. It won't resist our rock moves, and we can Thunder Wave it to get the speed advantage back. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and get to level 28 to get Rock Slide. I think I'll need it for sure. This is taking forever, by the way. The wild Pokemon here are such low levels. Okay, as soon as we get to level 28 and learn Rock Slide, we ended up winning really easily as we flinch and two-shot both Geodudes, then totally wreck her Nose Pass in 2 hits as she just used Block. Well, I kind of regret getting rid of Harden now, since I held on to both Rock Throw and Rock Slide for more power points, but whatever, I guess it doesn't really matter that much. I can always get Harden back later if I really want to, and I probably don't want it back that badly. Let's go get a new Pokemon. It's time to catch our first Pokemon, Aaron. It's a Steel and Rock type Pokemon that's very fun to use. Incredibly tanky, as you can imagine, and a really fun type combo. Good moves, too. The only problem is that we have the fighting gym coming up, and it's double weak to fighting, so I really don't expect it to do much in there. I'm gonna go get the experience share right away, slap it on, and have it start catching up with Nose Pass. Wish me luck. Alright, so we got to the fighting gym. First is Machop, and we lucked out by making him flinch so we could easily two-shot him. Second is Meditite, who flinched on the first round, then used Focus Punch on the second so we made it faint before it could unleash the move. Last is the only real threat, though, Makihita. I would love to just Mud Slap it with Aaron, but it's got Vital Throw, and that can't miss, so I just paralyze him first. He spams Bulk Up, though, so although he doesn't do too crazy of damage to us, we aren't doing much to him either, and he only is getting stronger with time. Between his Citrus Berry and Super Potion, we actually couldn't take him down. If we got 1 crit, then we'd for sure have 1, and we do hit him quite a few times, so we're bound to crit eventually. Plus, on this round, our paralysis hardly did anything to him. I think if I just try this a handful of times, then we could totally win. Literally 3 tries later, and we just crit him right away to nearly one-shot him. He used his berry to heal, but I figured he'd just use a Super Potion anyway. For some reason, though, he didn't, so we took him out really fast. Well, that went 1,000 times better than it should have. Seriously, if he just used a Super Potion like usual, we easily still could have lost. Like, I thought this was gonna take 20 tries, not less than 5. That means I'm on the beach going for some last-minute levels on Aaron before the next major fight, our rival. I figure it won't be too horrible, but you never know. She's got some water and grass moves, so it might not go great. Really, I'm more worried about the electric gym. We don't have any good ground types to resist them, so we're gonna have to just end up getting paralyzed. We can paralyze them too, but still, it could be hard. I figure that we're only gonna get past them thanks to Nose Pass being super tanky. We'll have to wait and see, though. Let's fight our rival, then we can go fight tons of trainers for levels and go after the electric gym. Oh yeah, real random question, but you know Chef Boyardee? Like the canned food? You ever eat it cold? Like straight out of the can? Let me know in the comments. This is a very important question for the sake of science. And trust me, it will make sense one day. At the rival, we start off by just one-shotting Lombre with Rock Slide, but second is Marsh Stomp, who Mud Stomps us to get the speed advantage, then switches over to Water Gun twice to bring us to only 22 health by the time that we take him out. Last is Slugma, but it's obviously just a one-shot with Rock Slide. So after fighting every trainer in the area, I got to the electric gym. Voltorb was just a one-shot with Rock Slide, but I used Sandstorm first just in case. Second is Electrike, but it was also just a one-shot. Next is Magneton, though, and I guess Sandstorm isn't all that useful since it can't hurt him. He's using Sonic Boom over and over, so I ended up paralyzing him and using Rock Slide when I can, although it doesn't do much. He finishes us off, and I send in Aaron to spam Mud Slap. He paralyzes us early and heals with a Super Potion, but we do eventually take him out with half of our health left. It doesn't matter, though, as he just finishes us off with one hit from Magnetric. Well, I have Cherry Berries. What if I try holding one with Aaron to try and have an easier time with Magneton? I bet if I could get to Magnetric with Nosepass still alive, then we could stand a chance. So I tried the fight a few more times, but this attempt had me baffled. I started hitting Magneton with Mud Slaps, so I thought he'd switched using Shockwave, so that, you know, he couldn't miss, but instead he kept using Sonic Boom. He never missed one, but as soon as his health hit the point where he should have used a Super Potion, he just didn't, and then we took him out easily. Thanks to that, we still had Nosepass for Magnetric at the end. Now it was spamming Super Potions, so I ended up having to paralyze it and start a Sandstorm for safety, but that's alright, we still won pretty easily. Yeah, we took decent damage, but we had an Oran Berry, so we healed a little bit. Man, he could have played that Magneton fight so much better. Hey, not only is it time for one new Pokemon, but it's time for two. First is Slugma. Now I know Slugma is only a solo fire type, but it evolves into a fire and rock type, so I'm just gonna not use it in battle until it evolves. I'll slap an experience share on it. It won't take all that long before it evolves anyway. It'll be really good once it evolves though. I actually did a Magcargo only run in Emerald once, and obviously it being double weak to water and ground is a big problem, but outside of that it's a solid Pokemon. After that, I catch a Solrock. I really wish this game had Lunatone because that's more special focused of the two Pokemon, and Solrock doesn't really have that good of rock moves to learn, but we can still make it work. It's a Psychic type, so it's nice to have the variety, and it can learn Sunny Day, so maybe I could combo that with Magcargo to do something cool later in the run. You never know. Oh wait, nope, never mind. I looked it up. It can't learn Sunny Day. He just looks like he can. Because, you know, he's a sun. Now we have both the Maxi fight and the Fire Gym coming up. I'm hoping our Rock Slides will give us an easy time with both, but I don't want to get too overconfident. Maxi will have Magnitude, and that could definitely be a problem. So Maxi starts with Mightyena, so we just take the Intimidate, paralyze him, then switch to Aaron to spam Headbutt. We crit right away, so it started great, although a Sand Attack made us miss the second one. He ended up holding on for a little while, thanks to a Super Potion, but we took him out reasonably fast. Camerupt is next, so I sent Nosepass back in to use Rock Slide. We hit hard, he used Focus Energy, we hit him again, and he flinched, but then he healed with a Super Potion, so he took an extra hit to take out. We didn't get hurt though. Last is Zubat, but obviously it's just a one-shot. Not bad. After that is the Fire Gym. It starts with Numel, so we just Rock Slide it down fast, but we lose a bit of health to Magnitude in the process. Slugma is second, so we just one-shot it. And third is Camerupt, who makes it sunny as we keep rock sliding. For some reason, though, it was just using Tackle and wasting Hyper Potions, so it's not like we were taking any serious damage. We burned through a lot of power points, but we took it out as soon as it used its 2 Hyper Potions. I guess I'm happy that she used them early on a useless Pokemon. As Torkoal came out, we hit Rock Slide right away, ran out of power points, and just started a Sandstorm. She replaced it with Harsh Sun, so we just replaced it with another Sandstorm, and she was using really weak body slams. I then paralyzed her as she made it sunny again, so we made it a Sandstorm again. I was hoping she would use Overheat while there's a Sandstorm, so it would be a little bit weaker than if it was sunny, and we could get her to drop her special attack early. Tackle did basically nothing, so I just kept making it a Sandstorm every time she made it sunny, and eventually it worked, getting her to waste one. She used Overheat, got her stats back up with a White Herb, then used it again to make us faint. Then I felt safe to send in Aaron and Mud Slapper. She can't lose accuracy because of her ability, but we took her out pretty fast with the headbutts after. I guess we gotta go straight to the normal gym now. But on our way, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Actually, you probably wouldn't ask because you'd find out the answer pretty much right away anyway, as I ride over to Rustboro to revive it into a Lileep right away. I love this Pokemon. It's pretty solid. This will be our Grass type this run. Super important considering the Pokemon Champion is a Water Trainer. Our team is really coming together. We're only getting one more, but it won't be for a while. Next is the normal gym, and this is a long one. First is Spinda, who's just a simple 2-shot with Rock Slide, but next is Slacking, and this took forever. Right away we started a Sandstorm and paralyzed him, but quickly I realized that we weren't doing much damage. Sometimes we'd get hit by counter too, so that isn't good. Eventually I switched to Aaron and used Mud Slap and Metal Claw just so I could save on power points on Rock Slide, because I knew that I was in danger of running out. He's got Hyper Potions though, so this was taking forever. After hitting him roughly 1 million times, Aaron went down to a counter and I had to send Nosepass back in to very slowly finish it off. After that was Vigoroth though, and it didn't take much damage. Thanks to him using a Hyper Potion, we had to start a Sandstorm and switch just so I could keep using any power points that aren't Rock Slide. Lileep and Solrock did a pretty bad job since they're both underleveled, but after Lileep went down, Solrock did finish it. Last is Lanoon, and I thought it would use Belly Drum right away, but it didn't. So we ended up not doing enough damage with our Rock Slides to take it out. I paralyzed it early, but it was whittling us down fast. I tried using a Sandstorm and switching to Solrock to buy time, but it just wasn't enough. We were one hit away from winning when we finally fainted. That took forever and we got so close to winning, but in the end we faint. Slugma still hasn't evolved, so we can't use it yet. Man, that's brutal. I'm gonna have to learn Secret Power to replace Tackle with a better move. Get a few levels on the lower leveled Pokemon, and then try again. So I came back stronger and the fight went pretty much the same, although it only took about 3.5 minutes this time. Replacing Tackle didn't do much, but I was just even more careful about counter this time, and we had better luck with Lanoon. It ended up not using Hyper Potions, so we took it out really fast with a little bit of health left, so that made all the difference. Alright, so we're on the road again, and I figure that the next part won't be so bad. Our rival, who is usually easy, then is the Flying Gym. Now, our rival could be a problem this time, because it's often pouring rain on the route that we fight her, so that'll power up her water moves, but who knows, it could still be simple. The Flying Gym after, I'm a little bit iffy about. Yeah, we're good against flying types, but she also has a water type, a grass type, and a steel type. Plus, if I remember right, her Altaria has Earthquake, so she has a lot of things that counter rock types. I figure the outcome of the fight will be based on how easily Nosepass is able to hang on and hit rock slides, but I guess we'll find out. Things should get a lot harder after that gym, though. Like usual, the Marsh Stomp is the only real threat at the rival fight, although it only took out our Nosepass before we could get the win. We just took it to really low health, fainted, then had Aaron finished off with Headbutt. No problem at all. Let's see how that Flying Gym goes, though. Okay, first is Swablu, who's of course just a one-shot with Rock Slide, and second is Tropius, so I just stayed into Rock Slide more. We hit pretty hard, got a flinch, then finished it off. That's the kind of luck we need. Next is Pelipper, so we just Rock Slide. It protects on the first turn, but on the second, its Protect failed, so we just crit it for a one-shot. Altaria's next, and its Earthquake hurts a lot, so we miss our first Rock Slide, but then she starts Dragon Dance for some reason, so we get a hit in. It hits another Earthquake to take us to a Sliver, but we hit another Rock Slide to take it out. Last is Skarmory though, and one by one it just totally demolishes our team. We hardly did any damage to it at all. It's unreal how badly it went. This is rough, but Slugma's gonna evolve soon. I'm gonna grind the team up a little bit and evolve Slugma, and then I think we'll stand a chance. Okay, so I grinded for a bit to get Slugma to evolve, and after that, this fight was really not that bad. It was pretty much the exact same until Skarmory, who just went down in one flamethrower, as expected. It's crazy how tanky Skarmory is physically, but the moment we come in with a fire move, we win pretty fast. Alright, it's time for stuff to get harder. We have another Maxi fight, and it might be a problem, but then after that is the Psychic Gym. It's always brutal. We don't have anything specific to fight Psychic types with. I guess we do have Steel type moves to fight their Rock types, but they'll have a Flamethrower to take out our Steel types, so it won't be easy. It really never is with that battle, though. We'll get a new Pokemon on our way, but I don't think that alone is going to turn the tide. I could see us having to grind, but who knows, we're fighting a lot of trainers on our way there. So I was kind of worried this might happen. The Mightyena at the start is perfectly easy to take out with Flamethrower, and in fact on this try, he runs away early. But as soon as Camerupt comes out, we're doomed. Our whole team is super weak to Earthquake. He both outspeeds most of our team and can one-shot many of them. The only one on our team who's immune to Earthquake is Solrock, but he's both pretty underleveled and not even on our party right now thanks to needing some HM Pokemon to get in here. I think we could win this in a few tries though with some luck. I just need to get Mud Slap on him early, then maybe I could do something like Yawn or Confuse Ray and hope to take him out that way. So I try a few more times, this time by using Yawn right after Flamethrower so that it hits Camerupt and he always falls asleep much faster. That lets us get 5 Mud Slaps in, and although it helps, he still hits us a lot and takes down some of our team. In fact, he gets a hit on Nosepass, so we lost most of our health as Crobat came out. We couldn't actually last long enough to take it out because of that. This is brutal. I figure if I could just use the same strategy a few times and get a little bit luckier with misses, then we could win this, but it might take quite a few tries. So I try a few more times. This time I can get all 6 Mud Slaps on Camerupt. Now, even with its accuracy ruined and us headbutting for the hopes of flinches, we still find a way to get one-shot by an Earthquake, but at least Nosepass can finish it off without getting hit. That means we easily have enough health to Rock Slide our way through Crobat, then finish off the already wounded Mightyena that switches out from the start. I don't know why that took 10 tries, but it did. With that done, we spend an eternity fishing to get our last Pokemon, Corsola. This is a really solid rock and water type Pokemon that I love, so it rocks anytime I get a chance to use it. Naturally, I teach it Surf right away so that we have a good water move. I'll try and get a few levels, and hopefully it'll help us in the upcoming Psychic Gym. Well, I kind of figured this would happen. We threw our entire team of 6 at them, and didn't make a single one of them faint. It's all because Claydol using Earthquake is so brutal. This is even with Shadow Ball dropping the defense of Claydol early. It just doesn't matter. We're too underleveled. Even our highest level Pokemon are slightly weaker than theirs. I'm gonna have to just go grind like crazy for a while to catch up. I'll try and get the whole team up to 40. That way we're roughly on par with them. I might be able to make a Shell Bell too, although I know that that alone won't save us. Really, I need Solrock to be way stronger so that we stand a chance at taking out Claydol reasonably early. Once it goes down, we'll have an easier time for sure. Alright, back with the whole team at level 40, and this took forever. It's a bit hard to recap Double Battle, so bear with me as I give you the overview. First, I sent in our newly evolved Cradily and our Solrock to focus on taking down Claydol with Giga Drain and Shadow Ball. We lucked out though in our first Shadow Ball crit, so we actually took him out on the first round, as Xatu was building up Calm Mind. Lunatone came in, so I decided to keep focusing mostly on it to take it out. Xatu built up more Calm Minds, and Lunatone did a little bit, but it only took 2 rounds before we took Lunatone out. Solrock fell asleep, but not for long, thankfully, although Xatu was now spamming Psychic and hitting us incredibly hard. I kept using Shadow Ball on Solrock for ages hoping to take it out, as Xatu kept using Psychic to quickly make our other Pokemon faint one by one. But I really should have just been using Shadow Ball on Xatu. I kept forgetting that it's physical in this game, so Calm Mind wouldn't have protected it. We ended up losing most of our team until we were down to our last 2 Pokemon before Xatu went down, and although her Solrock was still dangerous with Solar Beam, we won thanks to Shadow Ball and Rock Smash. That really was not easy though. Alright, we're going into the last few fights with the Elite Four. We have Archie, the Water Gym, and Wally. I figure Archie won't be so bad since Sharpedo won't be as tough as Camerupt, but the Water Gym could be pretty hard just thanks to all of his water types. Wally won't be bad though. He pretty much never is. I figure that if we have a hard time with the Water Gym though, that means that the Pokemon Champion at the end is going to be really brutal. We have Giga Drain for some water types, and if I'm really desperate then maybe I could get Thunderbolt to give to someone, but with no electric type on the team, I don't expect to be doing amazing damage with it. I think Nosepass is our only Pokemon that can learn it. I think a few of them can learn Shockwave, but only Nosepass can learn Thunderbolt. I could be wrong. Alright, well, as expected, Archie was really easy. It was basically just the Maxi fight, but without the most dangerous part of his team, so none of our Pokemon even came close to fainting. Super easy. I'm sure the Water Gym won't be so easy though. So the Water Gym starts with Love Disc, who didn't really stand a chance against a couple of Giga Drains, and second was Celio, who hit Nosepass really hard with Water Pulse. We crit to nearly one-shot it, then went down to another Water Pulse, so I had to send in Lyron to take it out, although we almost got one shot in the process. Crawdaunt is next, so we send Cradily back in to Giga Drain it down in a couple of hits, as it just used Leer, but after that was Kingdra. We sent in Corsola to use Mirror Coat to try and take it out, but it quickly caught on and used Double Team 6 times, so we could nearly never hit it. Then it just swept our team. Considering it's not even his last Pokemon, it could be a very long time before we're ready to win this one. Kingdra is faster than our whole team and one-shots nearly all of them. You know what? This is what Rare Candy's for. I'm going to slowly climb our team's levels up until we can win, since there's no new moves that I can get to help us beat Kingdra anyway. I'm going to use the PowerPoint Max I found in the Magma Base on Giga Drain though, because we are for sure going to need more than 5 uses of that move. Okay, level 45, and this is after 8 tries in a row where we either got confused within the first 2 Pokemon, or we missed our first Rock Slide. Love Disc is always really easy in terms of doing almost no damage to us. And second is Celio, who wasn't that bad as long as our Rock Slides hit. Nosepass is actually faster, so we took him out after only getting hit by 1 Water Pulse, although we lost almost half of our health from it. Crawdaunt was just a one-shot with Giga Drain, letting us finally fully heal back up. But it's Kingdra time. Right away, I sent on our now fully evolved Aggron to spam Mud Slap as he was spamming double team, so you know this one could be a mess. I'll try and make this as short as it can be because it was a very, very long fight. We used all 10 of our Mud Slaps, and thankfully 5 of them hit, so we nearly fully brought down his accuracy. We fainted eventually, but the accuracy drops are what I cared about the most anyway. Next, I sent in Nose Pass to try and paralyze him, but it didn't work. We got hit eventually and fainted. Credilli is next, so I confused him, and although it eventually worked, he hardly hurt himself, so it didn't really do much. Eventually, we fainted to some Ice Beams after hitting him with Acid a few times. Then I sent in Meg Cargo, who instantly got one-shot. After that is Solrock, who hardly did anything with Solar Beam. He used Rest, so I spammed Rock Slide to nearly make him faint. He rested again, and we hit Rock Slides till we ran out, then switched to Shadow Ball, and actually lucked out and made him faint. All that was left is his Whiscash, so I sent Corsola in to hit Surf as he made it rain. His Earthquake crit us though, so we fainted. I sent our wounded Solrock in, hit a Shadow Ball, and he went down. That was our last Pokemon. I can't believe how close that was. Last is the Wally fight, and it starts fine with Altaria just being a 2-shot with Rock Slide from Nosepass, and second is Roselia, who hits Megcargo a bit hard with Magical Leaf before going down to 1 Flamethrower. Problem is next is Delcatty. Now I know Delcatty normally is very easy, but we were having an awful time with it for some reason. It kept using stuff like Charms, so Aggron quickly wasn't doing much damage. So eventually I ended up using Mud Slap to lower her accuracy a little bit, then switched to Nose Pass, just to miss 2 Rock Slides in a row just due to sheer awful luck. Eventually we landed some hits though and she went down. Magneton was next, so it hit Aggron hard with Thunderbolt before we one-shot it with Earthquake. And last was Gardevoir, who let off a Future Sight but went down quickly in a couple of Shadow Balls, giving us the win. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, it's a good team, but our stats really aren't awesome, and our team is really, really slow. I can see quite a bit of the Elite Four being brutally hard because of that. Actually, I don't think any of them are going to be easy now that I think about it. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. First up is Mightyena, so I use Megcargo, knowing that Intimidate would drop my attack. We took a big crunch, but either in that, it went fine. Absol was second, so I switched to Aggron since it could barely hurt us at all. It took a handful of attacks before we could hit and knock it out, but it wasn't bad. Crawdaunt is next, and we confused it right away. It hit itself. Then we finished it with Giga Drain. I probably should have used Giga Drain twice, but muscle memory made me go right to the top right spot, because that's where I used to have Giga Drain. It still worked out in the end, though. Next is Shift Tree, so I sent Megcargo back in to Flamethrower it down easily, but last is Cacturn, and it took out Megcargo fast, so we had to start throwing a bunch of our team members in to try and take it down. Nosepass was able to paralyze it and do great damage, but he kept holding on until we fainted. But thanks to him being paralyzed, we could just have Corsola outspeed it and one-shot it with Ice Beam. If it wasn't for paralysis, Corsola would have been one-shot for sure. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First up is Dusclops, specifically the one who likes to spam Protect. It's not too bad though, I just had to use Psychic on the first round, then spam Shadow Ball after that. We fainted to Shadow Punches eventually, but we just sent in Nosepass to finish it off. Second was another Dusclops, and this one is a huge issue because he has Earthquake. We paralyze it early, but it ends up taking down Nosepass and Corsola before we take it down. And the only reason it didn't take out Megcargo was because of paralysis luck. Bayonet nearly went down to some flamethrowers, but it took us out, and I had to send an Aggron to finish it off. The second Bayonet also went down to Aggron, but we nearly fainted in the process. Last is Sableye, but not only does it quickly take out Aggron, but it spams double teams, so we keep missing our Giga Drains that we need to hit if we want it to faint. Because of that, we lose a close fight. I'm gonna bump the team up to level 50 so we're on par with them, then keep trying. We just hardly do any damage to our Earthquake Dusclops, and that's the real problem. So this took a solid 7 tries at level 50 because it's pretty much all luck. Nearly all of our team have roughly the same damage output either than Shadow Ball with Solrock, but it always faints fast, so really this fight is all about doing it over and over, paralyzing everything we can and just hoping for the best. You can tell from the little bursts of speed in the footage that I made liberal use of the speed up just because I had to try so many times, and us having 6 Pokemon made every attempt take much longer. There's really no special strategy here. It was almost all just hoping for good paralysis and confusion luck, as well as hoping that their double teams wouldn't make us miss too often. Eventually, we actually had a pretty solid win, but needless to say, this took forever. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This was pretty much instantly a disaster though. Celio goes okay at the start, but then she sends in Walrein second, and it wipes our entire team with Surf and Sheer Cold. Like, I wasn't even close. Our low speed is keeping us from getting many hits in, so I think we'll just have to level up even more. It's okay, I kind of expected this. Like, I don't even think we're winning this run until our team is above level 70. It may be nice to have a full team, but it doesn't offset the fact that moves that are super effective against rock types are extremely common in Emerald. Level 55, a few tries later. I've been using Mirror Coat on Walrein, and it's done okay, but on this try, we get crit to nearly faint. That's awesome, because it means our Mirror Coat just one-shots her. All it's doing is doubling the damage that we take back to our opponent. Out to Magcargo as Glalie comes out, and although she used a light screen, our flamethrower was so strong that we can two-shot her anyway. We took some damage from Crunch, but it wasn't that bad. The next Glalie came out, and we just crit it for a one-shot. Last is Celio, so I switched to Nose Pass and paralyzed it right away. We took big damage from Blizzard, missed a Rock Slide, then got hit by another Blizzard to faint. Well, that was unlucky. Out to Aggron, and we hit it with an Iron Tail to nearly make her faint, as she hit a weak Blizzard, but then she used a full restore, so there goes the paralysis. We hit Strength for great damage, the hail stopped, then we just hit Strength again for the win. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First is Shelgon, and it just spams Protect, so I just had Aggron use Iron Tail a few times to take it out. It could hardly hurt us at all. Second is Kingdra, so we paralyzed it right away with Nose Pass, as it was building Dragon Dances, and I started hitting Rock Slides that really didn't do much. We also missed some because that's just our luck. Surf took us to only 1 health, and then he body slammed us to finish us off. He ended up running through most of our team before we could finally take him out with Credilli, but all we have left is Corsola, Credilli, and Magcargo. I sent in Corsola as Altaria came out and hit an Ice Beam, but it didn't do as much as I was hoping for. We lucked out though and froze him solid so we could take him out on the next hit. Next is Flygon though, who really easily took out our whole team with Earthquake. Yeah, this isn't happening. I gotta get stronger. A few tries later at level 60, Shelgon is still easy, and this time against Kingdra things went about the same at the start, but thanks to better Rock Slide luck and slightly better stats, we actually took him out without losing half of our team in the process. Flygon is next, and it just one-shot Corsola, so I had to send in Credilli to tank its Earthquakes and use Giga Drain. It actually worked great, and we chipped away at it until we knocked it out, although it crit us at one point, so we took a lot more damage than we should have. Out to Magcargo to Rock Slide as Altaria was just dancing around, and we ended up critting to take it out before it ever did an attack. Last is Salamence, so I sent in Magcargo, and it ended up burning itself by hitting us so our yawn didn't work. We got a Rock Slide in for a bit of damage, but we still fainted fast. I sent a Nose Pass, but didn't do much before we fainted. Then it was up to Aggron to hit hard with Iron Tail. We ended up getting burned off a flamethrower, but the burn that Salamence had finished it off before we fainted, so we finally got a win. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. This took so many tries, but I really thought that it was possible. First is Wailord, and this thing does crazy damage if I let it get to low health. So to get around that, I had Credilli spam Amnesia to max out our special defense, then kept using Giga Drain until we knocked it out. That had the added side effect of making sure that we can tank the Melodic that he sends out second. We got hit by Toxic, and it takes all the rest of our uses of Giga Drain, but we just hardly managed to take him down too. Third is Tentacruel, and this is one of the biggest threats, but he actually missed Hydro Pump, and we took it out with one Earthquake. Trust me, that would have been a one-shot. Water Onix is next, so I survived a Surf with Nose Pass to hit Thunderbolt, but it didn't knock him out, so he finished us off, and we had to send in Solrock next. We lost most of our health to Surf before we hit a Rock Slide for the knockout. Next, he sent in Lucario, so I switched to Corsola to use Mirror Coat, but his Giga Drain just one-shot us. That's bad, I really should have seen that coming. Out to Aggron, and we dropped from full health to only 6 health off a Surf, but then we crit an Iron Tail to nearly take him out. I thought he was going to finish us when he switched to Whiscash for some reason, so we crit it with an Iron Tail as well. We were faster, so I just hit an Earthquake to finish it off. What a weird switch. As he switched Lucario back in, I switched to Magcargo to Yawn, knowing that he was definitely going to use a full restore. On the next turn, I switched to Credilli and let him finish him off, so that we could switch back to Magcargo as he fell asleep. 2 flamethrowers hit really hard, but he fell into a full restore range, so I knew he was just going to heal again, so I used Yawn, then switched to Solrock so he could finish that off too, letting him fall asleep again. Not wanting to repeat the exact same mistake, I hit a flamethrower, then a rock slide so he was healthy enough to not use a full restore again, then one last flamethrower to win the fight. If he woke up early, we would have absolutely lost. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Now I get the feeling that I'm going to need to be a crazy high level before we can win this one, but let's just start out at level 70 and we'll work our way up. It'll still be quite a bit lower than them. It's also worth pointing out that we need an HM Pokemon to climb the waterfall to get to this fight, so I can't actually bring my full team in. I decided to leave Corsola behind because it's probably going to be the least useful member of the team in the upcoming fight. Wish me luck. Alright, so first is Skarmory, who opens by using Spikes, so we're going to get hurt on every single switch. We drop him to a Sliver off a Flamethrower, he full restores, we drop him to Red again, he misses a Steel Wing, then we take him out. Hey, that's not a bad start. Spike sucks, but it's better than Toxic. Next is Armaldo, so I have Nose Pass tank a Water Pulse and hit a Rock Slide for a lot less damage than I was hoping. He hit a second one, but then he took us out with an Ancient Power, so I had to send in Aggron to finish it off with an Earthquake. Next is Claydol, so I sent in Solrock to use Shadow Ball. He both got a Reflect and a Light Screen in, but he only hurt us a bit before we took him out. Credilli is next, so I sent in Aggron to hit Iron Tail. We actually crit it for a one-shot. I think it'd be fine even if we didn't one-shot it, but I'm not complaining. Next is his Aggron, so we sent in our own Credilli. He's just charging a Solar Beam, so we confuse him and start using Giga Drain as the Reflect and Light Screens start to fade. Pretty quickly though, he switches to Metagross, so we ended up hitting it with a Giga Drain to do almost nothing. He missed a Meteor Mash while we confused him, so I hit another Giga Drain as he hit himself. It was doing almost nothing though, so I took the risk and I switched to Magcargo. Thankfully, he hit himself again 2 more times in a row, so we got our Flamethrower in and took him out. We crit, but I really don't think that needed to crit. I'm just really happy that we got that hit in, because he for sure could have one-shot Magcargo with Earthquake. Last is his Aggron again, so I just sent Credilli back in to keep confusing him and using Giga Drain. It took all of our power points, but we took him out with no problem. That wasn't a first try, but it's only because I got crit with a Steel Wing instantly on the first try and didn't bother committing to that attempt. This went really great. Well, that's about what I expected, I guess until the end. It was hard, and some of the grinding was really slow, but it was still really fun. I really hope you guys like that run. The next week's challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon White 2 with only 1 Paris. That one is gonna be ridiculously brutal. I mean, there's no way I win, right? As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time? Okay. Fun little thing here. Partway through this video, I messed a little bit with the settings on my preamp. I have a DBX 286S? I think that's what it's called off the top of my head. Sorry, audio equipment always has the worst names ever, the most jumbled nonsense names you've ever heard. I messed with my settings on it just a little bit partway through this recording. In my testing, it seems pretty good. I like it. It's not to make it like sound better or anything. Really, it was just messing with the gain a little bit, messing with the compressor a little bit to try and get just slightly better audio out of it so that I can mess around with it more in audio editing after. It's all a thing of just trying to keep my audio floor low, likely below -60 decibels, while also getting a good amount of actual gain out of it, because my mic tends to be quite quiet I am recording right now on a Shure SM7B, which is a very quiet microphone in general. But I messed around with those settings just a little bit, and I think in testing it might be just a hair better. But what I'm more interested in, because you're not hearing just the clean raw audio, you hear it after a little bit of post-processing and stuff. Can you tell when in the video I switched things over? What was the most recent thing that happened when I changed the audio settings? Can you tell? Let me know in the comment section. I'm actually really curious, because to make it even harder, I recorded a certain amount of the pages of the script on one day, then I recorded some of it today, which is the next day, and then after recording a couple pages of that is when I actually switched my audio settings. So it will sound a little different when you're recording from one day to another, but then there's the difference of when I actually change some audio settings. I'm curious to see if it'll be noticeable or not. I don't even know yet because, you're obviously hearing my voice before I have edited the video to listen back to it. So for all I know, I may have messed something up and everything sounds horrible and it's very, very obvious when I changed it, but I don't think that'll be the case. We'll see in a moment, though, when I get to editing this video. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Gold with only one Natu is fast. Let's follow that up with a brutally slow one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Seedot and Lotad? So, fun fact, I was originally gonna just do a Lotad run until I looked up its stats. Lotad on the right, Seedot on the left. Oh man, those stats are baby Pokemon bad, and I only have 2 of them. By level up, their moves are absolutely terrible, with Lotad only having weak Ghost and Grass moves early on, and Seedot flat out not learning any proper attacking moves until Nature Power, and that's a bit unreliable. Until then, it just has Bide. By TM, though, is where it gets interesting. They actually have pretty solid type coverage. It's not the best we've seen, but it's a lot better than I was expecting. If it wasn't for the TM variety being so good, I would say this is impossible. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think that I can beat Wallace, but I'll need to be max level. Honestly, with our stats, we might even need double team. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Seedot and Lotad. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Lotad so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to start with Lotad rather than Seedot because although Seedot is harder to catch in Emerald, Lotad starts with actual attacking moves. I name him Silver. Once again, I'm leaving that for you guys to figure out. Our nature is modest, so more special attack and less attack. That's fine with me. Special attack might be Lotad's most important stat in this run because of all the TM moves he can learn for special moves, but that does mean that Astonish will be even weaker early on. So, on one of the earliest routes of the game, we can catch our Seedot. Problem is, in Emerald, it only has a 1% chance of showing up, so I might be here a while, and catching tons of Seedots till I find one with a good nature probably isn't gonna happen. It took an entire half an hour, but I eventually found one. I caught one and named him Reynolds. His nature is calm, so more special defense and less attack. I guess I don't mind this nature, although I'm not thrilled about how both of our Pokemon have less attack. Anyway, he only has Bide to attack with right now, so I'll have to switch train him on the way to the Rock Gym. In the Rock Sand fight, I knew we'd win, so I got a little creative. I switch trained Reynolds for the first Geodude, had him straight up beat the second Geodude with Bide, and then had an incredibly slow battle between Silver and Nosepass. See, Roxanne only has 2 potions and a berry, so she hangs on forever, but Absorb is super effective and heals us. We won eventually, but it took a while. Unfortunately, it might still be a while before we can beat the fighting gym. This one normally isn't too hard, but we don't do much damage. One Machop was able to take out our whole team on most attempts, but this one we got a lucky crit to take him down. Meditite took ages to fight because of all the super potions, but he only used Focus Punch, so our Nature Power Swifts kept him from attacking. But the second Makahita came out, we went down. Let's go get some levels. I decided to go to the beach next since there's tons of trainers there. The nice thing about Brawly's fighting gym is that it's not actually mandatory to beat it yet, so we should be able to reach plenty of trainers. When I'm in the area, I finally give the next rival fight a try, but between Wingull's wing attack and Slugma's ember, we didn't stand a chance. We're stuck between the fighting gym and the rival fight, so let's take a shot at the fighting gym again. This time goes much better thanks to a few extra levels, but we still hardly do any damage with most of our attacks. In the end, we didn't get much farther since we could hardly hurt Mah-Dry-Bread, and we can only last against him for a bit if we use Harden. We can't get any good TMs until after the next rival fight, so let's grind a bit. Even with our entire team at level 24 though, I still can't beat the fighting gym. We still don't get very close either. Mah-Dry-Bread's bulk up Vital Throw is a crazy combo. Right after, I try the rival fight again, and this time we were able to win, but only because of 2 lucky crits. Even with that, it was extremely close. Both crits were probably required to win that. Anyway, I'm just happy we can make some progress again. Naturally, the first thing I do is fight every trainer in the area, both for experience and money. I really want to buy the TM for Ice Beam since it's the strongest move we can learn right now, but it costs far too much for us to afford at the game corner. Honestly, I might have to play the slots if I want to beat the Electric Gym before level 40. I ended up getting 1,500 coins directly from our money, but we need 4,000, so I just had to play the slots for a while. It was crazy slow, probably about as bad as just grinding, but we'll need Ice Beam eventually anyway. We can't get it for free until after we have Surf, so this is the only way to get a better move right now. Finally, all the way at level 28, we were able to beat the fighting gym with Ice Beam on Silver, but it's still just because Mah-Dry-Bread used Bulk Up at a time when Vital Throw would have finished us off. Man, that was harder than I expected. Even after all of the work though, we didn't stand a chance against the Electric Gym. Voltorb is still faster than us and always blows up. Silver does more damage, but is part water, so he can't handle attacks very well, and Reynolds hardly takes any damage, but also hardly deals damage. I really do have no choice but to grind. Even all the way at level 34, our team is slower than all of their Pokemon, so even the lower health Pokemon still get hits in on us, and even on the tries where Silver is still around for Magneton, we hardly do any damage. I have to say, this is one of the worst grinds I've had to do for a Pokemon challenge in months. Look at how little experience we're getting for each thing we knock out. We don't have any trainers left, so it's just going back and forth on this route for hours. Finally, all the way at level 38, Silver was able to Ice Beam down the first 2 Pokemon. We got a very lucky freeze on Magneton, still almost went down, then took him out. Manectric is last and instantly finished off Silver before having a very long fight with Reynolds. I kept using Synthesis to try and stay healthy, but Nature Power Swift was hardly doing anything. It was a battle of attrition, but I managed to win by about 1 attack. If I had run out of Synthesis power points 1 round earlier, I could have lost. Thankfully, for the first time in a while, we had an easy fight where Maxie went down the first try with a few Ice Beams, but I doubt that that's the start of a winning streak, seeing as the Fire Gym is next and we can't get any water moves yet. At the Fire Gym, things actually started super well with Ice Beam one-shotting the first 2 Pokemon, but Camerupt was able to get off a Sunny Day before fainting, so I was worried about fire damage. I switched to Reynolds to tank Overheat from Torkoal, but he went down. Not sure if the crit caused it or not. Regardless, we hardly did any damage at all with Ice Beam on Torkoal and went down fast. Yet again, we're at a brick wall. What if I get the TM for Dig though? Reynolds should be able to learn that. I try it again, and although we do a bit better, it still hardly did anything. Alright, it might be time to grind again. It's a shame about that lowered attack nature. This grind is getting brutally slow by this point. There aren't many Pokemon here who give us a decent amount of experience. Reynolds finally learned Explosion though, so maybe that'll win us the fight? Alright, let's try again, and Explosion nearly gets the knockout, but not quite. I just need a few more levels on Reynolds. I try again every single level up, and finally at level 48, he could do it. This challenge is way harder than I thought it was going to be. At least the normal gym will probably be easy. On our way to the normal gym though, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. The normal gym ended up taking quite a few tries because of slacking. The first 3 Pokemon aren't bad, but slacking presents a strange challenge. Normally it's easy to win because slacking loses every other turn, and often just uses counter, so it's easy to stop him from landing a hit, especially if you have something like Dig. Problem is, we have a speed tie, so sometimes the order we're fighting in will change, so Dig can't always save us from hits. We almost went down multiple times, but after a few tries, we managed to finally get the win. With that done, we finally get the HM for Surf and teach it to Silver right away. We actually have a water move after all of this time. Naturally, the last rival fight was super easy, as it always is. It helps that it's pouring rain here, so where we fought, Surf was even stronger. After that was the Flying Gym, but it was an easy first try. We have Ice Beam and it was able to one-shot enough of our team that being part grass type didn't really come into play. The Maxi fight in the Team Magma base was surprisingly easy. I thought Crobat would keep us from getting the win, but it only took 2 tries. Right now we're at a point in the game where I'd normally start skipping some trainers, but not in this run. Not only do we have 2 Pokemon and thus we need twice as much experience to stay competitive, but our Pokemon may as well be baby Pokemon. Not even the good ones like Magby either, the crazy low stats ones like Cleffa. You gotta do what you gotta do. Now, the Psychic Gym is one of those real messes where every attempt is wildly different. AI in Gen 3 feels a little bit random in gym battles sometimes, but none more random than this one. I tried the fight a few times, but we always went down fast. Xatu's Calm Mind and Psychic combo is brutally strong, and our terrible speed is keeping us from getting the first hit. Not only that, but Reynolds' moves are no good for this fight. I'll go get the TM for Giga Drain to upgrade his moveset and try again. That didn't end up being enough to save the fight, though. We still get taken out so easily from Calm Mind followed by Psychic, and most of their team can do that. I just can't see us winning without the speed advantage, so let's come back later. Even all the way at level 62 though, we still don't stand a chance. We're able to take down 2 of their Pokemon, but then get brick-walled as they put up Light Screen and build up their Calm Minds until they can one-shot us. This grind feels like it'll never end. Even all the way at level 68, we're still slower than Xatu, but at least we deal enough damage that we're able to take down Xatu for once. In the end, it came down to Lunatone versus Silver, and we still nearly went down to a crit thanks to him hanging on with Light Screen and Calm Mind, but in the end, we were hardly able to get the win with only Silver left standing, well in red health. That was one of the roughest Lisa and Tate matches we have had in a long time. Naturally, the Archie fight after that was just a breeze. I had some fun taking him down with Explosion, mostly because we hardly ever got a chance to use the move, and it's a fun one. Finally, against the Water Gym, we had an actual very easy victory. Of course, Silver double resists water, so I knew it wouldn't exactly be brutal, but it ended up being a simple first try fight. Kingdra stalled us out for ages with rest, but despite his double team, I don't think we missed once. Thanks to that great accuracy luck, we got the win. Finally, last before the Elite Four is the Wally fight, and he hardly landed a hit on us. We had some pretty good type matchups, although his Gardevoir did hit us hard with Psychic. Alright, let's take a look at our stats. Honestly, these are some of the worst stats I've seen in a while. Our moves are good, but just looking at our stats, I can tell that we probably can't beat Wallace without our team being at level 80 minimum. Still, I'm willing to try and see how it goes. Make your final guesses in the comments section down below on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney, and this went hilariously badly. Despite the level lead, Absol outspeeds us, uses Sword Stance, and hangs on from our attacks. Then he one-shots Silver. Reynolds was able to finish it off, but instantly got brick-walled and ended afterwards. Man, I didn't think we get halted that fast. Well, we almost one-shot Absol, so it should be only a level or 2 before we can win. I try again 2 levels higher, and although we don't one-shot Absol on the first hit, he used Aerial Ace without Sword Stance, healed up, then we one-shot him with Surf, so it must have been a damage range. After that, Ice Beam made short work of his grass types, and Reynolds was able to finish off Crawdaunt with Giga Drain for the win. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This one had a hilarious start where Dusclops lost most of his health from Surf, just to finish herself off with Curse. Then I just switched instantly to lose the Curse. We did lose most of our power points fighting it though. Bayonet kept trying to use Grudge against us, so I just kept switching back and forth so that we could eventually take it out without actually having to deal with the consequences of Grudge. We took damage in the process, but it was worth it. Third is another Dusclops, so we had to brute force it with Silver. We ran out of power points on Surf in the process though, so against Sableye we had to use Ice Beams. Thankfully, we crit it for the knockout. Last was another Bayonet, who took great damage from our Ice Beam, but finished off Silver. Reynolds was just hardly able to finish it off with Giga Drain, but not before almost going down and hanging on with only 6 health. That was incredibly close. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. I tried this one a few times, but can't seem to get past her 3rd or 4th Pokemon on most attempts. The Celios are pretty easy, thanks to being part Water type, although they did hit pretty hard. but the Glalie are the real issue. They're faster than us, so we keep getting hit by them, and we have so little health and special defense that we can't really hold on, especially considering we're weak to ice. If we're too weak to get hit and too slow to take them out first with our decent moveset, then I'm just gonna have to level up more. A few levels and some power point ups later, and we're able to get farther in the fight despite still being slower than Glalie, but the Walrein at the end completely destroyed us. She was faster than us and one-shot us with a 100 accuracy move. Okay, now that's a brick wall. Seeing as we can't learn Calm Mind to build up the ability to tank hits, I think we're just gonna have to grind like crazy on the first two members of the Elite Four. At level 81, after many tries, we were finally able to get this great run, where we got into the Walrein fight with lots of health left, and had a brutally long Mega Drain fight. We're still slower, but at least Silver is still around, and he can handle this fight much better than Reynolds can, so we ended up winning. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake, and this one took quite a few attempts. First is Shelgon, who tries to stall us out, so I use Nature Power first to make sure that I don't waste power points as he protects. Then I take him down with Ice Beam. Second is Altaria, who sometimes doesn't hurt us, but did on this run before we one-shot him. For Kingdra, I can't outmuscle him with Silver, and I need Silver for the rest of the fight, so I have Reynolds hit Giga Drain, then Explosion to take him down. We failed a lot of runs due to missing Explosion from Smokescreen, but this time we hit. Flygon is fourth, and he's faster than us, but thankfully we hung on from Earthquake and one-shot him. Then last is Salamence, who brought us down to only 4 health with Dragon Claw before we one-shot him. That was extremely close. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace, and although Wailord went very well, Tentacruel is a brick wall. We can do almost no damage to it because of his high special defense, and his sludge bombs are absolutely brutal. Even our super effective Dig hardly did a third of his health and damage. Tentacruel's a beast, and we need to get stronger if we want to stand a chance. Even all the way at level 88 and 89 though, we still get outsped by Tentacruel and easily taken out. I'm starting to think that I'm going to need to be level 100 just to beat the Pokemon champion. Grinding at this high level is terrible, by the way. Every run-through of the Elite Four will just be one level up on one of my Pokemon once, so this has gotten brutally slow. But we just don't have any better ground moves we can learn for Tentacruel, nor can we learn any Psychic or Electric attacking moves. It's either this or Double Team, and usually when I ask that question, you guys say you prefer grinding, so that's what I'm doing. After yet another grind, we finally take out Tentacruel by using Explosion, but instantly it dumps us with Melodic to deal with, a special defense tank that just hits Toxic. We both don't deal nearly enough damage to take him down, and having only one Pokemon left who's badly poisoned completely dooms us for the rest of the fight. We have no choice. I'm just gonna have to grind more and top off my levels with the rare candies that I've found to hit max level. Here's our stats at level 100. I swear I have seen better stats at level 70 in other runs with other Pokemon. These two are genuinely baby Pokemon terrible. Let's hope that this is finally enough to win. Finally, at level 100, we try some more. This time we managed to take out Tentacruel with 2 hits of Dig, although Reynolds almost went down in the process. He easily got finished off by Melodic before we could do anything, so it's up to Silver. Mega Drain didn't do a ton of damage, even at level 100, but at least his Ice Beams weren't bad, and for whatever reason he kept spamming Recover when Toxic probably would have doomed me, so eventually we took him down with a crit. Ludicolo started using Double Team, but thankfully we hit him just fine. Whiscash easily went down in 1 Mega Drain, and last was Water Onix, who went down in 2 Ice Beams easily. With that win, we beat the run, but you know there's one last thing to try. We have to at least attempt Stephen Stone. Now, I think we're doomed, but we may as well try it. We have a lot of super effective moves against their team, but their stats are so good compared to us that I literally don't think we can win. I'm willing to try, though. Naturally, once we get into the fight, we instantly see why this is not winnable. At level 100, we get outsped and two-shot by a Pokemon using a move that can't miss even with accuracy changes, and using our strongest move with our Mystic Water as the held item, we can't deal enough damage fast enough to win. Even after switching to Reynolds to try Explosion just to see how much it would do, it didn't do even nearly enough. Maybe if we had the best crit luck in the history of Pokemon, we could win, but I don't have weeks to dedicate to this one fight, seeing as I do one of these challenges every single week, so we're gonna have to call it here. I have to say, I got stuck way more often than I thought I would on that run. That one was so much harder than even I was expecting. I knew that it would be bad, but I didn't think it would be that bad. I really hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's challenge, I'm going to be doing another Skyrim run with Skyrim with only stolen items. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek, and Gooseit playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only one Sandile was a wild solo run. Let's follow up with another weird one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Slacking. So you know why we're using this one already, right? Slacking has super high stats. It's an insanely strong normal type Pokemon, stronger than many legendaries, but it has one massive drawback. It's got the ability Truant. Much like the Regigigas runs with Slow Start, we have an ability that holds us back. Truant makes it so that we do nothing every other turn. I figure it's going to have a pretty massive effect on how we play the game, especially since Protect can completely shut us down. Truant could cause us some real issues the entire run. I mean, even if we're one-shot sweeping every one of a trainer's Pokemon, we're still giving every new Pokemon that comes out a free hit on us. That's going to add up a lot, especially if they open by using effects like Poison or Paralysis. By level up, we honestly don't really learn very good moves, although Yawn is kind of cool. We start with Slack Off, and that's awesome. It's a healing move. Feint Attack will at least get us to hit ghosts, and Flail could be useful if our health is already really low, although flailing with our health really low is probably a death sentence considering they could just then hit us the next turn with another Pokemon. Overall, nothing too special. By TM on the other hand, there's a ton of good moves we can learn. Earthquake, Ice Beam, Return, Thunderbolt, Brick Break, Fire Blast, Aerial Ace. We can learn just about anything I'd be interested in. We're mostly a physical attacker, but we do still have such great special attack that there's no harm in learning something like Ice Beam if the type is useful enough. I don't know how many of these moves I'll learn, but I'll be collecting a lot of TMs this run for sure. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I honestly have no idea. Yeah, our stats are good enough to get in the Hall of Fame, but won't Pokemon with Protect just totally shut us down? This one's more of an experiment than anything. I'm curious to see what goes well and what goes horribly. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Slacking. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Slacking so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have Kabuskin, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him King Mabel. He may look immobile, but I bet we could bust out an awesome spinning heel kick. Our nature is quirky, so neutral stat gains, fine with me. So, while we travel, I've got to answer the burning question that I know you're all gonna ask. Why start with Slacking and not Slack Off? Well, I figure that most of the point of this challenge is all based around the ability Truant. If we started with Slack Off, then for a decent chunk of the game, we would be a Vigoroth. Vigoroth doesn't have Truant. Considering I would for sure be leveling enough to be a Vigoroth before the first gym, we may as well just use Slacking the entire time so that we have the handicap of Truant the entire run. You know what I mean? Alright, you're not ready for this rock gym fight. So we got there at level 15, and this fight encapsulates just how many issues we're gonna have thanks to Truant. We have Yawn to keep them asleep, and Slack Off to heal back up, and although Scratch isn't a very strong move, we do have super high attack. It's normal type, and it's got tons of power points, so you'd think that we'd have no problem. Well, guess again. Usually these gym battles take about 2 or 3 minutes to finish in a solo run. This fight went 9 minutes and 11 seconds, and it went wrong in so many ways. Right away, they used Rock Tomb a bunch, so not only do we miss turns from Truant, but we're also slower on the turns where we actually fight back. Because we give them so many extra turns, they use a lot of those maxing out their defense early on with Harden. If they had not used Harden at all, then maybe we'd have 4 or 5 hits to make them faint, but Harden totally changed that. As if we weren't doing bad enough damage as is, she also has 2 potions and an Oran Berry to heal back up with. We may have Slack Off to heal with, but that means that we're skipping a cycle of getting to attack, and that's twice as punishing as if we were using any other Pokemon. They could basically do whatever they wanted because the whole battle was a chip fight, and they had as much time as they needed to do whatever they needed to do. This fight was so insanely long that we actually ran out of scratches near the end of the Nose Pass fight, and had to try to creatively waste our Encores and Yawns to use Struggle, but we were nearly out of Slack-Offs to heal with by the end, so it was important to try and not use them up too early. In the end, we managed to switch to Struggle and win, but it was close. That was a crazy first gym fight. Now you might think we're in the clear because we're past the rock gym, but I think the next gym might be even harder. Normally the fighting gym isn't too bad, but not only are we a normal type, but he's got a Pokemon with Focus Punch. Normally that's easy to deal with, you just hit him so that he can't use it. But because of Truant, he can simply do it, and we can't do anything to stop him. It's a super strong fighting move, so I expect it to do a ton of damage to us. We might actually just faint before we can even get to the Makuhita at the end. I made sure to pick up the Silk Scarf before going into the gym for a bit more damage, but it's only going to power us up by 10% since this is Gen 3. I made sure to do the Granite Cave first for just a bit more experience. Wish me luck. So at level 18, I give the fighting gym a shot. Right away, Machop uses Bulk Up after our scratch, so his Karate Chop is a bit stronger, but he didn't crit, so we lucked out and took him out. Second is Meditite, who used Reflect instead of Focus Punch, so we got to Encore him into wasting his time using Reflect every turn. We took him out on the same turn that Reflect wore off. This is perfect. Last is Makuhita, and although we took him to below half health with 1 scratch, his Vital Throws were just a little too strong for us and we fainted. Well, you know what? It was a loss, but it was less insane of a loss than I was expecting. I'll go clear out the Beach of Trainers and come back. We might not be too far off of a win. A little bit more health might be what does the trick. So clearing out all the trainers in the area got us ahead by 5 levels, and it completely changed the fight. Machop was now a one-shot, Meditite just used Bulk Up so it didn't hit us, and although Makuhita wasn't able to do much to us, it was still actually kind of dangerous. We still won, but we were cutting it a bit close. If you used Vital Throw every turn, we would have probably gotten into red health. How's the rival gonna go? Well, it goes alright, but really it's because of their own bad move choice. Kabuskin was the only dangerous one, and if it just spammed Double Kick, then we might be in trouble, but it used Focus Energy instead. In fact, it used Focus Energy after already using Double Kick. If it had done that first, then maybe it would have actually crit us. Not too bad. Alright, now I think that we have a nightmare fight coming up. Next up is the Electric Gym, and I can't see any way that we're gonna get around getting paralyzed. Being Truant is bad enough, but Paralyzed and Truant is horrible. Not only that, but he's got a Steel type, and we've got no good answer for that. If we really wanted to, we could get rid of Encore in favor of Rock Smash, but it's a super weak move in this game, and we wouldn't be able to unlearn it until we're past the Flying Gym. Do I really want to be stuck with it for that long? Probably not, but maybe I do it anyway. I'll clear out all the trainers in the area, top up my level if I'm about to level up, then I'll just try the gym and see what happens. While I travel, now's a great time for MDB AMA. It's funny. I seem to have blacked out after the last AMA, but I've got these questions already here that were meant for last week. I guess I'll just answer them now. Aiden asks why Drowsy is my favorite Pokemon. I'm not totally sure, but I think I just always thought the design was cool. I started playing Pokemon literally the day Gen 1 came out in English, and Drowsy quickly became my favorite. I think it's because I found Psychic types super cool in Gen 1 because of the really interesting sounds and the looks of all of their moves. Drowsy was a pretty easy to get Psychic type in that game, so that's a big part of it. Plus, Gen 1 Drowsy was a really strong Pokemon. Before the special attack and special defense split, where, you know, Drowsy ended up with kind of low special attack and high special defense. Before that, Gen 1, no, it just had really high special. It was crazy strong. Gigaman wants to know what my favorite wrestling finisher is, and wishes me a happy birthday. Thank you, thank you. I think my favorite finisher is probably the reverse spinning STO. I'm a big Mike Knox fan, but people nowadays probably know that move more from either Alex Shelley, Bray Wyatt, or Switchblade Jay White. It's just a really cool move, and everyone does it a bit differently. If I was gonna have a runner-up move, though, the Black Hole Slam from Abyss. Oh, I could watch compilations of the Black Hole Slam forever. Also, Tests running Big Boot. That's pretty high up there. His was really good. Bicker Boom wants to know if I like horror games. Yeah, I like some. I've Let's Played Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6, as well as Outbreak File 1 and File 2 on this channel. I'm actually super proud of all of those Let's Plays, especially the Outbreak ones, because I did some like fancy multicam editing in that so you can see everyone's perspective whenever we split up. I'm also a big fan of Resident Evil 1, although I don't think I've played that on the show. I used to speedrun Silent Hill 2 for fun, and recently Suki and I streamed Devour, that's up on the channel as well. I'm not like a massive horror game guy or anything, but I do enjoy some of them for sure. I'm not really a big fan of like the ones where it's like a walking simulator with hiding also added to it, like, I don't know, Outlast? I don't know, I don't find those ones very interesting. Kenneth Clark asks if I ever find shinies in these playthroughs. I found a few, yeah. Whenever I see one, I make sure to show it on screen. It doesn't really happen as often as you would think, though. Off the top of my head, I remember a Poochyena, which I think was like before you even got Pokeballs. It was so early in the game. I think there was a Slackoth really early in these runs, and there was that one crazy time that my Swaddle starter was a shiny in a Pokemon Black with only first form bug run. I know there's been like 1 or 2 other shinies, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm not really a shiny hunter, so it's not really something I pay that close of attention to be honest. And lastly, Jack Capel wants to know what Pokemon challenge out of all of them took the longest to finish. I mean, I don't actually know which one for sure took the most hours of playtime, but a few stand out as taking a really long time. Pokemon Emerald with only poison moves and Pokemon Black with only first form bugs were some of the few runs that took so long that they were a week late, so those are at least in the top 5 longest. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond with no new moves pretty much consumed every waking moment of my life for the week that I played it, like to the point that I would undock my Switch and take it with me on walking breaks just to keep grinding, so that's gotta be up there too. Then there was the Wobbuffet run in Emerald, which was one of the first challenges I did. I think that was like my 4th challenge. That one took forever, just a lot of struggle grinding, and I also had to like switch grind up a Zigzagoon to an absurd level, just so that I could get it leftovers. Although, I lucked out and it picked up the leftovers really fast. So at least that didn't take forever. I remember the Magikarp run taking forever as well, although part of that is probably that I was just very inexperienced at the time. Like, that's before my Pokemon challenges even blew up. Pretty much nobody was doing Pokemon challenges back then. It was like me, J-Rose, Picaspery did, I think, 1? There's probably 1 or 2 other people who put out a Pokemon challenge video by then of that format, or similar format at least. Anyway, if I did that Magikarp challenge now, I'm sure there's probably some ways I could have done it more efficiently, but I obviously have no interest in redoing the challenge. What's the point? You guys have already seen it, you know? I may as well do something fresh and new and have some fun with that. Plus, I'm sure it's not gonna shock you to learn that Magikarp solo runs are not exactly fun. Anyway, that's it for this MDB AMA. If you have any questions you want answered on the show, just leave it in the comments with MDB AMA all as one word so it's easy to search for. Only real questions, please. Putting MDB AMA in comments that aren't questions for this section just makes my job harder. Thanks. So I get to the gym at level 30 and try this a few times. Voltorb is always a one-shot, and so is the Electric after, although sometimes we get paralyzed off of static. We didn't this time, but Magneton had to spend its first move paralyzing us. Now, as long as we keep Silk Scarf on, then our Scratch does quite a bit more damage than Feint Attack, but it still is very hard to get hits in. We often get paralyzed, we often get confused and hit ourselves, and on this try, we even got crit by a Shockwave, but thanks to Slack Off keeping us pretty healthy, we actually lucked out and took him out. That might have just been from a crit though. It's hard to say if he'd have survived with a Sliver. It didn't matter though, Mah-Dry-Bread easily finished us off right after. I think I'm gonna have to get a few levels for more health, then keep trying. This might not be super far off. So I came back 3 levels later, this time with Covet instead of Scratch, although they're the same power. Things went the same until Magneton. Now we got confused early in this one, and actually had worse paralysis luck than before, but thanks to a critical Covet early on, we ended up taking out Magneton pretty early. We still lost half our health though. Last was Mah-Dry-Bread, but we totally lucked out. Despite having bad paralysis luck, Mah-Dry-Bread ended up wasting an entire 4 turns with Howl, then just kept using a pretty weak Shockwave. We had to heal back up with Slack Off, and we almost fainted thanks to missing many turns, but it only took 2 hits to take him out. That means we're on the road to Maxie and the Fire Gym, and I actually think that they'll go fine. Every gym before this has been a difficult one in its own way, but I think that we might have a bit of smooth sailing. Who knows, maybe Overheat will mess us up at the Fire Gym, but there's no way Maxie is a problem. Sure, our attack will be down from Intimidate, but we have so much attack in the first place that I think that we're gonna do fine. I made sure to pick up Secret Power on the way to replace Covet since it's nearly twice as strong. Plus, we can cause paralysis in gym battles thanks to it being indoors, so that could really save us. I don't think we're gonna run into any other really hard fight until maybe the Skarmory at the Flying Gym, so let's go win some battles. Well, as expected, Maxie was super easy. We just took a lot of damage at the end when Camerupt rolled a 7 on Magnitude and crit at the same time, but there was no way that we could have actually lost this. Next is the Fire Gym, and although we swept our way to Torkoal just fine, she used Attract, and we had horrible luck with hitting it. We were letting her body slam us over and over and over thanks to losing so many turns between Attract and Truant, but it still didn't take us many hits before we took her out. I'm happy we have so much health. How do you think the normal gym is gonna go? But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. You know, one of these days, I should probably just not include the fossil thing to see if you actually do all ask anyway. Well, the whole normal gym was really easy other than his slacking. We have a good 8 levels on it, but it actually ended up doing a ton of damage to us because of something I didn't anticipate. We never had to worry about counter since it's got its Truant too, and we were never attacking on the same turn, but one of our secret powers ended up paralyzing him to make his Facade do way more damage. It was still an easy first try though. Okay, with that done, I can finally get access to a new TM. I go straight for the ship to get an Ice Beam TM. Again, our attack is higher than our special attack, but our special attack is still really high. I figure that Ice Beam is a must-have for the Flying Gym, and later on at the Dragon Elite 4 member. We've got a rival fight and the Flying Gym coming up. The rival is always easy, but I'm a little bit worried about the Flying Gym. It's got a Skarmory after all, and those are always really annoying to fight. Let's see how it goes. So, I thought that there was a chance that our rival could have given us issues because her Pelipper has Protect, but she just stopped using it pretty much right away, so we won really easy. Man, if she was smart, she could have used it every other turn and stalled us out until she ran out of power points on it. I don't know if it would have gotten her a win, but it definitely would have been a harder fight. First up at the Flying Gym was a one-shot on Swablu, of course, and second is Tropius, who hits a super weak Aerial Ace before we took her down. Pelipper is next, and she missed Supersonic, but then was smart and went for Protect on the turn where we could attack. It followed up with a crazy weak Water Gun, then decided not to use Protect again, so we took it out. Good. Third is Skarmory though, and right away we got hit by Sand Attack. That's really bad. Ice Beam did great damage, and we were hardly getting hurt, but then we missed our next Ice Beam, so she got to keep hitting us. Then we missed another Ice Beam, so she hit us even more, but on the third try, we hit and took her out with about half of our health left. Last is Altaria, who just spammed Dragon Dance until we hit an Ice Beam for a one-shot. Well, it could have gone a lot worse. So we have a lot of travel to do now, but I'm feeling good about the next chunk of the run for once. Now I know what you're thinking, but the Psychic Gym is soon. It's always a nightmare in solo runs, and it's gonna be even worse with Truant. And you'd be right, it might be horrible, but at least we can get the TM for Shadow Ball, and that's physical in this game. I figure it's gonna be a one-shot on our whole team, so as long as our health holds out, then maybe we could get a win. I also went to the department store to buy the TM for Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam actually recharges on the Truant turn, so considering it's physical in this game, is basically the perfect move for a Gen 3 slacking. I'm not going to learn it right away since it doesn't have many power points, but I'm going to keep the TM in our back pocket just in case. Now let's go take out Maxie and that Psychic Gym. First is Maxie with Mighty Anna, and not only did we lose attack early, but we also lost 2 stages of speed to Scary Face, plus a little bit of health before taking her out. Crobat was obviously faster than us, and confused us early, but we nailed an Ice Beam for a much needed one-shot. Last was Camerupt, who was doing a bit of damage to us, but it didn't really matter. We just overpowered him easily in a few hits of Secret Power. Next up is the Psychic Gym, and this one was nuts. Bear with me, it's hard to recap double battles. Right away, we use Shadow Ball to one-shot Claydol, as Xatu uses Psychic to take out Magikarp. Solrock comes in, and weirdly enough, both it and Xatu used Sunny Day on the same turn to waste their turns. On the next round, we use Shadow Ball to one-shot Solrock, and Xatu just wastes his chance to hit us with Calm Mind. This is going pretty great. On our Truant turn, Xatu uses Calm Mind again as Lunatone successfully gets us with Hypnosis, and I thought that this fight was over. Xatu uses Calm Mind yet again, and now Lunatone is doing it too. But then we woke up just to loaf around, and Xatu finally uses Psychic, taking out half of our health, as Lunatone uses its second Calm Mind. Naturally, I use Shadow Ball to take out the super powered up Xatu right away, and Lunatone uses its third Calm Mind. We loafed around, and I thought it was over when he used Psychic just for us to survive with a Sliver, then hit a Shadow Ball to one-shot Lunatone. That was so incredibly close, it's insane. That means we're in for some of the last traveling. We have an Archie fight, the Water Gym, and the Wally fight. Now I'm really worried about that Water Gym because Kingdra is usually horrible to fight, and Wally might even be pretty hard, but Archie is probably gonna go fine. I made sure to pick up Earthquake on the way since I figure that it'll probably be useful in the Elite Four, but I don't really know for sure yet. We'll find out with time, I'm sure. First up is Mighty Anna, and we actually aren't strong enough for a one-shot, but it doesn't matter. All he did was use Swagger to raise our attack, and we never hit ourselves before taking him out. Second is Crobat, so we take a wing attack, but this time we did actually end up hitting ourselves to take quite a bit of damage. We were down below half health when we finally hit an Ice Beam for the knockout. Last is Sharpedo, but Secret Power just demolished it thanks to that attack boost. Still, we took a lot of damage in that fight. First try at the Water Gym, and it starts great with us sweeping our way all the way to Kingdra. The problem is that Kingdra just spams Double Team. That's twice as big of a problem in a run where we're attacking half of the time. Not only that, but he likes using Rest to heal back up whenever we do land a hit, so we just can't seem to hurt him enough. I think I'll try again, but I'll start with Shadow Ball. Maybe if I do less damage early on, he won't go straight for the healing moves. So I tried again by using Shadow Ball, but we were still doing too much damage, and he was just using Rest every time. We constantly get confused off of Water Pulse too, so it really doesn't do us any favors, and he keeps using Double Team to insane levels of evasion. Okay, maybe if I try Ice Beam, it'll be weak enough that we could get him in the range for Secret Power to take him out. If that still doesn't work, maybe I'll try Return instead of Secret Power, and if that doesn't work, then it's Hyper Beam time. Nope, still isn't happening. Ice Beam still does less damage, but he's still using Rest every time. Alright, I'm gonna try Return, that's quite a bit stronger. There we go, that did the trick. One Return with Silk Scarf was just enough to one-shot Kingdra. I didn't even need to use Hyper Beam yet, so that's nice. Honestly, I don't know if we're gonna need Hyper Beam the whole run since Return with Slacking is so strong, but if it saves us some grinding at the end of the run, then I'll for sure give it a go. Next up is Wally, and believe it or not, this took tons of tries. Wally's not usually a hard one. Altaria is always just an easy one-shot, but second is Delcatty, who sometimes does nothing to us, but sometimes she hits Charm, and that ruins the whole fight. Next is Magneton, and I lost 9 times to this one. It confuses us all the time, Thunderbolt hurts us a ton, sometimes it paralyzes us, and it spams healing items every time we get its health low, but we lucked out this try, and the Shadow Ball and Return landed perfect damage ranges to take it out before it could heal. I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times that Return would have left him with a sliver. Next is the Roselia that I lost to the only time I ever got to it, thanks to it using Toxic and Leech Seed while we were still confused. But on this try, we just hit Ice Beam for a one-shot before it could use either, and last is Gardevoir, who just used Future Sight, and we took it out with a Shadow Ball. Believe it or not, but this Wally fight took more tries than any other fight in the game so far. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. I have to say, I'm feeling pretty iffy about our chances right now. Yeah, our stats are awesome other than our pretty mediocre special defense, but anytime we get paralyzed or confused, we're pretty much useless. There's a lot of ways this could go wrong, but I do think that we stand a chance through sheer force. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. First up was Mighty Anna, who goes down in one hit, but it's got Intimidate, so our attack is down the whole fight. Second is Shift Tree, and I was worried because he kept using Double Team, and misses are pretty brutal when you only attack half the time, but he actually used it for so long that we took him out without getting hurt anyway. Return left him with a Sliver, and he healed, but Ice Beam was a one-shot. Next is Cacturn, who was also a one-shot with Ice Beam, but because of Truant, he got us with Leech Seed first. That's pretty bad. Next up is Crawdaunt, though. We left him with a Sliver, and was losing health to Leech Seed fast. Between that and his strength hitting pretty hard, we actually fainted. Alright, I'll try again in a couple of levels. I'm sure we could get one-shots after that. Okay, 2 levels later. Mighty Anna is of course still a one-shot, and Shift Tree was a one-shot with Return as well, as all it used was Double Team. This time, Cacturn used Cotton Spore instead of Leech Seed, and we still ended up being faster, so we took it out without getting hit. And we didn't get hit against Crawdaunt because he just used Swords Dance. Speaking of, Absol at the end was faster than us and got 2 moves in, but it was just Swords Dance twice, so we never got hurt. That went great. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Now, we instantly failed the first try when she just kept using Protect, and then Curse absolutely doomed us, but on the second try she used Protect twice in a row instead, but then on the third turn she must have used something else, because we went first and we one-shot her. We lost a lot of power points to pressure though. Second is Bayonet, who hardly hurt us with Feint Attack before going down in one Shadow Ball, but third was Sableye, and this thing was a nightmare. Despite only needing 2 hits to take her out, it took entire minutes. She used Double Team a bunch early on and healed after the first hit, so we were left just missing over and over and over. Every once in a while we'd switch back to Slack Off to heal, just to keep trying. I was using Ice Beam most of the time to save on Shadow Balls for the rest of the fight, and it actually went so long that we ran out. Not only that, but she ran out of moves that could hit us at some point, so she was just failing Nightshade every turn. It took about 4 entire minutes, but eventually we took her out. After that was another Bayonet who hardly hurt us before going down in one hit, and last was Dusclops. Now, I was instantly petrified when she froze us with an Ice Beam early on, but thankfully, we defrosted after a few turns and hit a Shadow Ball for a one-shot. That was an insane fight. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This was a weird fight. See, her entire first 4 Pokemon are one-shots, but between Hail and her spamming Ice Beam, we always faint against Walrein at the end, when we don't get our one-shot. You'd think that the answer would be to heal, but all they do is exactly enough damage that by the time that we heal and get to attack again, our health is back to where it was before we didn't make any progress. That means to win, we either need more attack, more health, or a stronger attack. Guys, I think it's time to crack out Hyper Beam. I've been excited for this. So I try again with Hyper Beam. Now, this battle was insanely close because even with us being a one-shotting machine, Hail and Ice Beam really do chip away at us badly over the course of the fight. But in the end, we survived Walrein's attack with about 20 health left and one-shot it with Hyper Beam. Good thing I have loads of PowerPoint items, because even after using a PowerPoint max on Hyper Beam, it still doesn't have many uses. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Right away, it started badly with Shelgon using Protect, so we can't just take it out right away, but at least we got hurt a bit by Dragonclaw, so it's not that bad. It went down, and next was Altaria, who hit a Dragon Breath before we one-shot it with Ice Beam. Kingdra was next, and it got us with Smokescreen, but we one-shot it with a Hyper Beam. I mean, that's good that it went down fast, but I don't like the accuracy drop, especially since Hyper Beam is not 100 accuracy in the first place. Flygon got us with an Earthquake for decent damage, but we missed with our Ice Beam, so it just kept hitting us. We had to use Slack Off because our health was getting super low. That let it Earthquake us another 2 times though, so I had to Slack Off again. It looks like we're making a net positive of about 30-ish health, so I just kept repeating the process, waiting for him to run out of Earthquakes, and eventually he did, and it paid off as his Flamethrower did a bit less damage, but we missed an Ice Beam and had to go back to healing again. This fight took absolute ages, and I figured we were doomed after getting burned, so I just went for Ice Beam and took it out. We're really hurt though. Last is Salamence, but thanks to all the loafing around with a burn, we just fainted before we could attack. We were one hit away from winning. I'm gonna try again, just not getting burned would have given us the win there. Okay, next try, and although Shelgon does less damage to us, it hit Rock Tomb, so our speed is down the whole fight. That might have an effect. Altaria goes down easily still, and this time Kingdra uses Dragon Dance and Surf, so we don't lose accuracy, we just lose more health. That's probably a good thing. Flygon is still spamming Earthquake, and we're still healing, but it didn't go as long as last time, before we just committed and went for an early Ice Beam, but we were crit right before it happened, so once again we had less health going into the Salamence fight than I wanted. Thanks to that and the speed loss, we ended up going down in a couple of Dragon Claws. Okay, if it wasn't for the last moment crit, we would have won. I'm gonna keep trying, this is all just bad luck so far. Alright, third time, this time Shelgon uses Protect twice in a row, so we could just hit him on the third turn so we didn't lose any speed, and Altaria just uses Dragon Dance a bunch so we didn't get hit. Kingdra just uses Dragon Dance twice in a row, so we got in a Hyper Beam without losing any accuracy. That's a huge deal. Flygon was using Earthquake like always, but we just hit an early Ice Beam for a one-shot. Last is Salamence, and its Dragon Claw hit hard, but we just one-shot it with an Ice Beam on the follow-up. That wasn't so bad. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Right away, we obviously one-shot Wailord with Hyper Beam, and second is Tentacruel, who hits hard with Hydro Pump, but goes down right after. That's when things go downhill fast. Is Ludicolo, and he's spamming Double Team. Because of that, we miss a bunch, and he ends up getting us with Leech Seed. We healed early to try and stay alive, but it took forever to actually hit him. Whiscash wasn't hard to one-shot, as it was just using Amnesia, but next was Water Onix, and the Leech Seed damage was getting pretty bad by now. He ended up taking us out quickly. Okay, if we didn't get hit by Leech Seed, then I bet we could win. Maybe I'll heal against Whiscash instead of against Ludicolo next time. So I tried tons more times before we got a run where Hydro Pump missed, so we had more health going forward, but we missed a ton of Hyper Beams against Ludicolo. Not only that, but we missed a Hyper Beam against Whiscash too, so it actually hit us for once. The problem is, no matter what, every time I make it to Water Onix, we end up losing. I tried using Shadow Ball first to soften him up so Hyper Beam would one-shot him, but he's faster thanks to Dragon Dance, so he always takes us out with a Hyper Beam at some point. I think that I actually do need to be a few levels higher, just to be faster if anything. I started trying more again at level 65. A few tries later, and we hit Ludicolo early so he didn't get to build up too many double teams. Whiscash just used Amnesia, so we took it out no problem, and now we're at Water Onix with full health. It's using Dragon Dance twice in a row, so I tried Shadow Ball first to drop it to low enough health that we can probably Hyper Beam it down. It hit super hard with 2 Earthquakes, but we took it down with Hyper Beam with about a third of our health left. Last is Melodic, who hit Surf to take us to red health, and we nearly fainted, but we outsped it and one-shot it with Hyper Beam. Whew, that was so close. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and we win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Stephen Stone. Now, I'm not really convinced we can win this fight considering we're giving him a free hit every single time he sends in a new Pokemon, but then again, we're crazy strong, so maybe a level 100 could do it. Plus, I doubt that we could one-shot Skarmory for a very long time with its high defense and steel typing, and it's obviously just gonna go for Toxic to ruin us. I'm thinking I'll replace Ice Beam with Earthquake since that'll be a game changer against Aggron and Metagross, then I'll start making attempts. So I first try at level 65 and we do horribly, as expected. We're like 12 levels lower than him. It would take 3 Hyper Beams to take down Skarmory, and we missed one and got critted by Steel Wing. Not that it really mattered, we got hit by Toxic, so you know it's all over from that. I could hold a berry to get rid of that, but that would mean ditching the Silk Scarf, so I doubt it's worth it. Let's just jump all the way to level 75, so that we're at least close to his team in levels, because it's obvious we're not winning below this level. So I try again at 75, and it still goes awful, but I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. He uses Steel Wing, then Spikes, and we're faster, so that means that we could get 2 hits in before fainting. Now 2 hits only brought him to red health, and he just uses Toxic, then heals back up, so we're doomed, but we're close to getting a 2-shot. And he doesn't always use Toxic, so that means we could get past him soon. I'm gonna bump up to level 80, we might stand a chance around then. Okay, level 80. Okay, so this time, Hyper Beam seems to take him to exactly half health as he scatters Spikes, then hits a weak Steel Wing. That's fine, our next Hyper Beam took him out. maybe we stand a chance. Armeldo is second, but is hurting us from Ancient Power, so I just Earthquake twice to take it out. I made sure to slack off first though, so I could get into the next fight with more health, although we still lost quite a bit. I had to use slack off a ton thanks to his lucky critical hit, but once he ran out of Ancient Powers and had to switch move, we could get away with healing a lot more. Claydol's next, but it didn't hurt much with Earthquake. We actually couldn't one-shot it with Shadow Ball, and it set up Reflect, but again, it couldn't hurt us too much, so I healed back up and let it waste Reflect for a little while, before actually taking it out with less than half of our health left. Aggron was next, and it was charging for Solar Beam, so I just used Slack Off knowing it would hardly hurt us, and I was right. After that, I fully healed back up, then took another Solar Beam, then I switched to Earthquake to finish him off. We did lose health to Thunder near the end, though. Second from last was Credilli, and this thing was kind of a nightmare because of just how much it could heal between Ingrain and Giga Drain. We had no great answer for it, so we just had to keep hitting it, letting it heal off of us, and then heal ourselves when we could. It ran out of Giga Drains early, but then it was spamming Confuse Ray, so we'd hit ourselves too. We didn't have unlimited power points for Slack Off when I ran out. I was really worried. We started hitting Earthquakes, but he still has full restore, so he got to heal so much. It took an entire 4 minutes, but eventually, we took it out with a lot of our health left. Last was Metagross, who missed Meteor Mash right away, as we nearly one-shot it with Earthquake. Its second try hit us for decent damage, as did its third, so our health was low, but that's when we hit one last Earthquake to get a victory. That was brutal. I'm happy we won, though. That was an awesome run. I love doing these challenges with Pokemon that are super strong but have abilities that make them weaker, like Regigigas. I think I'm gonna have to try slacking runs in Platinum and in Black sometime. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Diamond, with only version exclusives. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comment section, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Now I wish I could stay and talk to you forever, but my throat is really sore today. I don't really know why. I'm holding out hope that it's because I was dehydrated for a long time. I was in bed for like 12 or 13 hours last night. I was dead tired yesterday after a bad night's sleep, so I got in bed like really early, like 10 o'clock, which is really early for me, considering I woke up that day at noon or something. So I was in bed at like 10 o'clock, getting some early sleep. But then from like 4 in the morning until 10 in the morning, maybe noon, one of my cats, Rocky, was bugging me just non-stop. Oh, it was the worst. He's fine, he's doing fine and everything, just some days he's like that. He has food and everything, he just needed my attention, he needed to play, and so I had horrible, horrible sleep. I ended up sleeping in until like 2 p.m., so I've just been up, rushing to work, got some food in me. I got this voiceover done now, and in about an hour, I'm going to be streaming some more Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life, which I've been having so much fun streaming for you guys. Oh, it's such a chill game, you know? I think I want to start doing the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure 2 as well, streaming that again, because I used to stream that a lot, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. So I want to get to streaming that again, and of course, uploading it here on YouTube. The only bad thing is I don't still have my save file from when I Let's Played Sonic Adventure 2. I did a Let's Play of that game, but like, I don't have that save file anymore because I ended up reinstalling stuff on a different hard drive since then, or a solid state drive. And that game doesn't have cloud saves, and I didn't manually keep the save because I didn't realize. So I had to start totally fresh. I gotta beat the whole campaign again so that, you know, I can do all the medals and get all the stuff for the Chow Garden and whatever. Ugh, so brutal, you know? Doesn't matter though, I'll have a fun time with the Chow Garden. Maybe I'll have already started streaming that by the time this video airs, but I don't know for sure, so check the playlists and sort by newest added, and you'll find out. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Cyberman was a wild and insanely difficult run. Let's follow that up with a classic solo run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Snorunt. So, Snorunt. It's an ice type with a strange quirk of having completely even stats with a base 50 in everything. No strength, but no weakness. I mean, other than all the many types that are super effective against ice, of course. By level up, we learn some pretty nice moves like Double Team, Crunch, and Ice Beam. The type coverage leaves a lot to be desired though. By TM, it doesn't really get much better. We get a Ghost and Water move, but we already have a Dark move, so Ghost doesn't really do us any good, and I don't see myself using Water Pulse. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna use any of these TMs. I might just use my level up moves. Like always, I'm rating this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure that I can win, but I bet I'll need to be level 100 for Wallace, and I doubt I can even beat Steven Stone. Maybe with insane double team luck, if it comes to that, but then again, Skarmory would probably just poison me while I build it up. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Snorunt. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Snorunt so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have a Blaziken, probably the hardest for us to fight. I made sure to restart until we got the Quiet Nature, extra special attack, and less speed. Considering our best moves are going to be ice ones, I think that I'll need this. It took a while though. Look, while I was restarting for the right nature, the battle tutorial Zigzagoon was even a shiny. I name him Brother Runt. The second R had to pull double duty to fit the character limit, but I'm happy with it, and I'm sure some people will get the wrestling reference. So, early game travel. I'm actually kind of worried. Yeah, we have ice moves, and that might not be that bad against the Rock Gym since 2 of their Pokemon are part ground, but it's not going to be great against a Nosepass, and all of Roxanne's Pokemon actually have some rock moves. Rock is super effective against ice, so that's no good. Now, we do learn Double Team early, so I guess it would be fair to use that if we really need to, since we learn it naturally anyway, but I'm not sure that we're really going to have a chance to build it up, seeing as Rock Tomb lowers our speed. Maybe I'll just use it once or twice and then try to brute force our way through with either Powder Snow or Icy Wind, whatever one we have by then. Let's find out. Okay, first try at the Rock Gym at level 17. The first 2 Geodudes were easy one-shots with Icy Wind, but Nosepass is dangerous. Right away, we get a speed drop on it, and it uses Harden. Second Icy Wind drops its speed more, but its Rock Tomb deals more than half of our health and damage as she heals with a berry. Our next Icy Wind brought it to half health, so I thought I was doomed, but her Rock Tomb missed, then we crit to finish her off. I didn't even use Double Team. What an insanely lucky first try. Okay, just because we got lucky on that doesn't mean that we'll be ready for the next fight. The Fighting Gym is next, so another type that we're weak against. We could skip it, but then we have a rival fight where she's gonna have fire and fighting moves, so no matter what, we're gonna have to fight something that's super effective against us. Wish me luck. Well, at the Fighting Gym, it goes pretty badly. When was the last time I did the Fighting Gym and couldn't even beat the Machop at the start? Well, even if I got lucky and took him down, there's no way that I could take out Makahita at the end. He hits pretty hard. This also makes me think that we can't beat the rival fight though. That means it's time to grind at the beach. So we don't really get any great moves until level 34 with Ice Beam, so I'm mostly just trying to get our stats up. I doubt I'm gonna need to be level 34 just to beat the Fighting Gym, although we may need to be that strong to beat the Electric Gym in a little bit. Hard to say for sure. I'm gonna say that we can probably beat the Fighting Gym by level 28 or so. Let's find out. Okay, so I try again at level 26. We can easily beat Machop and Meditite without taking damage, but Makahita is still a no-go. Yeah, we missed, but it still takes 3 shots to take him down, and he can 2-shot us with Vital Throw. Maybe if I use a Silk Scarf with Headbutt and get a little bit stronger, then we could 2-shot him. Alright, level 28. This one took a few tries because there's a bit of luck involved since Makahita often opens with Bulk Up, but on this attempt we got him to flinch, and that wasted just enough time for us to get the win with a few headbutts. Let's go to the rival fight. Now, I was actually kinda worried about this one, but Headbutt did an awesome job. Maybe we could have been in trouble, but the very first Headbutt got a flinch on Kabuskin, so we landed a 2-shot. That was pretty good. You know what I'm worried about though? The Electric Gym. Yeah, this one's usually pretty hard. Right now, Headbutt with a Silk Scarf is our best move, but the Electric Gym Leader has a Steel type, so that's not gonna get us the win. Plus, some of his team has Static, so making physical contact is just asking to be paralyzed. Best idea right now is to take out all of the trainers in the area to get a little bit of experience, hit level 34, and learn Ice Beam. Then I bet we could win. Before that though, let's talk about this episode's sponsor, Chimera. You're probably sick of hearing me talk about Chimera's hoodies, jackets, and joggers this winter, right? You already know that you can keep warm and comfy in those, so let's talk about Chimera's bread and butter, the graphic tees. I feel like I hardly have to sell you on these t-shirts because, I mean, you guys have eyes. These designs are awesome. I own a bunch of these shirts, and I'm sure you've seen me wear them on stream before. I can tell you that they look even better in person, and that they go through the wash wonderfully. You just turn them inside out and cold wash them, and they come out looking just as good as they went in. I've had these for over a year now, and they still look like day one, so I can personally vouch for the longevity of them. If you're looking to give out some super late Christmas gifts, then this is the way to go. So if you want to support the channel and look good while doing it, then hit up the link in the description to go to Chimera and pick up something warm to wear this winter. If you're gonna go pick something up, then make sure to use the promo code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout to get 10% off your order and to let them know that I sent you. Now let's go do that electric gym. Wish me luck. Okay, well, the first few tries at the electric gym didn't go well, mostly because of Magneton. We don't deal great damage even with Ice Beam. I tried to use Headbutt to get around the Super Potion, but no luck. I lucked out on this try and hit a crit to take him down, but Magnetrix still took us out. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal. I think I could win this in a few more levels. Next try, only a couple of levels later, and things go alright. This time, Ice Beam, Headbutt, then Ice Beam again was enough to get us the win. Magnetric actually brought us all the way down to only 5 health, but our Ice Beams hit pretty hard, so we won. It was close, and it could have for sure gone worse because of paralysis, but we were lucky, and this only took 1 try at level 37. Travel time. So we have some parts coming up that I'm worried about. Maxi might not be that hard, but then we have the Fire Gym. Not only is that usually a bit of a rough gym, but we're Ice type, so Fire is no good for us. Before then, we could get the TM for return, and between that and Silk Scarf, we'll be hitting pretty hard, but I don't think that's going to give us a one-shot sweep or anything like that. I'm thinking that might be the first major battle that I'll have to use Double Team for. It sucks, but it's better than grinding for ages. Plus, if I use Double Team for that, then I could do the normal gym at a lower level. That could be fun. We'll see how it goes when I get there. First, Maxi. Yeah, he was super easy. The only time he hit us was with Magnitude, and he rolled a low number, so we were fine. Will it go that well in the Fire Gym? Somehow I doubt it. So first try and we actually take no damage getting all the way to Torkoal, but because they used Sunny Day earlier in the fight, they had an easy time one-shotting us down with Overheat. Alright, I'm not messing around. Let's try again with Double Team. Okay, so it took a few tries due to getting super unlucky and getting hit by Overheat loads despite double teams, but 4 tries later and we got a run where we got the knockout. Okay, well, we're making good time. Let's go do the normal gym. But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Well, would you look at that? Even without having to overlevel for the Fire Gym, the normal gym was still pretty easy. Maybe slacking could have caused us an issue, but we froze him with Ice Beam, so he never stood a chance. I thought I'd win, but I didn't think it'd be that easy. Time for more travel. So we have a rival fight coming up that will probably be easy, then a flying gym that's normally at least a little bit of a challenge, but with ice moves, it should be perfectly fine. I think it might get rough after that though, since the next major fights are Maxi and the Psychic Gym. We still suck against fire, and the Psychic Gym is the one where we have to fight 2-on-1, and that's never easy. Plus, our ice moves are special, and they tend to have a good special defense. There's a ton of travel between here and there though, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, you see what I did there? Now, although we still won this fight on the first try, we probably took the most damage ever at this point thanks to a critical double kick. Man, that did an insane amount of damage. Let's go deal with the Flying Gym. First is Swablu, who was a one-shot with Ice Beam, and second was Skarmory. Now, it actually hits us with a super effective Steel Wing for quite a big chunk of damage before we two-shot it. Tropius was a one-shot, of course, and next was the super annoying Pelipper, who confuses us with Supersonic, then stalls us out with Protect. We hit ourselves a bunch, then got crit by Water Gun to go to only 4 health before we finished it off. Last was Altaria, and normally it would finish us off, but it's quad weak to ice, so Ice Beam took it out just fine. That was a lot closer than I expected, though. Okay, we have lots of travel now. We have to go through the jungle, up Mount Pyre, through the Magma Base in the Jagged Pass, fight Maxi, do the Aqua Base, then surf east to the Psychic Gym. There are a lot of trainers along the way, and I make sure to fight loads of them because of that Psychic Gym fight coming up. Now, just north of the Psychic Gym is Shoal Cave, and usually I make a shell bell there, and I probably will this time too, but also while I'm there, I'll pick up the Never Melt Ice. It's a held item that makes our ice moves 10% stronger. I don't know if it'll be as helpful as the shell bell in the Psychic fight, but it'll for sure be more useful than the Silk Scarf that I've been using so far, since that just powers up normal moves, and I'll likely be using Ice Beam in the Psychic Gym. Let's do the Maxi fight first and see how that goes. The first try in Maxi didn't go well since we didn't have any healing items left, so we went into the fight hurt. Thanks to Scary Face lowering our speed, Camerupt was easily able to take us down with some hits of Earthquake. Okay, I'm pretty sure we just need to come back into the fight with more health and maybe a level or two. Let me get back to this point and try again. Next try, and Scary Face misses, so we do much better. Being able to hit Camerupt with Ice Beam before it can use Amnesia helps a ton in making this fight pretty easy. Alright, last bit of travel before the Psychic Gym. The plan is to get that Never Melt Ice, start getting the stuff I need for a Shell Bell in case I need that, fight a few trainers, then catch a Magikarp to be our partner in the Psychic Gym, since you can't start the fight until you have 2 Pokemon. Think we can win it? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we stand a chance until we grind a lot. While we travel, now's a great time to do some of that Q&A stuff I was talking about in the Psyduck run. I'm gonna grab 2 questions that you guys left for me back in the Psyduck video and answer them here. Alright, first time, here we go. Dart Poke MM asks, what has been my favorite challenge? It could be Pokemon or non-Pokemon. Also, what was the hardest challenge in 2022 outside of the poison-only moves one? Favorite challenge? That's hard to say. I loved the Fallout 4 with only pipe weapons run that I just did. Maybe a little bit of recency bias there. Easily one of my favorite videos I've made, though. I also really loved that Oblivion with only illusion magic one, and the Oblivion as a Necromancer runs. Those were both really funny, and I always have a fun time doing the goofy edits in those Oblivion challenges. As for Pokemon challenges, though, I think my favorite one might be last year's Christmas episode, Pokemon Black 2 with only Christmas Pokemon. It's probably the funniest Pokemon challenge video I've ever made, and I always prefer making funny videos, so if I can make a challenge funny, then that's a big bonus. As for the hardest challenge of 2022, I still think it was probably the poison moves only one in Emerald. That was really brutal. That one aside though, for sure Brilliant Diamond with no new moves. It's on Switch, so there was no speed up or turbo button or anything like that, and the Elite Four in that game is so much harder than any other Pokemon game that I've ever played. The run was so brutal that even when I took breaks to walk around and stretch out, I'd bring my Switch with me to keep grinding. That run completely took over my life for a few weeks just to get it done. Still, I don't know if it was quite as hard as that poison moves only run. That was probably a little bit harder. Second question, Sen Silvar asks, what's your favorite Pokemon conspiracy theory? I used to hear tons of these because I spent years reading Pokemon creepypasta on this channel, but probably the Gary's Raticate one. For anyone who doesn't know about it, it's the theory that our rival's Raticate died on the SSN in Gen 1, because the next time you meet him is in the Pokemon Tower, and he never has that Raticate again. Pokemon Tower, of course, being a place where you bury dead Pokemon. I doubt that was actually the intended story, it's probably just a coincidence, but I think it's a fun theory just because it kind of makes sense, you know? It's a lot more plausible than a lot of other conspiracy theories in Pokemon. Yeah, that was fun. So if you have any questions that you want to see answered on the show, then make sure to let me know in the comments section and I'll grab some of those for the next Pokemon challenge. Maybe I should come up with some kind of like word that you need to always include in the question so that I can easily search it in my comment section to find them, because I did have a little bit of a hard time searching for questions on the Psyduck one. I just searched the word question. So if you guys have any suggestions for what we could call this segment, then maybe we could use whatever that name ends up being so that it's easier for me to search and read your questions. Thanks. So obviously, we lose the Psychic Gym, but not as badly as you might think. See, Ice Beam is a one-shot on Xatu and Claydol, but the real threat here is Solrock, who can use Flamethrower. We have to take out Xatu right away so he doesn't use Sunny Day. That way when Solrock comes out, he uses Sunny Day instead, and since he's a two-shot, we can take him down before he uses Flamethrower. Then, we can take down Claydol after that. Problem is, Claydol uses Earthquake every round to whittle us down, so Lunatone can easily finish us off. If we could crit Solrock, then it might go better, but I worry that I still wouldn't have enough health. It's hard to say. I'll get a few more levels and come back. Hey, at least there's still lots of trainers in the water, right? I really hope I don't get to the point where I'm grinding in the water on the wild Pokemon here, like usual. I'll just fight my way down to Pacifid Log Town and then fly back and see how things go. And man, that town name really looks like a typo, but I know that it isn't. I know I typed that right. Don't know if I pronounced it right, though. I don't know if that shows in the anime or anything, but I only ever saw the first season of that growing up. Anyway, next try at level 60. Well, we're faster than Xatu this time, so that's nice, but it didn't really change anything. We faint at the same point. I tried using Crunch against Solrock this time, but it did just about the same amount of damage as Ice Beam. I mean, the special defense drop is nice, but it's a two-shot anyway, so I'd kinda rather use Ice Beam for the chance of freezing. What if I tried a few times and leave Xatu around? Yeah, I'll lose if he uses Sunny Day, and Solrock goes straight for Flamethrower, but maybe I'll get lucky and he'll waste time with Calm Mind for a few rounds. I know that's won us this battle in the past. I don't know if I'll still be able to one-shot him with Ice Beam after that, but we can always try. Okay, next try. It actually goes better, with Xatu doing exactly what I hoped for. Problem is, he got a Psychic in with Calm Mind, and that did a ton of damage. We took down everything but Lunatone, and I thought we stood a chance, but he used Light Screen and Calm Mind to completely destroy our ability to deal damage. I was holding out hope for a freeze, but no luck. Maybe if I just try a few more times? Alright, so I made dozens more attempts and even leveled up a few more times, but I just could not get a lucky freeze or crit. Not only that, but most of the time they don't even pick the right moves for us to even have a chance of winning. If Xatu doesn't bother with Calm Mind, we lose. If Xatu uses Confuse Ray, we lose. If Xatu uses Calm Mind twice, we lose. If Lunatone uses Hypnosis, we lose. He never missed with it. This is brutal. I'm coming back with a few more levels. Okay. You aren't ready for this. A few tries in at level 67 and we get this attempt where Lunatone uses Light Screen and keeps spamming Calm Mind. I was just hoping for a crit. When we froze him, he defrosted the same turn, then put us to sleep. We lost. I can't believe how horrible my luck is. If you total all the time I've spent just trying this fight, it's gotta be at least 2 hours at this point. Alright. 4 tries later, and we finally landed a crit on Lunatone to take it out. We didn't even take a hit on the winning run. This fight is always the worst. With that done, it's time for the final bits of travel. We have Archie, the Water Gym, Wally, then we're at the Elite Four. We're almost at level 70, and that's probably the average level for us at the Elite Four, so we might have to be a little bit stronger than that. I'm not worried about Archie, but the Water Gym could be really annoying. I think I'll want to switch back to the Silk Scarf for that one, since Ice isn't going to get us very far. Wally is almost always easy, so I don't think we'll have any issues there. As for the end of the game, I'm thinking the Elite Four might be okay, but I don't think we'll be ready for the Pokemon Champion for quite a while. I'm getting ahead of myself though. Let's worry about the next 3 fights first. Archie was a pushover like usual. Aside from getting confused, we had a really easy time. I don't have high hopes for the Water Gym, though. Honestly, I can't believe I was worried about the Water Gym. What an absolute walk in the park. I'm sure the Silk Scarf helped, since I don't think we'd get a 2-shot on Kingdra without it, but honestly, that was really easy. Well, I'm not too worried about Wally. Let's hope it's smooth sailing all the way to the Elite Four. Yup, Wally didn't even land a hit on us. Isn't it crazy how easy he usually is? Honestly, we probably could have gotten hit if we didn't freeze Magneton, but we did, so it was no problem at all. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Level 70 is pretty much standard at this point, and, well, I guess our stats are pretty much what you would have guessed. Almost totally equal. It's kind of the gimmick of this Pokemon, you know? 170 health is kind of nice, but we're going to be fighting stuff with a lot more than that. Not even being at 130 in any of our attacking stats gives me doubt that we can win quite yet. If I can at least make it to Wallace, then that would be cool, but I think that either Phoebe or Glacia will be able to beat us. I'll probably use Silk Scarf for Glacia just to be safe. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Our attack is down due to Intimidate from the start, but Ice Beam was able to sweep our whole way to Crawdaunt. Absol hung on, but only used Swords Dance, so we were fine. Against Crawdaunt, it was actually a bit dangerous since we weren't dealing great damage with return, and his Swords Dance strength was pretty rough, but we were able to take him down. Not a bad start. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. I switched to Shell Bell for this since I knew we'd be using Crunch. Right away, she always starts with Protect, so I used that turn to use a single double team, just in case. Crunch ended up critting for a one-shot though. That's great because her Dusclops has pressure, so we used double the power points fighting it, and I don't want to waste any extra. For the second Dusclops, we just have to take a Rock Slide, but it didn't do a ton, so 2 Crunches did the job. Bayonet goes great since she just missed Shadow Ball, so we didn't end up taking any damage. Next was Sableye, who took great damage from Ice Beam. She used Double Team, but we never missed, so went perfectly fine. Last was her final Bayonet, and it was just a one-shot with a critical Crunch. Perfect fight. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. The Celio at the start goes okay, but as soon as we get to Walrein, we run into an issue. Even with the Silk Scarf, our return doesn't deal nearly as much damage as her just using Surf. Yeah, I could probably build up double teams against Celio and win, and I'm sure Drake wouldn't be that hard, but if we're easily losing the Glacia's water moves, then there's no way we can handle Wallace at the end of the game. Let's just run through the Elite Four a few times to get some levels and see how things go. Okay, next try a full 6 levels later, and things go much better. I mean, kind of 7 levels later since we leveled up during the fight. Walrein still hit really hard, but we were able to make sure that she never used a full restore, so we could take her down and the rest of her team just wasn't that tough. We're making progress again. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Shelgon always starts with Protect, so once again, we did a single double team for safety. Ice Beam was of course a one-shot. Flygon was also a one-shot, and next was Salamence, so our attack is down. Now he's faster than us and hit a huge flamethrower to take out half of our health, but our Ice Beam was a one-shot since he's quad weak to ice. Altaria is also quad weak to ice, so it was a one-shot, and last was Kingdra. I went for Ice Beam since it's our strongest move thanks to the same type attack bonus and Never Melt Ice. His Surf nearly took us out, but we hung on and hit a second Ice Beam for the win. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Right away, things were not going great against Wailord. We didn't deal amazing damage, and he can really hurt us. Not only that, but he loves using items to heal back up. We took him down, but Tentacruel right after was able to Hydro Pump us down. Well, we can get to the final fight, so there's no point in wasting time grinding when we can just use some rare candy to top up. There's no new moves we can learn right now that would help, so it's all about just figuring out what item to hold, what level to be, then we just need to get lucky enough. Level 85 with a Silk Scarf. Okay, so Walrein is much better now that he's a 2-shot. Problem is, Tentacruel loves using Toxic. It doesn't have a 100% chance to hit, that wasn't till later games, but it's still accurate enough that we get hit by it a lot. Ludicolo after isn't too hard, and I bet we could even take out Whiscash after that if not for how our health is draining fast. Maybe if I try a few times until we just don't get hit by Toxic? Okay, a few tries later and he uses Hydro Pump instead, so we're below half health, but at least we're not poisoned. Ludicolo just used Double Team but didn't actually dodge, so he went fine, and Whiscash only used Amnesia, so he was a 2-shot as well. Next is Water Onix, so down goes our attack. We totally lucked out though, and he missed Hyper Beam, so we just 2-shot him with Ice Beam. Last was Melodic, and I was so close to a victory. One more hit and we would have won. Maybe just a few more levels and we can get to Melodic with more health? After getting poisoned another 4 times, we got some crits and ended up with more health. By the time I finally got to Melodic, I'm in a lot better shape, and I thought for sure I'd win, but then he pulled out a real cruel move. He used Toxic to poison us, then spammed Recover to outlast us until he could finish us off with Surf. I was wishing so badly for a crit there, you have no idea. Let's try a few more times and just see if we can get Toxic to miss. 7 tries later, we hit Return, Toxic missed, we hit another Return, and he hit us with Surf, then eats a berry to heal up. We're 1 Surf away from fainting, but the 3rd Return gets the knockout. I could tell from many failed attempts that there was a damage range on those returns, and he'll often end up with low enough health to use an item and then outlast us. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. I made sure to top off my level first, since I'm obviously not going to stand a chance if I don't. He starts the fight with Skarmory with Toxic, so I'm really hoping that Never Melt Ice and Ice Beam are enough for a one-shot, because if they're not, then we're in for trouble. Here's our stats at level 100, by the way. Yeah, honestly, it's not looking amazing. Wish me luck. So after a bunch of tries where we just got poisoned right away, we got this one where we lose 100 health to Steel Wing instead. I guess that's an improvement over Toxic. Second is Claydol, who was nearly a one-shot. This is with Never Melt Ice, by the way. His Earthquake does tons of damage, but at least we crit on the next hit after he healed. Credilli is also nearly a one-shot. It is crazy how close that is to me. Ancient Power took us out, though. Yeah, I don't know who we'd use Double Team against, and it's obvious we couldn't have taken down Metagross even if we got to him. Let's call it a challenge here, and I'll start on the next one. Well, that was a fun run. It was really nice having a well-paced early game, seeing as that basically never happens in Pokemon Emerald. Normally I'm stuck grinding for the Rock Gym forever. I hope you guys like that run. The next challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual, with Fallout 4 with only VATS. I am super pumped for that one. I think it's going to be a really fun run. I'll make sure to do a different ending than last time too, so that we get more variety in the missions and everything. That previous Fallout 4 run is one of my favorite challenges that I've ever done. Super happy with that. As always though, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. What do I talk about in this one? Oh, one thing, the Q&A thing. I'm already really happy with that. I got so many interesting questions from you guys on the Psyduck video. Maybe I'll even like screenshot some of those that I didn't use on it just so I can use them in future ones. Although I'm sure I'm gonna get tons of questions, just judging by how many I've gotten on the Psyduck one. And I ended up grabbing the questions like a day after that went up. So I'm sure that more will come in over time. But I thought that was fun. I hope that whenever, this episode airs that you guys will have fun hearing the answers to the questions and then asking more. But already, I think that's kind of a fun idea. So I'm quite happy with that so far. Oh, and this has nothing to do with anything, and most of you will have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm so happy about it. I got Arcanum working on my Steam Deck last night, which was quite the ordeal. I had to follow this big guide on Reddit for it, and it didn't explain in detail how to do half the things. It just assumes you know a bunch of stuff, but I figured it out. Do you know Arcanum? It's like an old, 2001 PC RPG? It's made by Troika Games. Troika Games was like a bunch of the staff who made Fallout 1 and I think 2. So it has a very Fallout feel, like a classic Fallout 1 and 2 feel to how it looks and kind of how it plays and how the story is so interestingly written. But it's not a Fallout game. The setting is like Victorian Dungeons and Dragons, and it's really interesting because I'm already like really interested in the Victorian era, as I'm sure you already know if you follow me on Twitter, from the fact that I'm one of the only humans on Earth who learned how to play Victoria 2 back in the day. That game is awesome, by the way. And I like Victoria 3 as well, quite a bit. Little apples to oranges. The games play very different. You don't need to have played 3 or played 2 to learn how to play 3. But now I'm talking about things that 0.01% of you will have any relation to. Like, let's be honest, have any of you ever played Victoria 2? Probably not. Awesome game, but man, they do not make it easy to learn that game. It's like the anti-learning game. You have to have like a wiki open on the side and Google, why did this thing happen? Anytime anything happens in that game. I swear, it wasn't until I had played that game for like 400 hours that I stopped learning new vital mechanics every single playthrough. It's crazy. But yeah, probably none of you care about Victoria 2 or 3. Hope some of you care about 3 because I want to do some streams on that at some point. Whenever I'm doing a little bit better. At the time that I'm doing this voiceover, it's Monday, and on Friday, I get to see my doctor, and my results from my MRI should be in by then, which I'm very excited for, because all I know so far is that the MRI doctor person, the doctor who gave me the MRI, he told me that something's wrong in my neck, but it's not life-threatening, so that's great. I was hoping it wasn't life-threatening. Figured it probably wasn't at this point, but the physio's been helping. The most important thing, though, is when the full results come in and I get to see my doctor, then maybe I'll be able to see a physiotherapist or something and stop just doing at-home physiotherapy and start getting some manual therapy done on it as well as having a therapist actually look at it and tell me, maybe there's some at-home physiotherapy exercises I should be doing that I have not discovered yet. It would be quite nice to know about those. Speaking of, I've been sitting down way too long doing this voiceover. I'm gonna go stretch for a little while. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Drowsy was an overall fast run with a real slow ending. Let's follow that up with a highly requested run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Solrock and Lunatone. First, let's take a look at their stats. Solrock is on the left, Lunatone is on the right. Both have the same health and speed, with the biggest difference being that Solrock has better physical stats, and Lunatone has better special stats. Both are Rock and Psychic, by the way, leaving them weak to 6 types, strong against 5, and immune to 1 because they have the Levitate ability so they don't get hit by ground moves. I know Solrock looks like it's Fire and Rock, but it's Psychic and Rock. For level-up moves, they mostly learn the same things, but Solrock gets a bit of extra type coverage, whereas Lunatone is simply stronger with Psychic moves due to having higher special attack. Lastly, by TM, the biggest difference is that Lunatone can learn Ice Beam, and Solrock can learn a few fire moves. Ice Beam can be a run-saving move against rough dragon types, so I'm pretty happy with that. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win, but the post-game fight is going to require we be at a pretty high level. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Solrock and Lunatone. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Lunatone so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Torchic so that our rival would have a Mudkip, probably the hardest for us to fight, and I picked to start with Lunatone because he's not normally in Emerald, so I can't catch him in the wild. I name him Paige. I'm sure some of you already see where this one is going. Our nature is modest, so more special attack, less attack. Considering this is on Lunatone, that's a pretty solid nature. Our ability is Levitate, so we can't get hit by ground moves. So the first step on our journey is to get to Rustboro City. The first gym is the usually slow Rock Gym, but because Lunatone is only in Sapphire, we had to pick him at the start, and that actually gives us a big advantage here. Roxanne's team is weaker to special moves than physical ones, so it's great to start with the Pokemon that has higher special attack. By the time I get to Roxanne's Rock Gym, we're at level 14. We're actually in some danger here because of Rock Tombs doing more damage than I expected, and us not being able to one-shot the Geodudes, but Nosepass hardly tried to fight us, just using Harden and Tackle rather than Rock Tomb. Honestly, if they just spammed Rock Tomb, I would've lost. Right after that was the Fighting Gym, but as a Psychic type, it went how you'd expect. We just swept through them without taking a hit. Now, maybe this is foolish and gonna waste some time in the end, but I'm gonna start avoiding trainers for a little bit. I'm really curious to see if we can beat the Electric Gym without grinding for it for once. First though, our rival. She never ended up even landing a hit though. It was incredible. Why did she use Bide? She has water moves. When I get to Watson, I realize I really should have just fought more trainers. We got shut down pretty fast on Magneton. Confusion is just way too weak. Let's just clear out the local trainers and come back. Many levels later, and we're at level 34, this time we one-shot Voltorb and Electrike quickly, and instantly missed a Hypnosis on Magneton, and got paralyzed in the process. Our following one hit though, and he stayed awake for so long that we actually took him out. Last was Manectric, and although he hit us a few times, we're just way too strong and took him down. On our way to Meteor Falls, we hit level 37 and learned Psychic, finally giving us a great move. Once we hit Meteor Falls, I went ahead and caught a Solrock. We name it Alexander. This is one of those you know it or you don't references. I doubt anyone who doesn't know it is gonna even have a guess on this. Anyway, our nature is Sirius, so neutral stats. That's perfectly fine with me, I can work with this. And in fact, Sirius is perfectly thematic for the person it's named after. Maxie ended up being really easy thanks to a lucky crit on Rock Throw, right on the first attempt by the way. It was perfect. Flannery's Fire Gym was even easier than I expected. I knew I'd win, but I didn't think it'd be so close to a no-hit sweep. Let's try our luck on the normal gym. On our way though, I took the root fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Normal gym time, and we ended up taking absolutely no damage. The only Pokemon he had who could hang on was Slacking, but we have Hypnosis, so I just put him to sleep whenever he's on his active turns for an easy win. Before the Flying Gym is the last rival fight that we need to do, but like usual, it was pretty easy. I wasn't even fully healthy coming into the fight, and we won just fine. Next is the Flying Gym. Swablu and Tropius both went down fast before they could hit us, and Pelipper really wasted our time with a bunch of protects. But he managed to confuse Paige into hitting himself, and did a bit of extra damage with Water Gun before he went down. We just kept hitting ourselves as Skarmory came out and hit Sand Attack, so I decided to switch to Alexander to get rid of the accuracy loss. We instantly took massive damage from Steel Wing, and our attacks were doing next to nothing, so we went down fast. Back to Paige, and we almost took him down, but we almost got taken down in return. Thankfully, we're faster and did just enough damage to take Skarmory down in 2 shots. Last was Altaria, and we completely lucked out with Altaria using Dragon Dance twice when she could have finished us off, giving us the win. We're going into the part of the game where I have to fight Team Aqua and Team Magma a bunch, so there's a lot of trainers in between battles. Normally, I wouldn't fight too many of them, but next is the Psychic Gym, and they're not only using double the Pokemon that we are, but they're also using their own Solrock and Lunatone. Considering they resist all of the moves that we currently have, I'll have to grab the TM for Shadow Ball and just level up as much as I can before I get there, and then just hope that that's enough to get the victory. When we get to the next Maxi fight, it actually has a bit of a rough start. I start with Lunatone to waste Mighty Endless Intimidate, then switch to Solrock just to end up getting hit by Swagger, boosting our attack and confusing us. I actually lost 3 attempts due to constantly hitting myself, but on this one we managed to Rock Slide him down. Crobat completely shut down Solrock with bites and took him out pretty fast, and he almost managed to do the same thing with Lunatone, but once I landed Psychic, it was over pretty fast. Last was his Camerupt, but it just wasn't tanky enough to handle Paige using Psychic for long. Finally, it's time for the Psychic Gym. Double battles are really hard to commentate, so I'm just gonna give you the overview of my strategy while it plays. Alexander has Shadow Ball since Ghost moves are physical, and Paige is around to spam Hypnosis to try and keep them from hitting us too many times, as well as to occasionally use Psychic to finish off low health opponents. It had a rocky start because of Hypnosis having terrible accuracy, but it didn't take long before we started landing some hits. We ended up winning the whole battle in the first try without dropping below half health. After that was the first and only Archie fight, but he went even better than Maxi, mostly because I didn't hit myself in confusion at all from Swagger, making this a really easy fight. Finally, at the Water Gym, we ended up having a shockingly easy first attempt considering we're using rock types. I mostly just used Rock Slide for the Ice and Dark types, and Psychic to take down everything else. You'd think that a run with rock types in a game with so many water types would be harder than this. And lastly, before the Elite Four was Wally, but he was a breeze. I actually had a really long fight with Gardevoir at the end because I totally forgot to switch to Alexander to take it out with Shadow Ball for ages, but we were never in any danger, they could hardly hurt us. Now, for as well as we've been doing up until this point, this is where we need to prepare. Our Pokemon are levels 53 and 52. Way too low for the Elite Four, so I start going around and getting ready. First, I make a Shell Bell for Paige so that he can heal based on the damage he does. Considering how hard he hits with Psychic, this should be pretty good. For Paige's moveset, I replace Cosmic Power with Calm Mind so that we can buff our special attack, and I replace Rock Throw with Ice Beam for more type coverage. I also go ahead and get the TM for Earthquake and Flamethrower and then teach them both to Alexander. Earthquake will make very good use of his high attack, and Flamethrower is mostly just for type coverage, considering he won't be very strong with it. Lastly, I grind both Paige and Alexander up to level 60. I think this will be a solid starting point, so here's a look at our stats. This is a lot better than we're used to in these runs, although our health is a bit low just because we're a lower level than usual. The first Elite Four member is a Dark Trainer though, so I could see us getting stuck, but it's worth a try. Comment down below and let me know if you think we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Mightyena is first, so we start with less attack from Intimidate and end up losing accuracy to Sand Attack, but we only missed one Rock Slide, so we still took him down with decent health. We switched to Paige for Shift Tree and took him down in one Ice Beam, then one-shot Cacturne as well. Then we switched to Alexander for Crawdaunt so I could rock slide my way through without putting Paige in danger. We go down in one surf, so it's back to Paige. Hilariously, I totally forgot that Crawdaunt was part Dark type on the Dark Trainer, and used Psychic just for it to fail, then took big damage ourselves. But we finished it on the follow-up. Last is Absol, but I crit it for a one-shot with Ice Beam. Well, that was almost a really embarrassing fight. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This was pretty much a sweep with Shadow Ball. Nothing much to say about this one. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This one ended up being a total beatdown with Rock Slide, although it did take 2 attempts due to Rock Slide's less than perfect accuracy. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. We just used Calm Mind once and then swept through with Ice Beam and Psychic. It could have gone a lot worse since we did get hit by Smokescreen, but we only ended up missing once. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First is Wailord and he has Water Spout, so I put him to sleep, then hit Psychic so he can't just one-shot us when he wakes up. Then used one Calm Mind. Water Spout does more damage the more health Wailord has, so that's why I hit him early. Anyway, the second hit took him down, and Tentacruel was a one-shot. Rock Onix fell asleep. I should have written down Water Onix. Rock Onix is literally just Onix. Anyway, Water Onix fell asleep instantly, so I took the chance to get 2 more Calm Minds in before taking it down with 1 Psychic. Ludicolo is 4th, but 1 Psychic took it down, and 5th was the special defense tank, Melodic. Psychic with 3 Calm Minds took it to red health, and we got hit by Toxic. But thanks to his berry, he was too healthy to use a full restore, and we took him down early. Last was Whiscash, but we're too strong, and took him down in one shot. With that victory, we win the run, but you know it's not over yet, because we have to try the post-game fight with Stephen Stone. Now, I think we can win this one, but we're too low level right now, so I decided to just hit level 70 before I attempt this. But we've got pretty good type coverage, and Calm Mind is very powerful if we can build it up. So I'm confident that we can win this one. Let's give it a shot. First is Skarmory, so I put it to sleep right away. We usually lose runs to Toxic, so sleep is pretty much required here, and I take the chance to build up 2 Calm Minds before he woke up and nearly took us out with 1 Steel Wing. Thankfully, our next Hypnosis hit, so I got 1 more Calm Mind. Then he actually hung on with a Sliver from Ice Beam. He used a full restore though, and we're faster, so we got 2 hits in a row to take him down. Second is Armaldo, but 1 Psychic takes him down, and third is Cradilly. I missed Hypnosis and took an Ancient Power, but the second one hit, so I got 2 more Calm Minds, then one-shot him with Ice Beam. Fourth is Aggron, who was a one-shot with Psychic, and fifth was the pseudo-legendary Metagross. He double resists Psychic, so I have to use Hypnosis, but thanks to my mountain of buffs, I actually overpowered him thanks to critting on the second hit. Not gonna lie, I thought I got shut down when I saw how little damage my first Psychic did. Last was Claydol, but he's weak to ice, so 1 Ice Beam took him down, finishing the final fight of the game without even using Alexander. That was a fun one. For sure not my hardest challenge, but it's nice to have lighter ones every once in a while. Helps keep me sane. Anyway, I really hope you guys like that run. For the next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, I'm gonna do the much requested run of Pokemon Platinum with 1 Eevee. I'm looking forward to finally having a good ability. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like these, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek, and Gooseit playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also come to my Twitch TV streams and let me know that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Fallout New Vegas with only guns and no gun skill was a fun change of pace. Let's follow that up with a highly requested Pokemon run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only 1 Spinda. Spinda is a weird one. First, by stats, it's completely even, with a base 60 in everything. That means that most of our differences in stats will be because of our nature and effort values. By level up, we learn a lot of really interesting moves. Not many of them are amazing, but it's moves we never really get to use in these runs, like Dizzy Punch or Teeter Dance. By TM, the moves are pretty standard for Emerald, although we actually get a little bit wider type coverage than I was expecting. This won't be easy, but this seems possible. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that we can beat this below level 90, but the post-game fight with Steven is gonna be iffy at best. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Spinda. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Spinda so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Riddle, because he doesn't quite look like he's all there today. It's cool, I can relate. For ability, we have Own Tempo, so we can't get confused. That's pretty nice. Our nature is naughty, so more attack and less special defense. Extra attack is absolutely gonna pay off later. Although considering we have a water-type Pokemon champion, the special defense being down might hurt. So the first gym is the rock one, and we're normal type, so naturally we're gonna have to level up a little bit. Thankfully, we learned Feint Attack at level 12, and Dark moves use Special Attack in Gen 3, so we might actually win with that. If not, we get Psybeam at level 16, so we've got a few glimmers of hope here. Once we get to the gym, we're level 15. The first Geodude went pretty well, but the second one hung on with an awkward amount of health and hit us with a bunch of rock tombs. Because of that, we had pretty low speed going to the Nosepass fight, and figured that we'd probably lose because of how little damage we were doing. Thankfully, Nosepass's tackle was super weak, and we actually ended up whittling her down, winning a first try. We had to hold an Oranberry for safety, but those are pretty common in early game. The moment we get to Dewford, I make sure to hit Blondie here to get the Silk Scarf. In Gen 3, it only gives 10% more power on normal moves, but considering we're normal type, it's actually pretty good. We can't get Return until a few more gyms in, but this will help us with our current normal moves. At level 19, we hit up the Fighting Gym, and thanks to learning Psybeam at level 16, we had a pretty easy time. We did have a close call when Makihita used Bulk Up and Vital Throw to take us from full health to only 4, but a first try victory is always worth celebrating. Before the Electric Gym is a rival fight, but she hardly puts up a fight. Uproar is actually surprisingly useful so far. The gym itself doesn't go too well though. As I'm sure everyone expected, we got halted at Magneton. He doesn't hit us that hard, but we're always paralyzed by then, and we hardly deal any damage. We can't get Dig yet, so I think we're just gonna have to grind a few levels for a new move. Thankfully, 2 levels later, and we get Teeter Dance, basically Confuse Ray. It's a 100 accuracy confusion move. Anyway, after half a dozen tries with that, we got this great run where we crit Magneton to take it out, and Dizzy punched our way through Manectric for the win. Now, we may not have had any good TMs before, but after a bit of travel, we're going to do the first Maxi fight, and right after that, we can pick up Return. Between us being normal type, having an attack nature, and having a Silk Scarf, it's gonna be pretty powerful. It should at least get us past the fire and normal gyms without issue. But first, Maxi. He ended up being really easy though, to the point that we didn't even go into the fight with full health, and we still didn't drop into yellow. Now that we have Return, the fire gym is a total one-shot sweep. I'm feeling pretty good about the next chunk of the run. I predict that the next stumbling point will be the Psychic Gym. On my way to the normal gym, I took the Rude Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. The normal gym itself should have been incredibly easy, but thanks to being put to sleep and crit by Facade from slacking, we actually almost went down. I mean, we still hung on because the rest of his team sucks, but it was kinda close. What wasn't close was the final required rival fight, as we walked in with less than full health and still came out perfectly fine. What wasn't fine was the Flying Gym. It started out easy enough, but Skarmory was a beast. It instantly raised its defense with Steel Wing, as we just had to chip away at it. Confusion absolutely helped, but we got Sand attacked during the fight, and we had to use Feint Attack to keep hitting. It was super close because of all the Hyper Potions, but Skarmory went down. Altaria was last, and we almost went down thanks to missing a Return, and we took big damage off Earthquake. Thankfully, we did end up getting the win. Okay, next is tons of travel before the next big challenge of the game. We have lots of trainers to fight, and another Maxi battle before the ever-daunting Psychic Gym, so I make sure to take the time to fight everything. As awesome as Return is, we're going to be fighting some rock types in that Psychic Gym. Not only that, but it's a double battle, so we're outnumbered. If we can just fight enough trainers to first try the Psychic Gym, then we could seriously speed up this run. On our way through the Magma base, we had to fight Maxi. Hilariously enough though, he used Swagger to boost our attack, but Own Tempo made it so that we didn't get confused in the process. Because of that, we had a super easy battle. Alright, next up is that Psychic Gym, so I go ahead and catch Magikarp. It's a double battle, so we need 2 Pokemon going in. Magikarp can't do damage though, so that's why we picked it. I took a few tries at the fight, and it was surprisingly easy to take down their starting team, but I could never get past Solrock or Lunatone. Let's grind up a few levels and grab the TM for Shadow Ball and see if we can win that way. It's not much stronger, but it's a little stronger. Plus, Ghost moves are physical in Gen 3 for some reason, so at least it uses our attack. 4 levels later, and I try a few more times. This time we did a lot better thanks mostly to some very lucky attacks. Xatu never hit us with a powered up Psychic this time, and Lunatone ended up missing Hypnosis. If either one used Psychic, we wouldn't have been able to finish the fight. Once it was down, it was just us versus Solrock, and we just hardly managed to hang on from Flamethrower and took it out. With that done, we have the only Archie fight left, but he instantly pulls the same dumb move as Maxie, opening with Swagger to buff us. I love that they both tried that. Last for the gyms is the Water Gym, but they just couldn't handle us using Return a bunch. Kingdra could have tripped us up with Double Team, but we'd have to get pretty unlucky to actually lose that. Alright, before we can get to the Elite Four, we have to fight Wally, but like usual, he's just not that strong, so we plow through the team. So here's our stats as we get to the Elite Four. Yes, the level is nice. Stats-wise, they're still reasonably even, with our physical stats being a little bit higher. Of course, we end up getting too much speed because of all the early game EVs. The health... Wait, I'm that close to a level? Alright, there we go, that's better. Right, our moves. They're actually decent, but I'm considering tracking down the TM for Psychic to replace Psybeam. Let's just give the Elite Four a few tries and see if a strong Psychic move would even save us. I'm not sure we need it. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. This ended up being super easy though, because in spite of us getting hit with Intimidate right off the bat, Sydney does the same thing as Maxie and Archie. He used Swagger to boost our attack, but we can't get confused, so we just use the damage boost to sweep him. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This fight starts off annoying with Dusclops just wasting your power points with Protect and Pressure, but after that, Shadow Ball dealt with pretty much the whole team with no real issue on the second try. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. I gave this one a few good tries, but we just get whittled down pretty fast between Hail and their non-stop ice moves. The good news is that we're pretty close to one-shotting a lot of them, so it would probably take about 5 more levels to fix this. At level 76, we give it another try, and pretty quickly we end up winning thanks to taking down all of our early Pokemon much faster. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. This one is exactly what I didn't want it to be. A war of attrition. We're slower than some of Drake's team even when we don't get our speed lowered, so we end up taking hits here and there throughout the whole fight no matter what. I have an idea that might offset the damage though. I go ahead and make a Shell Bell. It's a held item that heals us for a fraction of the damage that we deal. It means ditching the Silk Scarf and doing a bit less damage with return, but I think we really need the healing. Once we get back to the Drake fight, we had a much easier time due to being a couple levels higher and outspeeding some of them. The real threat was the Salamence at the end. We lose attack to Intimidate, so I went for Teeter Dance right away. We got hit hard and went down to red health early as we just had to keep hitting him and hoping Confusion would keep him off of us. Eventually, he healed again with a full restore, so we had to hit him again, then confuse him. He did manage to get one last attack in, but we had built up just enough health from the Shell Bell that we survived Crunch with only 3 health to finish him off. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. First up is Wailord, so we hit return right away, just in case of Water Spout. He ended up using Rain Dance though, so we just finished him off. Second is Tentacruel, and it took quite a few tries to not just get hit by Toxic. But on this attempt, he hit Hydro Pump instead. It did tons of damage, and he full restored to heal up, but we're faster than him, so we just hit him twice to knock him out. Third is Ludicolo, and I was paranoid about Leech Seed and Double Team. Thankfully, he used Surf instead, so although we're in yellow health, we took him down quickly. Fourth is Whiscash, but he didn't do a ton of damage with Earthquake, thanks to our defense being better than our special defense. Fifth was Water Onyx, so our attack is down due to Intimidate, so right away we used Teeter Dance to confuse him. It ended up working perfectly, as he hit himself twice, giving us an easy knockout. Last was Melodic, so we went for Teeter Dance again. He ended up going for Toxic, but he missed, so we hit return for half his health and damage. We took a decent chunk of damage off Surf, and I was worried that our return would leave him with a sliver, but he ended up going down, winning us the run. With that done, we get into the Hall of Fame and we beat the game, but you know it's not quite over yet. There's a post-game fight with Steven Stone to try. We really don't stand a chance right now, but with some grinding and some rare candies, we might be able to beat him at level 100. I actually ended up winning this run pretty early, so I don't mind taking the extra time to grind out a few more levels against the Elite Four, then just eat a bunch of rare candy. Let's give it a try. So, I'm honestly really surprised it turned out this way, but would you look at how little damage we're dealing? Yeah, we lost nearly every attempt in the first matchup thanks to getting hit by Toxic all the time. We probably could have gotten through this with tons of luck from Confusion, but it really would be tons of attempts, like over 50 probably? We don't have any new moves we can learn to deal with steel types either, so I'm very strongly getting the feeling that this just isn't happening. What you're seeing right now is my best attempt, and the only one where we got past Skarmory at all just ended up getting put down pretty decisively by Armaldo. I probably should not have spent that last bit of time grinding out levels. Well, that was overall pretty good. We won the challenge at a lower level than I expected, so that's always a plus. I really hope you guys liked that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, we'll be doing another very highly requested and pretty hard-looking one with Pokemon Gold with only one Wooper. It's got a base stats of like 210, it's awful. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like these, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and now we're doing my first ever time playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon X with only one Tentacool was a fun solo run. Let's follow that up with a team run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Steel-type Pokemon? This is going to be a hard one, because there really aren't many Steel types to pick from in this game. The ones that we get are pretty cool though. I don't think they'll be very good against a Water-type Pokemon champion, but hey, that's part of the fun, seeing what parts we get stuck on. Like always, I'm reading the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win the run, and even beat Steven. I just want to see how bad stuff like the Fire Gym is gonna be. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Steel-type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Beldum so that we can do the whole run with it. I figured Beldum would be the most interesting Pokemon to start with, since normally, we can't get it until the post-game, and it starts out really weak, but builds up to be great. So the early game travel is going alright just because we resist a lot of early game types, and our stats are pretty good for this early on, but I do anticipate the first gym being awful. Not only is it always kind of awful, but the gimmick of Beldum doesn't do us any favors. For the uninitiated, Beldum has literally only one move, Takedown, so we take recoil damage on every attack. We have the ability to clear body, so we don't need to worry about them lowering our stats, but we're still taking damage every single round. In fact, I think we're likely gonna run out of power points in the gym battle and have to win with struggle. That also hurts us, but at least it hurts them a little more than Takedown is going to. I'll try to level up as much as I can on my way there, but I think it's very likely that we're gonna get squashed and have to hit level 20 to evolve before we can get a win. So after taking out every trainer I could find and doing a bit of extra fighting on the wild Pokemon, I got to the gym at level 15. We could just hardly take out the first Geodude and that's it, so nowhere close to a win. As if the recoil damage wasn't bad enough, Takedown tends to miss a lot, so it's not even doing reliable damage. I'm gonna have to hit level 20 and evolve for sure. Well, as expected, it was super easy after we hit level 20. We got Metal Claw and used it to sweep our whole team. With that done, we can catch our first new Pokemon, Aaron. I love this one. Awesome design and fun type combo of Steel and Rock. I always thought its evolutionary line was kind of like Rhyhorn and Rhydon, just, you know, Steel type. Anyway, it's got Mud Slap, so I figure there's gonna be an absolute lifesaver in the Electric Gym later down the line. Next we have to do the fighting gym though, and I'm not really too worried. If we didn't have Matang, then I'm sure we'd lose really badly, but we do, so it should be easy. Now the fighting gym was all super easy, but the rival fight after was a lot harder like I knew it would be. Right away we get confused by Wingull and took a little bit of damage, but it wasn't too bad and Wingull went down fast. Kabuskin was harder than I thought he'd be though. He went down pretty fast, but we got rocked by an ember that burned us, so Lombre actually took out Matang. I had to send an Aaron, and thanks to Lombre spamming Absorb, I was worried about if we could win this or not. Our headbutts were hitting pretty hard though, so we just hardly got the win. I think our nature saved us in that fight. Okay, we have one gym between us and a new Pokemon, but it's the Electric Gym. This one is always hard in Emerald, although I do think we stand a chance this time. Aaron's been catching up in levels, and with a bit of training, I think that I could use him to get past Magneton without us getting paralyzed. I'm gonna have to fight the trainers in the area first, but that's alright, I do that nearly every Emerald run anyway. Plus, we'll need the experience for when we get to the town after, because we have Maxie and the Fire Gym. I don't expect either of those to be easy, but the Fire Gym is the one I'm really dreading. I might have to just hope that Aaron can somehow sweep if we level him enough. By the way, this challenge was picked out by those of you in the poll tier over on Patreon. Once a month I pick a challenge from a poll over there. Check it out sometime. Alright, so I tried the Electric Gym over and over, but I always get stuck at the same part. Magneton does crazy damage to Aaron with Shockwave. That move never misses, so although we do great damage with Mud Slap, we always go down fast. Maybe if we got really lucky then Magneton could miss its Thunder Wave after the Mud Slap, but we do almost no damage with Matang, so it has so many chances to use Thunder Wave that I just don't see us not getting paralyzed. Because of this, we never got past it. I have no trainers left, but I'm still gonna have to grind a lot before we're past this fight. So after spending almost an hour to grind my whole team up to between levels 30 and 32 to get Aaron to evolve, we got a win, but it still wasn't easy. Our new Larian nearly fainted by the end because Shockwave still hits us pretty hard. I think if we fainted near the end, the Matang could have finished it, but I don't know for sure. It might have been close. Alright, so I head north and start hunting for Skarmory. This is the first one I caught, and I'm probably gonna roll with it. Relaxed nature for more defense and less speed. There's other natures I'd probably prefer, but boosted defense on the already crazy high defense Skarmory might be fun, so I'll give it a try. Now excuse me as I get every last bit of experiences I can for Larian, because I think that Fire Gym is gonna be a brick wall. So first is Maxie, and as expected, his Camerupt was the only real threat. We lost Larian pretty fast thanks to a high-powered Magnitude, but we actually did hang on with only 3 health, so we got an extra Mudslap in before we fainted. The Mudslaps did pretty solid damage, so Matang was able to easily finish it. I still don't think I'm ready for the Fire Gym, though. Well, this was kind of insane. So the first 3 members of her fire team were easy, but I knew that the Torkoal at the end would be hard. I started throwing in Skarmory and Matang early to try and get her to lose a ton of special attack from her overheats early on. As soon as Larian came in, though, I just lucked through. The first headbutt caused a flinch, and the second one crit for the knockout. We literally just got a first try at the Fire Gym in a steel-only run. I guess I just gotta go straight to the normal gym, since we get a new Pokemon after. But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Alright, time for the normal gym. Spinned at the start was an easy 2-shot, but next is Slacking, and this took forever. Right away I hit some Mud Slaps to hurt his accuracy, and tried to time things out so that I never am doing a physical move while he can counter. I ended up switching to Matang specifically because I could go between Metal Claw and Scary Face, so that he could never counter us and we'd get attack boosts. And although the strategy worked decently, it's far from perfect. We ended up taking a ton of damage before he finally fainted. Vigoroth was next, and we nearly fainted before taking him out, but we held on with 1 health. Last is Linoone, and it obviously finishes us off, so I had to send in Skarmory, but it didn't last all that long either. It was mostly just sent in for Sand Attack for safety, as he used Belly Drum to max out his attack. We fainted, but sent Larian in to easily finish it off. Alright, it's time to get our last Pokemon until right near the end of the run. Now that we can go to New Mauville, we can get Magnemite. Right away, the first one we caught is both modest and has a metal coat, so that's pretty cool. Plus, we get the TM for Thunderbolt on our way out of here, so we have a great move for it as well. Now I need to grind it up real quick because we have a flying gym coming up, and this is going to be how we get through it. On our way there, though, we had the rival fight that I don't think I've ever lost. We hardly took any damage. It really is crazy how weak your rival is in this game, other than that sometimes hard fight under Cycling Road. Next is the flying gym, and this is a tough one. It starts great with Thunderbolt one-shotting Swablu, but Altaria was next, and I sent in Aggron knowing that it could tank her earthquakes. The first headbutt flinched her, but the second dropped her to low health so she could heal up. I thought she'd hit another earthquake, but we ended up critting to finish her off. Back to Magneton to one-shot Pelipper after it uses Protect on the first turn. Second from last is Skarmory, so I kept Magneton in. We lost accuracy to Sand Attack, but we still got the one-shot, so it didn't really matter. Last is Tropius, so I just sent in Aggron again. Despite some awful luck with Metang missing, she wasn't hitting us very hard. That was a first try win! After that is Maxie, and I was pretty worried about this fight, but it actually went great. Camerupt is his only threat, and because Aggron could survive with 3 health off an Earthquake, and he just keeps using Super Potions, we got to hit him over and over with Mud Slap. He just kept leaving openings for it instead of fighting back, so we got to totally take apart his only real threat. If we were even a level lower, then I think we'd have gotten one shot and lost. Alright, so we're going to the Psychic Gym, Archie, the Water Gym, then to the Wally fight. We have a few TMs that we can get after the Psychic Gym, and we even get a new Pokemon right before the Elite Four, although I anticipate it's not really going to help us all that much. Now, as a Steel team, we do resist the Psychic Gym's main type, but I do remember that they've got Sunny Day and Flamethrower, plus Claydol has Earthquake. It could be a lot harder than I expect. Archie probably won't be too hard because none of his team has an answer for Psychic types. Then there's the Water Gym, where I'm hoping that Magnemite can do some heavy lifting for us. And of course, Wally never wins. I'm not really worried about the next chunk of the game, but the Psychic Gym might take a while. Maybe I'll get the Shadow Ball TM for Metang and try and evolve him before that gym. Now, I was pretty worried about the Psychic Gym just because I know they use Sunny Day and Flamethrower, but it actually wasn't so bad. The Earthquakes at the start hurt for sure, but Magneton was the only Pokemon on our team that actually fainted. Metagross and Aggron did a great job of keeping them on the back foot. Anytime they spend healing is time they didn't spend fighting back. After that is Archie, but Magneton takes out his entire team by himself. We took a lot of damage and had some close calls thanks to confusion, but we still won really easily, and we had the whole rest of our team to back us up in case we did faint. After that is the Water Gym, and the whole thing is pretty slow, but easy until Kingdra at the end. This thing is just a nightmare, and it's not even just because of Double Team. It's that Rain and Water Pulse can do insane damage to most of our team. We're all under-leveled either than Metagross. I think I need my new minimum level to be something like 40. That'll be enough to at least get us to the Elite Four without having to over-level any one particular Pokemon by too much. I think. Alright, you need to see these 2 attempts back to back. On the first one, I got to Kingdra in amazing shape and was able to paralyze it and hit 2 Thunderbolts for massive damage. But because he was left with a sliver, he healed. I then threw absolutely everything I had at him and continued to nearly make him faint as he just kept healing with rest and potions. As his double team slowly built, we became more and more useless, all because he survived with a sliver off a double Thunderbolt. And then the very next try, I do the same thing and he faints to 2 Thunderbolts and hands us a quick and easy win. Pokemon is just random like that sometimes. And of course, Wally was so easy that we nearly took no damage on his entire team. Some of his team was a higher level than us, but didn't matter on account of Wally being a terrible trainer. Hey, it's time for our last Pokemon, Mawile. Now, I did a solo run in Emerald with this a few years ago, and I remember it being pretty rough. Mawile is awful in this game, with pretty low stats and a very limited moveset. My best bet is to just have it relearn Fake Tears, since the Wild one doesn't have that, then slap some TMs on it like Ice Beam and Flamethrower just so that we have more type coverage on the team. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, other than some of them being a weirdly low level, I'm actually not too worried. Our type coverage is absolutely incredible, and the Elite Four doesn't have many good fire moves. I know that I'm going to have to level up before I can win this, but I don't think it's going to take too long. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Right away, Mightyena can't really hurt us much, so I just had Magneton Thunderbolt twice for a knockout. We lost accuracy though, so I was worried about Crawdaunt coming out and us possibly missing, but we ended up one-shotting it. I have no idea why he thought Crawdaunt was a good idea. He sent out Shiftry, so I sent him a Wild to go for Ice Beam. It's super effective, but it doesn't really do all that much damage, and he's using Swagger and Double Team, so he's really annoying. Thankfully, we break out of Swagger very quickly and ended up taking him out when our health was just below half. Next is his Cacturne, and so I sent in Skarmory and started using Fly. Did a really great job with him only ever hitting Cotton Spore and a very weak feint attack. Last is Absol, so I sent in Aggron to brute force it with Earthquake, as he was doing almost no damage to us. That could have gone worse if he used stuff like Double Team on Shiftry more, but it actually went pretty well. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Because we resist ghost types, this was pretty simple, although I had to switch back and forth between a few Pokemon about 1,000,000 times thanks to all their tricks. Switching to get around stuff like Confusion and Grudge was pretty important. Really though, Magneton could bulldoze through most of them, and Metagross is tanky enough that Ghost being neutral against it isn't really that big of a deal. It was an easy first try, I just had to play carefully. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. First is a Celio that we obviously one-shot, and second is the real threat, Walrein. I had Metagross use Brick Break, and thanks to a King's Rock that we were holding, we actually got a flinch. We were less lucky next turn when we didn't get the knockout, and we were hit by a Sheer Cold, one-shotting us. Magneton was able to finish it off thanks to being immune to Sheer Cold, but it really sucks to get hit by it so early in the fight on such an important Pokemon. For Glalie, I sent an Aggron to use Earthquake, but it really didn't do much, so I tried Metal Claw instead. It almost got the knockout, so I guess I should have used Iron Tail instead. I was just worried about missing. In the end, it healed, and we had to hit more Metal Claws for the knockout. We just hardly survived with a Sliver. The second Celio was not a one-shot with Thunderbolt, but all it did was use Hail, then heal, so it still fainted fast. For the final Glalie, I just sent in Magneton and crit a Thunderbolt. It didn't get the knockout though, and we ended up getting frozen off an Ice Beam, so we fainted. And we sent in Skarmory, who also got frozen! That's 2 freezes in a row, that's insane! Mawile is next, and Ice Beam did a ton of damage to us, but we finally hit Flamethrower for the knockout. I just can't believe Ice Beam froze us twice in a row. That was awful. Why do we never get that luck? I use Ice Beam all the time. You know when I would get that luck of double freezing in a row? Some totally inconsequential trainer while I'm traveling. I never have that happen in the gyms. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Well, the Shelgon at the start was obviously easy, but the Flygon right after swept most of our team. We hardly got past it and didn't stand a chance against Salamence. They've got a few good fire moves, and our best answer for dragons is a Mawile who's almost 15 levels lower than them. I think it's time that I raise the minimum level of the team up quite a bit. We need to get Mawile to a high enough level where it can actually reasonably help us with the fight. I'll get to level 50, that's still lower than Drake's team. So I gave the fight a few tries at 50, and sometimes we actually do worse. It's crazy how much they outmatch us. Even at level 50, our Mawile is still a one-shot most of the time. On this try, it survived and was able to finish off Flygon, but is still slower than both it and Salamence, so it usually goes down fast. I just have to keep leveling until we're faster or somehow get tanky enough that we can just brute force them. Wow, even with the whole team at level 55, we lose. We just hardly got to Kingdra this time, but there was no way we were gonna win. Mawile is so close to one-shotting Flygon, and that would make a really big difference. Alright, so I got the team up to level 60 and kept trying. We can one-shot Flygon with Ice Beam now, but because Mawile is still slower than both Flygon and Salamence, it always goes down fast. Thankfully, Metagross can tank quite a few hits now, and his Meteor Mash powered up its attack, so we ended up just brute forcing our way through the rest of the fight with that. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. Right away, Wailord is just a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and second is Water Onix, but I actually switched to Metagross. Yes, we take a lot of damage, but Magneton was just gonna get one-shot by Earthquake. We ended up fainting, but Skarmory was able to finish it off and not take a single hit, because he was only using Dragon Dance while we were on the ground, and only using Surf while we were in the air. We timed it out perfectly. Back to Magneton to take out Tentacool, although we got outsped and lost half of our health to a Hydro Pump first. Next is Whiscash, so I sent an Aggron to start hitting Earthquake, but we nearly got one shot. We took him to low health, We fainted to Surf, and then one by one I sent in all my Pokemon just to get easily taken out. I think if I just got about 5 more levels on the team, then we could probably one-shot Water Onix with Thunderbolt, and that would mean that we have Metagross for the rest of the fight. Alright, 5 levels later, Wailord, still a one-shot, but the massive change is we're now faster, and thus can one-shot Water Onix. That helps a ton. I think we stand a chance now. Whiscash is next, so this time I just Sand Attack it 6 times right away, knowing that it doesn't really have much to hit Skarmory with. Once it was blind, I switched to Metagross and spammed Meteor Mash hoping for attack boosts. Despite using about 7, thanks to how much he was healing, we never got the boost. We even got the King's Rock flinch to kick in, but no boost. Next is Tentacruel, who hits a pretty big Hydro Pump on Magneton, but was still just a one-shot with Thunderbolt, and next is Ludicolo. I wasn't really sure what to do, so I used Thunder Wave. It ended up fully paralyzing him, then we crit Thunderbolt for a one-shot. That was lucky. Last is Melodic, and I didn't want to get hit by Mirror Coat, so I kept using Brick Break. Quickly, we got stuck in a loop of Recover and Brick Break, and we were stuck in that loop for ages. But thankfully, he was healing slightly more than we were dealing damage, so eventually, he just switched to Surf and we got our knockout. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. This should be a fun one, 2 steel trainers fighting. We actually have a lot of the same Pokemon. I figure that I should be able to win, but likely not until we level up quite a bit more. Still, we're pretty high level, so I'll just go get the leftovers and go straight to the Steven fight and see what happens. First is Skarmory, who uses Spikes, so we'll take damage when switching, but even at 11 levels lower than them, we score a one-shot with Thunderbolt. Aggron is next, so I had our Metagross one-shot it with a critical Brick Break. Awesome start. Next is Claydol, and it only has one move that can hit flying types, Ancient Power. Well, I got him to run out of Ancient Powers pretty fast since we're so tanky, so I could chip away at him as slowly as I wanted. The only annoying part is that he spams a Reflect and Light screen, so commonly it carries over into the rest of the fight. There isn't much I can do to time it out any better. Credelia's next, and I kept Skarmory in to use Fly. It hardly did anything though, so I switched to Sand Attack until we fainted, then sent in Metagross. Brick Break did solid damage, and he just used Ingrain, so we got a 2-shot. After that is his Metagross though, and all hope was thrown out the window. He outsped in one shot our entire team other than our Metagross, who just didn't do very much damage. Alright, I guess I actually have to be closer to their level. It's cool that we got as far as we did at a low level though. So I kept trying at level 70, and although we can really smoothly get through quite a bit of the fight now, Metagross is always a brick wall. Even with awesome luck, with my Lax Incense letting some moves miss so I could hit flamethrowers, it didn't do much. I think it's mostly up to our Metagross to finish off theirs, but mine is pretty beaten up by the time I get that far into the fight. I'll get a bit stronger and keep trying new ways to get through the fight. Maybe I can figure this out soon. Well, we're level 75, and I can get past Credeli with Mawile pretty well to preserve health on Metagross, but no matter what move I use on him, it doesn't do much. Aggron actually survived a hit this time and landed a huge Earthquake though, so I kinda regret putting the Earthquake TM on him and not on Metagross. Alright, we're level 80 now and things start really smooth. Thunderbolt for Skarmory, Brick Break for Aggron, and obviously Skarmory can take out Claydol without any real fight. For Credeli, I can spam Sand Attack and Fly until he stops really being able to fight back, and then I switch to Mawile to finish it off with Ice Beam. As his Metagross came out, I met it with ours and hit a Brick Break right away for a bit of damage, as his Earthquake nearly one-shot us. With nothing better to do, I hit it again, faint, and then sent an Aggron. We got outsped and hit with an Earthquake to take us to only 40 health, but thanks to our Metagross softening him up first, we got a knockout with Earthquake. Last is his Armaldo, so I sent in Mawile to get him with Intimidate. He hit us really hard with a critical Water Pulse, so I used Fake Tears to drop his special defense, then Flamethrower for some damage. We ended up surviving another hit with only 1 health, and then we landed Flamethrower to get the knockout, and the win. I really don't use Steel types enough, do I? It's such a fun type to use. It's just so cool using such a tanky team, even if Steel isn't great offensively in these early games. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Soul Silver with only version-exclusive Pokemon. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Man, I'm in the biggest rush. You guys have no idea. Like, at this point, it's late November right now when I'm recording this voiceover. At this point, it's no days off. Any day where I would have time to take off, that's a day to record stuff for the Haven and Hearth tutorial series. And I need to get this video edited so fast because I need to record so much more Haven and Hearth, like right now. So of course, thank you so much to the $50 supporters: Jake Busby, Javid Kusaro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Alessandra Hedgeblog, and Joel Mann. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you, everybody, so much for watching. And until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only 1 Ekans was hard thanks to terrible stats. Let's follow that up with an even worse one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only 1 Torkoal. So right away I'm sure you can all see and understand what the issue here is. Our overall stats are decent, much better than what we usually get in these runs in fact. But there's a problem. We're incredibly slow, and we're a Fire type in Pokemon Emerald, the game with a Water type Pokemon champion. By level up, we actually learn a surprising variety of moves, including both Amnesia and Iron Defense if we want to become as invincible as possible, although I think we could only get away with that if we had Rest, and that would give us only 1 real attack. By TMs, we don't have much variety, so our type coverage won't be great, but at least we can get some strong moves. I'm not really sure we'll need any of these TMs. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think I might be able to power through Wallace at level 100, but our speed is horrible. I think that we might be able to power through Wallace at level 100, but I think that our horrible speed will be too much of a penalty for us to beat the post-game fight with Steven Stone. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Torkoal. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Torchic with Torkoal so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Torchic so that our rival would have Marsh Stomp, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Torterrible because that's hilarious. Well, it almost fits. So it looks like our nature is gentle, more special defense, less defense. I'm cool with that. It'll help us survive water attacks, and our defense is excessive anyway. Our ability White Smoke prevents stat reduction, so we won't have to worry about stuff like Sand Attack or Intimidate. Which is good, by the way, because there's tons of Intimidate in this game. We start with Ember and Smog for moves. Neither is very strong, but Ember might be enough early on. I am worried about that Rock Gym, though. Now, normally, I don't have to worry too much about EV training since it's not really necessary for these challenges, but this time I decide to focus on it. We're trying to get as much speed and special attack as we can, so I try to only fight Zigzagoon, Wingull, Tailo, and Skitty. Those things all give us speed. Believe it or not, the only things we can fight right now for special attack EVs are the Abras, who are too fast for us, and the Ralts, who are too rare for us. If I end up having to grind a ton to get past Roxanne, we might miss out on a lot of the special attack EVs we could potentially get. Our first special attack Pokemon we could grind against is Oddish, and that's a 10% encounter, all the way by Cycling Road, so things aren't looking great. By the time we get to the Rock Gym, we're only level 13. We fought for ages and got incredibly great burn luck, but even with that and us using Curse 6 times her defense, we didn't really stand a chance against Nosepass. She's got rock moves and we're Fire type. We're gonna need to level a few times and get better moves than this. So it's time to grind. At level 14, we'll get Smokescreen, Fire Spin at level 17, and finally at level 20, we would get Body Slam. Smokescreen will help, but probably not win it for us. Fire Spin could help us with our damage, but Body Slam would almost for sure win it for us because of Curse. Let's see if we can win before level 20. At level 15, I tried again, and this run was heartbreaking. We had a bit more health thanks to a held Oranberry, and we took less damage thanks to Smokescreen, but even with a Smokescreen on Nosepass, she still tackled us so many times that the final Rock Tomb finished us. We only needed her to miss once, and we would have survived that. Let's keep going. A few tries later, and the next time we get to Nosepass, I just spammed 6 Smokescreens and took no chances. I'm just lucky that they didn't use many rock moves on this attempt, and that we burned her early. Now we can finally go make some progress. Normally we'd do the fighting gym next, but right now I just want to rush to wherever we can fight some Pokemon that'll give us some special attack EVs reliably. That won't be till after we reach Moville, so let's do the next rival fight early. Now, I really thought that we wouldn't stand a chance in this rival fight because of our Marsh Stomp being faster than us and having moves like Mudshot, but we're level 20 now and we have Body Slam. That means we can just spam out 6 curses against Lombre, then slam our way through the fight. Marsh Stomp may have been able to take us down, but she just used Bide, so we got our chance for an easy one-shot. With that done, we can finally get some special attack EVs. On the route west of Moville, there's a 40% chance we'll run into Oddish. Believe it or not, this is our best source of special attack EVs at the moment. If we're gonna be this slow, we may as well hit hard. After going back to the fighting gym after a little bit of grinding on Oddish, it was pretty easy. 3 curses and we swept through the whole gym like it was nothing. Right after that is the electric gym where things get pretty scary. Voltorb blows up after 2 curses, so that wasn't so bad, and Electrike went down in 1 body slam. But Magneton paralyzed us early and spammed super potions to hold on for ages. We took it down thanks to not being fully paralyzed, but Manectric came close to finishing us off. We overpowered the gym, but we were pretty lucky not to be fully paralyzed even once. After that is the first Maxi fight, but since he never used Magnitude, we ended up taking him down super quickly. Plus, we have Flamethrower now, so we have a couple of strong moves. I figured that Curse and Body Slam is all we should need for the Fire Gym. Once we got there, we ended up having a really easy time, although they picked some really weird moves in this attempt. Like, why was she even using Tackle? Whatever, let's just hope the normal gym is easy. On my way, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. You know, I actually have to go out of my way to get the Mach Bike just to do this gag every time. This isn't reused footage, I actually record it fresh every time. You can tell because the text box border changes from run to run. Anyway, at the normal gym, we swept our way through most of it, but Slacking actually almost took us out. Norman uses tons of Hyper Potions, so even with Truant keeping Slacking from attacking every turn, we still took a beating. Not feeling great about my chances in the Flying Gym, where they will all no doubt be faster than us. Naturally, the last mandatory rival fight was super easy like usual. Yeah, it's raining and she's using a water type, there was danger, but all we had to do was spam out some curses against Slugma so that our Body Slam was strong enough to take down Marsh Stomp without too much issue. At the Flying Gym, we ended up having a surprisingly easy time. Our super high defense helped us tank our way through Earthquake, and they wasted tons of time going for buffs and afflictions rather than just dealing damage when they had the chance. Next up, we have to travel all over the world and do some crime fighting, so I took the chance to try and level up as much as I could. Maxi could be a problem, but what I'm really worried about is the impending Psychic Gym fight. It's a 2-on-1 battle, they have 4 Pokemon total, and we're incredibly slow. I'm honestly worried that we're gonna have to grind for a very long time before we can outspeed them. Thankfully, Maxi at least ended up being easy. Camerupt just never ended up using any ground moves, so we were okay. Next up is the Psychic Gym, but they don't actually let us do the fight without 2 Pokemon. So for the sake of making it as fair as possible, we just catch a level 5 Magikarp as our partner so that we don't deal any damage with it. Naturally though, we got completely crushed. We only managed to take down one of their 4 Pokemon, so it wasn't even close. We don't have any new moves to learn that would help us with type coverage here, so we have no choice but to grind. We don't really have many trainers that we haven't fought at the moment, aside of a bunch of swimmers that actually do decent damage to us. There's a few trainers on land that I skipped not too long ago, but for the most part, it's gonna just have to be a very slow grind. Either we have to get fast enough to outspeed them and save ourselves some damage, or we'll have to get strong enough to just bulldoze our way through regardless of who goes first. That one feels unlikely though, considering that they have 2 rock types who resist all of our moves. Either way, it's probably going to require a ton of levels. All the way at level 60, we're dealing decent amounts of damage more to Claydol, but we still don't last all that long. We're not doing much damage to Lunatone. Maybe if we got enough levels that Xatu would go down in 1 body slam, then maybe we could make some more progress by leaving Xatu alive for ages using Calm Mind, then slamming him down before he hits us? Well, an entire 10 levels later, and I had just had 2 failed attempts. I was about ready to go back to the grind when I had this amazing run where Xatu pulled off the genius move of using Sunny Day, powering up my flamethrower so much that I started absolutely destroying them. I bet you I could have won this 5 levels earlier if he just did that the first time. Oh, and of course Archie went down easily. Yeah, he may be the leader of Team Aqua, and we have a fire type, but Archie's still Archie. After that, we move on to the water gym, and this one was intense. Right away, Love Disc is faster than us, but thankfully missed Sweet Kiss and went down in 1 flamethrower. Celio is part ice type, so I just went for Flamethrower. It did a huge amount of damage, but we ended up getting confused off Water Pulse. Juan used a Hyper Potion, then we hit ourselves in confusion. Because of that, we took a second Water Pulse to drop us down to just above half health as Celio goes down. Whiscash nearly went down in one Body Slam, but all he used was Amnesia, so a second one finished him off. Fourth is Crawdaunt, who thankfully missed Crab Hammer, so we took him down with a few slams, and got him to use another Hyper Potion. Last was Kingdra, who used Double Team right away, making our Body Slam missed. Water Pulse dropped our health into yellow and confused us, as we missed yet another Body Slam. I thought we were doomed as the next Water Pulse dropped us to only 28 health, when we snapped out of confusion and paralyzed him off a Body Slam, making him lose his speed advantage. Thanks to that and a bit of luck in not missing, we finished him off with one last Body Slam, winning our first try at the Water Gym. With that stunning victory, we get to celebrate by totally mopping the floor with Wally as we pass through Victory Road. Alright, here's our stats at level 75 as we near the Elite Four. Our stats are actually pretty good, and we've got the Silk Scarf for some extra power on our Body Slams to help with Drake. But I'm pretty sure that we can't beat Wallace yet. Still, I bet we could at least get to Drake. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. This ended up being a total no damage beatdown. They could have hurt us a bit with Crawdaunt, but he used Swords Dance, so we won easily. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This one took 2 tries because on the first one, I didn't use an Ether, and we didn't have enough power points to win because of her Dusclops having pressure and an ability. But on the second try, we crit the only one that could have survived a Flamethrower, so we once again won without taking damage. Oh, and of course the Ether was outside of combat, because as you see from the rules at the start, that's allowed. Sorry, I have to clarify that, people skip the rules a lot. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia, and this one was nerve-wracking. We took down Celio with some Body Slams, but not before he made it hail. Walrein comes out second and really messes us up with Surf, but we got lucky and paralyzed him on the first slam to get the speed advantage. Then we crit on a second one to finish him off. Glalie took a chunk out of us with Crunch before we ended up one-shotting her with a Flamethrower. And fourth is Celio. This one just starts the hail back up as we slam it down, and last is one more Glalie. I thought I was done as we only had 42 health as she went for Ice Beam, but even with hail powering it up, it only did 20 damage, leaving us with just enough health to finish the fight. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. This didn't last long though. They have rock and ground moves, plus they're faster than us. We could get through the last few fights with raw power, but not this one. That's fine. We can grind on the Elite Four pretty easily, so let's do that a few times and then come back. This is when things get bad though. All the way at level 86, I was still easily losing every attempt. Even on the very lucky ones where we can make it past Salamence, we just get instantly taken down by Kingdra. Okay, I have one more idea before getting back to the grind. On the next try, I spam Curse at the start. It ruins my speed, but we were slower than some of them anyway. This actually took quite a few tries because we need luck in 2 places. 1, Shelgon here has to not hit us too many times. Thankfully, he often spams Protect. And 2, all the way at the Kingdra fight, we have to hope that he uses Dragon Dance rather than just Surf right away. It only took about 5 tries, but we ended up with a clean victory. Finally, the Pokemon Champion. Let's cut to the chase on this one and say that although I'm surprised we can even get a few Pokemon into the fight, we obviously can't win yet. We can't build up curses on Wailord because he just hits us too hard, and although we still deal decent damage, we take lots of damage too. I think if we get a few more levels though, then we'll deal enough damage to take down some of their team a little earlier. I do think this is possible. Next time we get here is at level 91. Wailord went for Double Edge this time instead of the regular Water Spout, so we took him down without taking as much damage. And second is Ludicolo, who used Double Team, but we never missed it, so he went down fast. Third is Tentacruel, who thankfully misses Toxic right away, but we ended up critting him to take him down right after. Whiscash only used Amnesia, so he went down no problem, and fifth is Water Onyx. He ended up just using Dragon Dance, then Hyper Beam though, so thanks to our crazy defense, we were just fine. Last was Melodic, and we instantly take big damage off Surf. Body Slam did decent damage, but I thought I was doomed due to our speed disadvantage, just for us to end up hanging on with only 3 health from a second Surf, giving us our chance to hit it again for the win. With that battle done, we get into the Hall of Fame and beat the run, but you know it's not over yet. We at least have to try the post-game fight with Stephen Stone. Now, I know that is usually a death sentence when we have to be this high level for the Pokemon champion, but Fire's actually a decent type against some of Steven's team. As long as we don't get hit by Toxic at the start, we might have a chance. Plus, I have some rare candies, so I don't mind topping off at level 100 if we need to. Let's try level 92 first and just see what happens. First, against Skarmory, we got super lucky, and he just hit a weak Aerial Ace rather than Toxic. Then we one-shot him with Flamethrower. Metagross is second, and he outspeeds us and hits us hard with Earthquake, but we actually managed to one-shot him in return. Third is Claydol, and we do hit him pretty hard, but unfortunately, he has Earthquake and we went down. I feel like this might be possible. Let's hit max level and try this some more. This time we ended up with more health against Claydol because of the extra few levels, so we managed to just hardly take him down. Aggron was next, and it's a good thing we had sped him and one-shot it because I know he has Earthquake too. We were on a good roll, but next up is Cradilly, who hung on from a Flamethrower and finished us. That's alright, I still have an idea. I went to the Shoal Cave and made ourselves a Shell Bell. It's a held item that'll heal us a bit whenever we deal damage. That might heal us enough to have us last until the finish line of that fight. Alright, buckle up everybody because this is a tense one. Skarmory scatters spikes right away, basically doing nothing because we're not switching, so we one-shot it. Metagross still hits hard with Earthquake, but we hung on and one-shot it just fine, healing quite a bit with our Shell Bell. Claydol uses 2 Earthquakes on us before going down, so even with the Shell Bell, we're in rough shape. The one-shot on Aggron helped heal us up a little bit before Cradilly, who we ended up burning right away, so his Ancient Power did very little damage. Still, he ended up with a boost to every stat thanks to the 10% power-up chance. Then he used a full restore to remove the burn, and thanks to the Ancient Power buff, he's faster than us and got an extra hit in. We would have lost, but our next Flamethrower burned him again, and the damage took him down. We just had 3 moves with a 10% side effect chance activate between the two of us. That was incredible. After that insanity is Armaldo. We Flamethrower him to take him to red health just for him to Ancient Power us to drop us to only 14. It's a good thing that we hung on because despite his ocean of full restores, we do still have the speed advantage and can two-shot him, so as he ran out of full restores, we took him down and won the optional final battle. Well, that was a surprising run. For sure hard, but I thought it would be even harder. I hope you guys liked that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, we're going to be doing Pokemon Platinum with no new moves. I know you guys like those more creative runs. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys and what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek and Gooseit playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and now we're doing my first time ever playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only our rivals team and moves was a fun and crazy one, but it's been a while since we did a classic single Pokemon run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Tropius. So Tropius is a pretty interesting one. First, for its stats, it's not half bad, actually having higher stats than most of what we typically use in single Pokemon runs. Over on the moves though, we can see that the variety isn't great. There's a few decent moves here, but we're a flying and grass type, so not learning any better flying moves isn't great. By TM we unlock a bit more type coverage, but not any of the types that I really need. We might just end up using Razor Leaf most of the game. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that we can win, but having a double weakness to ice is probably going to mean that we get brickwalled for ages in the Elite Four. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Tropius. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Tropius so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Trico so that our rival would have Torchic, probably the hardest for us to fight. For the name, I went with the person who most recently replied to one of my tweets, so thank you for that, Kristen. We'd be here forever if I had to come up with something myself. I am drawing a blank. Rash nature, so more special attack and less special defense. I'm a little bit worried about ice and fire moves because of that, but the boost to grass will be nice. Chlorophyll isn't the best ability, but maybe I could do something with Sunny Day and Solar Beam later. Also, we start with Leer and Gust, with Gust being the only flying move we learned by level up. And of course, Leer is the best move ever, as we learned from last week's run with our rivals team in Pokemon Red. This actually looks pretty usable. Naturally, a bunch of the early game goes great. I mean, we're flying in grass type, we're super effective against the first two gyms. I predict that the electric gym might be pretty hard though. I guess we'll see when we get there. By the time we get to the rock gym, we've already got Razor Leaf, so the two Geodudes go down fast. Nosepass is harder due to the solo rock typing, and we're actually weak to her rock tomb, so I was worried. We kept hitting hard and she kept finding ways to heal, but eventually we nailed a crit to win the fight. After that, I rush right to the fighting gym. I want to see if Gust is enough to win us that whole fight. Machop is first, but two Gusts quickly take him down. Meditite is second, and right away he uses Reflect and Light Screen to protect himself. Then he starts using potions to stay healthy. It takes a while, but between his effect moves, items, and him failing to use Focus Punch over and over, he went down. Not before he set up another Reflect though. Last is Makihita, and Gust isn't doing as much as it should thanks to Reflect. It really doesn't help that Makihita starts off by using Bulk Up a bunch to beef up his attack and defense, so Gust got pretty weak. Eventually, I ended up going for Razor Leaf to bypass the defense raises, and we ended up getting the knockout with a crit. So the next couple major fights of the game is our first challenging rival fight in the Electric Gym. The Electric Gym is usually especially hard, so I made sure to fight a decent amount of the trainers on my way. I also picked up the Silk Scarf to power up our Stomp a little bit. Hopefully we'll be strong enough to brute force it when we get there, but the Steel type on his team has me a little bit worried. First though is the rival fight. Wingull is first, and it started great with her missing our first Supersonic, but the second one landed so we did hit ourselves. Thanks to that, we took a wing attack before finishing her off. Second is Kabuskin, who starts with Focus Energy. Gust does great damage, but so does Amber. We took him down but only have 16 health left. Thankfully, last was Lombre, and she really can't do anything serious to us, so 2 Gusts get us the win. The Electric Gym fight starts decently, with Voltorb using Shockwave and it dealing very little damage as we one-shot him with a crit. Electrike isn't much worse, considering he wasted his time with stuff like Howl. It's when Magneton came out that I really got worried. He doesn't deal great damage to us, but he deals reliable damage thanks to Sonic Boom. Us, on the other hand, did very little. That's alright, there's a lot of trainers in this area. Let's come back a few levels higher. The grind here is pretty easy so far. Tropius has higher stats than I'm used to, so it feels a little strange to be dealing this much damage without a big level lead. That said, we're not that strong. We're not exactly in a great position to go overpowering a bunch of gym leaders' Pokemon that resist us. Tropius doesn't learn many moves with decent power, so the extra stats are really gonna help us. Also, would you look at this random trainer battle? That's gotta be the worst confusion luck I've had in a long while. Even after getting a few levels from trainers in the area and using growth a few times though, we still can't take down Magneton. He just spams super potions like you wouldn't believe. Okay, just a few more levels and we can probably just overpower him? It's not like there's any good TMs at this point anyway, and I'm not resorting to Rock Smash. Finally, a few levels later, and the attempts actually got harder since now Voltorb just uses Self-Destruct every time. Thankfully, by the time we got to Magneton, we lucked out and just finally landed a crit with Razor Leaf for a one-shot. Last was Magnetric, and our health was super low, but between Growth and Razor Leaf, we were strong enough to finally win this fight. Okay, quite a bit of traveling to do at this point. The next major battles are Maxie and the Fire Gym, so 2 trainers who are super effective against us. On the upside, it's not many more levels until we can get Body Slam, and that's a solid upgrade from Stomp. Plus, some of the fire Pokemon we'll be fighting are Fire and Ground, so at least they won't resist Razor Leaf. Honestly, I'm still mostly just worried about getting one-shot by Overheat. I could see that happening. Maxi time. Mighty N is first, so we lose attack to Intimidate right away. Because of that, I decided to start using Growth instead to build up our special attack. As soon as he used Sand Attack, though, I just finished it with Razor Leaf. We ended up missing a bit through the fight because of that, but really, we only took a bit of damage from his Zubat. Overall, just wasn't that bad. It's time for the Fire Gym, though. First is Numel, who we almost take down in one Razor Leaf. She held on thanks to a Hyper Potion healing her, but 2 stomps took her out fast. Camerupt is second, and probably could have dealt great damage if she didn't just use Tackle twice. That was weird. Third was Slugma, who nearly went down in a single stomp before making it Sunny. Well, the sun powers up her fire moves, but it also increases our speed thanks to our ability, so we just stomped him down. Last is Torkoal, but the strong sunlight powered her up, letting her easily finish us off with Overheat. Honestly, she probably didn't even need the sunlight to finish me off. Stomp actually did pretty well for us in this fight, so I decided to go get the TM for Return to upgrade it. Yeah, we can't get flinches anymore, but the damage this lets us deal is a lot more reliable anyway. Even after showing back up with Return and trying many times though, we had no luck. We get all the way to Torkoal with just about full health, and she'll just use Sunny Day and one-shot us with Overheat. If Return with the Silk Scarf isn't strong enough, then I'll just have to level up more. Grinding here always reminds me of the old Emerald Wobbuffet challenge from, I think about 2 years ago now? Weird how time flies. It's a terrible place to grind since there's so little room to move, but at least it's near the gym. Now, I was about to tell you about how I tried this fight over and over and just kept losing the same way, until this really weird attempt where Flannery just kept using Body Slam instead of, you know, doing her move that would have one-shot me. So we won. That was weird. Hold on, I have to go exchange my bike real quick. On my way over to the normal gym, I took the root fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Look at the border of the text box, you'll notice it changes from run to run. That's how you can tell that I actually re-record this footage each time. It's a dumb gag, but you guys seem to have fun with it, so I'm having fun with it too. Right, normal gym. First is Spinda, so I take my chance to start building up growth. He was hardly hurting us, so I just built up 3, then Razor Leafed him down. Vigoroth was faster and did some damage with Slash, but no crits, so we used Razor Leaf to one-shot him. On Lanoon, we ended up taking more damage than expected thanks to missing Razor Leaf. That's a 95 accuracy move, by the way. Ouch. Last was Slacking, who hit us with Facade to take us down to only 5 health before going down to 2 Razor Leafs. That was closer than I expected for a normally simple fight. With that done, we have to ride our way up to the Flying Gym. I'm not exactly pumped for that fight. We're weak to flying, they've got Aerial Ace so they won't miss, and I know she's got Skarmory. Considering they all resist Razor Leaf, I think using it and growth might be out of the question. I don't know, it might be required for Skarmory, honestly. We don't have to do that gym next, but it unlocks Fly, and that would be really helpful for speeding up backtracking, so it's at least worth a try. First though, the other rival fight. Like always, this fight goes super easy. I mean, the worst she could have done was use fire moves, but it's raining here, so it would have been weaker than normal anyway. Easy fight. We're at the Flying Gym. Swablu was first, and it was hardly doing any damage, so I decided I would just get some growths and give it a try anyway, knowing that it might work for Skarmory. Swablu ended up wasting most of her chances to hurt us by using Mirror Move on growth and having it fail. If she just used Aerial Ace the whole time, we probably would have lost. After getting all 6 growths, we one-shot it with Razor Leaf. Pelipper was another one-shot, and next was her Tropia, so I just went for Gust. She used Sunny Day, but that speeds up both of us, so we just finished her off. Alteria's next and she resists Grass, so I went for Return, just a crit for nearly a one-shot. She ended up using a Hyper Potion, but 2 returns took her down. Last is Skarmory, and she resists all of her moves, so Razor Leaf is the best we've got. With 6 growths, it did half of her health and damage, although Sand Attack made us miss the follow-up. The one after that hit for the knockout. I'm just happy we even have growth. That could have been really rough. We're starting to get into a pretty travel-heavy part of the game. Lots of trainers, lots of bad guy hideouts, and a lot of water. I'm still fighting everything I pass for the most part, though. I need the levels. I'm worried about the next Maxi fight because of his Crobat. Plus, the Psychic Gym is usually awful in these runs. Razor Leaf should be pretty good since it's super effective against a lot of their team, but it's also a 2-on-1 fight, so I don't want to make any hasty assumptions that that'll go smoothly. Maxi fight time. First is Mighty so our attack is down the whole fight from Intimidate. Right away we nail Razor Leaf for good damage, he misses Swagger, and the next Razor Leaf brings him to yellow health. Then we missed another Razor Leaf, lost speed to Scary Face, then got confused by Swagger next turn. Well, at least we got some attack out of it. Mighty Anna went down, so it's out to Camerupt. It started rough with us hitting ourselves and taking some damage from his Rock Slide, but once we landed some hits, he went down fast. Last was Crobat, who did great damage with Wing Attack. Our return almost one-shotted, but then we went down to an Air Cutter. Okay, if it wasn't for confusion at the start, I think we could have won that. On the next try, we get back to Crobat with a bit more health. I thought we were still gonna just end up going down thanks to hitting ourselves in confusion, but instead of finishing us off, Maxie started using Super Potions. Well, we do more damage than it could heal, so we won. Okay, so the next major fight is the Psychic Gym, but since it's a 2-on-2 battle, they won't let us in without a second Pokemon. No problem, we just catch our customary Magikarp to keep in the spirit of the challenge. Double battles like this are a bit hard to recap, so bear with me. Right away, Magikarp gets hit by Psychic and goes down, as Claydol does an Earthquake that literally hits nobody. I went after Xatu first, but they ended up switching out to Solrock early. Weird move. Well, I went for Razor Leaf since it hits the whole enemy team, and ended up critting Solrock for a one-shot, so Xatu came back out. Psychic wasn't hitting us too hard, but Xatu was using Calm Mind, so he was still our top priority. Claydol put up a Light Screen though, so our Razor Leaf wasn't as strong. It still crit to one-shot Claydol, but Lunatone didn't take as much damage. I was feeling really good knowing that I whittled them down to a one-on-one so fast, but Lunatone ended up using Calm Mind and Psychic to take us down. Oh, and we missed another Razor Leaf, because of course we did. After clearing out the trainers to the south, we tried again with 4 more levels. This time we crit return on the first turn to take out Xatu early, without having to get hurt on the first round. Claydol still does Light Screen early, but Solrock makes it sunny, so I have to be careful. The next Razor Leaf leaves both of them still standing, so we get rocked by Flamethrower and Psychic, losing almost half of our health. The next Razor Leaf missed Claydol when it would have knocked him out because of course it did, but at least Solrock went down. I was thinking this attempt was doomed, but Claydol went down and Lunatone used Calm Mind, so we still have a chance. We hit Razor Leaf to hurt him a bit, his Psychic brings us to red health, Light Screen fades, and our very next Razor Leaf takes him down. Man, that one's always rough. With that done, we just have the Archie fight between us and the Water Gym. Like usual, our attack is down the whole fight, and right away we lost speed thanks to Scary Face. We ended up getting more attack from Swagger, but I still just built up growth early. We hit ourselves in confusion and ended up losing a lot of health, but then we snapped out of it and Razor Leafed him down. Crobat is second, but thanks to Swagger and him wasting time with Super Potions, we easily two-shot him. Last was Sharpedo, who obviously is a one-shot with Razor Leaf. Not bad. Now it's time for the Water Gym. First is Love Disc, who I'm really not worried about, so I just started spamming out Growth. We were confused, but other than that, Love Disc was hitting Water Pulse for 5 damage, so I wasn't really worried. After 3 growths, we took it down with Razor Leaf. After that was Celio, who was a one-shot, then is out to Kingdra. He started with Double Team, and he survived a Razor Leaf before using a Hyper Potion. We hit return, he hit us with a 4 times effective Ice Beam that nearly took us out, then we finished him off. Whiscash and Crawdaunt were both last, but both were one-shots. Man, ice moves really mess us up. Alright, all that's left before the Elite Four is the Wally fight. First is Altaria, and she quad resists Grass. It ends up going pretty well as 2 returns take her out, but not before losing some health. Roselia naturally went down in 1 gust, and Delcatty wasn't exactly an issue with a few Razor Leaves. Magneton had me worried since he resisted us and we don't resist Thunderbolt, but after trading shots we managed to brute force him. Last was Gardevoir, who let off a Future Sight, took return, Psychicked us down to only 15 health, then they fainted. That was a lot closer than it usually is for Wally. Okay, with that done and some trainers fought in Victory Road, here's our stats. Honestly, it's not looking great. There's an Ice Trainer in the Elite Four, and I'm kinda thinking it's just gonna be a one-shot, especially if they make it Hail. Maybe we could learn Steel Wing for it, but I really don't think that's gonna win it. This hasn't been a very grindy run so far, so I don't mind getting just a few more levels. As for moves, we could replace Gust with Aerial Ace, but I'm not even sure that we'll need that anymore. I don't think we need flying moves at this point. It might make sense to just go with Sunny Day and Solar Beam. I've got enough ethers that I could do either one of them on every Elite Four member if I wanted, although the Dragon Trainer has some Pokemon that I don't think that'll work on. I think we'll just try the Elite Four and see how far we get in before replacing any moves. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney, right away, Mightyena, so we lose attack to Intimidate, so I Growth right off the bat. We used one Growth, got hit by a weak Double Edge, then took him down with Razor Leaf. Against Absol, we actually almost got a one-shot, but he just used Swords Dance. I went to use Gust to finish him off while saving some power points, when he actually survived, hit us for tons of damage, and then used a full restore. Well, I should have thought that one through a little more. The next Razor Leaf finished it. Why did I bother trying to save one power point there? I have so many ethers and elixirs, that was stupid. Shiftry was out next, so I went for Return for raw power. We ended up getting hurt a bit and had Torment set on us, so no more using two of the same move in a row. Thanks to that, I have to Gust Cacturn, but it does great. We took him down in a few hits, but our health is in the red. Thankfully, last is Crawdaunt, who is a one-shot with Razor Leaf. I'd say it's time to replace Gust, but I'm not sure that I actually need a different move. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First is her Dusclops, who likes to spam Protect and whittle down your power points with pressure. So I just took the chance to build up growths, knowing that she can't hit very hard with her first Dusclops anyway. After 3 growths, we do Razor Leaf and miss. Because of course we did. Then we fail some more Razor Leafs to protect before finally landing a one-shot. The second Dusclops hangs on and hits an Ice Beam for a decent chunk of our health before going down to the follow-up. After that was 2 Bayonets and a Sableye, but they were all one-shots, so it wasn't too bad. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. First is Celio, so I started building growth, but Ice Ball did a ton of damage to us right away, so after one growth, I just one-shot Celio with Razor Leaf. The second Celio was also a one-shot, as was her Walrein that came out right after, believe it or not. Fourth is Glalie, though, who easily brings us to a sliver with Ice Beam. Yeah, we don't stand a chance with this strategy. They just hit us too hard with those Ice Beams. Okay, so what we learned from that failure is that we're not going to win this without the speed advantage. If one Ice Beam from Glalie hits that hard, then it just makes much more sense to be faster, get there with a bit more health, and win that way. We actually did pretty solid damage, so I don't think we'll need to learn Steel Wing, although I still can't find a great move to replace Gust. Earthquake is strong, but I don't think we actually need a ground move. Do you think Sunny Day, Razor Leaf, Solar Beam, and Return would be too weighted towards Grass? Maybe, but I think I want to give that a try. After a few tries of trying to find out the timing for Sunny Day, we got this run where I Razor Leaf to take down the first Celio, then use Sunny Day on the second one. She instantly replaced it with Hail, so we just had to make it sunny again, giving her a chance to nearly one-shot us with Blizzard. But after that, we just went through and one-shot the entire rest of her team with Solar Beam. Solar Beam doesn't need a turn to charge if it's sunny, so I had to make sure that it stayed sunny during the Glalie parts of the fight in order to win. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First is Shelgon, and he's pretty weak. He's just a stalling Pokemon. I don't have growth anymore to power up with, so I just used Return until he went down. For Flygon, it hit us with Flamethrower, then we made it sunny to give us the speed advantage and to one-shot him with Solar Beam. Altaria's out and he quad resists grass, so instead of Solar Beam, I just went with 2 returns. He kept building Dragon Dance and healing with a full restore. By the time the sun went down, we lost our speed advantage and ended up taking damage, but at least he went down. Salamence is out next, so our attack is down to Intimidate. That's when he hits us with Flamethrower to nearly take us down. We hit Return to do very little damage, and I realize that we're completely outmatched. We go down fast. Okay, we need to do a serious grind. We ran into a Pokemon who double resists grass, powers up his fire moves off our Sunny Day, and drops our attack with Intimidate, so our return is weaker. That pretty much is the perfect counter to us, so we have no choice but to get stronger. This grind is pretty slow, but I've had worse. It's just a shame that I don't have a ton of time this week thanks to last week's challenge running long. Let's just hope that at the end of this, we're ready to win. After tons of grinding, we get back to Drake at level 81. I did 15 attempts before we finally got one where we reached Salamence with full health. But even without having taken a single hit, he just beats us by spamming Flamethrower. If he didn't have a berry, this wouldn't be an issue. Man, our typing is really rough for this. 5 levels later and we get back to Salamence with full health again. I was thinking that maybe we could just finally beat him by trading shots, when we finally suddenly crit him to one-shot him. After that is Kingdra, but even without Sunny Day, we easily got him with Solar Beam for a one-shot. We finally beat this awful fight. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. Wailord is first, so right away we make it Sunny, and he misses Blizzard. It's a good thing he did, because that would have really messed us up. Might have been a one-shot. One Solar Beam took him down. Second is Melodic, so right away we just Solar Beam to take him down too. Third is Tentacruel, but Solar Beam isn't a one-shot thanks to him being part poison, so we ended up getting nailed for 100 damage with Ice Beam. He full restored, so the second Solar Beam didn't finish him either, but he just kept using full restores. The sun faded, so we just hit 2 returns for the knockout. Ludicolo's next, so I made it Sunny again while he used Double Team. Stressful, but better than Toxic. One Solar Beam hit, knocking him out. Whiscash was obviously a one-shot with Solar Beam, and last was Water Onix. Solar Beam won't be super effective against him, but it's still our best move, so we use it, and one-shot him anyway, giving us an easy first try on the Pokemon champion. With Wallace down, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but the video's not quite over yet. I don't have a ton of time this week, since the last week's challenge ran so long, but I want to take at least a few fair tries at the post-game fight with Stephen Stone. I'm gonna learn Earthquake, grind up just a couple levels, and eat all of our rare candy to max out. Then I'll make some attempts. So I tried this quite a few times, but we already got stuck right at the start. We have literally no moves that are good against a Steel and Flying type, and no matter how many times I try, we can't get past the first Skarmory. We always just get hit by Toxic. It's a real shame too, because we have moves that would work pretty well against most of his team. I just don't have a good move for Skarmory. Also, I don't really have time to sit here forever with something like Double Team, so I think we're gonna have to just call the run here. That was a reasonable run. The grinding got really bad near the end, but at least we ended up winning. I'm just surprised the Pokemon champion was a first try. I kinda thought we'd miss or something, you know how it goes. I really hope you guys like that run. No challenge set in stone for next week. I'm gonna try and take the week to catch up on some longer challenge stuff, as well as some side projects I've been working on. Don't worry, I'll always do at least 3 challenges a month regardless. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek and Goosit, playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, we're doing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and I'm doing the Pokemon trading card game for Game Boy Color. God, these bits are getting wordy. Also, come to the Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Red with only one Tangela is pretty standard, so let's do another tag team one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only one Volbeat and Illumise? I think I'm saying that right. I swear I looked it up. I'm trying my best. Volbeat and Illumise are pretty standard weak single-form bug-type Pokemon at a glance. Volbeat's stats are on the left, Illumise on the right. The base stats aren't anything special, with Volbeat having more attack and Illumise having more special attack. Their movesets are where it becomes clear that Volbeat is better, though. Once again, Volbeat on the left, Illumise on the right. Just about every time their movesets diverge, Volbeat gets the better move. There's actually quite a few cool moves in here, so hopefully I can get creative this run. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I bet I can win, but there will be so many brick walls. Rock Gym, the Steel types in the Electric Gym, Fire Gym, and Stephen is gonna be awful. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Volbeat and Illumise. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Trico with Volbeat so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked Trico to replace since it would give us the hardest starter to fight in the rival fights, and I started it with Volbeat because it's just a lot better than Illumise, and the Rock Gym is going to be horrible. I name it Dash. See if you can guess the theme. Our nature is brave, so more attack and less speed, perfect for what we want. Our ability is Swarm, so when we're below a third of our max health, our bug moves are 50% stronger. I'm really happy with that ability. In the opening rival fight, my luck is pretty terrible, both missing a 95 accuracy tackle and Confusion taking an eternity to do anything, but in the end, I got the win. Confuse Ray is going to be a lifesaver in the rock gym, I know it. While I fight some early trainers, let's talk strategy. The first gym is a rock one, so we won't really be able to do much, but by level 13, we're going to have a great move to stall her out. We have Confuse Ray, and by then we'll have Double Team to help us dodge, and Moonlight to help us heal. We'll still do very little damage though, so we'll need a bit of luck with Confusion. And we don't get Illumise for a while, so we're gonna have a big numbers disadvantage. By the time I get to the rock gym, we're only at level 10. Double Team is great, but honestly, I don't think we're going to be able to win at this low of a level without the ability to heal, so I decide to grind north a little bit to get to level 13. At level 13, I try the rock gym, but it only takes 2 rock tombs to knock us out, so it's really hard to build up double teams in the first place. I keep at it though, since it's a whole lot better than just grinding. After a few dozen attempts, this is the best one I got. I was clearly hitting for 1 damage, and she defense curled so much that her own attacks from Confusion did almost nothing. It's pretty clear that I am not strong enough. While I grind, let's take a look at that moveset again. I don't get a decent attacking move until level 25, but I doubt I'll need to go that far. At level 17, I can replace Tackle with Quick Attack. It's only very slightly stronger, but at least it's 100 accuracy. I grind up to level 17 for Quick Attack and get to level 18 just for a little higher stats, then try a few more times. Even after a solid 6 attempts, we have the same issue of usually fainting in the first few rounds, and when I finally get a good run, I take out 1 Geodude and then run out of power points on Quick Attack. Alright, maybe we will need to hit level 25. What makes this grind so brutal isn't just that I've had to grind here in so many runs, but that I didn't see it coming. I think sometimes I give the wrong impression in these challenges. I see a lot of people comment thinking that Double Team just makes everything easy, and I have to remind you that for the most part, you're only seeing 1 out of many attempts in a lot of major fights. More than half of major fights in these Pokemon challenges take many attempts. It's completely normal for me to sit down and try to beat a gym for an entire hour before deciding that I need to grind more or change my moves. I can have amazing moves like Double Team and Moonlight to keep me alive, but if I can't deal the damage I need to make my opponent faint, I just can't win. Finally, after an eternity, we hit level 25 and replace Quick Attack with Signal Beam, a 75 power, 100 accuracy bug move with a 10% chance to cause confusion. It's not amazing, but it's a solid attacking move, and in Gen 3, bug is dictated by attack, and that's our best stat. I spent ages trying to build up double teams thinking that I'll still need it, but it turns out that I can just one-shot the Geodudes. Nosepass still took 2 hits, and I was very careful, but before long, we got ourselves our first gym badge. Now, my top priority is to get Illumise on the team so that we can start leveling up both of our Pokemon. So I decide to skip the fighting gym and go straight to Granite Cave to find Steven so I can skip ahead to Slateport. This means I'll have to do the only hard rival fight in Emerald early, but I think I might be ready for it. First up is Wingull, so I confuse it and double team just a bit and take it out quickly. When Combusken comes out, I quickly remember that this thing double resists Bug, my only attacking type, so I confuse it and double team more. I do very little damage, but I was also getting incredibly lucky with confusion and double team. I ended up taking her out without getting hit. Last was Lombre, but is weak against Bug, so it was a one-shot. With that done, I can finally catch Illumise. I get one and name it Dawson. I'm sure you probably get the reference by now. If not, check the comment section. And I'll be saying him for him, because Dawson is a he, and otherwise is gonna sound real confusing. Ours is Oblivious, an ability that makes us immune to infatuation. Probably not gonna come into play very much. Our nature is hardy, so neutral stats. I'm fine with that. Our moves suck, but at least Charm is kind of nice. After that, I go back to the fighting gym and make very short work of Brawly's team. He really can't handle a higher level Pokemon using a decently powered move. The electric gym is a different story though. Even after many attempts, his Voltorb and Electrike go down easily, but Magneton is a brick wall. Steel type, so my attacks don't do much. He paralyzes us early, and he knows Shockwave, so he can hit us even if I max out my double team. Plus, Dawson is pretty useless until I can get him a move that uses special attack from a TM. We need to grind. There's still a lot of trainers left in this area, so grinding here isn't too bad, although I still need to fight some wild encounters. There's no real point in leveling up Dawson right now since he won't be able to learn anything useful without TMs, and he's got a lot less attack than Dash anyway. I may as well just level up Dash until he can win. At level 35, I try again. This time I get incredibly lucky, critically hitting a signal beam on Magneton, but he landed in red health and got fully healed with a super potion, just for me to hit another critical signal beam. After that, we easily took him out, although we did get paralyzed. Last is Manectric, so I confused him as he used Howl twice, then hit Signal Beam for the win. With that done, we have to travel a lot. We have to fight the leader of Team Magma next, and I'm really not looking forward to it. Not only are we bug types, but Dawson is really going to be useless for the long run. I can't get the first TM that I actually want for him until after the 5th gym, and we haven't even beaten the 4th gym yet. Time for Maxi. First is Mighty Enna, so our attack is down from Intimidate, but Bug is great against Dark, so we one-shot him. Camerupt is a different story though. We hardly hurt him, although he doesn't do a ton to us, so I have to try and outlast him by taking shots while I can, keeping him confused, and healing if my health gets too bad. It takes quite a while, but eventually he goes down, and all that's left is a Zubat. I actually don't do very good damage against him either, but Zubat is pretty weak in the first place, so it's not really that big of a threat. Fire Gym time, and I take no risks. Right away I confuse Numel and build up 6 double teams, then finish both it off as well as Slugma easily. For Camerupt and Torkoal, I keep them confused at all times and just keep using Signal Beam. It hardly does anything, and I almost ran out of power points, but it's a winning strategy. Honestly, if they just used a decent fire move like Overheat once, I'd probably lose the fight. With that done, we have to get to the normal gym. On our way though, I plugged my Twitter. I knew that if I didn't plug it, you'd all ask me to. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Twitter jokes are good for the YouTube algorithm. You can thank Central Fiction for giving me the idea for that one. With that done, it's on to the normal gym. Spinda is first, so I try building up my double teams early. Some of his team uses Feint Attack, so it's not super reliable, but I need whatever I can get. After 3, I one-shot Spinda with Signal Beam. Vigoroth lands in red health, but his Facade misses. He heals with Hyper Potion, but that gives me 2 more turns to take him out. Lanoon is a one-shot, and last is his mega tanky Slacking. I start with a Confuse Ray and he hits himself, and my 2 Signal Beams do great damage. He ends up using Counter though, to bring my health all the way down to 16. I heal up to full off 2 Moonlights, and he misses Facade. I Signal Beam to bring him to a Sliver, and he uses another Hyper Potion. I then decide to intentionally build up more double teams, less for the evasion and more to make sure that I'm not attacking on a turn that he can use counter. It works great, and thanks to timing things out like that, he was only able to land a weak Feint Attack before going down. Finally, it's time to make Dawson useful. I go ahead and do Watson's quest in New Moville to get the Thunderbolt TM. Not only is this much needed type coverage, but we can finally get Dawson's special attack stat into use. The Weather Institute is easy as always, but it's a great place to level up Dawson a bit before the upcoming Flying Gym. Time for the rival though. Pelipper tries to stall me instantly with Protect, but one Thunderbolt is all it takes once I have an opening. Kabuskin hardly gets hurt from Thunderbolt and Sand attacks us, so I use Charm to drop his attack to prevent Peck from messing us up too badly, then go back to Thunderbolt for the knockout. Lombre is last, so I switch to Dash. I get flinched off Fake Out, but next round I easily finish her off with 1 Signal Beam. After that, we can finally do the Flying Gym. Swablu is first, and right off the bat, it survives Thunderbolt and almost takes us to half health from Aerial Ace, a move that can't miss. This is gonna be rough. We Thunderbolted down, and second is Tropius, so I switch for Dash. All it does is set up a Sunny Day, so I easily 2-shot it with Signal Beam. Pelipper is a one-shot with Thunderbolt, as you'd expect, but Altaria is next. Thunderbolt does almost nothing, and we get taken out fast by Aerial Ace. I switch to Dash and hit Confuse Ray right off the bat, making her hit herself. My Signal Beam isn't very effective, but I get a few in due to confusion. Right when I was about to get the knockout though, she used a Hyper Potion and she finally got a Dragon Dance and an Aerial Ace in, dropping us to below half health. Next round, she finished us off. Well, I didn't think that that would stop us. I'm gonna have to level up Dawson a bit. The worst part about grinding here is that about half the Pokemon are Grass type and thus resist electricity, so I often have to switch for Dash and split the experience. Plus, the non-stop rain adds extra text to the fights, slowing them down. Finally, many levels later, and about 30 tries later, we have this run. I sweep through her whole team without getting hit all the way up to Altaria. Once again, I confuse her, but this time she Dragon Dances and hits Aerial Ace in the first 2 rounds, so we have a bad start. A second Aerial Ace lands us on only 4 health, and she uses a Hyper Potion to get to full. I ended up critically hitting for a one-shot with a Signal Beam though, so that absolutely saved us. I switch for Dawson to deal with Skarmory, and 1 Thunderbolt brings it to red health. She hits us with the sand attack, but Thunderbolt still hits, so we win the fight. After that is when we get to the part of the game where we have to travel a ton for each major fight. On one hand, it can feel a bit slow to play, but at least it throws a lot of trainers at us so that we can level up faster than normal. Time for Maxi again. Even with our cut attack due to Intimidate, we still nearly take out Mightyena in one shot. I get it on the second one, but we do lose speed due to Scary Face. Camerupt gets confused off of Confuse Ray and hits himself right away, and I start to build up double teams for safety. We get hit with Rock Slide for about half our health and damage, so I decide to just confuse him, and his Rock Slide missed. I switched to Dawson mid-fight as he started using Amnesia, but that doesn't affect us, so I just started using Charm to ruin his attack power. He still lands Rock Slide, but it's not doing nearly as much after 3 charms. I then encore him into using Amnesia over and over as I took the chance to heal up with Moonlight and switch back to Dash. I build up a few double teams and use Confuse Ray, then get back to double teams until I max out. After that, I heal off Moonlight for safety and then finish him off with a few Signal Beams. Last is Crobat, and it misses Wing Attack, so I confuse it, and then start with my very weak Signal Beams. It took quite a few, but our evasion was high and he was confused, so we ended up winning. With that done, we can go to the Psychic Gym. Normally this is brutal in these runs since it's a double battle, but considering we're both bug type, it ends up being really easy. I just kept Clay Doll out for last since it hardly hurts us, and used Dash and Dawson to focus down the remaining Pokemon every round so that we'd only get hit by moves that we already resist. Finally, we have to fight Team Aqua's Archie. Signal Beam one-shots Mightyena, Crobat got a massive wing attack in, but our Thunderbolt paralyzed him and he used Super Potions twice, so I had tons of attacks in a row and took him out. That was super lucky. Last is Sharpedo, but it went down in one Thunderbolt. With that done, we just need one last badge, so we're at the Water Gym. Love Disc somehow hangs on with a Sliver from Thunderbolt and confuses us, then heals with a Hyper Potion, then we hit ourselves twice in a row. We got hit by a Water Pulse, but snapped out a Confusion right after and hit a Thunderbolt for a one-shot this time. Bad start though. Second is Whiscash, so I switched to Dash. Earthquake hardly hurts us, and 2 Signal Beams took it down. Thunderbolt takes down Celio in 2 shots, but Dawson's health is getting dire. I switch to Dash for Crawdaunt and get a one-shot with Signal Beam. Back to Dawson for Kingdra, but he instantly gets taken out from a Water Pulse. I have Dash use Confuse Ray as Kingdra tries to build up double teams, so I just keep Signal Beaming, and thanks to some great confusion luck, we take him out quickly. It's crazy that I actually won that fight first try with Dawson around the same level as them. Last, before the Elite Four, is Wally. First is Altaria, and naturally I'm doing very little with Thunderbolt, so I end up encoring him into doing Safeguard over and over, while I did Charm 3 times to wreck his attack power. I actually encored Safeguard twice because the idiot fell for it twice. I tried Thunderbolting him down, but ended up getting paralyzed and hurt badly from some Dragon Breaths, to the point that I had to start healing with Moonlight after Wally used his full restore. Altaria used a bunch of Dragon Dances and Aerial Ace, but his attack was still terrible from Charm, so I took him out. Delcatty kept trying for Sing, a super low accuracy move, so I just started building Double Team. When Safeguard dropped, I confused her too for safety, although it didn't last long. She hit some feint attacks, but they were doing almost nothing, so by the time I got all 6 double teams, I just took her out with Signal Beam. Magneton is always an issue, but we got very lucky with Confusion, so I just healed up with Moonlight and took him out with a handful of Signal Beams. Roselia is an easy one-shot with Signal Beam, and last is Gardevoir, but as a Psychic type, it also went down in one shot. With that done, we just need to fight the Elite Four, but our levels are pretty low. Probably the lowest I've ever gotten to the Elite Four in at the case of Dawson. I might need to rework my moveset as well. We'll for sure need more levels though, considering that Wallace is going to be using fully evolved Pokemon in their mid-level 50s. It took the better part of a day, and some of the grinding even had to be done on the Elite Four themselves, but I got Dash and Dawson up to level 70 each. I even used a PowerPoint max on Thunderbolt since I knew that I'd need tons of uses of it. Here's our stats. They're almost exactly what I expected, and as expected, they're not as high as I want. At least it's worth a try though. Make your final guess on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. Considering he's dark and we're bug, we ended up sweeping nearly his whole team without getting hit. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. First is our Dusclops with Protect and Pressure, so she does her usual thing of trying to make us run out of power points. I quickly get a knockout with Thunderbolt and her using Curse though, so I switch for Dash to remove the Curse as her second Dusclops comes out. With this one, I confuse it right away knowing that it's much more aggressive, then hit a critical Signal Beam for decent damage. It hits us with a rock slide, so I decide to use one double team for safety, then keep using signal beam. I was about to get a knockout when she used another full restore, so I just kept attacking. I ended up running out of signal beams, confusing Dusclops, and switching back to Dawson, who finished it with a Thunderbolt. Bayonet is next, but it uses Grudge, and I only have Thunderbolt to attack with, so I can't afford to finish it and run out of power points in the process. So I Encore Bayonet and switch back to Dash so that she grudges him instead, and I confuse her with Confuse Ray, then just buy time with Moonlight. When the Encore ends, I reconfuse her, she hits herself, then I switch back to Dawson. She ended up finishing herself off during the switch, so we never lost power points due to Grudge. Sableye out and uses Double Team, but we just hit 2 Thunderbolts for a knockout, and last is Bayonet again. This time, we only get hit by Shadow Ball, and although it hurt quite a bit, Thunderbolt is stronger and we get the win. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to drown in elixirs between fights, since items are allowed outside of battle. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. Celio goes down in 1 Thunderbolt, and Glalie goes down in 2 after a weak Ice Beam. The second Celio is a one-shot, and for the second Glalie I switched to Dash to see if Signal Beam is a one-shot. It's not, but all she did was start some hail, so we got the knockout. Last is Walrein, so I have Dawson use Thunderbolt, and amazingly, we got a critical hit for a one-shot. Between fights I used 2 power point-ups on Signal Beam, mostly because I forgot to do it earlier. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. Shellgun is first, and it likes to waste time, so I took the opportunity to just build up some absolutely required double teams. By the time I got my 6 double teams and finished them off, I didn't get hit once. Flygon is second, and I'm very happy his Flamethrower missed, giving us a 2-hit knockout. Altaria is a monster, so I confuse it right away and it hits itself, and as expected, our Signal Beam does almost nothing to him. Through amazing confusion luck, he hits himself 3 times in a row, but then he uses a full restore, so I missed my chance to get the knockout there. Eventually, he uses Aerial Ace, and we lose almost half of our health, before confusing him again and going back to Signal Beam. Eventually he goes down, but not until after hitting a second Aerial Ace. Salamence is next, so we lose attack due to Intimidate, and I heal up with Moonlight as his Flamethrower hits for massive damage. I just keep healing though, and he starts missing. After that, I confuse him and start hitting incredibly weak Signal Beams. I just keep the confusion, healing, and Signal Beam loop going as long as I can, but it is taking ages due to all of Drake's healing items. Every time he does manage to hit us, it does massive damage, so I don't like how long the fight is dragging out. We end up running out of Moonlight power points by the time he goes down. Kingdra is next, so I confuse him, then switch for Dawson, knowing that I'm almost out of power points anyway. Thunderbolt does solid damage and even paralyzes him, so we took him out fast, getting us the win. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. Wailord is first, so I nail a Thunderbolt for massive damage as he sets up a Rain Dance. He uses a full restore, but that lets me hit him twice in a row for a knockout. Second is Tentacruel, and he hits a big Hydro Pump to do just over 100 damage as 2 Thunderbolts takes him out. Third is Ludicolo, so it's out to Dash for an easy one-shot. Fourth is Whiscash, so I keep Dash out and confuse Ray for safety. He just uses Amnesia, so I hit some Signal Beams. He does end up hitting us with a pretty strong Hyper Beam before we take him out though. Gyarados is 5th, but he's double weak to electricity, so 1 Thunderbolt from Dawson does the trick, and last is Milotic. Thunderbolt hits hard, but Milotic hits harder and almost takes us out with Surf. We bring him to red health, but Dawson gets finished off. Dash then easily finishes it off with a Signal Beam, finishing off Wallace's entire team shockingly easily. I can't believe I didn't need to spam Double Team for the Pokemon Champion. With that done, we win the challenge and get into the Hall of Fame, but that doesn't mean that the video is over. We still need to see if we can battle the secret final boss, Stephen Stone. Here's his team. As a bug type, we're gonna have a pretty hard time with this. We don't really have the type coverage to win this fight, and some of his team has Aerial Ace, a move that doesn't miss and is flying type, so it's super effective against us. We might be doomed, but we might not. Regardless, I grind a lot. For anyone who doesn't know, I actually make these videos with a time limit. I have to get one done every single week, so I can't just grind forever. I legitimately do 70 to 85 hour work weeks. I don't take days off. I've been uploading a video a day minimum for just over 9 years now. The majority of this being Let's Play stuff, all kinds of other stuff. But this does mean that I have only so much time to do these videos, and so I legitimately can't grind forever, as much as it feels like I do sometimes. So I aim for level 85 as the absolute max that I can afford to do without being late on the video. It's really hard to find time to grind to a high level with multiple Pokemon runs, especially with ones with really erratic experience gains like these two. I also teach Dawson Water Pulse and Shadow Ball. Water Pulse is necessary for Aggron, and Shadow Ball is just for the sake of type coverage. Let's give it a shot. I promise nothing. First is Skarmory, and this is one of my very few runs where I didn't get hit by Toxic right away. Thunderbolt does amazing damage, and we easily managed to take him out with him only using Spikes. Second is Claydol, so I use Dawson's Shadow Ball, but he puts up a Reflect. I try Water Pulse instead, and that does much better. We get hit by Ancient Power, and through bad luck, its effect activates, so all of Claydol's stats went up. In fact, it was just enough for him to be faster than us, so he ended up hitting us again before he went down. Third is Cradily, so I switch to Dash, confuse him, and build double teams. We do end up getting hit by a powerful Ancient Power in the process, but we heal up with Moonlight. After all 6 double teams, we hit a couple of Signal Beams for the knockout. Fourth is Armaldo, and he has Aerial Ace, so I confuse him right away, and for whatever reason, he just keeps using Ancient Power instead. He could probably party wipe us with Aerial Ace, I don't know what's going on here. We ended up slowly whittling him down in spite of his 2 full restores because he just refused to use the super effective move that never misses. I don't know what's up with that. He did luck out though, eventually hitting an Ancient Power for a one-shot. Dawson is out and is hurt by Spikes, and finally finishes Armaldo, but we're in red health. Fifth is Aggron, and even with only 36 health, we hit Water Pulse, dodged Thunder, and hit another one for the knockout. That one was pure luck. Last Pokemon in the game, and it's pseudo-legendary Metagross. Shadow Ball does almost nothing, and we faint to Earthquake. You know what's the most heartbreaking part about how close that was? It's the closest I got in 30 attempts. I think it's safe to say that although this should be possible at level 100, I just don't have the time to get to that level. I'm gonna leave that fight for someone else to do one day. I know you guys value the next challenge being up on time more than just seeing me beat one last Pokemon. Although the run didn't go exactly how I wanted, it's cool to finally use 2 Pokemon that I've never used before, even casually. Not sure what I'm doing for next Saturday's Pokemon challenge yet, though. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments and on Twitter, though. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to see all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel, linked in the description. That one's actually almost done. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Heart Gold with only Tropius was a shockingly hard run. Let's follow that up with a fun team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with a team of only Wally's team and moves. So here's Wally's team. I've said for ages that it's shocking how bad Wally does in these runs considering his team isn't that bad. Gardevoir is a super strong Pokemon that's pretty comparable to Alakazam, Magneton with Thunderbolt is fantastic, and Roselia is overall a really solid Pokemon in this game. I guess Altaria is just alright with these moves, and Delcatty has just an awful moveset, but I really do think that this is a decent team. We could probably beat the game at a reasonably low level. Like always, I'm reading the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure that it's possible to win with this team, but what I'm most curious about is how easy it is. I'm convinced that Wally could have been Pokemon Champion if he literally just tried, so it's time to find out if that's true. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Wally's team and moves. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoy the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Mudkip with Skitty so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked Skitty to start with because it's something that we can catch before the first gym anyway. It actually starts with attacking moves, unlike Ralts, and it's more rare than Ralts. I guess I never really went hunting for a Skitty, so I had no idea that it only has a 2% encounter rate until I looked it up for this challenge. Anyway, the first thing I do is I go ahead and catch a Ralts, of course. You probably already know where it is, since watching Wally catch one is part of the catching tutorial. It's kind of a rare encounter at 4%, so hunting for one with a good nature is a pain, but it wasn't too bad. The first one was mild-natured, and I'd love to keep that, but it had its ability Trace. I guess it's not in the rules, but I want to have my team have the same abilities as Wally if I can swing it, just to make it a little more accurate. I went ahead and caught a second one with the correct ability, although its nature is more speed and less defense. It'll do. So early game travel is more or less what you'd probably expect. Some switch training on Ralts at the start so it can learn Confusion, then I spend most of the time leveling it up. Skitty is kind of the dud Pokemon in this run. It's not that it's awful or anything, it's just that it doesn't end the run with great moves compared to the others. Right now, we really need Ralts to level up so that we can beat the Rock and Fighting Gyms with it. The Rock Gym is probably going to be pretty hard because they've got 3 Pokemon, plus potions and berries. Wish me luck. So we fought the local trainers to level up Ralts to 11, and although we easily lost the fight, I had to show you this attempt. We crit Confusion twice, and the second one also confused Geodude into hitting herself until she fainted. The only way that could have been more perfect is if Rock Tomb missed. Anyway, we still came nowhere close to actually making the second Geodude faint. I'm just gonna have to grind Ralts a little bit, but that's alright, I expected that. So level 16 was a pretty bad loss every time, but at level 18 it was starting to look hopeful. The Geodudes went really well, and it looked like we were going to land a few hits on Nosepass, but then it crit a tackle early on. It already had a lot of defense built up from Harden, so the moment Skitty came in, we were doing just about nothing. It always sucks to lose to a lucky crit. Thankfully, luck was on our side on the next attempt as the Rock Tombs missed in a row. It was on separate Pokemon, but still, we got super lucky. Now, we couldn't have won if all of those hit, but we could have won if she just used Tackle a little bit instead, so it's hard to say exactly how lucky this all was, but hey, I'll take it. Okay, with that done, we have the Fighting Gym, and then the one rival fight that usually ends up being kind of hard. Now, I think the Fighting Gym will be easy unless there's something I'm forgetting about, but I never know how the rival fight is going to go. We're not exactly using super hard-hitting Pokemon right now, so we'll just have to see when we get there. As expected, the Fighting Gym was super easy. Ralts actually evolved into Kirlia right before going to the gym, so the whole thing was a breeze. Nothing to worry about. Will the rival fight go as well? So right away, Wingull is super easy. It just isn't that strong, and I fought a lot of trainers on my way here to level up. Grovyle had me pretty worried when Pursuit was doing more damage than our Confusions. We didn't last long, but we got him to about a third of his health before we went down. Skitty couldn't finish it off right away, but we got a traction on Grovyle from our ability, so it only hit us once. Last was Slugma, but it just didn't stand a chance. That was a solid fight. Hey, it's time to get our next Pokemon. Oh yeah! You can't catch Roselia in Emerald. Oh god. Alright, give me a few hours. I'm going to start a whole new file where I catch the Skitty and Ralts and start with a Roselia instead. Yes, I am absolutely going to just hack in rare candies to catch us up on level for this. I get the feeling you're all okay with that for the sake of having the video come out on time. Whoops. And here I thought I was being clever starting with the Skitty instead of the Ralts, completely forgetting you can't catch Roselia in the wild and Emerald. Okay, it's been a few hours, but I'm back, and I have the full team now, so I'm thankful that we get Roselia, because I'm clearing out the trainers in the area to prep for the Electric Gym. This one is always pretty hard, but I figure that we stand a chance now that we've got 3 Pokemon. Plus, Roselia has Leech Seed, and that can probably bail me out on the Magneton fight, because I've got no answer for that otherwise. I'm not expecting a first try, but I don't think we'll have to grind like crazy for this. So right away, Voltorb hardly hurt us with Spark and ended up poisoning itself off our poison point. We took it out fast, but we got paralyzed, so I switched to Kirlia to deal with Electrike. It wasted some time with Howl and held on for a while with Super Potions. We were about to knock it out when it hit a quick attack, so I sent in Skitty to finish it off. Back out to Roselia for Magneton, and this was a long and brutal fight. We Leech Seed and paralyze him early to help us last longer as he confuses us. He only needs a few hits for us to go down, but between Leech Seed, Mega Drain, and Paralysis, we can hang on for a long time. He almost fainted, and he had to use a Super Potion at one point, but thankfully, he doesn't have more, so we managed to take him out. That got us Magical Leaf, one of Wally's moves, so we learn it right away. Last was Magnetric, and very quickly we got outclassed. It was hitting hard, we're already beaten up, and none of our team is in nearly good enough shape to take it out. I'll have to come back after a few levels. Alright, we're back 3 levels later. This time Voltorb is sometimes a one-shot, so we managed to take it out without getting paralyzed. That's huge. Electrike was a one-shot with Magical Leaf, so we're in great shape as Magneton comes out. We hit Leech Seed right away, but then got paralyzed. Right after, we lose some health to Sonic Boom, but then we hit Stun Spore. From there, I knew a win was possible, but it was gonna take forever. She had potions to heal with, but between Mega Drain and Leech Seed, we can heal ourselves by quite a bit. By the time we took him down, we had full health. Last was Magnetric, and right away, it was a rush to get effects in on it before we got wiped out by Quick Attack. We managed to get Leech Seed, Stun Spore, and hit a Mega Drain in before he healed back up and finished us off. We messed it up a lot though, so as Curlia came out, we quickly finished it off. That was a great fight. Time to catch the second from last member of our team, Swablu. Yeah, that means that we get a dragon on the team for once. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's normal in flying now, but it's gonna be dragon and flying once it evolves at level 35. The moveset we get by the end isn't bad either. Nothing super hard hitting, but that's alright. It's probably got a lot more potential than Skitty at least. Maxie was a total cakewalk, as expected, although I guess he did do a lot of damage to Rosalia. That's just because he was using a fire type though. Rosalia's actually been one of the best members of our team this run in the short time that we've had her. Next was the Fire Gym, but our Gardevoir just evolved this level, so I used Calm Mind once, then took out her whole team easily with Psychic. Yeah, Gardevoir is an awesome Pokemon. Wally has no excuse to be losing with this thing. Let's go take out the normal gym. But on our way there, I took the Rude Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone ask anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. The same Calm Mind and Psychic strategy worked great on the normal gym too, although it's partly because the AI was kind of awful. Slacking was using stuff like Yawn, while I was already asleep, even though Facade would have easily been a 2-shot. Because of that, we took out the whole gym pretty easily. That means that we can finally get our hands on the last Pokemon, Magnemite. It's not super strong yet, but it gets pretty great after evolving. Plus, we get to give it Thunderbolt, and the TM for that is the reward for beating the mini dungeon that Magnemite is in, so it's really convenient. Now I'm gonna slap an experience share on it and level it up right away, because we have a flying gym coming up, and I want to see how much of that fight we can do with Magnemite. Oh, and also, this is the first Magnemite I caught, and it had a metal coat! It won't serve us at all because we don't have any steel moves, but that's kind of cool. It's only a 5% chance it'll have one. But of course, on our way to the flying gym was the always easy other rival fight. I actually fought as much as I could with the newer and weaker members of the team just to get more experience on them, and it went great. Magnemite is still kind of a low level though. Well, it evolves at level 30 and we're almost there. I'll just evolve him and then try the gym. So the flying gym was really easy with Magneton, as expected. The only Pokemon that gave us any troubles was Altaria, but it was just because I fought it with Gardevoir to keep Magneton from going down. Everything else went down incredibly fast. Alright, it's time for things to get a lot harder. We have the Maxie fight and the Psychic Gym. Now the Maxie fight is sometimes a bit of an issue, but I'm not too worried about it. It's the Psychic Gym. You can never underestimate it. Of course it's brutal in solo runs because they outnumber you, but even in team runs where they don't have the numbers advantage, they still tend to hit really hard. Their team synergizes well together because it was meant to only fight in double battles. Our team in these games is usually based off some weird gimmick, not off working well together as a team. Case in point, we're at the mercy of what Wally uses, and Wally wasn't designed to do double battles. Their types and moves are just gonna be a nightmare this run. Let's see how it goes. So the Maxie fight took a little while because of weird moves like him switching to Crobat randomly near the start and taking out Rosalia, but really it wasn't that hard. It could have been a problem if Camerupt was more of a threat, but we ended up critting it before it had a chance to do anything too scary. Scary, like the Psychic Gym. So we get to the Psychic Gym, and I kind of thought that maybe we'd stand a chance, but we really didn't. We're a lower level than most of them, and they pretty much just have the perfect moves to counter us. Rosalia would do great damage to them if she wasn't just a one-shot due to being part poison type, and although Magneton can take out Xatu easily, Claydol's Earthquake one-shots it. Swablu and Delcatty can't really do anything to them, and Gardevoir only has Psychic attacks, so they all resist it. I don't think I stand a chance in this fight until I get the team up to at least level 40 each. There's still lots of trainers in the area. I'll grind for a while and then come back. Okay, so I got the team up enough in levels that Swablu evolved, and we're close to their level, but still not as high. I ended up experimenting quite a bit with what Pokemon to send in first and what to try, but it's all very random. In this attempt, I held out super long and even managed to take out a couple of her Pokemon, but really, until either Roselia is stronger and faster, or the whole team is a lot more tanky, we can't really win this. This was a solid attempt, and we still didn't really get that close thanks to her Hyper Potions. Also, I forgot to deposit my Zigzagoon I use for HMs, but I guess it doesn't really matter since there's no way we're gonna win this fight anyway. I grinded a ton. I'm just gonna use some rare candies so that I can spend less time grinding and more time actually making attempts at this gym. I'll get the whole team to level 40 and then keep trying. So I level up a bunch more and the fight has a whole new nightmare scenario. Now Xatu opens with Calm Mind every single time, making it so Thunderbolt is no longer a one-shot. We still get pretty far on attempts where we paralyze a lot of our team with Dragon Breath, but we still absolutely cannot manage to finish them off. Roselia is the only one that can hit hard, and it always goes down in 1 or 2 Psychics depending on if they've used Calm Mind or not, and Lunatone loves Calm Mind. I promise you I'd have won this fight long ago if not for their non-stop Hyper Potions saving them from the brink of fainting. I'm just gonna have to level up a ton. This is brutal. Okay, so after getting Roselia all the way up to level 48 and leveling up the entire rest of the team a bit as well, we've finally hit a tipping point where Roselia is easily able to get one-shots, and thanks to a bit of Dragon Breath paralysis, we keep hitting first. Really, the only reason we won is because we were able to keep one-shotting whatever opponent was going to do a serious damage move before they could hit us. It's insane how even in team runs, this Psychic Gym is a nightmare. Well, that means we're traveling, and I get the feeling that we're gonna have some smooth sailing. We have Archie, who's always easy. Then we have the Water Gym fight that I figure should be pretty simple between Magneton and Roselia. Then we finally get to the Wally mirror match. Now, we won't have the same moves as him when we reach him, because he cheats and his Magneton knows Screech before it normally should, but that's no big deal, I doubt I even need it. I have to say, this isn't a bad team. It's not amazing, and I'd for sure change some of the moves if I could, but Wally really has no excuse to do so badly with this team. We had some hard parts, but the Psychic Gym was always hard, so that's to be expected. Let's go breeze through some boss fights. So Archie was a cakewalk, as expected. I mean, if Maxie is easy, then of course Archie is gonna be easy. We're pretty good against water types after all. And next is the Water Gym. The whole team was super easy other than Kingdra, who actually fainted a few of our Pokemon and did tons of damage, but part of it was our own bad luck. I'm sure if I tried again and just had Magneton go in first and not miss, then we'd have won a lot faster. Time for that Wally fight. First is his Altaria, so I started by having Gardevoir build up Calm Mind while he built up Dragon Dance. We only used it once and then hit Psychic twice for the knockout. We lost a good chunk of health due to Aerial Ace, though. Psychic was a one-shot for Delcatty, and we switched to Roselia for his Magneton. He was using Screech, so we set up our Leech Seed, and then we went for Magical Leaf. We got confused pretty early and did tons of damage hitting ourselves because of Screech, so we almost went down to Tri-Attack and had to switch to our own Magneton just to avoid having Roselia faint. He used a full restore, but our Thunderbolts were hitting incredibly hard, so we just two-shot him. He sent in Roselia, but we nearly one-shot it with Altaria. It only did 6 damage to us with Giga Drain, so we had no issue taking it down. Last was his Gardevoir, so I had Roselia go in and hit Leech Seed while she was using Future Sight for safety. We went down fast, but that's alright, I just wanted the Leech Seed. Next, I sent in Altaria to use Dragon Breath, paralyzing him, but also paralyzing us in return thanks to her Synchronize ability. We got taken out once again, but it didn't matter. I sent in our own Gardevoir to watch as Leech Seed finished off his. That was a pretty fun Wally fight. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Honestly, I think we stand a chance. These aren't exactly the moves I'd pick if we were using these Pokemon on my own, but it's what Wally uses, so I'll give it a shot. The only move here that we can't use is Magneton's Thunder Wave, since we're just waiting on learning Screech. I'm kind of worried about most of the Elite Four, but I actually think that we'll have a pretty easy time with the Pokemon Champion himself. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. This actually went super smoothly. We had types that counter most of his team, and Aerial Ace did a great job of keeping Shift Tree from double teaming until we're useless. It's crazy how hard Thunderbolt hits. Magneton has really quickly become a heavy hitter. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. Her first Dusclops is the one who likes to spam Protect, then stuff like Curse. It's also got Pressure, so you use double the power points against it. I just got a Leech Seed in on it, and then switched when it used Curse and had Altaria finish it off pretty fast. Back out to Roselia to Leech Seed the second Dusclops as it nearly takes us out with Shadow Ball, so I used Mega Drain. It gives us just enough health to survive Rock Slide, so I decided to switch out to Magneton. Shadow Ball did almost nothing to us other than lowering our special defense, but I forgot that this Dusclops has Earthquake. That nearly took us out before Leech Seed finished him off. I stayed in to nearly one-shot a Bayonet, who used Grudge, then Full Restore, so we just hit Thunderbolt twice for the knockout. Sableye was nearly a one-shot, took us down to 1 health, used a Full Restore, then went down in 2 hits. Last was Bayonet, but it was a one-shot. Magneton actually survived that fight. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. This fight looks easy, but actually took quite a few tries. All of the water types were easy one-shots with Thunderbolt, obviously, but the Glacias were weird. The first one always goes down reasonably easily, but the second one is just a one-shot machine. It one-shots Roselia before we can even move, easily finishes off Gardevoir after we hit Psychic, one-shots Delcatty, then went down to a Thunderbolt. It's crazy, that thing can sweep tons of our team. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. So the first few times I tried this fight, I lost pretty badly and figured that we might have to grind, when I realized that the Shellgun at the start who spams Protect gave me an amazing opportunity. I could just spam 6 double teams and then 6 Calm Minds to become a nearly impossible to hit one-shot machine. None of his team are Dark type, and he doesn't have any moves that never miss, so it actually worked. It's a cheesy strategy, but hey, you gotta work with what you've got. These are Wally's moves, and it's not my fault that Drake decides to open with a Pokemon who stalls you out. Doing this strategy probably just saved us having to level up 5 to 10 times on the entire team. Finally, Pokemon Champion Wallace. First try and we one-shot Wailord, then Water Onix sweeps our entire team. Alright, well that's not what I thought was gonna happen. I bet if I level up Magneton a couple of times, then it'll be faster and we can one-shot it instead. Let's just try that. Alright, level 55 and we outspeed and one-shot Water Onix. We're back in the game. Whiscash is next, so obviously we go for Roselia. We nearly one-shot it, but then it one-shot us. That's really not good. I sent in Gardevoir as he used a Full Restore to heal back up. Thankfully, we crit with Psychic, and the second one dropped him to a Sliver, but we took huge damage off Earthquake. We dropped a special defense though, so as he used a Full Restore to heal back up, we just crit him back down, then finished him off. I really don't think we needed that second crit, to be honest. Not even sure we needed the first one. I really don't like that we already lost Roselia though. Out to Magneton to deal with Tentacruel, but we got rocked by a Hydro Pump fast. We did great damage, but 2 Hydro Pumps took us out, and we were slower. That's not good. Gardevoir took it out, but only because Hydro Pump missed. This is getting close. I sent in Altaria to deal with Ludicolo, and right away we used Aerial Ace as he was using Double Team. He quickly switched to Surf, and his second one crit, so although we got him to low health, he just healed back up and finished us off. I sent in Gardevoir, but now his Double Teams made us miss, and he took us out fast. Naturally, Delcatty isn't ready for this either. Okay, well that got us a lot farther, but clearly having most of our team about 10 levels lower than theirs is holding us back. I'll just use Rare Candy so that our team is a closer level to theirs, then keep trying. Okay, many tries later. Now we actually get a one-shot on Whiscash so we don't lose Roselia. That's a huge difference right off the bat. Melodic gets sent out super early, so I sent in Magneton to hit a Thunderbolt on it, then switched to Altaria when I realized that we were going to go down and I still need Magneton for later. Altaria just ended up going down before it could hit anything though. I sent in Roselia, nearly go down to an Ice Beam, then took him out with a critical Magical Leaf. Oh my god, that was lucky. Tentacruel is next, but we're faster, so we just crit a Psychic for a one-shot. Considering how bad of shape our team is in, I think we needed that. Last is Ludicolo, and we don't have Altaria, so I had to open by sending in Magneton to Thunderbolt it, then go down. Next was Gardevoir, who almost took it out with Psychic, but got seeded. He used a Full Restore, and I just kept going for Psychic. He starts using Double Team, and I was terrified we'd start missing when we finally hit that final Psychic to take him out and beat Wallace. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Now, they're a much higher level than we are, but that's alright. It's the post-game. No reason not to just go crazy with rare candies. His team starts around level 75, so I'll get our team up to 70 and just see what happens. He's using stronger Pokemon, he's got better moves, he's got us outnumbered, so I don't really know how it's gonna go, but I'm sure we could win eventually. Right away, Magneton outspeeds and one-shot Skarmory with Thunderbolt. Awesome start. I sent in Roselia for Aggron, and we actually did a lot less damage than I expected. We took it out, but it was only because of a critical Giga Drain. We're in bad shape because of Earthquake. Armaldo was next, so I tried using Altaria, but we did almost nothing and he hit incredibly hard. So I switched to Dragon Breath and paralyzed it before we went down. I sent in Magneton to finish it off with Thunderbolt, but we ended up getting hit by Water Pulse and he used a full restore. Then we took him to half health with another hit and he switched to Claydol, so I had to switch to Delcatty. Earthquake took out half of our health, but we put it to sleep with Sing right away and started spamming out 3 charms to make his Earthquakes as weak as possible, knowing that he didn't have any non-physical moves to use. That's right, I finally got a use out of Delcatty. At some point, with the lack of anything else to do, I started using Assist. One of the moves that it used was an incredibly weak Surf. I guess it used that because of my HM Tentacool that I used to get here. Is that against the rules because it was a non-Wally Pokemon move? Or is it okay because Delcatty was the one using Assist, and Assist is a Wally move? I mean, it did so little damage that I guess it doesn't matter, and also I make the rules, so sure, I'll allow it. I think it did less damage than Feint Attack anyway. Eventually, we went down, I sent Roselia in, and we just kept using Giga Drain to heal off of it. We weren't doing a ton of damage, but because of the charms, neither was he. He fully healed again, so we used Leech Seed and kept landing moves until eventually, he decides to switch to Metagross. Well, that's incredibly annoying. Metagross missed us right away, so we got Leech Seed in, but then I switched straight to Gardevoir and got hit by Psychic. It didn't do much, but I wasn't messing around. I started using Double Team to try and outlast him, while Leech Seed still messed him up. It actually worked. The first Shadow Ball messed us up, but then Meteor Mash and Shadow Ball both missed. He hit after that and took us out, but it got his health low enough that I could send in Magneton to finish him off with a Thunderbolt. Next, he sent Claydol back in, and he used a full restore right away, so I had Roselia use Magical Leaf and then Giga Drain to take it out. We nearly fainted to Earthquake damage now that his attack is back to normal, but at least we healed up a little bit as we took him out. Second from last is Armaldo, but it was still hurt, so I just Thunderbolted it down in one hit. Last is Credilli, and this thing can be incredibly annoying with Ingrain. Right away, I had Roselia use Toxic on it first, as it took us out with Ancient Power, and that's when I knew that we had this one. Our last Pokemon versus his last Pokemon, and he could hardly hurt us. Yeah, we could hardly hurt him, and we're a low health Pokemon, and he heals from Ingrain, but Toxic just builds up too fast. There's nothing he could do. We even got him to hit himself in Confusion a bit on the way down. I can't believe we won that at level 70. That was a fun run, but I knew it would be. These gimmick team runs always are. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with only 1 Trapinch. Yeah, I really like doing these runs with Pokemon you don't normally find in the game. It's just really fun. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Oh my god, the weather is finally nice over here. We've had a few random days where it got really cold at night and I needed to put the heat on, and a couple random days where it got so hot out of nowhere that I needed to put the air conditioning on, but for the most part, okay, and there's been some really rainy days too. Okay, but for the most part, it's been sunny, it's been nice, it's been breezy, the temperature's been mild, and I've been getting a lot of sun in the backyard, so that's been quite nice. I can do the lawn, I can do a little bit of gardening, that's been great. I've also been streaming a lot more, as I'm sure you guys have seen. Mostly just a lot of WWF No Mercy so far, but I kind of think I'm near, sorry, not No Mercy, WWF WrestleMania 2000, the game before No Mercy. I will do No Mercy at some point, don't worry. Anyway, I'm kind of breezing through that one because I'm fairly sure that I'm near-ish the end of the game and it wouldn't take a ton of streams to finish it off. So I kind of want to just like blitz through that, finish that off, then I can get back to more other stuff like Bannerlord, and I want to do Stardew Valley would be really fun, and I probably want to stream some Pokemon side stuff too. Not really thinking about any ROM hacks right now. I get requested to do every ROM hack on the planet, trust me. But I'm not really thinking of streaming any ROM hacks or anything like that right now. I'm thinking if I stream some Pokemon stuff, I want to do some like spin-off side games, you know? Like, what was that game called? Like Pokken Tournament, the fighter one? I mean, I heard it wasn't great, but I haven't played it before, so I wouldn't mind trying it. I want to try more of the spin-offs that I've never tried before. I'm not sure which ones I want to do as like a Let's Play with my friends, and which ones I want to do as like streams. I'm not really sure yet. So I've got to figure out some of that, but I will probably be streaming some Pokemon related stuff. I definitely want to get back to streaming the Pokemon collectible card game for the Game Boy Color, because I used to stream that a few years ago, and that game is super, super fun. It helps that like the card game itself is really fun. I don't play the card game in person or anything. It's just I kind of understand the rules, and it's a fun game. And that game is really fun, and the cards are fun, and the music is all fantastic, and the art is good. Just, oh, what's not to love about that game? And then whenever I end up finally beating that one, there's a whole sequel too, so I can play that one too. And I always hear that the sequel's great, and I've watched some people play it. I've watched like Paraspector play it, and it looks like a really fun game. So yeah, that'll be great. Oh, and me and Paraspector are probably gonna like play some Resident Evil Outbreak on stream someday. We're probably gonna play some off stream too, because he's doing like videos on his channel. He's done videos where he kind of recaps like all the Pokemon games in order. He also did that with James Bond games, and now he's doing it with Resident Evil games, and I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. As a lot of you already know, I've Let's Played tons of Resident Evil games on this channel. Some of you OGs have watched me play Resident Evil 4, in which I defeat all of the regenerators with a knife. Just a knife. I know some crazy tricks in that game. It's real fun. If you haven't seen my Resident Evil 4 Let's Play from, I don't know, 2015 or 2016, that's pretty old now, actually. Oh my god, that was like 8 years ago. That is wild to think. Hey, if you want to go watch it, I think that one aged really well. Alright, I should go make some lunch. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Chansey was a brutal solo run, so let's follow that up with a brutal team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Emerald with our rivals team and moves. So here's our rivals endgame team. Yeah, that's right, even at the end of the game, May and Brendan never fully evolve Slugma or Grovyle. Now, obviously, there's 3 different versions of this team depending on what starter we pick, but the other 2 are way worse than this. By picking the grass starter, we keep from having to use a nearly useless Ludicolo. Plus, Grovyle's Leaf Blade is the best move on any of the starters on the rivals team. Mind you, it only has 70 power in this game, not 90, so it's still kinda weak. Believe it or not, but May's Ruby team is better than her Emerald one, so this is extra hard. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I can probably win at some insanely high level just by brute force, but our rivals team is borderline useless. It's basically just up to Tropius and Grovyle to win with 2 grass moves. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use our rivals' Pokemon and moves. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. No need for the randomizer this time, I just picked up our Trico. Our nature is modest, that's more special attack and less regular attack. I restarted until I got a special attack nature, since I'm pretty sure that Leaf Blade is going to be our best attack the entire game, so I want to make sure that we're good with it. It only took 2 tries to get this nature though, so that was nice. Early game travel. Normally there's nothing to do early on, but the first Pokemon that we need to catch is actually on one of the first routes of the game. We need a Wingull. Now, we can only ever teach it moves that our rival's Pokemon had, and no matter what, we have to get to its final moveset before the end, so this Wingull is only ever going to know Wing Attack and Water Gun for damaging moves, and we have to ditch Water Gun at some point too. Considering Pelipper isn't a physical attacker, it's not going to be that great in the long run. Still, we need one, and these are the only two members of our team until after the Electric Gym. At least we have Absorb and Water Gun on the team early, so Rock Gym shouldn't be an issue for once. I'm really not looking forward to the Electric Gym later down the line, though. So the Rock Gym started off pretty easy, other than the part where I started learning Pursuit and had to go look up to see what move I was supposed to replace. Nosepass took a little while to take down thanks to an ocean of potions, but we still won in the end. We even evolved during the process. That's pretty cool. We're never allowed to fully evolve, but it's better than nothing. So next we have to travel to the Fighting Gym. Maybe it could be worth having a Wingull use Wing Attack, but honestly, I'm not sure it's worth the effort of leveling it up. We have a bad attack nature on a low attack Pokemon, and it would only be using Wing Attack. I'm sure I'd do way more if I just invest in Grovyle right now instead. First try at the Fighting Gym went awful. Like, so awful that we didn't even make it past the Machop that we were a higher level than. That's about as bad as it gets. Let's try the rival fight and come back later. So I tried the rival fight a few more times, but it's just brutal. Often we faint to the Wingull at the start because of Wing Attack, and anytime we get past it, we get destroyed by Kabuskin, who's got both Peck and Ember to take us down with. Our Wingull is starting to catch up in levels thanks to an experience share, but it's still pretty awful. I hope I don't have to grind all the way till I get Leaf Blade just to win this one fight. At level 24, Grovyle ends up being able to take out the Fighting Gym on his own. I've been using an experience share on Wingull to level him up for this fight, but we ended up just winning by spamming Absorb. I'm kinda surprised that worked. Right after, I went back to the rival and leveling up this Wingull finally paid off. Grovyle can't take down Kabuskin, but Wingull does easily, and the rest of our team is just awful, so we win. Finally! Now, it's time for a whole lot of grinding. We have the Electric Gym, then Maxie, then the Fire Gym. The Electric and the Fire Gyms are generally pretty hard, but considering the Pokemon we have, it's gonna be extra hard. The Electric Gym might not be horrible if we just over-level, but then we have Maxie in the Fire Gym, and our best Pokemon is Grass type. I kinda don't think Wingull is just gonna sweep them with Water Gun, so some serious leveling is required. During the grind, Wingull evolved and learned Protect. I'm supposed to get rid of Water Gun, but I got rid of Mist instead. I only have to end the run with all the right moves after all. And this game has the move reminder, so I can hold on to Water Gun until after the Fire Gym and then switch it for Protect sometime before the Elite Four. So my script just has the word add here, and I have nothing written in for this, because I have nothing lined up right now, of course. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say that you can all go check out my Patreon if you want to, linked in the description of all of my videos, and I'll just edit this out and replace it with an ad later if I end up getting an ad I like later. This is probably gonna stay Patreon. Wow, the Electric Gym was pretty easy. It really surprised me, but Leaf Blade did an awesome job. We got paralyzed and easily could have messed it all up in the end, but we just never lost a turn. That was lucky. Hey, it's time for another member of the team. We can catch a Slugma now. Now, we're never allowed to evolve it, and all of its moves are awful, but at least we're allowed to have it know Yawn early on. It forgets it at some point though, so by the end, it'll have Ember, Rock Throw, Harden, and Amnesia. Basically useless. Maxie and the Fire Gym are coming up, and I'm really not feeling good about this. I slapped an experience share on Slugma so we could start leveling up in case Rock Throw can save us in the Fire Gym. I don't have high hopes. Wish me luck. You know, I really thought Maxie was going to be really difficult, but it was actually pretty easy. Water took out his only fire type easily. I'm not going to have that easy of a time in the Fire Gym, though, right? First is Numel, who was a one-shot with Water Gun, and second was Slugma, who wasn't a one-shot, and started Sunny Day. That's not good. That's not only gonna power up fire moves, but it weakens water ones. At least he used a full restore, so we got to waste an extra turn of Harsh Sunlight. For Camerupt, I used Protect to waste more of the sun, then Water Gun for pretty good damage. Once the sunlight faded, we took him down with very little damage taken. Last is her Torkoal though, and this thing is a beast. Water Gun does alright damage, but then she made it sunny again, so I tried to buy time with Protect. Water Gun really wasn't doing much anymore, and Overheat nearly took us down. I was able to get her to red health, but then she used a Hyper Potion, finished off Pelipper, and all I could do was throw Slugma and Grovyle at it to get destroyed. I'm gonna have to get stronger and maybe have a new strategy. After a handful of levels later, and we can finally sweep our way to Torkoal with Water Gun. Right away we hit Water Gun to deal almost half of her health and damage, as her Body Slam just didn't do that much to us. The second Water Gun brought her to red health, but she made it sunny, then healed, so once again dealing less damage. Protect, of course, to try and run out the clock, followed by more Water Gun for any damage we could deal, and a crit really helped us. We ended up taking her into red health again as she finished us off with Overheat. I sent in Slugma to use Yawn since I knew that she would just heal with a potion, and it worked! We got her to not only waste her second Overheat to lower her damage output, but she also fell asleep so Grovyle could start laying in Leaf Blades. It took a few hits, but Torkoal never woke up. Finally, we can go do the normal gym. But on our way there, I took the Root Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Normal gym was super easy. The only threat here was Slacking, but I have Protect with Pelipper and he has Truant, so I can easily just Protect on the only turns where he can attack us. We couldn't have lost this fight, really. Hey, only one more rival fight till we get a new Pokemon. And of course, May does almost no damage to our entire team. The only hard rival fight in this game is the one under the Cycling Road. I know it'll shock you to find out, but May just isn't that good a trainer in this game. That's kind of why we're using her team, because she's bad. Time for another new Pokemon, and this is actually the only decent one. In the final optional rival fight that we basically never do in these runs, May has a Tropius, so we get one. Now, two of its moves are Sweet Scent and Whirlwind, so pretty much duds, but Stomp and Magical Leaf will be usable. Not that it has Magical Leaf yet, but it'll get it. At least Tropius is a good Pokemon. Plus, the final boss is a water trainer, so I appreciate the extra grass type. Next up is the Flying Gym though, and our best Pokemon are grass type. I don't really have high hopes for this one. Swablu is first, and it mostly wastes time with stuff like Safeguard and Mirror Move, so I fought it with our new Tropius. It's actually kind of annoying since she's faster than us and can make us flinch with our own stomps. But, you know, it paid off in the end. We got her weakest Pokemon to waste one of her Hyper Potions. Part of the way through the fight, she randomly switched to Skarmory though, so we just got taken down. I sent in Slugma next hoping that we could land Ember, and we actually did pretty good damage. We even got a crit on the second one to get a knockout that I thought for sure we wouldn't have gotten otherwise. That's super important. Out to Grovyle for Pelipper, and we naturally take it down pretty easily. All it did was miss Supersonic. As Swablu came back out, I had Grovyle easily finish it with Leaf Blade, since it didn't have full health anyway. Out to Pelipper for Tropius. She used Sunny Day and Solar Beam to take a good chunk of our health out, in between using her Hyper Potions, of course. We ended up knocking it out with about a third of our health left. Last is Altaria, and this thing is terrifying. Our moves are awful against it. I started with Screech on Grovyle to try and lower its defense, as it really messed us up with Aerial Ace. Quick Attack did pretty good damage, but we got taken out. Pelipper hung on with 2 health and was able to finish it after switching in. Honestly, I don't know if we'd have won this if not for that critical Ember earlier in the fight. With that done, it's time to hit the road again. So next we have an optional rival fight that we normally don't do, but I figure it fits with the theme of this challenge, then the Maxi fight, and the Psychic Gym. Now the Psychic Gym is always horrible. You might think it'll be less horrible since we won't be outnumbered for once, and we have some grass types, but I still don't really feel great about it. Most of our Pokemon aren't good, and they have Earthquake, so I still don't really see us winning until I can one-shot at least some of them. Maxi, though, I'm not sure. Maybe Pelipper can handle that. Hey, it's time for the optional rival fight. First was her Tropius, who Pelipper took out easily, and second was her Pelipper, so we just used Grovyle to take it out easily. It never even tried a wing attack, just protect for some reason. Next was Kabuskin, who went down in a couple of water guns without hurting us. Last was her Ludicolo. So just to show you how awful her Ludicolo is and why we didn't use it, I have my Tropius that I have hardly leveled at all just beat her Ludicolo by spamming Stomp while being the slower Pokemon. May, your team is just the worst. I don't think this Ludicolo has a move that has more than 20 power. It's really, really bad. The first try, the Maxi fight, did not go nearly as well. I actually tried this a bunch of times, and here's our best attempt. Crobat is an absolute beast, being able to take out Grovyle easily with a wing attack. I threw my whole team at it, and I managed to make it faint once, but then Camerupt was easily able to finish us off. I really need Pelipper to not faint before we get to Camerupt, but none of the rest of my team stands a chance against Crobat. I can't believe I have to do this, but I think I actually have to specifically grind a Pelipper just for this fight. Maybe it'll pay off for the Psychic Gym too, if I'm lucky. About 5 levels later, I tried Maxi a few more times and found that if I throw my entire team but Pelipper at Crobat first, then I can finish off Crobat with at least half of our health left. It only takes one water gun to finish the fight after Crobat goes down, so we finally got a much needed win. Last bit of travel before the Psychic Gym, and you'd better believe I'm getting every last level that I can. The funny thing is, I kind of feel like after the Psychic Gym we might be on a little bit of a roll for a while. The last gym is the Water Gym, so it probably won't be too hard, and Archie shouldn't be that hard either. Wally is never an issue, so that leaves the Elite Four. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be really hard, but the final boss is a Water-type trainer. I honestly think that I stand a pretty good chance just because our best Pokemon are Grass types. Wish me luck going into the Psychic Gym. Okay, so these double battles are always a little bit hard to recap, so I'll go over the general strategy here. We lucked out with a critical hit to take out Claydol in one hit on this try, but on most tries we don't. So that's why I open with Grovyle and Pelipper, so that his Earthquake just doesn't do that much to our party. Right away, I focus on trying to take down everything that isn't Xatu first, since we can usually one-shot the ground and rock types, or at least come very close to it. But on some runs, Xatu powers up with Calm Mind too much and just starts one-shotting with Psychic, or coming very close to it. It's actually really common that we ended up having a 2-on-1 fight against their Xatu for a long time, and then we still lose. We even got Xatu to a sliver with a lucky crit, but they just use Hyper Potions and then overpower us. Like multiple times in the same battle, it's unreal. I know a lot of this fight is luck, but if I just had a few more levels and a bunch of tries, then we could totally win this. Okay, almost a dozen tries later, and we finally get this run where once again we throw our entire team at Xatu, but this time we were just hardly able to win. That was probably the least awful Psychic Gym fight we've ever had. And it was still awful. Hey, last bit of travel before the Elite Four. We have Archie, who shouldn't be too hard as long as Crobat doesn't mess us up. Then the Water Gym, that should be easy. And Wally, who's always pretty easy. After that is the Elite Four, and I'm kind of worried about them, but at least the Pokemon Champion will go well if I can get to him. Let's worry about getting there first. It's time for the only Archie fight in the game. This battle was all about the Crobat since it's his only real threat. Like usual, I had to throw a few Pokemon at it to soften him up before going in for the finishing move, since it double resists grass. And honestly, it goes fine on the first try. I think Archie has only really given me issues in like one challenge. So the Water Gym took a couple of tries thanks to Double Team on Kingdra, but on the winning run, we literally didn't even get hit. It's nice to have an easy gym for once. Next is the almost always easy Wally fight, but he starts with an Altaria, and that thing is just about custom made to mess up our team. I tried opening with Slugma to hit a rock throw, and we did, but it did pretty much a sliver. Once Tropius came out, we hit Stomp, and he spammed Dragon Dance to get faster and stronger. After he got 3 in and wasted another turn with Safeguard, then one-shot us with a crit. I don't think it needed that crit, to be honest. Pelipper almost finished it early, when he used a full restore, and then more Dragon Dances. We got a lucky crit to take it to low health. We got knocked to a sliver. We hit him down to a sliver. Then we fainted. Next, I just had Grovyle tag in and use quick attack to finish it. Now, believe it or not, but that was the only hard part of the fight. The entire rest of the fight was pretty easy. That's Wally for you, though. Okay, last thing we have to do before the Elite Four is we actually have a couple of moves we need to learn. I missed out on Fairy Cutter by accident earlier on Grovyle, and I still need to replace Water Gun with Mist on Pelipper before our team properly matches Maze. That really sucks because Water Gun has been surprisingly useful this run, and our Pelipper is probably going to be nearly useless after losing it due to his nature, but we got no choice. I used some heart scales at the move reminders place to top up our moveset to what it needs to be to finish the run. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at the team. Well, the moves are all what they should be, but they're pretty awful. I got a PowerPoint max back in the Magma base, so I think I'll use that on Leaf Blade just to get a few more uses of it. I don't see us possibly winning this below level 50, so I'm gonna grind the rest of the team up to that level before I start making attempts. I mean, other than Slugma. Sorry, Slugma, you are useless. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Dark Trainer Sydney. I was pretty worried after I saw how much damage Mighty Anna did to Grovyle right at the start, but he just used a full restore, and I think we can win in 2 hits, so at least we only got hit once. Absol ended up being a one-shot. I think that was just thanks to a crit though, so we got lucky. After that was Shift Tree, and this easily could have gone horribly, but we lucked out. He used Swagger to boost our attack, but confuse us. We didn't hit ourselves, so the attack boost let us one-shot him with Wing Attack. Not only that, but next was Cacturn. We hit ourselves, and he lowered our speed, and hit Feint Attack, but it just didn't do that much. Our Wing Attack one-shot him too. Last was Crawdaunt, who was of course a one-shot with Leaf Blade. Not a bad start. A little bit lucky though. Second is Ghost Trainer Phoebe. This is just one of those battles where no one has any kind of type advantage, so all we can really do is throw our team at them using our strongest moves and hope for the best. We lose, of course, but we got about halfway through each time. I'm in a weird situation where I'm not really sure what the best idea is. Either just keep leveling Grovyle a ton and maybe Pelipper a little bit just to cover what Grovyle can't, or if I should bother training up Tropius as well for the extra tankiness and those stomps. Not the stomps on the Ghost, of course, but I mean Elite Four in general. Either way, I'm not training Slugma. We all know that'll be a waste of time. I'll just try leveling Grovyle and Pelipper first. I'll be back. Okay, I got about 5 levels on both of them, and now we can make it all the way till the last Bayonet just by spamming our best moves. Sometimes that's just from the luck of them using Curse, though, so it's not really that consistent. You know what, Tropius actually did pretty well for us that time. I'm gonna grind him up a little. Okay, another handful of levels later, and we finally get a win after an entire 8 tries. It turns out there's actually a ton of luck here on if anyone uses Curse, if Rock Slide hits, and if we have to deal with Ice Beam or not. It took tons of tries where we almost got to the end before I finally got this big win. Third is Ice Trainer Glacia. So I did this fight like 10 times, and every single time we come agonizingly close to winning. The Celios are one-shot, but Walrein isn't, so I have to soften it up with Pelipper first. I tried using a Tropius at all different stages of this fight, but it's slow and it gets one-shot by basically any ice move, so it's pretty useless. At the end are 2 Glalie, and we can mess them up with Grovyle's Leaf Blade, but they easily finish us off with Ice Beam every time. We literally are one shot away from winning the fight on every single attempt, and I just can't seem to win. I can't believe that I have to level for this. Well, I guess the Dragon Trainer is right after this though, so we'll need those levels anyway. That dragon fight's gonna be bad. Okay, a bunch of levels later, and the entire fight are one-shots with Leaf Blade until the Glalies. The first one goes down easy in 2 shots, but the second one has to get weakened first or it'll easily finish off Grovyle with Ice Beam. So I throw Pelipper at it instead, soften it up with Wing Attacks until we faint, then had Grovyle tag in to finish it off. This progress isn't gonna last long though. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Drake. First is Shelgon, who didn't hit us, but second was Flygon, who despite being part ground type, managed to survive and hit Flamethrower for a lot of damage before we 2-shot it. Next is Altaria, and I knew this was going to be brutal because Altaria's been an issue every time I've run into it this whole challenge run. Hilariously enough though, we took it out with Pelipper without taking much damage thanks to a critical wing attack and them taking recoil damage. When Salamence came out though, oh, we got shut down. He has moves that are super effective against our entire team, he's a pseudo-legendary, and he double resists grass. This is easily going to be the strongest single Pokemon that we have to beat to win this run. I threw my whole team at it and it nearly swept them. Not a single one of our moves could do more than maybe 1/10 of his health and damage, and that just means that he'll for sure use a full restore once his health gets low. We need to be strong enough to take him from yellow health all the way to none, or the battle will go on far too long to survive. Our effort values are already maxed out and we're not allowed new moves, so I think it's time that we crack out the rare candy. We're beating this run today. So I try again with Grovyle at level 75 and Pelipper and Tropius all the way at level 70. Did we win? Of course not. We got destroyed like it was nothing. Maybe if I crit 5 times in a row I could have won, but somehow I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, everyone at level 80. Yes, even Slugma. This fight was insane. Let's fast forward our way to Salamence since it was pretty standard getting there. We just took some damage on some of our team. For Salamence, I started with Slugma so that we can eat up the attack loss from Intimidate. We did a bit of damage before going down. Next was Tropius, and we actually weren't taking much damage from Flamethrower, so I just kept stomping. It didn't get us the knockout, but we did get him to use a full restore, so at least there's that. Once Grovyle came in, I assumed I'd lose since Leaf Blade was almost doing nothing, and we just weren't critting. We got knocked out fast. All we had left is Pelipper with half health, so I switched in, and a wing attack took him to a sliver. We lost a good chunk from Rock Slide, but he was out of full restores, so we finished him off. Last was Kingdra, and we have one Pokemon with 75 health left. Wing attack hit, we took a bit of damage off Surf. Our second wing attack brought him to red health, as he used Dragon Dance to get faster and stronger. He hit Body Slam, we survived with only 11 health, and then we finished him off. That was so close, it was unreal. I can't believe how horrible that fight was. Oh, I'm happy it's over. Finally, the Pokemon champion Wallace. This was a lot harder than I expected. Wailord was first, he just went down in one Leaf Blade, good start. Melodic is next, and although we two-shot it easily, we got hit by Toxic, so we can't use Grovyle too much. Next is Tentacruel, so I switched to Pelipper, and we got hit by Toxic on it too. We did good damage, but he has full restores, so it took a while to actually take Tentacruel down, and we lost Pelipper in the process. Thanks to him using 2 full restores, we had to switch back to Grovyle to finish it off, and we took a ton of damage in the process. Because of that, I had to switch to Tropius to use Magical Leaf on Ludicolo. It doesn't do amazing damage, but he was using Double Team, and Magical Leaf doesn't miss, so all we took was a little bit of damage from Surf. Second from last is Whiscash, who was a one-shot with Magical Leaf, and last was Water Onix, who hardly hurt us at all with Surf, so we took him out. It only took a few tries, but we've got a win. With that win, we go into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 3 has a post-game fight with Steven Stone. Now, our team is incredibly, hilariously bad, and his is pretty good, so I don't think we stand a chance. So let's have some fun with this. I got 20 minutes to burn before I have to go get some other stuff done. I'm gonna drown my Pokemon in rare candies until they're all level 100, even the Slugma, and then try the Steven Stone fight. Is it even possible for May's team to beat Steven? Okay, this one is crazy. Right away, Skarmory uses Spikes, so it hurts to switch Pokemon, but our first Ember really messed him up, so he had to use a full restore. He still hit Aerial Ace before going down though, so we lost some health. Sorry, it's Metagross, but I wrote Meat Ross. Meat Ross was next, and this thing is a monster. Took us out right away. I hit it once with Magical Leaf, saw it do almost no damage. Then he switched to Cradilly, and I have no idea why. Magical Leaf crit it right away for great damage, so I just used it again to nearly take it out. We took damage, but we finished it off right after. Why did he switch from something that was destroying us to something that we could easily beat? That was nuts. Anyway, next is Claydol, so we're out to Grovyle to one-shot it. Shame I have to take spike damage in the process. For our Maldo, I had Pelipper use Wing Attack. We did good damage, but his Ancient Power was pretty good. We got him to red health, but he finished us off, so I had to send Grovyle back in, but he just full restored back up while I did it. Thankfully, we're faster, so we can two-shot him, so he's down. Next is Aggron, and he's pretty weak to Leaf Blade, so we two-shot him after he did almost nothing with Earthquake. He even wasted what I think was his last full restore. His very last Pokemon is here though, and it's the Metagross that he stopped using earlier. It totally destroyed us, and nothing on our team even stood a chance. Honestly, he could have opened with Metagross and we still wouldn't have beaten it. The only reason I got this far is because he switched away from it for seemingly no reason. We never stood a chance. I was a weird one. I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. Yeah, our team is awful, but I thought it would be harder than that. I'm shocked that Pelipper was anything more than dead weight by the end. I really hope you guys liked that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with 1 Meditite. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. It's time for the outro, and I don't know what to ramble about, so I guess I'll just ramble about the newest news. As I started recording this voiceover, news broke from Twitch TV that they have new guidelines on how you're supposed to do your own private sponsorships and what they'll allow. Basically, this is one of the many Twitch updates of they don't like when their creators make money without Twitch getting a cut. This is insane. The news just broke, so it's probably going to get walked back by the time that this video actually comes out, but everyone on Twitter is just threatening to leave Twitch, and honestly, I don't blame them. I will gladly lead the charge on that one. I like Twitch as like a platform, I guess. I like streaming to it. I like not having all my eggs in one basket, but undeniably, every time I've ever streamed on YouTube, I get way more viewers here than I do ever on Twitch. So they should be lucky that I stream over there at all. They make all these ridiculous rules that they want you to follow, but no other website makes these rules. You notice how YouTube never made a rule about what kind of sponsorships you can and can't do, as long as it doesn't break the rules of the website itself, and as long as you disclose it. You know what? When I upload these challenge videos, there's a little checkbox that you check off if you have paid advertisements in your video, just to make it as easy as possible to disclose to your viewers that you have a sponsorship. YouTube makes that easy for you. Twitch just tells you not to do sponsorships unless they get a cut. It's gotta be real tiny, and it's only gotta be the exact things that they allow because they want to be brought to the negotiation table. They don't understand that this drives people away. They don't understand that they're the platform. Nobody goes to Twitch for the platform. They go for the creators. If Twitch loses its creators, then no one uses the platform anymore. They don't seem to get that. Any of you streamers, career streamers, YouTubers, anyone who are watching right now, who either are doing this for a living currently, or you're getting close to that point and that's what your goal is, you gotta always remember to have a backbone. I feel like a lot of creators don't when they first get started because they understand they're small and they don't really have weight to throw around or anything like that. But you gotta remember that the people who are watching you like you, and they're watching you for what you do, not just because you're on YouTube or not just because you're on Twitch. If they're continuing to watch time by time, it's less about where you are. They may have just found you there. They're tuning back in because they like what you're doing. So don't forget to have a backbone. When Twitch makes these rules that are stupid and don't make any sense, and you know that you could go stream on YouTube and get more viewers anyway, then just don't comply to their rule. What's the worst they can do? Ban you? You know, back before I was even making minimum wage on this, when I was doing my daily videos for a decade, I used to stream tons. Even before Twitch TV existed, I streamed tons. Over 1,000 streams, of course, over the course of that decade, probably much more than that. And you know when my best years of growth were? My best years of growth on streaming were the last 3 years, even though I've streamed probably 30 or 40 times in the last 3 years. Far, far, far less than the decade of streams I was doing before that. You know why? It's because I have a YouTube channel, and in like a few of the early challenge videos I did, I brought up that I had a Twitch. That's it. You bring it up that your Twitch exists in passing with a clickable link in just a few YouTube videos that do decently well, not any of my biggest ones, and I still get new followers on Twitch every single day without fail 4 years. Every time I stream, people come in and say, this is my first time here, and they always have a fun time. And you know they're gonna have a fun time because they already know that they like my show from YouTube, so of course they're gonna like my show on Twitch. It's not about the platform. A lot of these guys signed up because they didn't even watch Twitch before this. They just wanted to see my stream. Well, you know what? All you guys watching right now who have your own audiences, you got loads of people who like you too. And they just want to watch you wherever you are. So they just, you just gotta let them know where you are. And I can guarantee, if you're a Twitch streamer and you just put like highlighted clips of funny bits from your streams on your YouTube channel, that is gonna advertise your Twitch channel better than Twitch ever will. You remember a couple weeks ago when I did one of these outros and I talked about a Twitch streamer that I found because one of her stream VODs got put on YouTube and got advertised to me on my homepage despite only having 9 views at the time? Yeah, she's grown since then because I brought it up. Why did I bring it up? Because of 2 things. 1, YouTube showed me her video on the homepage, otherwise I wouldn't have discovered it. I never found it on Twitch. I found her YouTube page and that's how I found her Twitch. Just like I recommend to people. And the other reason that she blew up in viewers is because I talked about her. Because I found her on YouTube, I went to the stream, she was live, and it was a fun stream, so I talked about it. Word of mouth. This is the other thing that I always talk about, is people talk about how do you grow? Be so awesome that people want to share your show with their friends. That's the most organic way to grow in a small way that the people who join in and start watching will continue to watch, because then they can go back and talk to their friends about it. And if their friends have similar senses of humor, then they're likely to like you as well. Sorry, I'm just dropping all this great YouTuber info. I have no idea how useful this is to you guys, and how many of you guys think this is all self-explanatory, but I hope this information has been useful to some of you. If you have a Twitch channel and you want to grow, think of it this way. If you're just a Twitch streamer, then you are growing whenever you're live, and you're only live so many hours a week. But if you have a YouTube channel with some videos that advertise your Twitch channel in some way, then you're growing 24/7, because that video is still going to get pushed out to different people of different time zones, even while you're off air, even while you're asleep. And so you'll continue to grow. That's why you have to have a YouTube channel. You gotta understand, a lot of people don't even know what Twitch is. But everybody on Twitch knows what YouTube is. Everybody on Twitch already has a YouTube account. Of course they do. It's like the #2 website in the world. So of course they're gonna have an account. Anyway, this was a really long outro about just a topical thing, but I hope this information was informative to you, it was useful to you. And if you want any more of these great big-brain, long-brained YouTuber tips, I ramble about this stuff all the time on my Twitter. So if you ever want to see my long threads giving you little YouTube tips of healthier ways to think about your channel and good ways to take care of your sanity while doing your videos and your streams, check out my Twitch page. Twitch page? My Twitter page. I mean, you can check out my Twitch too. I guess I brought it up. I'll be streaming some more Newbie Nate Wrestling Empire, because everybody asks for that, and that's super fun. But yeah, check out my Twitter. I'm so happy to talk YouTube stuff and Twitch stuff with people on Twitter. Just ask me questions. I don't care. Throw questions at me, and if I got some time and I see that question, then I'll give you a piece of my mind and try to help you out as much as I can. I should stop rambling though, the room's getting hot and I got a whole lot of editing to do today. So until next time, have a nice day.